Synopsis. Magna passed away peacefully on the night of his 21st birthday. His only regret? Never getting the chance to live a real life beyond hospital walls. But fate had other plans. He wakes up in the body of a young boy who looks just like him, inside a digital world he remembers from the internet. Realizing what's happened, Magna decides to embrace this second chance and finally live the life he always dreamed of, free, full, and without limits. Chapter 1. Along the outer coast of the Kingdom of Vale, a hidden grove where the plants still remain vibrant and wildlife continued to thrive, existed. There, a group of nomadic people set up a tiny nameless village to call home. Each and every one of its inhabitants were people forgotten in the past wars and strife. Some were slaves who had managed to flee while others were people who were betrayed or left for dead. In a tall wooden hut that was nearest to the forest, a small child ran around while chasing a butterfly. The young boy seemed truly happy as his bright smile was accompanied by a peal of childish laughter. Near the boy was a beautiful woman with a slightly large belly that rested in the shade of a large oak tree. She gently stared at her child before looking down at her stomach with a peaceful smile and started rubbing her stomach very gently. Suddenly, the boy stopped as he turned around. His smile bloomed even brighter as he ran forward and screamed, "Daddy!" A muscular and handsome man started walking towards the boy with a large grin. Catching his son as he leaped at him, the man roared in laughter and loudly said, "My son. I miss Dash." Before the man could finish, the woman who was resting in the shade disappeared for a second before reappearing behind the man and pummeling him into the ground. The woman glared fiercely at the man and said, "What have I told you about keeping your voice down?" The man trembled at his wife's words. He meekly nodded and quietly whispered, "Yes, dear. You've told me multiple times to keep it down. I'm sorry." The man's wife gently chuckled before hugging the man. The man also released a small chuckle before gently hugging her back. Suddenly, both felt a small pair of arms attempt to wrap around them as a childish voice said, "Not fair. Don't leave me out." The husband and wife merely chuckled before picking up their son and wrapping him up in a tight hug. The small family were about to start preparing dinner when a loud bell rang throughout the village. The man's face quickly became serious as he looked towards his wife and said, "Wait inside with the boy. I'll check out what's happening." The woman nodded, kissed her husband and said, "Joshua, please be careful and please come back." The man, Joshua, gave his wife a confident smile while dramatically posing and said, "Don't worry, Emily, my love. Even if I have to crawl, I'll definitely come back." Rolling her eyes while keeping herself from laughing, the pair shared one last kiss before separating. Emily watched her husband leave before quickly dragging her son inside their hut. The boy was pale as he stuttered, Mommy, what's going on? Where's Daddy going?" The mother softly trembled as she embraced her son and said, "Don't worry. Daddy's just checking with the others about what's happening. He'll be back really quick." The boy was still pale and shaken up but quietly sat in his mother's embrace. As the boy was slowly falling asleep, a roar echoed through the village. Scared, the boy tightly hugged his mother as he started to cry. Emily paled as she knows what made that sound. An Ursa, a grim that took on the form of a bear. Said to have extremely tough hides and pack a lot of punch. She still remembers her days as a soldier, fighting them on the front lines, barely being able to even harm the beast. Grabbing her son, Emily quickly shot out of the hut and ran towards the forest. However, she came to a complete stop as her skin turned even paler. In front of her was a pack of beowulfs. A weak monster by themselves with their only redeeming traits being their incredible speed and their ability to switch between walking on 2 or 4 legs. However, when in groups, they become practically invincible to normal people. While Emily is confident in being able to kill a couple, she definitely can't handle a group this big. Not to mention the fact that she's in the final month of her pregnancy and that she'd have to protect her son. She started to tear up and was about to cry when she felt a small shaking hand grab her hand. Looking down, she saw her son, shaking and pale with fear written all over his face. Yet the boy tried his hardest to smile as he muttered, "Mommy." Suddenly, a wave of calm washed over Emily as she picked him up and kissed his forehead. Once she released him, she softly smiled as tears fell down her face and said, "Son, could you please run away? I'll distract them for as long as I can, so I want you to run and please, don't look back." The boy tightly embraced his mother as he screamed through his tears, "No. Let's both run away. I'm sure Dash." Before he could finish, his mother gently covered his mouth with her hand. Smiling, Emily looked him straight in the eyes and said, "Don't worry, my little angel. I'll catch up to you later. Now, on my signal." Before the young boy could make sense of anything, his mother turned towards the beowulfs and screamed, "Come on, you stupid mutts. Come and see if you can catch this ex-soldier." The boy cried as he tried to reach towards his mother. Emily let her tears fall freely as she quickly started running away from her son. He tried to catch up with his mother, but his young age and weak body stopped him as he collapsed a couple seconds later. Tired and scared, the boy wiped his tears away and turned towards the forest, making his mind up. The boy forcefully dragged his tired body up and began walking out into the forest. With blank and clouded eyes, the boy continued to walk for hours, passing trees, waterfalls and destroyed houses until he collapsed in the worst place known to humanity, the Shadowlands. Hungry, thirsty and exhausted, the boy painfully rolled over and stared at the sky. Tears gathered in his eyes as one thought continued to appear over and over in his mind. Will I die? Squawk. Forcefully dragged out of his thoughts by a loud screech, the boy stared at the large incoming object in the sky and dryly muttered, "A Nevermore." A giant grim, born in the shape of a crow. Its large wings allow it to fly, its beak and talons were sharper than most swords, and its steel-like feathers allow it to possess fearsome attack and defense capabilities. Seeing the Nevermore diving towards him from high up in the sky, the child suddenly screamed in agony. His eyes were completely bloodshot as his veins expanded under his skin, becoming visible as they throbbed. The fatigue he was feeling a while ago disappeared as he began clawing away at the ground and his body. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl as a hazy aura of myriad colors burst from his body. As the Nevermore drew closer and closer, the aura surrounding him started melding with his body until it disappeared. The pain that racked his body vanished as his eyes shot open. Gritting his teeth, the boy held his left hand above him and screamed, "Reincarnation." Suddenly, a ball of light blue energy started to form on the palm of his extended hand. The orb quickly started rotating as energy continued to gather in his palm, sending powerfully ripples across the surrounding area. Before anyone could react, the Nevermore collided with the orb for a second before being spent flying with a loud bang. The Nevermore spun through the air for a couple feet before heavily crashing to the ground. After a couple seconds, it slowly rose from the pit it made in the ground. Its wings were only slightly damaged while the right side of its body had lost majority of its feathers and its claw was nothing but mangled flesh. The Nevermore released a furious cry before hastily flying further into the Shadowlands, not even bothering to check if the boy was alive, only concerned about healing. In a small depression on the ground, the boy who had managed to fight off the Nevermore, had already passed out long before the Nevermore left. Chapter 2. Magna Opus, died at the tender age of 21 with a smile on his face. The reason? His time had come. From the first day he was born, he had been living on life support as his body was too weak to even move. His parents? His father died in a car accident on the way while his mother died giving birth. They didn't even get to name their son. An old and gentle doctor took it upon himself to cure the boy, pushing his research to reach new heights. Thus, the doctor decided to name him Magna Opus, his final masterpiece. Thanks to his help, Magna ended up living until he was 21, 16 extra years than what other doctors speculated. Magna never once suffered over his lifetime, mostly being indulged instead. His adopted father, the kind old doctor, spoiled him by introducing him to the world of games and anime. However, not once did he act spoiled, only happy and grateful. He spent years, watching all sorts of anime, reading all sorts of manga and playing all sorts of games. By the time he was 18, the hospital had created a room entirely for him that housed a massive collection of anime, manga and games. While he wasn't allowed to leave the hospital, the staff there all took pity on the young man and started giving him an allowance made from small portions of everyone's pay, allowing him to fuel his hobby. He never took their kindness for granted and always tried to reciprocate it in any way he could, whether it'd be a smile or a simple, "Hello, how's your day been?" He continued living happily until his 21st birthday. The night of the same day, Magna quietly closed his eyes for the last time and peacefully passed away as his heart had finally had enough. He didn't have a heart attack or a stroke, his heart just stopped beating entirely. It was a quick and painless death, at least, it should have been. Snapping his eyes open, the first thing that comes into Magna's view is an extremely large crow attempting to dive bomb him. Just as he was about to turn away, his body started moving on its own. Raising his hand towards the bird, Magna decided to trust his instincts as he grit his teeth and screamed, "Reincarnation." The signature move of Naruto Uzumaki, from the popular anime Naruto. To Magna's surprise, a sphere of light blue energy began to form above his palm. The sphere gradually started rotating until ripples of energy began pulsing off of it. The next thing Magna knew, the giant bird had made contact with the sphere. Accompanied by a loud bang, the bird was sent spiraling away a couple feet before crashing to the ground. Before Magna could even twitch, he was suddenly assaulted by a painful headache before falling unconscious. After an unknown amount of time passed, Magna slowly began to wake up. He groaned as he tiredly muttered, "Where am I? Before Magna could gather his thoughts, a painful but quick headache assaulted him. Hissing in pain, a small flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "It couldn't be." Closing his eyes and sorting his thoughts, Magna's smile grew and grew. His body shook in excitement as he released a childish giggle and screamed, "I'm in the RWBY-verse." Magna, while not being a genius, could be considered quite smart. Thanks to the fact he gained memories about this world from his new body, Magna kept making connections between the monsters, the names of the land and his own memories about the American-made anime, RWBY. His conclusion. He somehow reincarnated into this world's version of himself. How he came to said conclusion. He didn't meet God, so he wasn't transported because of some mistake, and he wasn't summoned because this body previously belonged to another, meaning the only logical explanation in this illogical situation would be reincarnation. The excitement quickly died down as Magna heard a quiet voice whispering from deep inside his heart. "Please find mommy and daddy, please." The sorrow and longing in the voice caused Magna a fair bit of heartache. Closing his eyes and praying, Magna solemnly promised, "You have my word that I will find our parents. Until then, rest in peace, the me of this world." A couple minutes later, his eyes opened as he turned towards the direction he had come from. Taking a deep breath in, he silently muttered, "It'll be fine, I'm sure everything will be fine." While he wasn't born to in this world, when he gained the memories of his otherworldly counterpart, he instantly felt extremely attached to his parents. Taking one final breath, Magna calmly started his journey. Chapter 3. After an hour of constant walking, Magna stumbled upon his first major trial. "Wheeze, ha ha ha, I'm so freaking tired, ha ha, curse these tiny legs and childlike stamina, ha ha." Not even halfway towards the village, Magna had been forced to stop and rest due to fatigue. Luckily, he managed to leave the Shadowlands and was in a small clearing just outside the forest. As Magna collapsed to the ground to catch his breath, he noticed something odd. The cuts and bruises that covered his body had already completely healed, not even leaving a scab or scar. Looking at his hands, Magna curiously muttered, "Strange is this aura. No, it can't be." Suddenly, Magna froze for a couple seconds before slamming his palm against his face. A long sigh escaped his lips as he whispered, "I'm an idiot." Now that he was able to relax, Magna finally remembered a couple important facts. First, the world of Remnant has an ability called aura. Aura is the manifestation of a person's soul, created to assist them and to guard a person's heart. Put into simple terms, aura enhances the user's body and protects them from a certain amount of harm. Second, thanks to the display of power while fighting the Nevermore, Magna can confidently assume that he can use both aura and his semblance. However, ever since he woke up, he's been unable to feel his aura. Lastly, even though he feels tired, it's mostly just mental fatigue. Even now he could slowly feel his body getting back into prime condition. Baffled, Magna closed his eyes and tried to find his aura. As seconds turned to minutes, Magna continued to sit still with his eyes closed, trying to feel his aura in any way possible. As time passed, Magna began to show signs of exhaustion. However, with his mind growing hazy, he finally found something. Badump. Swirling around his heart was a small amount of light blue energy. Concentrating on what it seemed to be swirling around, Magna noticed a small speck of white energy that seemed to be creating the light blue energy. Badump. Magna focused on the white speck, feeling strangely comfortable as he listened to the sound of his heartbeat. Badump. Suddenly, as if it sensed it was being watched, the speck violently began expanding and shrinking. Before Magna could so much as yelp, he felt himself forcefully dragged inside it. Ouch, where am I? Magna cautiously eyed his surroundings before staring wide-eyed at the sight before him. Releasing a breath he didn't even know he was holding, Magna stared at the beautiful system of stars before him. Everywhere he looked, the only thing he saw were small gray stars that looked to be shattered to pieces. Each star cluster seemed to be exactly the same distance away from another star cluster. As Magna viewed these stars in amazement, he froze as something caught his gaze. In this ocean of gray stars was a single dimly lit star that glowed in a gentle light blue. As if drawn to the star, Magna's body slowly started walking over as ripples spread beneath his feet with each step before stopping right in front of it. Up close, Magna noticed that something seemed different compared to the others. This one seemed larger. Giving it another look, Magna slowly nodded as he muttered, "It's not my imagination, this one is made of two pieces of the cluster instead of being separated." Suddenly, Magna slowly reached his hand towards the star and grabbed it. A small pulse of light blue energy rippled outward, causing all the other stars to disappear. A tiny amount of anxiety appeared in Magna's eyes as he watched the world become dark. The only point of solace came from the tiny light in his hands. Clutching the cluster tightly, Magna suddenly felt a flood of memories appeared in his mind. The process didn't last long, and before Magna realized it, he was back in the clearing while sprawled out on the ground. Heavily breathing with sweat dripping down his face, Magna smiled while lying on the ground and muttered, "So that's it." The memories that appeared in his mind were oddly familiar yet foreign. Images appeared in his head as they showed the life of a small blonde boy, how he lived as an orphan that was hated and labeled as a demon. The boy grew up working hard towards achieving his goal of becoming Hokage. Somehow, Magna had gained the memories of the main character from the anime Naruto. The only part that didn't quite add up was Naruto's appearance in the memories. He looked like a blonde version of Magna. Remembering the ocean of stars, the memories he gained and the fact that he could use Rasengan, Magna came to the startling conclusion that each star cluster housed a different set of memories and powers that he could potentially wield. The only part he couldn't make heads or tails of were the memories he gained. The memories were fragmented and only showed certain points in Naruto's life. As he was going through the memories, a crazy idea popped up in Magna's mind as he noticed something intriguing about the memories. Propping himself up, Magna grabbed a sharp rock off the ground and quietly whispered, "I hope I'm right." Taking a deep breath, Magna brought the rock up high before fiercely stabbing down at his hand. The sharp pain in his hand caused Magna to wince as tears gathered in his eyes. However, a couple seconds later, the wound made a quiet sizzling sound before slowly healing until the cut disappeared. Magna stared blankly at where the wound used to be before breaking into a fit of laughter. He smiled and screamed, "I actually have Naruto's healing factor. Just like what the memories showed." As Magna was reviewing the memories he gained, he noticed something very peculiar about them. Most of the memories only showed the moments in his life where he used the Rasengan or whenever he got badly injured then miraculously healed. Magna theorized that the abilities shown in the memory fragments were the current powers he could make use of. Deciding to trust his gut feeling, Magna attempted to see if his theory was right. And it was. Amazed by his natural healing, Magna decided to try another ability that he gained from the memories. Looking at the blood-stained rock in his hand, Magna focused on it and muttered, "Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmill of Shadows." A cloud of smoke appeared in his hand and quickly disappeared, revealing a giant windmill-like shuriken. However, the shuriken quickly fell out of Magna's hands and crashed into the ground with a loud thud as he screamed, "It's so freaking heavy." Chapter 4. Lying on the ground with sweat pouring down his head, Magna groaned and said, "Why is that thing so heavy?" In a fashion appropriate to his physical age, Magna started pouting while breathing heavily. On the ground was the windmill shuriken he transformed while marks could be seen behind it that lead in a straight line for about 5 meters. After dropping the shuriken, Magna attempted to drag it along with him. However, his arms ended up giving out as the weapon was too heavy for him. Glaring at the shuriken for a second, Magna just sighed and muttered, "Release." A cloud of smoke covered the weapon before disappearing a second later, revealing a blood-stained rock. Picking up the rock with his slightly sore arms, Magna stared at it for a second before tossing it in his pocket. As he looked at his surroundings, Magna noticed something very concerning. The sun had started to set. Magna knew from his memories that the Grimm become more active and violent at night. Immediately, Magna sprung to his feet and took off into the forest. He remembered the ruins of a village that he passed by and wanted to hide in them, at least until sunrise. While running, Magna thought about how he messed up the transformation earlier. According to the memories he gained, the jutsu from earlier is a semi-transformation that allows an object to gain the appearance of a windmill shuriken while keeping the original object's weight. Somehow, Magna managed to transform not only the object but the weight as well, causing the failure. As he ran, Magna realized that he needs to practice and learn how to control his abilities, their uses and their restrictions, unless he plans to find them out in battle where a single moment could cost him his life. After running for a while, Magna finally arrived at the ruins. A sense of despair washed over him as a sickening thought appeared in the back of his mind. What if this is what remains of my village? Magna quickly shook the thought from his head and started walking into the ruins. Everywhere he looked, the only thing he saw were destroyed houses, ash and dust. Arriving at the most intact house, Magna slowly opened the door and muttered, "Hello, anybody here?" All he got in reply was a mouthful of dust, sending him into a coughing fit. Magna quietly walked over to the corner of the room and sat there. Blankets, clothes and curtains littered the floor around him. Shaking the dust off a couple blankets and some clothes, Magna set up a makeshift bed and crawled inside it. Outside, the sun had already set and the night began. For the first time since he awoke in this strange world, Magna started shivering in fear. He desperately tried to hold back his tears, in fear of alerting any Grimm outside. Luckily, he managed to fall asleep rather quickly as the mental fatigue finally got to him. The next morning, Magna was sleeping soundly in his makeshift bed when the sound of the door awoke him. Startled, Magna shot up from his bed and ducked behind a wall while watching the door. Suddenly, a gentle and childish voice muttered, "Big sis, I'm hungry." A cute and adorable young girl with white hair and sapphire eyes walked in. She wore nothing but patched-up rags and seemed to have a small limp. Surprisingly, atop her head were a pair of wolf-like ears while a large and poofy white tail wagged behind her. As the young girl scanned the area, a wild yet feminine voice sighed, "Luna, how many times do I gotta tell you? We haven't got much food, so you'll have to wait until the evening. I'll try and hunt us a snack for later, okay?" Magna focused on the doorway as another cute and adorable girl walked in. However, unlike the previous girl, this one had fiery blonde hair with blood-red eyes. She seemed to be worse for wear as her clothes had bloodstains here and there. Like her sister, she had a pair of golden wolf ears atop her head while her tail stayed low and only swayed when she moved. Suddenly, the golden one froze. Her tail shot up towards the sky as she glared at the wall where Magna was hiding and roared, "Who the fuck is over there?" Her eyes seemed to glow as her hair started standing on end. The girl named Luna seemed extremely afraid as she quickly dove behind her sister. Not wanting to make the situation worse, Magna slowly came out from behind the wall with his hands up. Once the pair saw that it was only a child, they slightly lowered their guard. Luna immediately sprung from the floor and gently closed the door before collapsing to the ground, wincing at her injury. Worry flashed in the blonde's eyes before continuing to glare at Magna. The glow in her eyes grew as she growled, "Why are you here, kid?" Afraid of angering her further, Magna decided to be truthful. He explained that his village was attacked by Grimm, how he ended up in the Shadowlands and how he plans to go and check to see if his parents are alive. He didn't, however, tell them about how he reincarnated into this body, as that's a secret he plans to take to his grave. The blonde gave Magna one last look before turning towards her sister. Magna watched on as she quietly scanned her sister's injury. After a couple seconds, she clicked her tongue and sadly muttered, "The cut's infected." Magna glanced at Luna's wound, only to instantly regret it as the urge to throw up appeared. Luna's leg appeared to be torn to shreds by something. Pus and torn flesh were clinging to her leg. Magna was surprised that she didn't seem to feel her wounds at all. As he took a step towards them, the blonde turned around at lightning speed and slashed the ground between them with her hands that were coated in a crimson energy, causing claw marks to appear on the ground. Her blood-red eyes glowed in wrath as she screamed, "Stay where you are, human." Magna immediately stopped in place, lifting his hands to show he meant no harm. Flashing her his most genuine smile, Magna said, "I was only trying to help her." The glow in the blonde's eyes intensified for a couple seconds before she sighed. Closing her eyes and taking deep breaths, she calmly opened her eyes a couple seconds later, revealing that they had stopped glowing. Staring directly into Magna's eyes, the blonde bowed her head and pleaded, "Please help my sister." Magna silently nodded before quickly kneeling beside the white wolf girl. The blonde looked extremely agitated, and Magna knew that if he tried anything funny, she wouldn't even hesitate to end him. Laying his palm against the wound, Magna closed his eyes and focused on his aura. The light blue energy that slowly swirled around his heart seemed to become agitated as it sensed he was trying to inject it into the girl. The energy seemed to come alive as it desperately clung to his body, causing Magna to frown in pain. Suddenly, the white speck seemed to push the light blue aura out of his body and into the girl. Before Magna could make heads or tails of what just happened, he felt the world around him begin to spin before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Chapter 5. Slowly opening his eyes, Magna felt the world around him begin to rock back and forth. As he started to stabilize himself, Magna winced in pain as he could feel a burning sensation in his shoulders. Giving himself a strong slap to wake up, Magna gazed at his shoulders and froze. Somehow, his shirt had been removed and on each shoulder was a small bite mark that seemed to have come from a dog. What puzzles him was the fact that Naruto's healing factor seemed to ignore it, even though he felt completely able to heal it. Suddenly, a happy cry reached his ears before feeling a large and fluffy rocket headbutt him in the gut. Having the wind literally knocked out of him, Magna began coughing while a fluffy white tail happily wagged in his face. "Luna, you should stop now. He only just woke up." Turning towards the door, Magna became stunned as the fierce blonde from before lightly gazed at him. She smiled gently before walking over to him and laying a large sack on the ground. The heavy fragrance of roasted meat seemed to emanate from the sack as Magna swallowed deeply as a small line of drool ran down his chin. The blonde released a light chuckle, which somehow prompted Luna to release a childish laugh as well. Picking up a clean rag from the ground, the blonde chucked it to him before cheekily muttering, "Wipe your mouth, Magna, you're drooling." Taking the rag with a slight blush on his face, Magna cleaned the drool off his face and asked, "What happened?" The blonde sat next to him and opened the sack, revealing a large amount of roasted meat. Releasing a sigh, the blonde handed a piece to Magna and Luna before saying, "You used up all your aura trying to heal my sister then collapsed. Taking a few bites from a piece of meat, the girl continued, I'm guessing you didn't know that aura healing takes up a lot of aura and physical strength. You used up every last drop of aura in your body, causing you to faint. Magna noticed the small amount of worry in her tone but ignored it. Magna's stomach growled in hunger, burning a small chuckle from the blonde while Luna began laughing to tears. Suddenly, Magna realized that he still didn't know the blonde's name. Laying down the roasted leg in his hands, he turned towards the blonde and asked, sorry to be rude but I don't know your name yet. Wolfing down the roast in a manner completely unbefitting of a woman, the blonde released a small squeak-like burp before saying, oh right, sorry about that. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we introduce ourselves to each other? The blonde suddenly stood up while brushing the dust off her, naturally away from the food. With a big smile she happily said, turning 8 in 16 days as well as the oldest twin, the cute and lovely Argo. At your service. Finishing with a cute yet overly dramatic bow. Pinching his arm as hard as possible, Magna desperately held in the urge to laugh. To his left, Luna jumped up with a spin, surprising Magna with how easy it is for her to move after having just healed. Also turning 8 in 16 days, the youngest twin. Luna. Happily said Luna as she practically bounced around with a huge smile on her face. Suddenly, Magna found himself the center of attention as both girls intently gazed at him in anticipation. He thought to himself, they can't want me to do that right? Before he could have any chance to refuse, both girls grab an arm each, completely stopping him from running away. As Magna struggled in their grasp, his lips twitched as he yelled, but you guys already know my name. The sisters smiled to each other for a second before both switched back to looking at him. Argo leaned in close and whispered, it's just about the experience, Magna. By doing it this way, we can build a bond between us. Luna also leaned in close from the other side as she whispered, plus, it's fun. Come on Magna, don't be a party pooper. Giving a wry sigh, Magna forced a smile and said, fine but let me go. Both sisters reeled his arms with a smile. Magna closed his eyes, thinking about a way to introduce himself when it hit him. With a stupid grin on his face, Magna stamped both feet on the ground one by one while raising his right arm backward and stretching his left arm forward. With one roll of his head, Magna slowly muttered, living in a small village along the coasts of Vale and turning 8 in 3 days, Magna Opus is here. With one final stomp, Magna had successfully introduced Jiraiya's introduction into the world of Remnant. The girl's response however. Ha 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 ha. My sides. It hurts. Ha ha ha. Sis I can't. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. Ha ha ha. Both girls supported each other, holding the other so they both didn't collapse onto the floor. Magna should have felt insulted for being laughed at this much but instead, his face slowly formed a smile before he suddenly burst into laughter. The girls glanced between each other for a second before dashing into Magna's arms with huge smiles on their faces. Surprised, Magna hastily caught both girls only to collapse on the ground in a cloud of dust and cloth. As the dust settled to the sound of light coughing, Magna looked around him before bursting into laughter again. The girls had dusty patches on their faces that somehow looked like beards. The girls glanced at one another then at Magna and started laughing as well. On Magna's face were patches of dust that made him look like a panda. After a couple minutes of laughing, the three of them slowly sat up. On each of their faces were a large smile. Argo started to reach around in the large sack that contained the meat only to pull out a flask. She poured some of the water on a rag and wiped the dust off her face. It took a couple minutes but everyone had cleaned the dust off their faces. Magna seemed relaxed as all that laughter shook the last of the fear he felt straight out of him. Suddenly he released a small hiss as his shoulder started to hurt. His eyes went wide as he curiously muttered, strange I don't remember any wild dogs or wolves biting me. Glance over at the girls, Magna stared in shock as both girls refused to make eye contact with him while their tails impatiently slammed against the ground and sweat gathered on their foreheads. Giving the girls a weird look, Magna asked, do you guys know why I have these bites? Both girls shook as their tails became ramrod straight. Luna seemed to hesitantly want to reply but her sister shook her head. Magna's brows started to furrow as he began to feel oddly distant from them. With a cold tone he said, fine, don't tell me. Before hurriedly leaving the house, slamming the door on his way out. What Magna failed to realize was that his body's physical age has started to affect his mental age. While he'll still remember all his memories, his age is slowly influencing his actions and emotions, effectively making him a child again. Outside, Magna only managed to walk a couple feet away when two blurs of white and gold tackled him over. Struggling to free himself, Magna screamed, let me go. Suddenly feeling a hand over his mouth, Magna started to struggle even more before Argo leaned in and whispered, calm down. We'll explain, but you gotta come back inside. It's too dangerous outside. As he started to calm down, Argo removed her hand before helping him up. Luna quickly dashed inside before being followed by Argo and Magna. Sitting in a small circle, Magna crossed his arms above his chest and sternly said, "Okay, now explain." Chapter 6. Awkwardly sitting in a quiet circle, Luna glanced between Argo and Magna with reluctance in her eyes. Argo released a short sigh before saying, "Before I explain about the bite, I'll need to explain about our tribe." Taking Magna's silence as confirmation, Argo started speaking about their tribe. "Luna and I come from a tribe on the island between Vale and Minstrel. While it was a small tribe, we were all happy and treated each other like brothers and sisters." Suddenly, Magna slowly lifted his hand and said, "Then why are you girls here in Vale?" His question seemed to bring up bad memories as Luna curled into a ball and started to tremble while a red aura began to appear around Argo. Gritting her teeth, Argo forcefully squeezed the words out, "We were attacked by a group of human extremists. They killed all the older faunas while capturing all of the younger ones. They forced us to kill one another, yet we all refused. After a couple weeks of no food, some of us began to die." Magna released a cold breath as anger started to swirl in his stomach and, even though it was for only a second, his eyes flashed a bloody red. Both girls missed his sudden change as Argo continued, "When there were only 5 of us left, the humans grew enraged and started experimenting on us. Luna was used to test a drug which numbed her sense of pain while I was forcefully made to fight Grimm for their twisted entertainment. Before we realized it, Luna and I were the only 2 left." At this point, tears poured down Argo's face as she sadly muttered, "Our family friends all gone." Argo appeared extremely weak and fragile while Luna, who had come out from her ball form, had red eyes and tears streaming down her face as she desperately tried to silence her voice. Having no experience with this kind of thing, Magna did the only thing he could to offer them comfort. He stood up and picked up Luna, earning a small yelp from her, before sitting next to Argo and wrapping up both young girls in a warm embrace. Tears started coming from his eyes as he continued to hug them, not saying anything. Luna seemed to finally let her voice out as she cried deeply into Magna's chest while Argo wrapped her arms around Magna while freely letting her tears flow from her eyes. After a couple minutes, Magna released both girls as they seemed to have calmed down. Before he could speak, Argo gave him a bright smile and said, "Thank you." Magna returned her smile with one equally as bright and happily replied, "You're welcome." Looking down at his chest, Luna had her arms wrapped around him as small breathing sounds came from her. Realizing she's asleep, Magna tried to move her off only to be stopped as Argo said, "Let her sleep. She's been a bundle of nerves ever since we escaped." Taking a deep breath, Argo continued, "When they saw that we still refused to fight each other, the humans seemed to have other plans." As he was listening, Magna could feel a deep hatred and anger coming from Argo as a thought appeared in his head. A cold rage burned in his stomach as he muttered, "You don't mean. I guess you realized it." One night, a fat human appeared in our cell. He silently made his way over to Luna as she slept, completely naked with a sadistic look in his eyes. "That's when it happened," I snapped and awakened my semblance. Holding her hand out, a red energy wrapped around her and formed a claw. Making a swiping motion towards the wall next to her, deep imprints appeared as the gashes seemed to burn for a while before stopping. I call it Sunlight Fenrir. With it, I can cover my body in a type of protective cloak while having the ability to slash and burn anything. Sadly, I can only form it around my hands currently. That night, I slaughtered all the humans who imprisoned us before escaping with my sleeping sister. Giving a small nod, Magna released a sigh of relief hearing that they were unharmed. However, a huge disgust towards the human extremists rooted itself in his heart. "What about Luna? Is she okay?" asked Magna as he stared in concern at the sleeping ball of white fluffy happily curled up in his lap. Argo's previous angry expression seemed to fade as a huge smile replaced it. "She's fine now. The drug was slowly losing its effect and would have most likely completely disappeared from her system after a couple more months. However, thanks to you, she's not only completely healed but the drug was forcefully expelled from her system." Silently muttering, "That's good," Magna started to softly pat Luna's head, earning a silly smile from the sleeping wolf girl. Argo smiled before saying, "Now, about the bite. It's a ritual held in our village. It has different meanings for different occasions but it basically marks you as our brother." Suddenly, Magna gave her a weird look before muttering, "And why would that be so hard to tell me?" With a wry smile, Argo rubbed the back of her head and shyly replied, "Well, I didn't know how you'd feel about suddenly gaining sisters. Also, there's the fact that we're faunas and that you might not like that so dash." Before she could finish, Magna cut her off as he said, "Why would I mind about you girls being faunas?" Time seemed to freeze as Magna stared at Argo with a look that said, "Why are you stupid?" while Argo just blankly stared back. And if anyone was looked down at Luna, they would notice the slight twitching from her ears. Dumbfounded, Argo blankly muttered, "Why you say we're faunus, you know." Tilting his head, Magna confusingly replied, "Yeah, and?" Argo suddenly seemed angry as she practically screamed, "Humans hate us. They call us trash and vermin, they discriminate us, blame us, all types of cruel things. And all you have to say is, yeah, and?" A large tick mark suddenly appeared on Magna's head as he angrily roared, "Don't fucking mess with me. I ain't like those idiots who only know how to brag. I judge people on what I see, not by their race. And what I see are a pair of sisters that have chosen me to be their brother, and I'm damn happy to be given the opportunity." Argo seemed at a loss for words. All her life she's only been met with discrimination and cruelty. And yet, this young boy said he was happy to be given the opportunity to be their brother. Unknown to the sisters, a fluttery feeling began to take root in their hearts. Giving an embarrassed cough, Argo blushed as she happily said, "Well then I'll be counting on you, big brother." A smile made its way on Magna's face as he cheerfully replied, "Leave it to me." Chapter 7. After a couple minutes of talking, the group decided to hunt some food for dinner before slowly making their way to Magna's village. The reason why they're not going there straight away is due to the fact that the Grimm have started to become more active during the day. Argo had already noticed signs of increased movement when she was trying to find a place for her and her sister to sleep. Staring at his newly gained younger sisters and the torn and dirty rags they call clothes, Magna furrowed his brows before rummaging around the house. A couple minutes later he felt a tap on his shoulder as the curious voice of Luna muttered, "What are you doing, big bro? Looking for something?" With a proud smile, Magna softly patted her head while pinching her ears and said, "I've been looking some clothes for you and your sister." Luna had a small blush on her face while her tail had turned into a small whirlwind. Giving a playful bite on his hand, Luna happily said, "Thanks but we're fine. I'm sure normal clothes would just be wasted on us." Magna suddenly started tickling her as he happily said, "Nonsense. I'm sure anything my cute little sisters wears will be adorable. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar." Releasing a series of bell-like laughter, Luna withered in joy under Magna's endless assault of tickles. Thanks to being brought up in a hospital, Magna has a plethora of experience when it comes to kids. When kids who had to stay overnight started to cry or panic, he would read stories to them, play with them or even just be there for them when their parents couldn't. He was so liked by the kids at the hospital that they all called him Big Brother and always ended up crying when they had to leave. Stopping his onslaught, Magna smiled as Luna giggled while lying on the ground. Her tail beat happily back and forth before she shot up from the ground. With a skip in her step, Luna laughed as she said, "I'll tell sis that you're getting us some clothes." Shaking his head, Magna continued looking for some clothes for the girls. After a couple minutes, the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching echoed through the house. Turning towards the door, Magna wryly smiled as Argo and Luna both stood in front of him with a smile on their faces while their tails wagged happily behind them. Handing them each a simple dress and a pair of black shorts, Magna muttered, "These are the only intact clothing I could find." However, the girls didn't seem to mind as both girls had happy grins on their faces. Both girls immediately stripped their rags and wore the clothes Magna gave him. Of course, Magna didn't get embarrassed as his mental age was almost 3 times theirs. A small blush could be seen on the girls' faces as they shyly spun around in their new clothes, but Magna only smiled as he said, "Good, they fit. I honestly didn't know your sizes, so I was kinda worried." Coughing in an attempt to hide her embarrassment, Luna turned towards the door and said, "Now that we're ready, we should start looking for some food." Before quickly running outside with Argo in tow. Outside, the embarrassment was quickly wiped away as both girls showed serious expressions. As if on instinct, Magna became equally serious as he knew that hunting was a difficult and dangerous task. Unlike hunting in his old world, hunting animals in Remnant is made harder by the existence of the Grimm. Not only does it make tracking harder, but there's also the chance that you may alert a pack of Grimm when killing, draining, or carving your game. Looking over towards Argo, Magna muttered, "Do you guys know the rules of hunting?" With a small nod from Argo, she quietly said, "Back in our tribe, everyone was taught them from a young age. Search for obvious signs of live animals, finish them quickly, don't stay in one place too long and always stay together." From the side, Luna chipped in, "Also, keep quiet and pay attention to your surroundings." Magna gave the twins a thankful smile as he only remembered the rules of hunting from his old world. After an hour of crawling through the forest, the group came across a large group of rabbits. Argo leaned on a tree a small distance away from the rabbits and signaled Magna and Luna to cover the exit area. Luna and Magna quickly spread out as quietly as possible. Once everyone was in position, Luna took in a deep breath before slinging a barrage of rocks towards the rabbits. Startled, the rabbits quickly tried to disperse. Luckily, some rabbits were either killed by a rock to the head or injured to the point of not being able to run. Taking the panic as a signal, both Magna and Argo leaped out from where they were hiding before delivering the finishing blow to the wounded animals. The group had no time to rest, however, as they quickly tossed the rabbits into a bag before rapidly making their way towards the ruins. While running, the group could hear the sound of howling bellow from behind them. Magna almost started to panic before catching sight of his sisters. While Argo may seem fine, he could tell her skin had turned pale as her eyes seemed to glow in an erratic light. Luna was worse off as she seemed to be on the verge of bursting into tears yet desperately tried to hold it in. Magna forcefully calmed himself down with a deep breath. Suddenly, a warm feeling circulated in his body as he rapidly wrapped his arms around the girls and leapt up into the trees. As soon as his foot landed on a branch, he was surprised as he instantly leapt forward traveling on the treetops. The girls only stared on in awe as Magna seemed to easily carry both of them in their game while easily traversing the treetops with nimble and agile steps. After about 30 minutes, Magna stopped on a thick branch and collapsed to his knees. Panting and sweating, Magna felt the world around him sway. Almost as soon as he started to fall, Argo and Luna hastily caught him and forced him to rest. Looking into his half-opened eyes, Argo released a sigh of relief and muttered, "Luckily, he's still conscious. However, he's extremely fatigued and needs some time to rest." Rummaging around in her bag, Argo pulled out the flask of water, held it to his mouth and said, "Drink." With a grateful nod, Magna greedily drank a couple mouths full before stopping. Panting, Magna struggled for a couple seconds before saying, "Sorry, girls, I dash." Before he could finish, Luna covered his mouth with her tail as she giggled and said, "What are you saying? You managed to get us out of there. As faunus, we have much better hearing than a human." And while that wasn't a pack of Grimm, it was a large group of wolves. Receiving a small nod from Argo, she added, "What you could hear was probably a scouting party. And from the amount of different howls we could hear, I'd say it would have been a pretty large group. If we were cornered by them, it could have been the end for us." Before Magna could even say a word in response, Argo light hushed his mouth with her finger as she said with a gentle smile, "Don't worry, we're safe up in the trees. Just rest and we'll continue back to the ruins when you're capable." Suddenly, Magna found himself in a warm and fluffy embrace as both sisters hugged him closely while covering him with their tails. Luna snuggled up against his chest while Argo snuggled up against his stomach. Seeing the light smile they gave him as he became wrapped in a blanket of warmth, Magna slowly drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of his adorable sisters. Chapter 8. Opening his eyes, what greeted Magna were a pair of sapphire eyes and a golden tail. Smiling, Magna muttered, "How long?" Before Luna could speak, Argo's voice silently said, 20 minutes. "You all right to move?" Ignoring the pouting child in front of him, Magna looked towards Argo, who had turned back to him now that she knew he was awake, and gave her a nod as he said, "Fully rested and ready to move." Receiving a nod back, Argo made some room on the branch as everyone had piled up near the trunk. The trio quickly jumped down and cautiously started traveling back to the ruins. On the way back, the sisters would occasionally stop as they would hear different sounds coming from the path ahead. While it wasn't as bad as before, the girls would tremble slightly before deciding on taking another path. Thanks to the detours, it took them almost 40 minutes to get back. Immediately, Argo took the sack that was filled with their game and said, "I'll move away from the ruins and prepare the meat. Luna, I need you and Magna to gather stones and wood for a fire." Giving her a nod, Magna watched her back slowly disappear into the forest as worried as he was. He merely sighed before following Luna to gather stones and wood for a fire. Luckily, Luna was pretty familiar with the process as she speedily ran around the forest floor gathering wood. Taking it upon himself to gather stones, Magna quickly formed a large pile. After a couple minutes, Luna came back with a large bundle of sticks in her arms. She smiled happily as she said, "Come on, Magna. Grab as many as you can and follow me." With a wry smile, Magna loaded his pockets with a couple rocks before using his shirt as a basket, carrying the rest of them. As the pair slowly walked back, Luna suddenly asked, "Magna, do you think I'm holding my sister back?" Taken back, Magna abruptly stopped as he replied, "I don't think so. Then again, I've only known you guys for a couple hours so." Luna's tail slowly dropped down to the ground as she said in a low tone, "Ever since we escaped, I've only been dragging her down. Not only has she been gathering food for the both of us but she usually goes days without sleep, just to make sure that we're safe." Stunned, Magna could only stand in silence. He never could have guessed that the little ball of sunshine and happiness that was Luna could be hiding this much pain. From the way her voice pronounced every word to the way her body moved, he could tell that this was eating at her. Without any other option, Magna freed one of his hands from holding the rocks and started patting her head. Luna seemed embarrassed as she blushed while withering around under his palm. Slapping his hand away, Luna pouted as she said, "I'm being serious. I'm sure I'm nothing more than a burden to H-." Before she could finish, Magna kissed her forehead. Her entire face turned red as steam seemed to form around her ears. Releasing a chuckle, Magna gently ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "That's impossible. I can tell that your sister loves and cares for you very much. That's why, don't ever call yourself a burden." Looking at his gentle smile and feeling the warmth from his hands, Luna trembled as tears gathered in her eyes. Giving her best smile, Luna heavily rubbed against his hand as a quiet word escaped her lips. Magna internally screamed about the ball of cuteness in his hands but didn't forget where he was or why he was out here. After half a minute, Magna stopped patting her, much to her dissatisfaction, and continued carrying the stones to the ruins. Luna's quickly followed after him with her tail wagging behind her. After talking to Magna, she felt better. As if a weight was taken from her shoulders. While some weight still remained, it got just a bit more bearable. Final arriving at the ruins, Magna lightly smiles as he sees Argo walking into camp carrying the now skinned and drained rabbits. It wasn't long before the trio had set up a fire and began roasting the meat. As the sun slowly started to set, the trio happily sat around the campfire while enjoying roasted meat and the company. Suddenly, Argo's entire body leaped towards Magna and Luna as razor-sharp feathers impaled where she was sitting. An intense glow appeared in her eyes as she screamed, "Run!" Not wasting any time, Magna grabbed Luna, who appeared to be in a daze, and began chasing behind Argo. Feathers kept appearing seemingly out of nowhere, almost hitting Magna and Luna a number of times. Luckily, Magna was starting to adapt to his newfound ability, the body flicker technique. Just before any attack even got close, his body would blink out of existence before appearing just a few feet away. While this ability is quite taxing in the stamina department, when used in small bursts to travel small distances, Magna was confident he could do this for hours. The only problem he was having was the fact that he couldn't control the exact distance he would travel. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling screams rang through the forest. Magna came to an abrupt halt as he stared and shook at the sight before him. In the claws of a familiar Nevermore was Argo. Blood stained her new clothes as the glow in her eyes dimmed quickly. Ba-dump. A powerful pain started to spread through Magna's stomach as a suffocating pressure started weighing down on him. Ba-dump. The pain seemed to grow and spread endlessly as his breathing became rough and ragged. Ba-dump. Low growls escaped his lips as the sound of bones cracking echoed from Magna's body. The world around him slowly seemed to fade into black and white as he slowly lost his hearing to a loud ringing noise. A bubbling sensation started to appear all over his body as Magna fell to the floor gritting his teeth. Luna's hoarse voice screamed to her sister, over and over again, not witnessing the birth of a monster behind her. In a fit of anger, Magna reared his head towards the sky and released a terrifying roar filled with hatred, causing Luna to faint and the Nevermore to drop Argo as it tried to distance itself from Magna. Just before she hit the ground, Magna appeared next to her and easily caught her before flickering back to where he stood, looking as if he hadn't moved at all. Laying her next to her unconscious sister, a red aura oozed from his body as he painfully muttered, "I'll fucking kill you." Chapter 9. With a painful grunt, Magna's body flickered into the trees. He knew that he wasn't physically stronger enough to come out on top of a straight-up confrontation, so he decided to do things like a ninja. The Nevermore seemed to want to attack the twins as it sprung into the air and launched a barrage of feathers at them. However, before it could even release a single feather, Magna appeared on its back holding a rock in each hand. Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmill of Shadows. The sudden increase in weight on its back managed to throw off its aim. Gritting his teeth, Magna forcefully made the heavy shuriken stab into the back of the Nevermore. The Nevermore screeched in pain, but Magna quickly leapt off as he clicked his tongue and said, "Too shallow." The shurikens only managed to get a third of the way into its skin, reiterating how hard its body was. Enraged at the fact that an insect managed to hurt it, the Nevermore completely ignored the sisters as it started searching for Magna. Hiding among the leaves, Magna barely peeked his head out to keep track of where his target and his sister were. Releasing a small sigh, Magna stared at his trembling hand and thought, "What's happening to me?" He could feel something aiding him. He could feel a power like no other, surging through his body. His senses were heightened to the extreme while his weak physical body gradually started to strengthen. However, he could also feel the malice and hatred this power carried, and how it threatened to devour him and leave nothing but despair and destruction in his wake. Seeing his nails slowly extend into claws and the small amounts of crimson aura that occasionally appeared around his body, Magna sighed as he had an idea of what this power was. Unconsciously he muttered, "Demon Fox Cloak." Suddenly, a huge amount of crimson aura ejected out of his body, forming a cloak. As the cloak started to stabilize, Magna noticed that his body started to creak even more when he moved. However, without a care in the world, Magna clenched his fist and said with a confident smile, "This is all I'll need to take down that fucking flying rat." Leaping out of the tree, Magna began flickering in rapid succession, trying to confuse the Nevermore. The stamina burn from rapid use was intense, but his effort paid off as the Nevermore started plummeting towards the ground as it smashed into a large tree. Grinning, Magna quickly dashed to its back and grabbed hold of windmill shuriken stuck in its back. With a hearty grunt, veins popped up his arms and forehead as he violently tore the shurikens out of its back. Giving a quick glance to the weapons, Magna quietly muttered, "Heavy, but at least I can carry them now." Squawk. Suddenly, the Nevermore launched itself into the air as it thrashed around in pain. A dark glow started to envelope the Nevermore as it seemed to suddenly grow bigger and bigger. As the Nevermore started to change, Magna didn't stay idle. He knew that he needed to defeat it before it could get used to its new power, or else Magna and his sisters would die. Taking a deep breath, Magna held his hands in front of him and muttered, "Rasengan." 2 orbs of spiraling crimson aura slowly started to appear in his palms. The concentration it took to generate 2 Rasengans was immense as sweat started rolling down his face. Ignoring everything but trying to form the Rasengans, Magna noticed something odd about them. From the anime, the Rasengan is supposed to be extremely stable until an element is added to the mix which would change the shape and functionality of the attack. Even Naruto's Crimson Rasengan in his Demon Fox mode was relatively stable. However, Magna's Rasengan spins in an erratic way. It looks like the slightest touch would cause it to explode. As he focused on fueling his attack, the Nevermore screeched as it unfurled its wings, revealing its new size. Its large wings easily cast a shadow over the forest where Magna and the twins were, seemingly blotting out any hope. However, to its annoyance, 2 bright red orbs seemed adamant about fighting to the last breath. With a horrifying cry, the Nevermore flew higher into the sky before launching a huge barrage of feathers towards Magna. Yet, to the Nevermore's surprise, the 2 orbs seemed to zip all around the forest, easily dodging its attack. As time passed, a sense of panic began to overtake the Nevermore. It noticed that the crimson orb started to shrink. While that shouldn't be a cause for concern, it felt as if the power behind the orbs was trying to compress itself. And it was right. Magna discovered that by compressing the aura used to sustain the Rasengan, he could not only stabilize it, but also cut down on the aura wasted when creating the Rasengan. The only real problem he encountered was the fact that the Rasengans began to generate weight. The more he compressed the power in the Rasengans, the heavier they became. Currently, the weight was of no real issue, but the fact that the weight continued to increase unnerved him. Looking towards the sky, Magna stared directly into the Nevermore's eyes as he confidently yelled, "Come get some. You overground rat with wings." Seemingly, its growth wasn't only in body but mind as well, as it seemed to understand Magna's taunting words. Enraged, the Nevermore flew even further up into the sky before diving towards Magna. As it descended, it started to spin, becoming faster and faster until it became a razor-sharp tornado of death aiming to destroy everything in its path. Taking one last deep breath, Magna suddenly grinned in the face of certain death as he screamed, "Fuck. I've died before, so I ain't scared of some twirly bird." Flickering to the nearest tree, Magna focused as much aura as he could spare into his legs before leaping towards the tornado of death. Slamming his hands forward, Magna felt the impact of the clash but grit his teeth as he hoarsely roared, "Duel Crimson Rasengan." The sound of bones cracking echoed in the forest as pain assaulted him. Yet Magna stifled his screams as he continued to push forward. Suddenly, the Nevermore's spin started to slowly down. A fire ignited in his eyes as he pushed forward with even more force than what he thought was possible and yelled out, "Get lost." With a loud boom, the Rasengans exploded in a flurry of crimson, sending the Nevermore flying rapidly into the sky while spinning. As it ascended, its body slowly started to dissipate until it completely disappeared. Watching his effort finally pay off, Magna smiled tiredly before falling unconscious as he plummeted to the ground. Chapter 10. Opening his eyes, Magna recognized the roof above him. It's the same house in the ruins in which he and the girls stayed in. Trying to sit up, he suddenly grimaced in pain as he felt as if his entire body was made of lead. Giving up, Magna hoarsely muttered, "How did I get here? Where are the girls? Are they okay?" Suddenly, the door opened, revealing an injured Argo and tired Luna. Magna looked at his sisters and felt a huge influx of emotions. However, before he could say anything, Luna screamed, "He's awake." Argo and Luna dropped whatever they were doing and rushed over to Magna. Seeing that they were fine, Magna smiled. However, his smile didn't last long as the girls suddenly started crying. Before he could ask what's wrong, Argo screamed, "You idiot. How could you do this to yourself? You almost died out there." Luna didn't say anything but continued to cry her heart out. A feeling that Magna couldn't explain appeared in his heart as tears gathered in his eyes and he muttered, I'm sorry. I just wanted to protect you guys. Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Argo sniffled and said, I know. And I'm really happy and glad that you're alright. Luna suddenly collapsed to the ground next to Magna. This freaked Magna out as he quickly tried to sit up, ignoring the pain it put him through. However, Argo stopped him and said, she's fine. She only collapsed because she's tired. After your fight, Luna managed to catch you before you fell to your death. Then she dragged the both of us back here and has been looking after us this entire time. Magna relaxed as he realized it wasn't that serious. He stared at Argo and asked, how long have I been out? Reluctance appeared in Argo's eyes but decided he need to know as she bitterly said, 2 weeks. Magna's heart dropped. 2 weeks, 2 freaking weeks. Luckily, Argo knew what was bothering him and reassured him as she said, Luna knew how you wanted to check and see if your family was alright. So once I awoke, she left and followed your scent for a couple hours until she came across your village. Taking a deep breath, she continued, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Magna didn't even hesitate as he said, the bad. Nodding, Argo quickly reiterated what Luna told her, the entire village was torn to the ground. She also found a couple bodies inside some of the houses. Luckily, none of the bodies smelt remotely similar to your scent. Letting loose a small sigh, Magna said, then the good news? Argo suddenly smiled as she said, Luna found tracks just outside your village of a large group of people walking in the direction of another settlement. The settlement is quite far from here but given that it's been 2 weeks, they should have arrived a week ago. And that's not even the best part. Argo's smile seemed to grow even more as she happily said, 3 of the people traveling with that group seemed to match your scent. Argo was expecting to see Magna happy that his family was alive yet all he did was lie in his bed with a dazed expression. Before she could ask what's wrong, Magna blankly muttered, 3. But that would mean. Suddenly, a huge smile broke out on his face as he cheerfully laughed. His aura even flared up, causing Argo to feel what he was feeling. Happiness, giddiness, anxiousness and the most predominant emotion he was feeling, joy. Magna even seemed to completely forget he was injured as he wrapped Argo up in a warm hug as he spun her around and said, my mother gave birth. I'm a big brother now. Argo realized why he was so happy and began smiling as well. She hugged him tightly and cheerfully said, congratulations, Magna. After a couple minutes, Magna released Argo from his embrace and realized that his injuries don't appear to hurt as much anymore. When he told Argo about this, she wasn't very convinced and quickly began checking his body while Magna blissfully thought to himself, Naruto's healing factor is pretty OP. Once she was sure he wasn't faking it, Argo just stared at Magna in surprise as his body seemed to be healing at an extremely fast rate. What puzzled her, however, was the fact that his body didn't start healing until now as for the last 2 weeks, he was still injured. Shaking her head, she decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth and just accept the fact that her big brother was well and awake. Giggling, she grabbed Magna's hand and said, come with me, Magna. There's something I want to show you. Allowing himself to be dragged outside, Magna suddenly stood shocked at the sight before him. Just around the perimeter of the ruins were walls of ice. Each wall was slanted, reaching about 4 stories into the sky with 3 spikes at the top that resembled claws. The walls seemed to cover an entire 360 radius around the ruins and seemed to emulate a whirlpool. Magna's head snapped to Argo for an explanation but all he saw was her laughing at him. When she finished laughing, she smiled and said, apparently, Luna awakened her semblance. It's exactly the same as mine except she uses a different element, which is ice. Once she brought the both of us here, she spent an entire day constructing this fortress of ice. That's why she could confidently leave us to search for your family. Magna suddenly felt choked. Luna spent an entire day building this so that he and Argo were safe while she bravely searched for clues on his family. He lowered his head as tears gathered in his eyes. Wiping the tears away, there and then, Magna vowed to always be the best big brother for the twins that he can be. Just as Magna was about to go back inside, he felt something stare at him. He didn't know how he knew but he snapped his head towards the ice spire in front of him. Perched above one of the claws was a black bird that seemed to be staring directly at him. Magna and the bird stared directly into each other's eyes for a good minute until the bird just gave up and flew away. He couldn't really explain it but Magna felt that something annoying would happen if he allowed that bird to stay there. What was really puzzling was the fact Magna could tell that the bird wasn't here for trouble. It seemed to be observing him and the girls. Shaking the thought out of his head, Magna went back inside the house as he yelled, Argo, do we have anything to eat? I'm starving. Chapter 11. After a day, everyone was up and fully rested. Magna actually gave Luna a bear hug as soon as she woke up, thanking her for everything she's done. With everything taken care of and everyone finally recovered, Magna told the girls about his plan of leaving the ruins so they can catch up with his parents. As expected, Luna and Argo quickly voiced their approval before quickly leaving to gather supplies for the trip. Being left alone inside his temporary room, Magna slowly lost his smile as he thought back onto the appearance of that bird. That bird is definitely one of the Branwen twins. That thing's stare was way too human to be an animal. Only problems is that I have no clue which twin it is. Remembering the stare down he had with the bird, Magna couldn't actually feel what it's feeling. It felt kinda fuzzy, as if something was blocking him. However, the one thing he did manage to make sense of was the curiosity held within its gaze. Shaking his head, Magna wryly smiled as he quietly mumbled, "All things considered, I just hope it's not Raven." Before he could think any further, 2 balls of fluff burst into the room with huge smiles. Argo, who had a huge bag on her back, happily exclaimed, "All packed and ready to go." After a while, Magna noticed a silhouette in the distant background that seemed to be following him and the girls. The impulse to turn around and shout, "Stop following us," was intense and extremely hard to hold back. However, he knew better than to open his mouth like that. As Magna didn't trust either one of the Branwen twins, if he just up and shouted that, he'd basically be telling them that he knows about the deal they had with Ojban, even though the only people who should know about it are Crow, Raven, Ojban, Glinda and Ironwood. Suddenly, the silhouette in the background shot towards them, or more specifically, at Magna. Just before the bird reached him, it suddenly flew upwards before flying out of sight. Magna sighed before continuing forward with his sisters. As day turned to night, the group decided to camp in a small opening for the night. As they knew that resting outside with no cover was akin to asking for death, they decided on taking night shifts, to which Magna asked to be on first watch. The trio honestly had a merry night, eating and chatting away before the girls collapsed onto their makeshift beds. Magna released a sigh as he stared at the girls with a complicated gaze. He knew that the trip has been really rough, even though they can count not meeting any Grimm as a blessing. However, the girls didn't complain once and just soldiered on with a smile. Sadly, his brief moment of relaxation came to an end as the sound of rustling could be heard from around the camp. As he was about to move, the rustling slowly started to become quiet before instantly disappearing. Stunned, Magna could only sit back down with a wry smile as he caught a glimpse of a black bird landing on a tree a couple feet away from him. With the bird staring at him, Magna released a tiny cough and blushed slightly while sitting down. With literally nothing to do now, Magna picked up a rock from beside. Rolling the rock between his palm, Magna curiously studied the rock before muttering, "Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmill of Shadows." Seeing the similar-looking shuriken, Magna slowly lifted it from the ground and muttered with a tinge of shock, "It's light." His eyebrows slowly scrunched together as he continued, "Too light." Putting a small amount of force on the blade, a loud and sharp ringing rang out as one of the blades had snapped off the shuriken. Sighing, Magna covered his face and said, "Knew it." The reason he started doing this is because of the fight he had with the Nevermore. When he had summoned the windmill shurikens, he was in a rush and added less aura than usual. This resulted in him being able to hold them. Suddenly, a question popped up in his head, if I add even less aura, does that mean I'll actually be able to carry them without struggling? However, the results mildly disappointed him. It turns out that the less aura he adds, the lighter and more brittle the weapon becomes. Luckily, he started by adding the least amount he physically could. Now, all he has to do is go up until he finds the right toughness and wait. After a couple hours, Magna didn't even look fatigued as he stared at the rock in his palm. Taking a deep breath, a light blue aura slowly radiated around him. The light blue aura began to change into small tendrils that wrapped around the rock. Muttering the name of his ability, the rock suddenly changed into a huge windmill-shaped shuriken. A smile dawned on Magna's face as he finally managed to change the weight to something he could handle. As a small rustling noise could be heard from the bushes a couple feet away from him, Magna's eyes shone in excitement as he flashed into the trees above. The noise turned out to be a normal boar. It looked left and right, both continuing into their makeshift camping site. Even though Magna is just a noob when it comes to throwing shuriken, especially one of this size, he followed his instincts and threw the weapon with all his strength. Before the boar could react, the windmill shuriken easily cut through its neck. With a thud, the corpse collapsed to the ground, startling the twins awake. Joy appeared on his face for a second before Magna felt a jolt of pain shot through the arm he used to throw the shuriken. Sighing, Magna rubbed his arm and flashed next to where the sisters were inspecting the boar. As he looked at the twins, their faces were devoid of an anger or annoyance about being rudely woken up as their ears slightly fluttered while drool dripped down their lips. Shaking his head, Magna gave a dry smile and asked, "Are you girls hungry?" Both wolf girls' ears twitched as they both nodded in sync. Before Magna could make any comment, Luna surprisingly took the corpse into the forest while Argo quickly set up a campfire to roast the boar on. After a couple minutes, Luna came back with the boar expertly gutted and carved. Stunned, all Magna could do was watch as Luna said, "I've left the pelt a small distance away from here. We can pick it up when we leave as it should dry by morning." When Magna finally gained his bearings, the sisters were already roasted the meat. Argo had used her semblance to ignite the fire while Luna helped with the roasting. Shaking his head, Magna gave the twins an amazed glance before sitting next to them for a late-night snack. Chapter 12. It's been almost a week since Magna and the twins left the ruins. Argo and Luna followed right behind Magna while playing a game with their tails. Suddenly, Magna came to an abrupt stop and caused the twins to bump into him. Magna ignored the muffled laughter coming from his back as he noticed something odd. Scrunching his brows, Magna slowly took a rock out from his pocket and tightly clutched it. Argo and Luna immediately stopped laughing when they saw his actions and quietly prepared for fight. Over the week-long travel, the girls have been through a lot of life-or-death fights with both animals and Grimm. Before either wolf girl could ask what's wrong, a few tall figures wearing white masks appeared from the bushes. Magna gave his surroundings a brief glance as he said, "Who are you guys? What do you want?" Instead of answering, the masked figures all rushed to attack them. Or more specifically, to attack Magna. Without a word, the rock in Magna's hand instantly transformed into windmill shuriken. The sudden appearance of his weapon managed to stun the masked figures long enough for the girls to launch an attack. Before any one of them could recover, Argo slashed at the weapons with her semblance, turning them into scrap while Luna used her semblance to encase their feet in snow. No matter how many times he sees their semblances, he's always going to be impressed by how twin-like their semblances are. Exactly like her sister, Luna's eyes glowed in a dark blue while a dark blue aura coated her hands and feet. Glaring at the person in front of him, Magna tore off his mask and said, "Now tell me. Who are you guys and why did you attack us?" The person in front of him glared at Magna and tried to spit on his face. Luckily, Magna managed to dodge, yet this didn't help calm down the anger that was growing inside. Ever since the fight against the Nevermore, Magna found out that his emotions seem more volatile than before. Magna's eyes changed into a dark red as his pupil became a slit. He glared at the person in front of him only to be dumbfounded. The person in front of him had completely changed his tune as he politely bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, brother. I thought you were a human and that's why I attacked you." "What do you?" Before he could finish, Argo pulled him to the side and whispered, "Magna, these guys are a part of the White Fang. And they think you're a faunus because of your eyes." Releasing a sigh, Magna whispered back, "So what should we do with them?" Both Argo and Luna shurikened, leaving Magna stumped. With a sigh, Magna asked Luna to free them. After a couple minutes, the one Magna Damaski bowed and said, "Again, I'm sorry for attacking you, brother." Giving the man an awkward smile, Magna waved his hands and said, "It's fine." Argo seemed wary of the faunus as she asked, "Why are you guys out here?" Her question brought a serious expression on all the faunus' faces as the leader, who happened to be the one Magna Damaskied, said, "We're looking for kidnappers. There's a group of humans going around kidnapping faunus children." Pausing, the man gave Magna and the twins a gentle smile and said, "Would you kids like to join the White Fang? It's completely up to you whether you want to join or not. We won't force you." This took Magna by surprise, yet it only took him a couple seconds to realize why the leader is giving him a choice. The current timeline he's in is where the White Fang is still an organization that's fighting for equality for all instead of the criminal syndicate. That means Blake, Young and Weiss are likely 7 or 8 while RWBY is 5 or 6. Magna suddenly smiled as he bowed and said, "Thank you for the offer but I'd like to decline." The leader only smiled before he ruffled Magna's hair and said, "It's okay, kid. It's the adult's responsibility to fight for a better future for the next generation anyway." He wore his mask before running further into the forest with the rest of his team following close behind. Magna put his hands on his head as his smile seemed odd. Back in his old life, Magna never had his head patted in fear of hurting him as he was fragile when young due to illness. He had to say it felt really good and comforting to have his head patted gently like that. The girls looked at each other and nodded before walking in front of Magna and softly ruffling his hair like what the leader did. Magna burst into laughter as he hugged the girls tightly and whispered, "Thanks." Argo and Luna saw the huge smile on his face and reply with one of their own as they said in sync, "No problem." After a few minutes of playing around, the trio continued on their journey. Along the way they meet all sorts of animals, some friendly and some not so friendly. Whenever Grimm were in the surrounding, a black blur appeared from the treetops and instantly turned the Grimm into dust. Over the past week, Magna has been studying the bird, asking himself why this bird seems to be protecting him and the girls. During the night, the bird would rest close by while easily taking out any grim that came anywhere near their camp, while during the day, it would hide in the trees and take out anything that was too much for Magna and the twins to handle. After a couple hours of walking, Magna and the girls came across a huge clearing filled with greenery, while the settlement they were traveling to was finally in sight. Actually, calling it a settlement wasn't quite right, as it looked more like a large, self-sufficient village. There were at least 50 large houses, with each house having its own personal garden, while there were huge fields on the outskirts with many muscular men doing farm work. One of the men caught sight of them as he yelled, "Oi, guys. Whose kids followed them to work? Not mine. My kid would rather die than work, you know that. I only have a daughter, so it can't be mine. I haven't even got kids." Suddenly, a deep voice filled with anxiety and relief shakily said, "Magna, is that you?" Magna felt his body tremble as he turned towards the person who just spoke. Tears gathered in his eyes as his body unconsciously started sprinting towards the huge man as he screamed, "Dad." The man seemed equal as emotional as he dropped the hoe in his hands and instantly closed the gap between him and Magna, stunning everyone around him. The man gave Magna a heavy bear hug as he cried, not minding the happy stares from around him. Suddenly, the man noticed the 2 balls of fluff that followed behind Magna. He gave his son a wink as he chuckled, "Definitely my son." Magna knew what he meant but ignored it as he was way too happy with being reunited with his family. The girls, however, lowered their heads with a deep blush while their tails fluttered around behind them. As his father put him down, he looked at Magna with excitement and said, "Come with me. Your mother has been really anxious since we came here. She won't even let me." By the end of his sentence, he started mumbling. Magna actually blushed slightly as he had an inkling of an idea of what his father was talking about, while the twins' faces exploded into a deep blush as their enhanced hearing allowed them to hear what he was saying, even when he started mumbling. Shaking his head, Magna gave a small cough as he said, "Sure, Dad. Just give me a minute." Before anyone could stop him, Magna ran back into the forest. The girls were about to follow him in a panic when Magna's voice echoed from the forest. "Don't follow me. I need to pee." The girls blushed slightly as they stood next to Magna's father, who silently chuckled at them. A small ways into the forest, Magna suddenly stopped. He bowed towards one of the treetops as he said in a naturally childish voice, "Mr. Bird, thank you for protecting me and my sisters and helping us reach my family." With a happy smile, Magna turned back and ran even faster than before to where his family was waiting. After a couple minutes, a man donning a gray coat and black cape jumped down from the treetops. Taking a long drink from a flask that hung from his hip, the man smiled as he muttered, "Polite kid." Before slowly walking to God knows where. Chapter 13. When Magna approached his father, he saw the twins with a light blush on their faces while his father was sporting a huge grin. Annoyed, Magna leapt at his father as he yelled, "Hey, old fart. What are you doing to my sisters?" With those words, everyone froze in place for a couple seconds before Magna's father burst into hearty laughter. He pried Magna from his chest as he said, "I did nothing, you brat. I was just asking how you all met." Magna slowly relaxed. He glanced at his father and asked, "Then, can they live with us?" This time, Magna's father's face slowly became serious as he said, "I can allow it, considering everything they've been through. However, we are only a small family in a small village. If we take in 2 more mouths to feed, we won't be able to support our own family." A resolute light glimmered in Magna's eyes as he said, "I'll take responsibility and work to support our family." Joshua, Magna's father, burst into laughter again as he patted his son's shoulder and said, "That's my son." Due to Magna's mental age, he didn't find anything wrong with saying he was gonna help out his family. The girls, however, blushed as all they heard him say was, "I'll take responsibility." Suddenly, Joshua stopped laughing as a bitter look appeared on his face. Kneeling down to Magna's height, Joshua softly grabbed Magna's shoulders as he said, "Magna, there's one thing you need to know before we visit your mother." Magna felt something was wrong with how his father was talking. Fighting the sinking feeling in his gut, Magna shakily asked, "What is it, Dad?" Joshua took a deep breath before he painfully said, "Your mother is crippled." A deep chill spread throughout Magna's stomach as he blankly muttered, "What?" Seeing his son's reaction pained him as Joshua continued, "She went into labor while escaping a pack of beowulfs. I managed to stop the Grim from killing her, but the damned beasts took her eyes and severed several nerves in her left arm." Magna's only reply was silence as he stared at the floor in a daze. Worry covered the twins and Joshua's face as his father lightly tapped Magna's shoulder as he softly asked, "Magna, you all right?" Suddenly, a dense flurry of malicious aura burst from Magna's body as he started hyperventilating. The world started to spin as he clutched his head and roared in pain. It was his fault. He blamed himself. If only his mother didn't try and protect him, maybe she'd still be able to see and use her left arm. The more he thought about this, the more dense and malicious his aura became. His adopted siblings and father could only watch in shock as his aura literally began to form the outline of a huge demon fox with 9 tails. As the seconds passed, the outline became more and more lifelike. Suddenly, it stared at Magna's father and roared. The farmers around them all clutched their ears in an attempt to stop themselves from becoming deaf while Argo and Luna fainted. Joshua, however, remained strong in front of this figure as he quickly wrapped his son in a warm embrace. With sweat trailing down his forehead, Joshua hugged his son tightly as he yelled, "Magna! Calm down. Your mother is still alive and well. That's all that matters." His screams seemed to bring Magna back as tears spilled from his eyes. The fox outline behind Magna slowly disappeared, glaring at Joshua until the end. In a hoarse voice, Magna painfully said, "It's all my fault if only I dash." Magna never got to finish as Joshua slapped him across the face. Before Magna could react, he was brought face to face with Joshua as the latter glared into Magna's eyes. "Listen here, Magna. There was literally nothing you could have done. Hell, this is already the best outcome because we could have lost not only your mother but your little sister as well. Don't beat yourself up about things you could have done." Magna sniffled as he suddenly found it hard to stare his father in the face. This didn't stop his instincts from taking action as he silently clung to the side of his father's body. Joshua didn't say anything as he softly carried the unconscious twins, apologized to the farms for the trouble, then started walking towards what Magna guessed was their house. This time their house was more on the inside of the village as there were already enough guards and hunters stationed around the perimeter. The village itself was extremely lively as children could be seen running around, playing all sorts of games while the housewives could be seen talking while cleaning clothes around a huge well. While Magna was taking in the sights, Joshua came to a stop in front of a cozy-looking home. Magna clutched Joshua's side with even more strength. He still didn't know how to face his mother. Feeling a warm hand on his shoulder, Magna turned to see Joshua gentle smiling at him while gesturing towards the door. Taking a deep breath, Magna slowly let go of Joshua as he shakily made his way over to the door. Before he could even touch the doorknob, the door slowly opened. Magna silently stared in a daze at the face behind the door as tears slowly fell from his eyes. In front of him was his mother, Emily. She still had that gentle smile on her face, yet her beauty was marred by the huge claw mark across her eyes while her left arm was held in a makeshift sling. She stood with her eyes closed as she released a giggle and seductively said, "Honey, didn't I tell you that sneaking up on me was useless? Even though I'm blind, I'll still hear you coming from a mile away." Joshua turned red while Magna completely ignored what she said. Instead, he choked as he squeezed out the word, "Mum." The seductive look on Emily's face disappeared as her lips quivered. She shakily reached her hands towards Magna's face as she said full of hope, "Magna." Suddenly, all the feelings Magna was bottled up burst out as he leapt at his mother while crying and shouted, "Mum." Emily hastily tried to catch Magna even though she couldn't see as she cried and screamed, "Magna." Their reunion, however, was cut short as Magna suddenly started screaming in pain. Emily turned pale as she let him go and asked, "Magna, what's wrong?" Gritting his teeth, Magna painfully said, "My right hand, it hurts so much." After a couple seconds, the pain started to reside, allowing Magna to finally catch his breath. Under the watchful eyes of his father, Magna turned over his right palm, revealing a white sun tattoo right in the center. Chapter 14. In the living room, everyone surrounded Magna as they looked towards the tattoo that appeared on his right hand. Even the twins who fell unconscious had woken up due to Magna's painfully screams. Magna completely ignored everything as he continued to stare at the mark on his hand. The sun seal, the symbol which contains a part of the Sage of the Six Paths power. As an otaku with nothing better to do in a hospital, Magna spent most of his time watching anime, whether it be alone or with other kids in the ward. However, most of the kids there weren't hardcore otakus and only watched the mainstream anime like Naruto, One Piece and Dragon Ball Z. This led to watching the same series over and over again, not that Magna's complaining. That's why he knows what appeared on his hand. The one thing that he doesn't know is what powers he's gained. Unlike with his other powers, there was no memory that came with it. Even though he doesn't know what powers he gained, it doesn't mean he doesn't want to try and see if he could use a certain power Naruto used in the anime when he gained the Sun Seal. Seeing Magna stand up and walk towards his mother, Joshua asked, "Magna, what are you doing?" Magna felt the worry in his father's words as he stopped and said, "I'd like to try something. I don't know if it'll work but dash." Slam. Everyone froze as Joshua glared at Magna after slamming his hands on the table. "You want to test something? And you're gonna test it on your mother." Magna softly trembled but didn't back down as he nodded. Magna's father turned red as a vein seemed to pulse on his head. However, before he could yell, Emily's soft voice calmly said, "Joshua, enough." Joshua tried to argue for himself, yet all it took for him to turn silent was for Emily to silently turn to where he was sitting. Hearing him begrudgingly calm down, Emily smiled and said, "Okay Magna, you can go ahead now." Taking a deep breath, Magna walked right up to his mother and placed his right hand over the wound on her forehead. He felt her grimace slightly when he touched her but ignored it and continued. Closing his eyes, Magna slowly let his aura surge through his body and into his right arm. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't send any of his aura into the seal. Seconds turned to minutes as he made no progress. Just as he was about to give up, the white speck near his heart suddenly expanded before ejecting a small amount of light orange aura. As he watched the speck create a new type of aura, Magna finally noticed something different about his inner space. Instead of only a normal light blue aura, floating around the speck were 3 different colored wisps of aura. A simple light blue, a malicious crimson red and a warm orange. Each color of aura seemed to exist peacefully, as even when they collided, they flowed through each other as if the other one doesn't even exist. Suddenly, Magna felt a flow of warmth travel from his heart to his right arm only to finally arrive into the sun seal. Before anyone could react, Magna's arm ignited into a bright orange flame. That seemed to be the final straw for Magna's father as he shot up from his chair. Yet the moment he was about to act, all the words he wanted to say became stuck in his throat as he watched what could only be called a miracle. All the scars on Emily's face slowly began to fade away. After almost a minute, Magna collapsed to the ground panting while Emily started trembling. Slowly, she opened her eyes and stared at her hands. Tears slowly fell onto her palms as she tried to wipe them off her face. That's when she realized. I can move my left arm. When Magna's parents had arrived, they were told by the village doctor that Emily would never be able to use her left arm again and that she'd be blind for life. However, all the joy she was feeling quickly turned to horror when she looked towards Magna. His skin turned pale while the veins leading down his arm bulged to their limits. His eyes were shut in pain as his breathing was extremely rough and shallow. Magna. Gritting through the pain, Magna slowly crawled to his feet and said, "I'm fine, just need to rest." The twins, Luna and Argo, quickly shot towards Magna and slowly helped him to the couch. The girls seemed extra protective of Magna as their tails swayed while they watched Magna's parents, mostly Joshua. Joshua smiled wryly as he knew his actions must have caused the girls to become wary of him. With a cough, Joshua rubbed the back of his head and said, "Sorry about the way I acted. It's just that ever since Emily became blind, I became extremely protective of her because I didn't want anything to happen to her." The girls however didn't pay his words any mind and completely blocked Magna from his view. Suddenly, Magna put a hand on their shoulders and said, "It's fine girls. He was only worried about my mum." A couple seconds after he spoke, Magna softly dragged the girls on the couch as he lay across their laps. Their cheeks flared up in a blush, yet Magna was completely ignorant as he looked towards his mother and asked, "So, how are you feeling? Is everything healed or are you uncomfortable?" Magna watched as his mother slowly showed a joyful smile as she walked up to him and under the glare of the twins, hugged Magna softly. Magna's heart, which was beating erratically due to the pain of using the sun seal, suddenly calmed down as he began to feel sleepy. Emily softly stroked Magna's hair and said, "I'm fine. Get some sleep for now, Magna. You look like you need it." Feeling especially relaxed, Magna lowered the guard he didn't even know he had up as he softly yawned before falling asleep with his arms wrapped around his mother's hips. Chapter 15. It's been about a month since Magna and the girls arrived in the village and reunited with Magna's parents. The first couple days was definitely rough for Magna as his body was still healing from the after effect of using the sun seal. He mostly took care of his little sister with the help of the twins while the adults went to work. With Emily fully healed, she started to work as a seamstress, helping the family to have more than enough food to eat. When Magna first met his baby sister, he almost burst into tears as she was the absolute cutest thing he had ever seen. Not to mention that she seemed especially attached to Magna as whenever he tried to leave her alone she would burst into tears. The twins actually took a while to fit in because of their natural distrust of humans, except Magna. However, under Emily's continuous assault of love, the girls finally cracked and ended up calling her mother, much to her delight. When Magna finally felt fully healed, he ended up training every day with the twins until he left to the fields with his father. True to his word, Magna started working on the field to help bring in extra money. Luckily, Magna had the body flicker technique, causing the harvesting to go extremely smooth and quick. With the extra money the family had, they ended up upgrading almost everything inside the house. And because of the fact that this village was closer to a small city, the houses actually had electricity and plumbing, allowing them to buy things like a fridge and freezer. As the days passed by, the temperature continued to become colder and colder until... Would you look at that, it's the first snowflake of winter. Magna and the twins watched a small snowflake land against the window and melt into a small trail of water. Winter had officially started and Magna's family was completely ready. They had already received their share of winter rations while also hunting a huge amount of wild animals, resulting in huge cuts of different meats in the new freezer. The house was relatively modern as it had proper walls and glass windows. Unlike their old hut, the new house was completely insulated and even came with a wood fireplace. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing a happily smiling Joshua as he yelled, "I managed to get some beer." As he walked through the doorway, a blur sped past Magna and the girls, yanking the bottle away from Joshua before sending him flying outside. Magna softly shuddered as he could see the annoyed expression on his mother's face and silently prayed for his idiot father. "Joshua, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop yelling when you come home. To teach you a lesson, I'm confiscating this until you learn." Emily scolded as she waved the beer in front of Joshua. Then, Magna and the twins watched on as Magna's father clung to Emily's leg and begged for the beer back. This earned a few sniffle chuckles from the trio until the sound of crying quickly captured everyone's attention. Before both parents could react, Magna turned into a blur as he shot into the baby room. Looking down at his little sister, Magna wore a gentle smile as he softly picked her up and slowly began rocking her. The moment he picked her up, she immediately stopped crying and as he started rocking her, she softly drifted back to sleep. Magna softly kissed her forehead before gently placing her back in his bed. Instead of leaving, Magna sat right next to the crib and decided to rest. The days slowly passed peacefully and before anyone knew it, snow blanketed the ground outside. Magna and the twins were excited as they wore thick clothes to block out the cold. A couple days ago, the children from around the neighborhood decided to have a huge snowball fight with the children from the north, west and east neighborhoods. Just as they were about to leave the house, Joshua's voice echoed from the kitchen as he reminded, "Magna, remember to bring the girls back before the sun goes down. The temperature really drops when the sun goes down and I don't want any of you catching a cold." "Yes, Dad," groaned Magna as he and the girls quickly left before Joshua could nag them some more. The snowball fight was viscous, by a child's standard. Brothers and sisters fell left and right, yet all Magna could do was offer a small prayer before continuing forward. The fighting went on for hours until the north neighborhood couldn't fight anymore and opted to give up. This should have been a good thing, right? Wrong. The east and west neighborhood entered a small alliance as they knew they were at a disadvantage thanks to a certain boy and twin wolf girl strike team. The battle was long and grueling, with neither side looking to back down. Magna actually separated from the girls and started to sneak around in the eastern neighborhood. "Fucking thief." Suddenly, an angry voice echoed a couple feet away from him. Curious, Magna decided to hide and see what's happening. As he finally got a clear view of what's happening, Magna watched in horror as 5 grown men were stomping and kicking a young girl. The young girl didn't even have the strength to defend herself as she desperately clung to the small bag in her hands. Anger burned in Magna's heart as a flash of red appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to jump out, one of the men did something that caused Magna to stop in his tracks. "You bitch. Think you can steal from me and get away with it?" Slowly, the man undid his belt and dropped his pants, revealing his tiny yet hard penis. Fear finally appeared in the girl's eyes as she started kicking and screaming, trying everything she could to get away. A cruel smile appeared on the man's face as he pinned the girl to the ground. A perverted laugh slowly came from his mouth as he licked her cheek and said, "Stupid bitch. I'll show you the punishment for trying to steal from me." The girl had stopped struggling while her eyes became empty. Magna saw the life inside her die as she resigned herself to her fate. Suddenly, Magna felt something inside himself snap. Before he realized it, he had flickered right behind the man atop the girl and smashed his head in with a rock he picked up off the ground. Before the other 4 men could react, Magna quickly whisked the girl into his arms and disappeared. However, he didn't leave without leaving a surprise for them as a couple seconds later, the man Magna smashed over the head woke up screaming in a high-pitched voice. On the ground was the man's shriveled penis surrounded in a puddle of bloody snow. Chapter 16. After Magna left, he rapidly dashed towards his house with the unconscious girl in his arms. With a bitter smile on his face, Magna silently thought, "I can't believe I met one of Cinder's future teammates." With mint green hair and beautiful tan skin, Magna knew he had somehow stumbled upon the younger version of Emerald Sustrai. Her face silently cried tears as her expression was a mix between fear and panic. Magna could feel how she subconsciously curled into a ball to feel even the slightest bit of safety. Rage began building inside Magna, yet he pushed it down deep as he softly caressed her head and gently whispered in her ear, "It's okay now. You're safe." Just rest. It might have been his whispering or something else completely, but Emerald's expression loosened as she calmly started to relax. With a smile, Magna continued towards his house. Once he arrived, the twins were about to ask why he ditched them when they saw the girl in his arms and froze. Magna quietly motioned for them to follow him as he walked inside. As he thought, the moment he walked in with an unconscious girl in his arms, his parents demanded an explanation. After he quickly explained why he brought her with him, Emily had a wide smile on her face as she muttered, "That's my boy," while Joshua heavily patted Magna's shoulder with a hearty smile plastered on his face. However, the movement seemed to wake Emerald up as she slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, she started crying and flailing about. Before anyone could react, Magna softly embraced Emerald while allowing her to attack him. As time passed, Emerald seemed to realize that Magna meant her no harm as her assault slowly came to a stop. Letting her go, Magna softly smiled as he said, "Don't worry, you're safe now." Emerald studied Magna's face as his gentle smile slowly calmed her down. Magna placed her on a nearby chair as he cautiously asked, "If you don't mind, can you please tell me your name?" Emerald, my name is Emerald Sustrai," stuttered Emerald as a small blush appeared on her face. "Okay, Emerald. Could you explain why those things from before were calling you a thief?" Magna's words seemed to bring up a bad memory as she started curling up while shivering. Magna instantly reacted as he softly embraced her while gently caressing her back. After a couple minutes she calmed down enough to start explain. She told him how her parents were killed in a grim and that she became an orphan. With nothing left to her name, Emerald had no choice but to steal to survive as no one even tried to adopt her. Then she told him that when she was trying to steal something to eat, those men from before caught and started beating her. "If you hadn't have come by, I probably would have been." Emerald burst into tears as she tightly clung to Magna. Seeing this young girl who could only steal to survive, crying into his shoulder, Magna silently buried his rage as he gently returned her embrace. Suddenly, more pairs of hands appeared around Magna and Emerald as the twins and his parents hugged both Magna and Emerald. After 10 minutes, Emerald cried herself to sleep. Magna instantly stood up and ran to the door only to be blocked by his father. Joshua stared directly into Magna's eyes as he asked, "Where are you going?" Magna didn't beat around the bush as he directly stated, "I'm going to do what I should have done." Unknowingly, Magna's eyes had turned completely crimson as a huge amount of killing intent oozed out from his body. Yet Joshua didn't move from his spot as he calmly said, "And who will that help?" His question seemed to have stumped Magna as the killing intent oozing out of him slowly started to recede. "Magna, I know you're angry, but killing someone won't solve the problem. Just imagine what Emerald would think when she hears you killed people for her. Will she be happy?" Magna didn't know what to do. Inside he had so much bottled rage but he had no outlet. Seeing that Magna didn't refute him, Joshua suddenly smiled and said, "Good. You still have a calm head. Let's go out and hunt for some food. We have another mouth to feed." Magna couldn't even deny him as Joshua picked him up by his shirt and quickly ran off into the forest. After a couple hours, both Magna and Joshua were resting in the forest on the way home. Magna was actually feeling really refreshed as he got to unleash all the rage he bottled up. However, he also realized something. Ever since awakening the demon fox cloak, he's been easy to anger. Luckily, Joshua managed to calm Magna down with hunting, or else he would have never realized. This is actually a downside to his semblance. Because he wasn't raised the same way as Naruto, or how he doesn't have Naruto's bloodline or mental fortitude, Magna can't handle the malice from the Kyuubi. Even though the Kyuubi inside Magna is only a memory, the memory also contains all the urges Kurama used to influence Naruto. This allowed Magna to realize that there could be abilities that affect him. Thanks to realizing this, Magna actually calmed down pretty fast. When the pair would rest before continuing to hunt, Magna would spend time trying to increase his influence over his aura and the white speck. This helped to draw back the anger he was experiencing, causing him to calm down quickly. After feeling better, Magna and Joshua headed home. However, as they got closer to their house, a sickly feeling appeared in his stomach. Before Joshua could react, Magna broke into a series of flickers. Magna's heart started rapidly beating as he could feel the emotions of a lot of people surrounding his home while there were 5 people in the house emanating intense fear. "Bring out that brat. We know he's here. We saw him attack us. How dare he hurt the village chief's son?" As he got to his house, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Many people, mostly men, had surrounded his house as they smashed the windows and the walls. They even smashed the door down yet didn't set foot inside. Magna suddenly felt close to snapping, yet remembering how his anger can affect him, he slowly took a deep breath in an attempt to calm down. Suddenly, a man with bulging muscles picked a rock off the ground and threw it through one of the kitchen windows. Ah! That was the final straw. He just heard the scream of his mother. One of the men near the back managed to hear Magna. He turned around and became surprised. With a cocky smile he yelled, "HEY! The brat's over here." The crowd parted, allowing 4 cocky-looking men and 1 insane-looking man holding an ice bag on his crotch. However, Magna paid them no attention as his face slowly started to twist in fury. With his eyes dyed blood red, Magna roared as his aura exploded outwards, "I'm gonna fucking kill you all." Chapter 17. POV, Argo. Hi, my name is Argo. My sister and I are Wolf Faunus. When we were small, a group of human extremists razed our village and kidnapped all the children. They tried to force us to fight and kill each other, yet we didn't. Because we were raised in a small community, we all saw each other as brothers and sisters. However, the humans didn't like this. They started starving us. And just like that, we started to fall ill and die. The boy who liked to build toys, the girl who always sang, the big sister who cared for all of us, the youngest child at the village, everyone I knew and cared for slowly and painfully died in front of me. And all I could do was watch. Yet, this apparently wasn't enough suffering for us. The ones left standing were made to fight in an underground grim fighting ring. On the first day, everyone but my sister and I died in that arena. Days turned to weeks, we were given the bare minimal to survive, not even allowing us to wipe the blood from our bodies. Suddenly, the humans made me fight 50 grim, one after the other. I knew that I couldn't fight that many yet before I could say anything, the man who brought us here suddenly spoke up. "If you don't fight the grim, we'll use your sister to test our experimental drugs." 3 days. They locked me in the ring and let Grim out at their leisure. Whenever I tried to sleep or eat, they'd release a Beowulf or 2. When I finally killed all 50, I found out that they'd been using my sister to test drugs, causing her to lose her sense of pain. Luckily, she preserved during the testing. That night, as Luna easily fell into a heavy sleep, I woke up to the noise of someone sneaking in. It's probably a mouse, I thought. However, I froze in rage. I finally saw what was making the noise. A huge fat man with a pig face was slowly walking to where my sister slept, completely naked. Before I realized it, I was impaling the man with huge red claws. Suddenly, he burst into flames for a couple seconds before falling off my claws. Semblance. I had a semblance. Using it, I killed everyone there before escaping with my sister onto one of the outgoing airships. Once it landed, we both ran directly into the forest. After a couple hours, we came across a small house in the ruins of a destroyed village. We stayed there for a couple days, thinking we could just live here. Then, it happened. One day, after returning from a hunt, I found a human sleeping in the house we were living in. Our first meeting wasn't the best. I threatened to kill him, yet all he wanted to do was help my sister. Desperate, I pleaded for his help before reminding him that if he tries anything, I'll kill him. Yet the human Magna surprised me. He used his aura, the strength of his soul, to heal my sister. He didn't spare a single bit as he instantly fell unconscious after he finished. And his aura, it was a pure light blue. Magna was different from most humans. He even left himself defenseless in front of me and my sister. Under the influence of my sister's well-being, when she woke up, I may have gave him my mark alongside my sister. In our clan, we had a tradition for picking partners. A single bite when young to represent kinship and another bite when you're 15 to represent marriage. Because we were a small village in a forest, we would sometimes get attacked by Grimm, so people got married early to continue on their family line. It was embarrassing when Magna asked what the deal with the bite was, but I luckily managed to get away with only explaining about the kinship part. Then, we were attacked by a Nevermore. I was actually unconscious from bleeding too much, yet I could still remember the feeling emanating off of Magna. His anger towards the Nevermore was the last thing I felt before falling unconscious. Fast forward a week and I finally awoke. And to my surprise, Luna's been protecting both Magna and I in a castle of ice that she created with her semblance. Then a week later and Magna woke up. When Magna learned that his mother gave birth, he became a bundle of nerves, wishing he could be by his mother's side. And Luna decided to grant his wish. It took us another week, but we managed to make it to the village where Magna's parents were. However, when the person who seemed to be Magna's father told Magna that his mother was blind, he exploded. His usual light blue aura was replaced by a crimson-red aura that was so thick that it took on the silhouette of a giant nine-tailed fox and roared. Luckily we managed to calm him down, or else who knows what could have happened. After we finally met Magna's beauty of a mother, Emily, Magna wanted to try something on his mother. And then, to everyone but Magna's surprise, his mother's eyes healed before our very eyes. A month pasted by and we were living happily with Magna and his family. My sister and I actually started opening up to Magna's parents as they carried the same kindness Magna had. I guess that's where he gets it from, he. Today was the day that every kid in the village agreed to participate in a snowball fight. It was over in a couple hours as Luna and I completely eliminated all the other kids when Magna left. Bored and with nothing else better to do, I just started walking back home with Luna following behind me. As we left, the kids from our neighborhood all quietly muttered, "Empresses. Empresses, huh? He, I like that." When we finally got back, I instantly walked to the baby's room. Apparently, Luna and Emily had the same idea as me as the two followed me. But that's when it started. Magna brought back an unconscious girl and began explaining what happened to her. When she woke up, she started beating on him while crying and screaming, yet he took it all as he softly hugged her until she calmed down. Magna suddenly walks off saying he's gonna go kill those guys. Everyone knew he wasn't joking as his anger was enough to materialize his aura as it twisted around him. Luckily, Joshua managed to calm him down before forcefully taking him hunting. As time passed, the sun slowly started to set and we knew that they'd be home soon, as you never want to stay out too late because of Grim. Suddenly, the lights turned off. Before Emily could even ask if everyone was alright, the window in the lounge was smashed in while the yells of angry men accompanied the breaking glass. All of us ignored the yells as we ran to the kitchen to protect the baby. Emily had just got her in the baby chair and ready for dinner, yet the loud noise caused her to start crying. Not this time. No, we have power now. This time, my sister and I can protect our family. As if to undermine my resolve, a small rock came hurtling through a broken window. It was about to hit the baby, so Luna and I jumped in front of her. Suddenly, a feminine frame appeared in front of us, accompanied by a pained scream. Emily fell to the floor, the side of her head bleeding. No. We finally. How could? Just before any tears could fall, a vengeful voice roared, "I'm gonna fucking kill you all." It's that feeling again. I can feel Magna's intense hatred, yet this feeling was magnitudes more dense than before. Quickly, I told Luna to protect the baby while I dashed outside to help. Yet what awaited me wasn't Magna. Well, it wasn't a Magna that I know. What stood before me was a humanoid fox that seems to be constructed entirely from aura. However, this aura was the color of blood and seemed to ooze hatred. A huge amount of violently rotating aura suddenly appeared in both his hands and atop his tail. Just as he was about to attack the idiots in front of him, a barrage of gunshots came from a tree nearby, destroying the two orbs in his hands. However, Magna slowly squinted his eyes as he extended his tail and slammed the orb into the tree, causing a huge explosion. As the dust cleared, it showed a man wearing gray combat gear while wielding a huge sword. With a hint of laziness, the man said, "Hey kid, watch where you swing that thing. Might poke someone's eye out." Chapter 18. Blinded by rage, Magna released a piercing roar as his body slowly became engulfed in a bloody aura. He felt his conscience slowly becoming dim but did nothing to stop it. Hell, he even welcomed it. He had just found his family. His mother's eyes were just healed. He had finally started living a normal life in this twisted world. And yet here these people were, trying to destroy everything he struggled to gain. Just as the demon fox cloak started to engulf him, Magna received a set of new memories, containing one of the more dangerous transformation Naruto had. Tail Beast Mode. Unlike the demon fox cloak, which is just his aura covering his body, this transformation forcefully enhances his body while granting him the ability to shape-shift and manipulate energy. However, the downside is that he will lose control of his body as it becomes driven by his instincts. He literally felt a push in his mind as he felt like he was glued to a chair in front of a large TV, only being able to watch. A heavy burning sensation engulfed him as a cocoon of black aura slowly covered his body. The people around him had already collapsed as most were just normal villagers that didn't awaken their semblances. Just when they thought it was safe to leave, the cocoon burst open. What once was human was now replaced with a humanoid fox made from a bloody aura. The fox slowly glared at the surrounding area before unleashing a roar unlike any other. The roar actually seemed to influence a person's emotional and mental state as people collapsed with foam and blood leaking from their mouths. The ones unlucky enough to still be conscious were driven crazy as they started bashing their heads against the ground. However, the fox never planned to give them mercy, even if they had fallen unconscious. Slowly, it gathered enough energy into its hands and tail to form 3 giant and violently rotating blood-red Raisingans. Just as it was about to end the people in front of him, a barrage of bullets flew from one of the trees nearby, causing the 2 Raisingans in his hands to explode. The fox's eyes glared at the tree before extending its tail high into the sky and ruthlessly slamming down. As the dust settled, a figure slowly walked out, enraging the fox even more. The figure, donning a gray coat while holding a huge sword, slowly said, "Hey kid, watch where you swing that thing. Might poke someone's eye out." Slowly, cracks started to appear on the fox's, no, on Magna's face before forming a mouth of jagged teeth. A voice that was a mix between Magna's and Kurama's slowly said, "Crow." This caused Crow to frown as he asked, "Do you know me, kid?" A small growl escaped from Magna's mouth as he replied, "Know you?" "No." "Heard of you?" "Yes." Crow's frown deepened as he stated, "Then you know that I can't let you kill all these people." Suddenly, an eerie smile appeared on Magna's face as he snorted and said, "You can try." Before anyone could react, Magna's tail appeared from under the ground behind Crow and whipped straight towards him. But who is Crow? He's one of Remnant's greatest hunters. He didn't panic and raised his sword to guard the attack. However, he grossly underestimated the force that attack held. Once Magna's tail made contact with his sword, Crow was instantly sent flying. Seeing this as his chance, Magna quickly created another Rasengan to finish off the people around him, only for it to be shot and explode again. Looking towards the direction he sent Crow flying, he saw him standing in a pile of rubble with blood leaking down his mouth. With a low growl, Magna lifted his arms for a second before smashing them down, embedding them deep into the ground. Crow became confused as nothing happened. Yet just as he was about to close the distance between them, a huge pair of crimson claws sprung out from the ground and grabbed his legs. Magna easily dragged him into the ground all the way to his head. Seeing him struggle to even move, Magna decided that his next attack will definitely end it. Slowly, Magna's tail curved until it was above his head. Orbs of red and blue began to appear and slowly gather into a dark purple orb. Crow struggled even fiercer as he could feel the danger radiation off of the purple orb. "I can't let that attack complete." Gritting his teeth, Crow forced his hand out from the ground and rapidly started firing at Magna. Crow didn't stop until he unloaded the entire clip. Magna didn't stop his attack, but he couldn't let Crow stop him either. Throwing Crow to the tree he appeared from, Magna was just about to swallow the orb when his view was suddenly blocked by two pairs of wolf ears. With their arms spread wide, Argo and Luna stood before him. Magna couldn't help but falter with his newly found family before him. Yet before he could stop himself, he felt his body tremble as he was forced to continue. Waves of panic washed over him, helping Magna to forcefully gain more control of his body, yet it still insisted on attacking. As his eyes quivered, Magna pleaded, "Argo, Luna, move please, I can't control myself." Instead of backing down, both girls smiled as they said, "We believe in you." All the panic and anger he felt quickly faded away. Even though he couldn't stop himself from launching the attack, he managed to gain control of his arms. Gritting his teeth, Magna used his arms and pulled his own head backwards until his mouth was facing the sky. His body suddenly expanded into a huge ball before unleashing a huge beam of pure energy from his mouth. The beam continued to grow in size the higher it got into the sky. By the time the beam was fully spent, the clouds above the village were parted in a huge circle. Smoke and steam slowly exhaled from Magna's mouth as fatigue assaulted him. Turns out, using the fake fox blast consumed half his aura reserves while it gathered the negative energy in the air to completely form the attack. Top that off with the repeated use of Rasengan, Magna's aura is totally spent. Not to mention the mental fatigue from fighting for control of his body. Running on nothing but fumes, Magna's tailed beast cloak quickly dissipated, revealing Magna's body completely covered in extreme burns. The last thing Magna heard before falling unconscious were the gasps and cries of Argo and Luna. Chapter 19. Lying down on a large bed, Magna groaned as threads of light pierced his eyes. Trying to sit up, Magna suddenly froze as his body twitched in pain before forcing him back onto the bed. He noticed that he was covered from head to toes in bandages. Curious about how long he's been out, Magna loudly said, "Hello? Anyone there?" As he waited in bed, Magna broke into a cold sweat as the sound of a stampede bellowed from outside. The room slightly shook as rapidly approaching footsteps echoed out as Magna started to regret ever opening his mouth. His regret quickly disappeared and was replaced by guilt when he saw the faces of those who just barged into the room. Argo and Luna had red eyes as they appeared haggard and worried. Emerald hid behind Emily, peeking at him from behind her with concern in her eyes. Joshua smiled happily seeing Magna finally awake. The one who actually affected Magna the most was his mother, Emily. She had some bandages around her face while a large gash was slightly visible just below the area the bandages covered. Magna grit his teeth as his anger started to flare up. Before he could act on it, Emily had already walked over and brought his head to her chest in a gentle embrace. He strangely instantly calmed down as he rested his head against his mother, reminding them that Magna was still a young boy. Due to the exploits they learned of from living with Magna and the twins, Joshua and Emily unconsciously started to treat him differently. They didn't stop treating him like a child but assumed he was mature enough to handle himself. Emily softly smiled while running her hands through his hair with love and affection. After a couple seconds, she stopped patting him as she asked, "Magna, how are you feeling right now? Is there anywhere that's still painful?" Still resting peacefully on her lap, Magna had a content smile as he happily murmured, "No, I'm fine." Almost everyone there took unexpected damage as Magna's small gestures and expressions looked absolutely adorable, especially when compared to how he usually acts. Argo and Luna had huddled up with Emerald as they silently vowed to protect that smile. Joshua honestly felt like picking up his son and hugging him, but the thought completely disappeared when he saw Emily's face, which screamed, "Ruin this moment and I'll divorce you here and now." After she finished glaring at Joshua, Emily turned towards Magna as she softly patted his head. Magna was currently acting like the human equivalent of a small animal that invokes the desire to cuddle and protect. Suddenly, the door to the living room flew open as a man wearing a grey cloak waltzed in. Glaring at Magna, Crow took a short drink from a silver flask before saying, "Sorry to ruin the family moment, but we need to talk." Magna's face twisted in rage as he shot from his mother's embrace and towards Crow. With a small sigh, Crow rushed forward and easily disarmed Magna, slamming him onto the ground. Magna's body was healing, but he only had a small amount of aura in his body and was in no condition to fight against Crow. Clenching his fists tight, Magna tried to struggle in his grasp as he squeezed out the words, "What do you want?" Seeing that Magna tried to struggle, Crow tightened his grip slightly as he said, "Look kid, I know this looks bad but I need you to calm down and listen." Ignoring the concerned voices of his family, Magna released a couple more deep breaths as he roughly said, "Say what you want to say then fuck off." His voice surprised everyone as it was starting to resemble the voice he had when he was in his tailed beast form. Luckily, the only thing that had manifested was the voice, or else Crow might have actually heard him. Frowning, Crow took a long sigh before bluntly saying, "I'm gonna need you to accompany me back to Vale." Magna's rage flared for a second before spitting out two words, "No way. I'm sorry to say this but you don't have a choice. By law, anyone who has awakened their semblance has to start attending the Hunter Academy of their country." Crow harshly said. Magna was stunned when he heard the law. Since when was this a law created? Just as he was falling deeper into thought, the voice of his mother woke him up as she roared, "What the hell do you think you're doing to my baby boy, QROW?" Before anyone could react, Emily suddenly appeared before Crow with a face twisted in rage. He tried to explain himself but couldn't speak a single word as Emily's heel connected with his cheek. Magna and Joshua visibly shuddered at the crisp crunching sound that was followed by the wails of Crow as he was drilled into a nearby wall. Emily stood before Magna, like a mother bird protecting their young. Her chest heaved up and down in anger as she creepily said, "You sure have some balls, Crow. After all these years, you're still the same old hard-headed jackass from before." Pulling himself from the wall, Crow rolled his eyes at Emily as he sarcastically said, "Oh, if it isn't Miss Emily, one of Jimmy's presumably dead subordinates." Then, his eyes found their way to Joshua as he continued, "And who do we have here? Joshua? Yet another person presumably dead. Before Emily and Joshua shuddered when they heard Crow mention Jimmy. The both of them were once soldiers in the army that General Ironwood controlled. If it wasn't for a certain event many years ago, the husband and wife might have still been working for him, never meeting each other and never giving birth to Magna and his baby sister, Sophia. The conservation came to a standstill, a wave of malice flooded the room as Magna's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he glared at Crow. "Crow, it'd be in your best interest to not antagonize my parents. Or else I'll tear your body apart and dance on your corpse." Magna's cold voice and fiery eyes gave everyone the feeling of being stuck in a swamp. Yet Crow easily shook off the feeling as he frowned and said, "Is that a threat, brat? As you are now, I could easily dash." Before he could finish, a sickening feeling covered Crow's body as the malice inside Magna's aura exploded outwards. Crow felt as if he was standing before a huge monster that only need to let out a sigh to kill him. He quickly tackled Magna down on the ground and held him in place using his full strength as he quickly said, "This is exactly why you need to attend the hunter school. You can't control your emotions. You need to learn how to control yourself, or else you're nothing more than a volcano, waiting to erupt and destroy everything in your surroundings." Magna ignored the pain of his muscles tearing and healing in an infinite loop as he roared, "Fuck you." Even as Crow used all the strength he could muster to hold Magna in place, Magna grit his teeth and forcefully struggled to free himself while his body was tearing itself apart. His arms hard a dark shade of purple while blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Seeing the state Magna was coming to, Crow became irritated as he growled, "You asked for this, kid. His aura flared up and quickly covered his body. Like a bolt of lightning, Crow's hand hit Magna on the neck, directly knocking him out even though he just awoke from being unconscious. Chapter 20. Finding himself in a sea of stars, Magna threw out a bunch of curses as he knew that Crow must have knocked him out. After a couple minutes of non-stop profanities, Magna took in a couple deep breaths and calmed down. Looking around, Magna sighed as he muttered, "This place sure is beautiful." The sight before him looked exactly like the ocean at night, when the light from the stars glistened on the ocean's surface. While the light coming from the stars here weren't as bright, the grey luster still created the same mood. As he was viewing the stars, he suddenly froze as he stared at the only star that wasn't grey. The light blue star that represented Naruto's life had a thin blue strand of light extending from it. Floating towards the star, Magna stared at the strand while scratching his chin as he softly asked, "What's going on?" Cautiously, Magna reached towards the strand and grabbed it. As he held the strand in his hands, his eye widened as the strand felt like a piece of taut string. Magna's curiosity piqued as he held the string-like strand of starlight and quietly followed it along. Turns out, the string wasn't very long as he only went a couple meters away before he came to a stop. At the other end of the string was another star cluster. The strand of starlight tried to enter into the cluster but was refused entry. As he stared at the cluster in a daze, a quiet and emotionless voice softly muttered, "Crush it." The voice slowly chanted the same words in his head, over and over again, until, before he realized it, the star cluster was silently floating on his palm. Gritting his teeth, Magna thought to himself, "I've come this far, might as well go all the way." Before crushing the star cluster in his hands, rays of crimson light burst out from the gaps of his hand as a burning sensation engulfed him. Magna started to panic as he knew this feeling all too well. It was exactly the same as when he transformed into his tailed beast form. As the pain from being burned alive continued to grow stronger, a roar of demonic laughter rung out from Magna's mind, giving him a splitting headache. After a couple seconds, the laughter died down as a familiar voice bellowed, "Well, this is different." Magna continued to wither in pain as he roughly muttered, "Kurama." The voice laughed as it yelled, "That's right, brat." "But how?" The laughter abruptly stopped as Kurama said, "Not even I know why. All I know is that, after that brat Naruto passed away, I suddenly woke up here. Now, you tell me, why are you collapsed in pain?" Laughing through the pain, Magna wryly smiled and said, "How the hell would I know that? One second, I'm fine, then the next, I'm feeling so much pain that I really want to pass out." Give me a second." Kurama suddenly went silently for a couple minutes before he roared, "Damn brat. What the hell have you done to yourself? What's wrong?" Magna asked as the pain slowly started to disappear. "Humph. Your body is fine but your soul isn't." Suddenly, Magna became extremely worried. He quickly asked, "What's wrong with my soul? Can you fix it?" Kurama was silent for a second before he said, "Your soul has been tainted by the malice of my chakra. And yes, I can fix it. But, how did you come in contact with my chakra? For this level of corruption, you'd need to have used my chakra without me filtering it." Magna abruptly froze. Sweat dripped down his brow as he asked, "What do you mean, filtering it?" Kurama snorted as he said, "Do you think just anyone could use my chakra? All those people who have tried ended up being unable to control themselves and ended up being turned into monsters. When I give my host chakra, it's chakra that's been filtered of my influence, making it safe for my host to use. However, your soul looks as if it's absorbed some of my chakra that hasn't been filtered. So the hate and malice that I have is mixed in with your soul. Tell me, brat, ever since you used my chakra, have you been becoming increasingly violent and quick to anger?" Magna winced at Kurama's question as it was spot on. Before Magna could even answer him, Kurama's voice bellowed from his mind, "Don't bother replying, I got the answer from your reaction." Suddenly, Magna felt a heavy pulling force coming from within himself. He was about to resist when Kurama's voice calmly said, "Don't fight it." Of course, Magna felt reluctant to not resist but ultimately listened to Kurama as his body that stood in the sea of stars disappeared in a flash of light. Opening his eyes, the first thing that came to view was a huge orange fox with 9 tails. It sat up straight with an amiable smile on its face. Magna scanned his surrounding and saw that it looked exactly like Naruto's mindscape. A big stone room filled with water that just reached his ankles. Unlike Naruto, however, Magna didn't have the seal from the 4th Hokage. Honestly, Magna was very conflicted at the moment. On one hand, he was really scared of Kurama as even his smiling face looked scary, but on the other hand, he really wanted to fanboy as he was standing before the 9-tailed fox. In the end, his fanboy nature won out as he smiled and said, "Wow. You look so cool." Kurama's smile grew as he nodded and said, "Damn straight I'm cool." I'm liking you already. Unlike you, that damn Naruto had the guts to say that the damn Tanuki looked cooler than me. With Kurama's reply, Magna almost instantly understood which timeline Kurama was from. Sighing hard, Magna knelt to the ground while holding his face as he sorrowfully groaned, Boruto, it just had to be Boruto. He honestly didn't have anything against the show Boruto, it's just that he never actually bothered watching it. Shaking his head, he focused as he said, so, Kurama. Why did you call me here? Is it to fix my soul? Kurama chuckled as he said, polite and smart, already better than Naruto. As you guessed, I brought you here so I can fix your soul. It would have been too hard to extract my influence from your soul with your soul being somewhere other than your body. Suddenly, Magna froze as he muttered, wait, my soul was outside my body. Does that mean I died? Kurama gave Magna a swift yet gentle slap with his tail as he sighed and said, scratch that. You're just as clueless as that idiot Naruto. Your soul was still inside your body, but at the same time, it wasn't. For some strange reason, the only traces I could find of your soul were gathered around your heart, and that's how I could talk to you. Wait. So you couldn't actually see me inside the sea of stars? Asked Magna as he rubbed the small bump on his head. Nope, and I'm not gonna bother asking about it. Something tells me that it's way too much to process right now. Seeing Kurama suddenly become lazy as it flopped to the ground, Magna sighed before asking, so how do we remove your influence from my soul? Chapter 21. Turns out, the process was relatively quick. All Magna had to do was meditate while focusing on his aura. While he was busy, Kurama melded a small part of his consciousness with Magna's aura as he slowly absorbed the remnants of his influence. Once it came in contact with Kurama's consciousness, the influence lost the malice inside of it before being released back into Magna. However, while the process was short, it still took almost an hour to completely free Magna from Kurama's influence due to the fact that Magna's soul was almost 75% corrupted by malice and hatred. After the hour, Magna finally opened his eyes as he released a long sigh before collapsing onto the ground. Staring into Kurama's eyes, Magna panted as he asked, why am I so tired? Kurama snorted and said, you're lucky you're only feeling tired. Your soul had temporarily housed my soul, even if it was only a small chunk. Not only your soul but your body would have been strained to the limit. Just rest instead of asking stupid questions. Rolling his eyes, Magna ignored the lazy fox as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling he was experiencing right now. His body felt tired, yet he could also feel a small sliver of energy entering his body and healing it while his mind was extremely clear. He knew that the sliver of energy was coming from Kurama but said nothing as he didn't want to embarrass the giant lazy fox. About 10 minutes or so later, Magna flipped off the ground and started to stretch his body. With a happy smile on his face, Magna said, man, gotta love Naruto's healing factor. Turning towards Kurama, Magna showed a cheeky smile as he waved his hands and yelled, see you later, Kurama. Kurama watched as Magna's body disappeared with a wide smile on his face as he muttered, yeah, see you later, brat. Opening his eyes, Magna felt a very slight shaking as he slowly sat up. The walls surrounding him were made of iron while the bed he was sleeping in appeared quite fancy with blankets and sheets that look and feel expensive. Anger appeared on his face, but unlike last time, his appearance didn't change and his aura didn't flare up. Magna quickly shot out of his bed and opened the door, only to be welcomed by familiar faces. What stood before Magna was an elegant lounge with his family sitting around a large table. The first to react to his entrance was the little girl squad as Argo, Luna and Emerald all shot up from their seat and dashed at Magna. The next to react were Emily and his little sister, Sophia. Emily straight up disappeared while Sophia stuck her little arms out of her crib, reaching towards Magna's direction while softly sobbing. Joshua slowly stood up and grabbed Sophia before walking towards him with a worried look. Magna happily ran towards them before being tackled to the ground by the three girls and his mother. After being repeatedly asked if he was okay, Magna adopted a serious expression as he asked, can anyone explain what's going on right now? Emily nodded as she sighed and said, Crow's taking us to a small island city called Patch. Once we get there, the government will provide us with suitable accommodation and allowance. The only downside is that you, Argo, Luna and Emerald will have to attend a combat school there. On the outside, Magna had a serious expression on his face as he nodded, but on the inside, Magna was screaming in both joy and anger. He was happy about the fact that he'll be attending Signal Academy, the place that Ruby and Young attended when they were young, but was angry at the fact that Crow Essential kidnapped, not just him but his whole family. With a small sigh, Magna decided that he might as well just go with the flow. Sure, he's still mad that his family was basically just kidnapped after finally settling down, but he also knew that they'd probably have to move anyway because of the mess he made. The other villagers would probably treat him like a monster or demon because of his transformation, forcing him to live exactly like Naruto did in his childhood. Thinking of it like that, Magna finally let go of the anger he had towards Crow. However, he's still going to get even with him for kidnapping his family, as that is that and this is this. Evening time, Magna sat on the viewing deck with his family, quietly watching the sunset as they slowly ate dinner. Somehow, Magna and his family were being transported via airship. Crow had pulled a couple strings to get an airship to deliver them. Just as the family were finishing up, the doors slid open as two people walked in. One of them was everybody's favorite drunkard, Crow, already looking a little plastered, and the other was a man wearing a white suit. Both Emily and Joshua flinched as Joshua awkwardly muttered, "General Ironwood." The man was James Ironwood, General of Atlas. He scanned Emily and Joshua before nodding and calmly saying, "Joshua and Emily. It's good to see you." Suddenly, his view turned towards the girls as his brows frowned for a second before returning to normal. Then, his eyes landed on Magna as he asked, "Is he the one, Crow?" Crow, being Crow, held up his finger as he took a couple large swigs from his flask. When he finished, Crow belched and drunkenly said, "Yeep, that's the one." Ironwood's eyebrows twitched, but he ignored Crow as he turned towards Magna and said, "What's your name, young man?" Magna felt a little nervous talking to a military general as he stuttered, Magna, sir." The expression on Ironwood's face softened as he gave Magna a bemused look and said, "There's no need for such polite speech, young man. You may talk normally if you wish." Magna could only nod. While Ironwood gave Magna a smile and sounded calm and clear, Magna could feel the emotions emitting from Ironwood. He was extremely alert and ready to attack at a moment's notice. Not just him, even Crow, who was acting like a drunk, was secretly ready for battle. Sighing in his mind, Magna thought to himself, "Crow must have told him about our fight." Ironwood kneeled down so he and Magna were at eye level as he stared Magna in the eyes and said, "Magna, I've heard from Crow about your fighting capabilities. I'd like for you to demonstrate them to me." Magna became confused as he curiously asked, "Why?" Ironwood finally showed a real smile as he said, "I'd like for you to join Atlas Academy." The room suddenly went silent for a couple seconds before the little girl squad and Magna's parents screamed, "What?" Chapter 22. Before Magna could decline him, Magna was pulled into a soft embrace as Emily yelled, "Don't even think about enlisting my baby boy, James." Ironwood frowned as he calmly said, "Just because I didn't find fault before doesn't mean you can act up, deserter." Ironwood's words seemed to anger Emily even more as she screamed, "Deserter. That's funny how you can say that when you sent 10 entire squadrons on a fucking suicide mission." The atmosphere suddenly became tense as Ironwood and Emily glared at each other. Just as Ironwood opened his mouth, he froze as Crow's voice echoed, "Jimmy, that's enough." With a slight cough, Ironwood straightened himself out as he calmly said, "Right." Crow turned his focus towards Magna as he curiously asked, "How come you didn't flip out at Ironwood for arguing with your mother?" Magna smiled as he happily said, "I fixed my anger problem." Crow rolled his eyes as he sarcastically said, "And I've been sober for the last 4 months." Instead of biting back, Magna just shrugged as he gave Crow a look that said, "Think what you'd like," before turning towards Ironwood. Seeing this, Crow gave Magna an approving nod before saying, "Jimmy, explain yourself." Ironwood's eyebrows twitched when he heard how Crow addressed him but ignored it as he said, "From what Crow's told me, your semblance is quite strong. I believe that you'd grow faster at Atlas than if you attended Signal." Crow suddenly butted in as he added, "Because I needed to borrow an airship to get back to Patch fast, I had to strike a deal with Jimmy here. In return for the airship, he's allowed to try and recruit you into the military for the remainder of the trip." Ironwood smiled at Crow's words as he said, "That's right. Now I'd like to confirm if your power is as strong as Crow leads me to believe." Magna hesitated as he didn't really want to fight right now. He had only just woken up and just wanted to spend time with his family. In the end though, he decided to grant Ironwood's request in return for letting his family experience flying in a travel-type airship. The airship had just landed in Large Plain. In the distance was a small village while rows and rows of wheat grew in abundance. Magna slowly walked out of the ship as he asked, "So, how are you going to test my abilities?" "I don't really want to fight Crow again." Ironwood softly shook his head and said, "No, you won't be fighting against Crow. We are here to test your capabilities, not make you fight to the death." As their feet finally touched the ground, Magna noticed a small group of people that seemed to be walking towards them. However, once the group came into sight, Magna became stunned. Leading the group was a beautiful girl with white hair and icy blue eyes. Following the girl, was a miniature version of her. The only differences were the fact that the little one had longer hair and wore a dress. The rest of the people following behind the two girls were a mix of bolters and soldiers. Ironwood frowned seeing the butlers and the little girl but didn't lose his cool as he sighed and said, "Winter, why are civilians following behind you?" Winter stood calmly as she replied, "General, I applied for family visitation rights last month. Today is the day. Oh. At ease then. With a quick nod, Winter turned towards Magna. She released a small giggle when she saw the boy staring at her in a daze. Luckily, her giggling managed to wake Magna up as he blushed and turned away. Crow outright burst into laughter, while Magna's parents and even Ironwood softly chuckled. The only people that didn't seem happy were Argo, Luna, Emerald and the mini-version of Winter. Speaking of the devil, the little carbon copy stood before everyone and arrogantly said, "Humph. Who are you? Don't look at my sister, you heathen." Taken back, Magna looked confused as he asked, "Are you talking to me?" The little girl started shaking as she yelled, "You dolt. Who else would I be talking to then besides you?" Winter showed a wry smile as she politely said, "Please excuse my younger sister, she was firmly raised with the Shnee way of life." Weiss. What have I told you about randomly judging people? Weiss grabbed the sides of her dress and pouted. Tears gathered in her eyes but didn't fall as she muttered, "That I shouldn't judge people by how they look." Winter gave Weiss a curt nod and said, "Then what should you be doing?" Weiss's pout grew as her cheek slightly inflated, elevating her cuteness to another level. She refused to look Magna in the eyes as she quickly said, "I'm sorry for calling you a heathen." Magna shook his head as he gave them a bright smile and said, "It's all right. No harm done." This time, Winter and Weiss were both stunned by Magna's bright smile. His smile seemed to be able to heat up even the coldest of hearts as Weiss directly blushed. Winter managed to compose herself as she released a slight cough before turning towards Ironwood. "Sir, may I know for what reason you had to summon me? I take that it relates to the young boy here." Ironwood took a couple minutes to catch Winter up. When she finally had the whole picture, the gaze she held towards Magna changed as she seemed clearly intrigued. She took a few steps away from Magna before turning back towards him and yelling, "Since we're here to test your capabilities, let's start quickly." With a wry smile, Magna got into position as a change suddenly occurred. The feeling Magna was giving off changed as it became somewhat evil. His ordinary light blue aura immediately changed into a bloody crimson as he instantly covered himself in the demon fox cloak. Winter immediately leapt back to create space between them, yet no matter how far she backed up, she still felt as if she was in range of his attacks. Magna showed a cheeky smile on his face as he slammed his arms against the ground. Winter and Ironwood looked confused but Crow smirked as he yelled, "Watch your feet, Ice Queen." Before Winter could retort at Crow, the ground exploded underneath her as two crimson arms snaked out and latched onto her legs. Without warning, Magna grunted loudly as his arms lifted Winter off the ground and launched her high into the sky. Seeing her fly through the sky, Magna quickly dismissed the demon fox cloak around his body and launched himself at Winter. He knew that falling from that height, while not fatal, will probably hurt a lot and might even injure her seriously. As soon as he managed to wrap his arms around her, Magna's expression froze as he paled and yelled, "Too heavy." Everyone who was watching the fight froze. Suddenly, Crow burst into a fit of laughter and collapsed to the ground while clutching his stomach. Magna's parents sighed while Joshua softly muttered, "Idiot." Weiss glared at Magna with burning rage as she tried to dash into the fight but was blocked by her butlers. Argo, Luna and Emerald were chuckling together at Winter while making sure that Magna was fine. The reason Magna called her heavy is because he's still worn out from the fight with Crow. Usually, his aura augmented his strength, allowing him to use strength beyond his young body. However, his aura reserves were relatively low before the fight. He didn't take into account his remaining aura and blew most of it on his demon fox form. Then, launching himself off the ground took even more aura, leaving him with a minuscule amount. Ah! X2. Accompanied by two loud screams, Magna and Winter crashed into the ground. As the dust cloud settled, Winter was standing in front of Magna with a heavy blush on her face. Without caring about the viewing eyes, Winter raised her hand up high and screamed, "You heathen." Pa! Chapter 23. Sitting inside the airship as they continued on their way to Signal Academy, Magna winced as he held a small ice pack against his left cheek. Magna released a content sigh as the cold from the ice pack cooled the heat coming from a bright red hand print on his face. Next to him was his family, silently chuckling at him. Even the little girl squad laughed as Emerald smirked and said, "You deserve that, Magna." Sitting opposite Magna was Winter and her sister, Weiss. Winter still had a small blush on her face as she avoided making eye contact with Magna while Weiss's eyes spewed flames as she looked like she wanted nothing more than to rip Magna apart. Seeing how awkward it was, even Crow couldn't stand the atmosphere as he sighed and put his flask down, shocking everyone. Crow's eyes twitched but ignored it as he calmly said, "So, Ice Queen. How was Magna during that relatively short fight?" Winter fell into thought for a couple seconds before she said, "From what I had seen, he lacks any form of formal training and relies on his instinct, which leaves him wide open. Crow nodded as he added, I agree. When he was fighting against me, most of his attacks were mostly just him making use of his semblance and strength. Magna's eyes twitched as he sarcastically said, I'm sorry that an 8-year-old village boy couldn't show any formal training during our fight, Crow. Rolling his eyes, Crow ignored the sarcasm in Magna's voice as he plainly said, Magna, you are a strong young man. However, you rely too heavily on your instincts. While that is something a huntsman should do, a huntsman also needs technique and strategy to make up for their flaws. That's why children who have unlocked their semblance go to combat academies. So they can learn how to handle themselves in tough situations. Magna wanted to say something but felt the words refuse to leave his mouth. He could feel the sincere concern in Crow's voice. Releasing a soft sigh, Magna leaned back into his chair as he thought over Crow's words. He knew that fighting using his instincts will only get him so far. He's not an anime character like Goku, who's literally born from a warrior race that spend most of their lives fighting. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a strange glint appeared in his eyes as he instantly thought back to the Sea of Stars and the fact that one of the stars granted him Naruto's memories and abilities. Even though he thought of the millions of stars that could be a new set of abilities, he didn't really have a reason to change abilities. Naruto's memory cluster not only gave Magna the demon fox form and the Rasengan but Naruto's healing factor as well. Each time he healed from a fight, his body grows stronger and tougher while retaining its smooth feel. As a man, he didn't mind being a little bit rougher, but as an 8-year-old child, he'd rather not feel like sandpaper, especially now considering he has a baby sister who likes to cling to him. On the other hand, the only downsides to Naruto's abilities is the aura consumption. Every single ability besides the Demon Wind Shuriken consumes way too much aura, meaning Magna wouldn't last in a drawn-out fight or if there were a lot of enemies. Shaking his head, Magna noticed that besides Crow, Ironwood and the Shnee sisters, everyone else had already left. He turned towards Crow with a confused look on his face as he asked, where did everyone else go? Crow chuckled as he said, don't worry kid, Ironwood asked them to leave, he doesn't want anyone affecting your choice. Magna gave Crow a small nod before turning his attention towards Ironwood. Seeing Magna stare at him, Ironwood let out a small cough to clear his throat as he straightened his clothes and said, now that I've seen a bit of your capabilities, I'd like to formally extend an invitation to attend Atlas Academy. His words made Magna fall into thought. On one hand, he could go to Patch and attend Signal with Ruby and Yang, and on the other, he could attend Atlas Academy with Winter. Between the two schools, Magna knew that Signal was more like a normal school when compared to Atlas, which was literally a gateway for joining the army. If Magna really wanted to learn how to fight, it would be best if he joined Atlas. However, Magna really just wanted to enjoy his childhood. From the day he was born to the day he died, all he saw every day was a hospital room. Back in his old world, because he was born with a weak, Magna never really got to experience a proper childhood. In the end, Magna softly sighed as he awkwardly smiled and said, I'm sorry, sir. Ironwood softly sighed as he shook his head and said, it's fine. The choice is yours. Just know that Atlas Academy will always have a space for your. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get some rest before we arrive at Patch City. I advise you all to do the same. Watching Ironwood quietly leave, Magna collapsed back into his chair. His decision was one that actually took a lot out of him. He knew that if he really wanted to get stronger fast, he should have gone to Atlas, but he honestly craved a normal life. He wanted to make friends and have fun, goofing around for as long as he could while young. And he knew that if he chose to attend Atlas, he would never be able to experience a normal day. Crow softly smiled at Magna before regaining his drunk expression as he roughly said, Ironwood is right, kid. Go get some rest because we'll be arriving at Patch in about 12 hours. As Crow left, Magna finally noticed something. Weiss was collapsed on the couch, drooling in her sleep as she was cutely curled up into a little ball. However, Winter was nowhere to be seen. Curious about where she was, Magna closed his eyes as he focused on his surroundings, or more specifically, the feelings of those around him. Besides the sleepy feeling drifting about from different rooms on the airship, Magna felt a very slight violent feeling emanating from a couple rooms down. Not able to curb his curiosity, Magna slowly stood up and quietly left the room. As he continued down a small hallway, the sound of metal striking metal constantly echoed out. Finally reaching the room where the sound was coming from, Magna slightly opened the door and peeked in. Standing in the room was Winter. Her uniform was gone, replaced by a white tank top and a pair of form-fitting black shorts. Magna quietly swallowed as his throat started to feel dry. He couldn't draw his eyes away from the tantalizing sight of the shorts that hugged her body extremely well, emphasizing her growing curves. Sweat was dripping down her body as she roughly panted, obviously tired. In her hand was a slightly curved single-edged sword resembling a cutlass. As Magna scanned the room in an attempt to get his mind off of Winter's beautiful figure, he noticed a bunch of broken robots scattered across the floor. Just as he was about to leave, Winter's voice echoed from the room as she said, "What's wrong? Not even going to come in and say hello?" Chapter 24. From behind the door, Magna flinched as he started to panic. He quickly came out from behind the door and loudly said, "I didn't mean to peek. I heard some noise coming from down the hallway and got curious." Then, why didn't you come out from the beginning? It's been a couple minutes since I noticed you at the door, you know." Winter's question caused a deep blush to explode on Magna's face. He couldn't tell her that he fell into a daze because of her beautiful behind, could he? Luckily, Winter didn't make things too difficult for Magna as she lightly giggled and said, "Don't worry, I'm only messing with you. That's for calling me heavy." Magna blushed appended as he awkwardly laughed along. He knew that talking about a lady's weight was a huge taboo and that he was lucky to have only suffered a single slap. Taking a couple seconds to wipe off the sweat on her face, Winter turned towards Magna with a light smile on her face. "I'm going to continue my training. Would you like to join me, Magna? I could help fill in some of your more obvious flaws during combat." Winter's words stunned Magna for a couple seconds before his eyes started to shine in excitement. He hurriedly nodded head as he smiled and said, "Please take care of me." As Magna was happily hopping around, he missed the slight blush that appeared on Winter's face. After Magna calmed down and Winter took a small break, Magna was still excited but managed to keep it inside. Winter was standing a couple meters in front of him. Her face was much more concentrated than when they were testing him as she stood in a different stance. She was positioned like a veteran fencer and gave off a noble vibe. Suddenly, a frown appeared on Winter's face as she said, "What are you waiting for? Get into a fighting stance." An awkward cough escaped Magna's lips as he plainly said, "Winter, I don't have a set fighting stance. I was never trained in close combat." Shaking her head, Winter displayed an air similar to ironwood as she stated, "That's what we're here to learn, Magna. Our training will be full-on combat. The purpose? To refine your battle instinct." Once her words settled in, a chilling smile appeared on her face as she loudly ordered, "Now get into a fighting stance." Almost instinctively, Magna flinched before quickly getting into a fighting position that his body felt comfortable with. Winter almost burst into laughter seeing his stance. Magna looked like nothing more than a teenage punk that liked to hang around at clubs and bars. However, she didn't let it show on her face as her frown from before reappeared. She gave Magna no time to think as she plainly stated one word, "Come." Magna hesitated before shooting off towards Winter. He obviously didn't use his aura as he thought it to be overkill during training. However, Winter thought otherwise. As soon as Magna was close enough to her, Winter tripped him up before grabbing him in a chokehold. She harshly glared at him and yelled, "Are you looking down on me? I said this is full-on combat. That means to fight with everything you got. Not hold back." Magna clawed at her hands as he struggled to squeeze out the words, "I thought this was just training." Her glare intensified as she angrily said, "It's not training if you don't give it everything you've got. Now stop holding back, and fight me at full strength." Her words seemed to resonate with something deep inside Magna as he burst into an inferno of aura. The crimson-red demon fox cloak engulfed his body in all its glory. Suddenly, Winter wore a wild smile as she summoned 5 huge glyphs on the floor. The glyphs glowed a bright white and slowly spun around. Then, particles of light quickly gathered above the glyph, forming 5 white and blue ursas. Seeing 5 new opponents appearing out of nowhere, Magna was shocked for a couple seconds before quickly calming himself down. He quickly leapt towards the closest ursa and threw out a heavy punch directly at its stomach. Yet, the moment his fist landed on the ursa's stomach, Magna felt a jolt of pain shoot through his arm. The ursa's stomach was like a metal wall. It was firm and thick, but most of all, it was hard. Feeling a chill in his back, Magna forcefully yanked his head back and watched as a white claw narrowly missed his face. Cold sweat ran down his face as he screamed, "Bloody hell, Winter! Are you trying to kill me?" Barely missing Magna with her blade as he continued to dodge, Winter brutally smiled as she yelled, "No better way to train than with live combat. Now come back here and fight." Magna continued to fight for his life, not noticing the small changes happening to his body. Once in a while, the ursas or Winter would land an attack on Magna, mostly due to sometimes leaving himself open. After being repeatedly beaten, his body started to learn the faults and gaps in his combat style, leading to less and less mistakes being made as he unconsciously corrected them. He still made a lot of mistakes and sometimes left himself wide open, but at least now it wasn't as bad as before. Seeing his improvement, Winter nodded with a genuine smile of happiness on her face and loudly said, "That's enough. Like a doll whose strings were just cut, Magna collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. They had only been training for 10 or so minutes, but to Magna, the time felt much, much longer. Occasionally, Magna would use his demon fox cloak to free himself from bad situations, so his aura was just slipping into dangerous level. Combined with the physical and mental fatigue of 10 minutes of continuous fighting, Magna was dead tired. However, his eyes shined brightly in excitement as he felt the changes happening in his body. He could tell near the end that he was slowly making less mistakes. He even managed to pressure Winter in the end, if you didn't take into account the fact that Winter unsummoned the Ursas near the end. Hell, even Winter was stunned by Magna. She almost called him a monster at how fast he was learning. It was as if he was born for battle. Sighing in awe, Winter softly lay beside Magna and smiled towards him. The pair quietly rested next to each other, smiling. Winter was the first to break the silence as she happily said, "You managed to learn a lot from our training session. I'm quite proud of you while also a bit conflicted on the fact that you learned to cover your flaws so quickly." At the end of her sentence, Winter bitterly smiled as she couldn't help but compare herself to Magna. Before she could fall deeper into thought, she heard Magna's voice as he said, "It's only because I had such a great teacher." Magna smiled with all his heart as he truly thought that. He could tell that, while direct and dangerous, Winter's approach was way more beneficial for Magna than basic friendly sparring. The stress of battle forced him to correct his flaws, or else he would have had to prepare to receive a claw or two to the face. Hearing Magna's words and seeing the bright smile on his face, Winter's heart began to speed up as a soft blush graced her face. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into her head. She turned towards Magna with a light smile on her face and asked, "We can be considered friends, right?" Seeing Magna nod, Winter's smile grew as she happily said, "Good. My family will be hosting a gala in a month's time. I'd like to extend a formal invitation for you to attend as my one." Having no reason not to attend, Magna didn't think much before happily nodding. Winter's face blossomed into a beautiful smile as she happily hummed, "Perfect. I'll come to pick you up a couple days before the gala begins. Well, I best get some rest for tomorrow. See you later, Magna." As if she wasn't tired at all, Winter hastily stood up and ran out the door with a childlike expression of happiness on her face, leaving an exhausted Magna on the floor, tired and wearing a wry smile. Chapter 25. All personal, be advised. We will shortly begin landing procedures. I repeat, all personal, be advised. We will shortly begin landing procedures. Groaning while attempting to cover his ears, Magna winced at the voice that boomed throughout the room. Yesterday, after Winter left, Magna didn't have the energy to reach his room, so he went with the next best thing. He returned to the meeting room and crashed on the couch across from Weiss. Slowly, Magna managed to stand up while his body ached all over. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoed from behind him, giving Magna a fright. Turning towards the source of the scream, Magna's lips twitched as he saw Weiss, pointing at him with a shaking finger as her cheeks were dyed in a deep blush. "Why you?" Weiss's voice was shaking as she continued to point at Magna. With a wry smile on his face, Magna could already guess what set her off. She's probably angry about the fact that Magna slept in the same room as her. As if she heard his thoughts, Weiss's eyes seemed to glow in anger as she harshly screamed, "You heathen! Why are you here?" Her voice could be a weapon with how loud she was being. Magna took a couple seconds to allow his ears to stop ringing before saying, "I'm sorry. I was training with your sister last night. When we finished, I was too tired to walk back to my room, so I came here and slept on the couch." Once Magna stopped talking, Weiss abruptly froze before she started to tremble. Magna had no clue what was going on and was about to ask her if she was alright when he heard a soft crying sound come from Weiss. Before he could even react, Weiss plopped onto the ground and burst into tears. Panic washed over Magna as he started to freak out. His eyes were spinning inside his head as he fell into confusion. Was it something I said? Did I do something wrong? These thoughts continued to swirl around inside his mind as he honestly didn't know why Weiss suddenly burst into tears. In his confusion, Magna suddenly pulled Weiss into his chest and softly started to pat her head. Weiss struggled, trying her best to break away from him but to no avail. After a couple minutes, Weiss settled down as she knew it was useless to try and escape. She was no longer crying but her eyes were red and puffy. Magna was actually stunned as he felt as if his body moved on its own. Never in 1,000 years would Magna just up and hug someone like that, especially if they've only known each other for a short time. He could tell from how much she struggled in his embrace that she was extremely uncomfortable being hugged by him. But now, not only did she stop struggling, she even quietly leaned against his chest. Magna's hand softly ran through her hair, earning him a short glare from Weiss, but ultimately, she didn't try to shake off his hand and only softly snorted at him before turning away. A big and silly grin found its way onto Magna's face as he said in a sincere tone, "Now that you've calmed down, do you want to tell me why you started crying, princess?" Weiss glared at Magna with a light blush on her face as she quietly muttered, "Ot fair." Her voice was so quiet that Magna doubted she even said anything, so he couldn't help but ask her to speak up. As if his words were the spark that ignited a firework, Weiss stood up from Magna's hug, turned towards him with a fiery glare and screamed, "It's not fair. Winter never trains with me. How come you get to train with her?" Once again, Magna found himself partially deaf as he thought over Weiss's words. Turns out she was just jealous of him spending some time with Winter. Realizing this, Magna couldn't help but find her reaction to be a little bit funny. The more he thought about it, the more uncontrollable the urge to laugh became. Finally, he reached his limits as he started to giggle before breaking into full-out laughter. He didn't care about anything anymore as he collapsed to the ground and started slapping the floor while he cracked up laughing. This earned him a mighty glare from Weiss as she lost the blush on her face as her expression started to become dangerous. She glared at Magna and coldly said, "You think it's funny?" A shiver ran up Magna's spine as he instantly stopped laughing. He even started to pinch his waist just to stop himself from bursting into laughter. Sweat dripped down the side of his head as he gave a crooked smile and said, "No, it's not funny at all." Weiss's expression eased up before being replaced by a hollow smile. "Back at home, no one usually cares about me." Before he could react, Weiss sat in Magna's lap as if it were natural. She leaned back into him and entrusted her weight to him as she continued. "My father pays zero attention to me and only sees me as a business opportunity, while my mother just gave birth 2 years ago and has been busy taking care of my little brother ever since. Now, no one pays any attention to me. When I try and draw something for them as a present, my dad throws them away without even looking at them. Then he'll berate me about upholding the Shnee name. What does that even mean? I'm only 7 years only." Magna silently watched as this little girl who usually wore the look of a strong young lady broke down in tears as she unleashed all the things she had to silently suffer over her short life. She didn't stop as she complained about how her family pressured her to live by their expectations, forcing her to become what they wanted her to be, not who she wanted to be. Her feelings flooded Magna's mind to the brim with all sorts of negative emotions. He had to control himself from hugging her as he sadly thought to himself, "She's only a little girl." Suddenly, her expression gradually started to lighten as she smiled and said, "Then there's my older sister, Winter." She. Weiss's face brightened considerable when she started talking about Winter. From how she talked with such emotion and excitement in her voice, Magna couldn't help but smile as he knew she really loved her sister. By the time she finished talking, Magna figured it out. When Weiss heard that Magna started training with her, she must have felt threatened because the limited time that she gets to spend with her big sister would become even shorter thanks to Magna. When she finally finished talking, Magna noticed that she seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Lightly chuckling to himself, Magna roughly messed up her hair as he wore a wide smile and said, "Feeling better now that you got all that off your chest?" Weiss was slightly startled by how bright his smile seemed to be, as if it could chase away all the bad thoughts inside her. However, she had trouble expressing herself, so she just softly snorted at him and said, "No thanks to you." Magna only shook his head as he knew she still had trouble with being honest about her feelings, while Weiss grabbed the sides of her dress as she really wanted to say, "Thank you," but was too embarrassed to say so. Slowly, Weiss stood up from Magna's lap with a light blush on her face. Magna softly chuckled and tried to stand up when the ship suddenly shook. The voice from before boomed across the ship as it urgently said, "Brace for impact. We are experiencing an attack from 3 Nevermores. Weapons will come online soon, until then, brace yourselves." The entire ship shook harshly. And Weiss, who was standing up without anything nearby to support herself, tripped and fell to the ground. Wah! Watch out! Just before she hit the ground, Magna pulled her back into his chest. Unfortunately, because his arms were busy, he fell from the chair and hit the ground hard. However, even though it hurt, Magna made sure that he took the brunt, if not all the damage from the fall onto himself, as he used his body to protect Weiss. Once the ship stabilized, Magna collapsed onto the floor in pain. His muscles were still aching from the training, add on to that the damage he received from rolling around the room, protecting Weiss whenever they were about to hit a wall or chair. Magna just wanted to stay on the floor and rest. But apparently, someone else had other plans. Weiss's hands were touching all over his body as tears fell from her eyes. With shaking hands, Weiss softly wiped the dust and dirt from Magna's face as she softly asked, "Why did you protect me?" A wide smile naturally appeared on Magna's face as he lightly said, "Do you need a reason to protect your friends?" His answer stunned Weiss. "Friends? Who? Me and him?" A small part of her wanted to glare at him and arrogantly scream, "Friends! Don't get too full of yourself, commoner." But the rest of her dwarfed the small part of herself as Weiss lay his head on her lap, softly smiled and said, "I guess you don't need a reason." While these two were off in their own little world, they were completely oblivious to the smirking faces watching on from behind the door. Chapter 26. Standing on the viewing deck, Magna watched as the airship made its slow descent. His face was slightly blushed as he made an attempt to forget what just happened. 10 minutes ago. Leaving the conference room, Magna smiled as he felt that changes in Weiss's mood. To say she was happy is an understatement. She was so happy that she even hugged him before he left as she whispered, "This is payback for hugging me before, you dolt." However, once he left the room, his face paled in horror. Standing right outside the room, wearing wide smirks on their faces were his parents and Crow. Magna experienced a wave of panic as he instantly exploded into a deep blush. His parents said nothing as they happily smiled at him while Crow grinned at him and Wolf whistled. To not embarrass himself further, Magna dashed off with a deep blush on his face. Back to the present, Magna watched on as Weiss and Winter slowly made their way out of the ship. As if they felt his gaze, Weiss turned towards the window he was watching from, smiled brightly and waved frantically to him while Winter gave him a soft smile and gently waved goodbye. Seeing their silhouettes get smaller and smaller as they left, Magna smiled as his mood improved. Suddenly, Crow, his parents and the little girl squad entered the room. Crow wasted no time as he said, "Kid, we'll be leaving now. We're going to meet up with a friend of mine. His name is Taeyang. Once we meet up, he'll sort a temporary place for you and your family to stay at until your house is ready." Magna blanked as he thought, Taeyang? You mean Yang and Ruby's dad? Before Magna could even ask any questions, Crow smirked as he said, "I know you're sad now that your little girlfriend is gone, but we really need to leave so we can dash." Crow didn't even get to finish as three little hands grabbed his shoulder. A soft voice asked him from behind, "What are you talking about, old man? Would you be kind enough to fill us in on the details?" Even though Argo's voice sounded soft, Crow couldn't help but shiver. With a dry laugh, he easily freed himself from Argo's grasp as he said, "Maybe later, little girl. We really need to leave or else we'll be late." Crow vanished from his spot. Magna's parents chuckled as they led the children outside with Magna following behind. The town was a short distance away from the landing area, so it wasn't long before they arrived. Magna noticed the glares coming from Argo, Luna and Emerald but said nothing. He was confused on why they seemed angry at him, but something else preoccupied his thoughts. He was wondering why they were meeting up with Taeyang instead of a government official. However, when he arrived at the so-called meeting place, Magna felt a powerful urge to smack Crow across the head as he instantly realized that no government official would have a meeting here. What stood before Magna was a bar. Luckily, it was on the good side of town, so the area around them was quite clean, but Magna knew that Crow only came here for a drink. The meeting was probably just a bonus. Just as Crow was about to walk inside, his body disappeared as Emily kicked him into wall. Looking at the imprint of Crow on the wall, Emily snorted before walking inside. Magna shivered as he saw how easy it was for his mother to bury someone like Crow in a wall. The rest of them didn't dare lag behind as they quickly ran inside the bar. They all sat around a large table while Emily and Crow, who somehow already recovered, ordered food and drinks. Crow took a couple swings of his whiskey and said, "Damn it, Emily. Do you gotta be so harsh?" Magna's mother shrugged her shoulders as she replied, "If you're gonna act like an idiot, then prepare to be treated like an idiot." She looked over towards Magna and the girls before she continued, "For heaven's sake, Crow. We have children with us." This time, Crow shrugged his shoulders as he said, "But they won't order alcohol, so it should be fine, right?" "That's not the problem, Crow. You know what tends to happen at bars." As if on cue, a pair of drunk old men started fighting each. They threw heavy punches at each other while swearing and cursing, causing a harsh light to glow inside Emily's eyes. Sweat dripped down Crow's forehead as he disappeared and threw the two drunk fighters outside. He awkwardly smiled at Emily as he softly said, "You're right, I just really wanted a drink. My stash on the airship was drying up, so I need to restock." Magna was really surprised with how close his mother and Crow seemed to be. Joshua saw the look on his face, chuckled, then leaned close to Magna's ear and whispered, "Do you want to know why Crow and Emily seem so close?" Seeing Magna nod, Joshua said, "Back when we were still in the army, Emily led the squad that Crow was a part of. But don't get me wrong, Crow wasn't in the army, he was a freelance huntsman that helped us out on the more dangerous missions." A complicated light flashed in Joshua's eyes as he sadly muttered, "And we had a lot of dangerous missions." Before Magna could ask what's wrong, the door to the bar swung open. As a breeze of fresh air blew throughout the bar, Magna couldn't help but sniff the air and think, cookies? Turning towards the door, Magna's eyebrows twitched as the new arrivals looked like the start of a bar joke. A tanned man with blue eyes and short blonde hair walked inside, accompanied by two small girls and a dog. The man wore brown clothes and had a bright smile on his face as he looked towards Magna's parents. The first girl, who appeared to be the eldest, had lilac eyes and bright golden hair worn loose that faded to pale gold at the tips with a cowlick sticking out at the top. The second was a young girl with silver eyes and black, neck-length, choppy hair that faded from black to dark red at the tips. The pair wore little dresses, yellow for the first girl and red for the second. The blonde seemed uncomfortable in her dress as she seemed to fidget non-stop while the one with silver eyes hid behind the blonde. Besides them was a small dog that froze when it made eye contact with Magna. He could already guess why the dog froze but ignored it as he was mentally screaming at how cute the new arrivals looked. The blonde man rubbed the sides of his head as he tiredly asked, "Crow, when we need to meet up, can we meet at a more normal place? It's not good to bring children to a bar." Crow just laughed at what the blonde man said as he happily replied, "No way, Tai. You know that I need my pick-me-up." Taeyong ignored Crow as he turned towards Emily and smiled. "Emily. Joshua. It's been too long. Imagine my shock when I learned that two of my best friends who I thought to be dead, are alive and kicking. Hell, you even have kids now." Tears started to pour from Taeyong's eyes when he finished as he struggled to say, It's good that you guys are still alive." A gentle smile appeared on Joshua's face as he heavily hugged Taeyong. Suddenly, Magna heard a small commotion coming from the front door. Turns out, the two girls that came with Taeyong were trying to bring the dog inside but, for some reason, he refused to move from his spot. The one wearing the red dress had tears in her eyes as she clung to the blonde and tearfully said, Yang, why isn't Zvi moving? Is he sick?" The blonde, Yang, shook her head as she replied, "I don't know, RWBY. Maybe he needs to go toilet." Magna knew why he didn't move, so he decided to help the girls. Jumping off his chair, Magna walked over to the two girls. Yang and RWBY saw Magna coming closer and stared at him curiously. Once he got a couple meters away from them, RWBY disappeared in a shower of petals and appeared behind Yang. Deciding he came far enough, Magna stopped. He put his hands up to show he meant no harm and said, "Are you guys okay? Do you need any help?" Yang looked at her father, who nodded to the little girl, before turning back to Magna and saying, "Our dog, Zvi, won't come inside." Magna smiled at her awkwardly as he scratched the side of his face and said, "That may or may not be my fault." Tilting her head, Yang gave Magna a confused look as she asked, "What do you mean? How is it your fault?" Seeing her confused look, Magna explained, "My semblance is a little fierce. I think Zvi felt the pressure from it and froze." Closing his eyes, Magna mentally yelled, "Kurama. Stop scaring the poor thing." Kurama didn't reply as all Magna heard was a tongue click. When Magna reopened his eyes, he smiled and said, "There. He should be fine now." Just as Magna finished talking, Zvi finally moved. It stared at Magna cautiously before walking next to RWBY and Yang. Just as Magna was about to go back to his seat, Magna felt something crash against his stomach, causing him to fall back. A small groan escaped his lips as he looked at the cause of his fall. The little girl in the red dress, RWBY, sat on his stomach as she stared at him with stars in her glittering eyes. Chapter 27. Seeing the bundle of energy that clung to his arm with eyes shining in excitement and surprise, Magna didn't have the heart to ask her to let him go. He felt the death glares coming from Crow and Taeyong but he could only ignore them as RWBY gazed at Magna with a burning curiosity. Magna kneeled down until they were about the same height as he smiled and said, "What's wrong, RWBY?" RWBY shook her head as she excitedly asked, Big brother, what's your semblance like? Why did it make Zvi freeze?" Hearing her curious tone, Magna turned towards Crow and Taeyong to help him. Of course, as soon as he looked back for help, Taeyong instantly moved towards them as he silently thought, "My daughter is too young to be hugging boys. She'll have to wait for the day I die before she starts acting intimate with boys. Actually, let's make it a week after I die just to make sure I'm dead." However, before he could take even a single step, a hand abruptly grabbed him, stopping him in place. Crow shook his head as he stared intently at Magna and said, "I'm actually quite curious about what your semblance is. You can use all sorts of abilities, so there's gotta be something special about your semblance." Sweat dripped down Magna's forehead as he drew a blank. Obviously, he wasn't gonna tell them the truth about his semblance as he didn't trust a certain white-haired principal with the knowledge of the sea of stars inside his soul. Only the heavens knew what sort of things he would do to gain access to the sea of stars. But he also wanted a perfect explanation for his semblance and when the abilities change. One that was outrageous enough for them to believe. He hesitated for a couple seconds before a look of determination appeared on his face. He smiled as he instantly started bullshitting, "My semblance is called skill creation." Just as he finished speaking, everyone around him fell silent. His parents, Crow, Taeyang, the little girls, everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Judging by the name alone, everyone could guess what his semblance did, more or less. Crow even dropped his flask as he shakily asked, Magna, you don't mean?" Magna just smiled as he said, "It's exactly what you're thinking. My semblance gives me the ability to create skills." As he said that, Magna couldn't help but internally sigh. He knew that even this little lie will bring him truckloads of trouble, but he had no choice. If later on, Magna was caught using an entirely new set of skills by someone like Crow, he wouldn't be asked about how he has the means to use different abilities but forced and tortured until he tells them. Even thought his lie wasn't the truth, it wasn't exactly a lie either. When he gains the memory of a star cluster, he does kinda create the abilities he uses. Suddenly, Crow's expression became immeasurably serious as he stared at Magna and coldly said, "Magna, you better not be lying or telling a joke. This is a serious matter. If what you're saying is true, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to take you directly to Beacon. With your semblance, we can't afford to not have you out in the fields." Magna instantly frowned as he calmly replied, "I'm not joking and neither am I going with you to Beacon." Crow seemed to become agitated as he slammed the table and yelled, "Show me proof. Prove that you're telling the truth. If you do, I'll consider not taking you to Beacon." Gritting his teeth, Magna glared at Crow. He knew Crow was lying as he was sure that if he showed proof, Crow would stop at nothing to get Magna to go to Beacon. In the end, Magna knew he had to provide some evidence to back his claim. Taking a deep breath, Magna closed his eyes as he instantly entered the sea of stars. Seeing the familiar gray stars, Magna smiled as this was as good a time as any to test what happens when he changes abilities. As if responding to his desire, the star representing Naruto Uzumaki drilled into the white speck inside his heart as the stars blinked out of existence for a second before reappearing. Magna just drifted about for a couple minutes before coming to a stop. Nervous, Magna started sweating as he slowly reached towards the star cluster that floated in front of him. As his hand drew closer, the world around him dimmed until nothing but Magna and the star cluster existed. Before he realized it, the star cluster quietly floated above his palm. Suddenly, a soft voice quietly chanted, "Crush it, crush it, crush it." Without any hesitation, Magna crushed the star cluster. At almost the same time as he crushed it, the star cluster burst into tendrils as they quickly fused with Magna's hand. The process wasn't long, but it was painful. It was like holding his hand above an open flame as thin needles pierced his palm. When the last bit of the star cluster was about to be absorbed, the dull gray slowly became a bright, luminescent green before fully integrating into his body. When he thought the worst part was over, a piercing headache assaulted him as he felt what seemed to be memories flow into him as random images quickly flashed inside his mind. Before he realized it, Magna was already back in reality as he gasped for air while heavily sweating. However, a childlike smile could be seen on his face. "Do you need some time to rest?" said Crow as he felt quite bad. Seeing Magna sweating and out of breath, he could tell that whatever Magna just did took a lot out of him. Instead of replying, Magna stood up and excitedly said, "No need, I'm just a little tired. Never mind that though, let's go outside. I want to show you guys my new abilities." Everyone gazed at Magna's leaving back for a couple seconds before standing up and following him with intrigue and expectation on their faces, curious to see what Magna created. Chapter 28. While walking out into the forest, Magna fell into thought. When he was fusing with the active memories inside the star cluster, he got much more than he bargained for. He actually managed to gain some information on his mysterious semblance. One bit of information he gained was the fact that changing powers came with a penalty. For 1 month, Magna can't switch back to Naruto's powers nor can he select a new power. Another thing he learned was the fact that each memory inside the cluster required a trigger. To unlock a memory, he needed to have a strong enough desire for the memory to become active. Honestly, during the time when Magna stayed at the village, he was at a loss when it came to his semblance. When he finally settled down and was getting a well-deserved break, his powers seemed to become stagnant. No matter how much he trained, he couldn't unlock any more of Naruto's powers. Now, it all made sense. His desire for survival granted him the ability to create the Rasengan, and his desire to kill gave him the tailed beast mode transformation. His semblance stopped giving him abilities because he lost the drive to seriously desire power. After 5 more minutes of walking and humming, Magna suddenly came to a stop as he smiled happily and said, "I guess this is as good a spot as any." Seeing Magna nod to himself, Crow impatiently started tapping on his arm as he asked, "Okay, now that we found a good place, could you please demonstrate your semblance so I can confirm whether you're telling the truth or lying? Magna's brows twitched as his happy mood took a hit. With a sigh, Magna put on a serious expression as he excitedly yelled, "Going ghost." The moment he finished speaking, everyone around him could only watch in shock as a ring of light cyan-colored aura appeared around Magna. Like two magnets of the same polarity, the rings quickly spilt apart and ran up and down his body. His clothes soon became replaced by a black jumpsuit with a white collar. As the cyan rings covered more of his body, more of his clothes changed, revealing white boots, gloves and a white belt wrapped comfortably around his waist. The transformation finally ended as one cyan ring faded into the ground while the other faded in the sky. Now, standing in all his glory, was a completely different Magna. He now had snowy white hair and glowing green eyes, just staring at Crow with a wide smirk on his face. Crow stood stunned, thoroughly dumbfounded by Magna. It wasn't only his appearance that changed but his atmosphere as well. Before, Magna felt like a gentle ray of sunshine, but now, he felt like nothing. It's like he didn't even exist. No matter how hard he tried, Crow just couldn't sense Magna's presence. Suddenly, Crow's eyes lit up as he silently thought, with this ability, we should be able to spy on the Queen. Breaking himself out of thought, Crow became stern and cold in an instant as he said, "I'm taking you to Beacon." To which Magna snarkily replied, "Like hell you are." Crow instantly covered the distance between them as he tried to strike Magna's neck and render him unconscious. However, as Crow stared at Magna's face, he became startled as he saw a huge smirk, accompanied by a rebellious light that flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Magna's body became transparent as the only thing you could see was a light cyan outline. Then, under everyone's bewildered gaze, Crow's hand simply went through Magna's body. Crow didn't account for missing his intended target, so the moment he missed, he actually slipped and collapsed to the ground. Magna's smirk grew as he started floating off the ground, stunning everyone around him even more. Seeing Magna now high above the trees, relaxing in the air, Crow silently cursed. He knew that if he turned into a bird, he'd easily be able to fly after him. The only problem was the fact that transforming into a bird was his trump card when it came to escaping. As a top-notch huntsman, Crow wasn't only strong but smart as well. He might act like a bastard sometimes, but he only did it to relax. To even think about being a huntsman or huntress, one needs to know when to retreat. And with Crow keeping his ability a secret, he has always escaped capture because no one would pay attention to a black crow flying away. Crow gazed at Magna with a conflicted mood as he contemplated whether to take Magna's family hostage or not. In the end, Crow sighed as he silently thought, forget it. I don't want him hating me for taking his family captive and blackmailing him. I'll just give up for now. Fine, you win. I won't take you to Beacon, you can come down now. As Magna slowly descending, he had a victorious smile on his face as he lightly said, I told you that I wouldn't let you take me, but you just didn't listen. Somehow, Crow felt a small bit of his pride crumble when he heard Magna's words. It didn't enrage him, but it got pretty deep under his skin. With a madly twitching eyebrow, Crow snorted as he sarcastically said, yeah. Laugh it up, brat. Lightly landing on the ground, Magna just shook his head and said, nah, I'd rather not. Now that you've seen my semblance's ability, can I take it that you believe me? Sighing, Crow silently felt thankful for Magna not laughing at him. His expression softened as he decided to drop the idea of taking him to Beacon completely. Since we're finished here, we should head back. It's almost noon and Ty's house is a bit away from here. Before he could even speak, Magna was thrown back as a hard projectile slammed into his stomach. At first Magna thought it was Crow attacking him, but he quickly realized what had happened. RWBY had used her semblance and launched herself into Magna's stomach. He could feel her climb up his body until they were looking at each other, face to face. Stars shined brightly in her eyes as she cutely asked, what was that? That was so amazing. Magna softly removed her from his stomach and said, that was the ability I just created. I call it ghost mode. When I transform into ghost mode, I gain the abilities of a ghost. That means I can walk through walls, disappear and fly. Magna's face twisted as he tried not to laugh as he continued, I'm much more unique than the other guy. RWBY tilted her head in confusion as she didn't understand why his face looked so funny. But she did understand that whatever it was that he did, it was amazing. She burst into a cloud of petals as she reattached herself to Magna, this time, to his right arm. She clung to him happily as she giggled and chuckled whenever Magna tried to tear her off. After about 3 minutes, Magna forgot about removing her from his arm and started having fun while playing with her instead. Magna swung his arm back and forth as he smiled. RWBY clung to his arm with her eyes closed, happily screaming and laughing. As he happily played with RWBY, Magna missed the two angry men that glared at him with a chilling light in their eyes. Taeyang and Crow started grinding their teeth as they really wanted to barge in and separate the two. However, when they saw the look of joy on Ruby's face, both men could only hold themselves back as they both silently thought, just for today she can hug you just for today. After that, you better watch out Magna. Chapter 29. Eventually, Crow and Taeyang couldn't take it anymore and forcefully separated the two. Ruby somehow became slightly attached to Magna as she whined and complained. Magna didn't help her as he finally reached the limit of pressure he could handle from their glares. He even felt as if there was a small burn on his back. Once they finally finished calming down the pouting Ruby, Taeyang turned to Magna and smiled. Hey there buddy, my name is Taeyang. You parents and I were squad buddies back when my team was participating in the student exchange program between Beacon and Atlas. With a bright smile and an arm stretched out towards him, Magna was surprised by Taeyang's friendliness. Gripping his hand, Magna gave him a firm handshake for someone his age and said, "Nice to meet you uncle, my name is Magna." Taeyang's brows twitched when Magna said uncle, but he didn't flip out as he awkwardly said, "I know that I'm older than you are but I'm not at the uncle level, am I? I'm still young enough to be called big brother, you know." Magna shook his head and bluntly said, "You've got an uncle-looking face with an uncle-looking beard. What else could you be but Uncle Taeyang? Uncle Tai for short." This time, Taeyang seemed to take a horrendous amount of damage as his body twitched. Crow watched in amusement as Taeyang seemed to be spitting up blood from Magna's words. Suddenly, a shiver ran up his spine. Crow had a bad feeling that something bad was about to happen. And his feeling was right. With a wide smirk, Magna slowly turned towards Crow, pointed at him with a wide grin and said, "And you are Uncle QROW." Crow's face paled as he turned towards Ruby and Yang to block their ears but he was too late. Ruby and Yang had stars in their eyes as they cheekily exclaimed, "Uncle Crow." Crow staggered to the ground. Until today, Crow has drilled the fact of calling him Crow into Ruby and Yang's young minds. He knew that eventually, Ruby and Yang would call him uncle and he'd have to get over it. But he thought it would be a couple more years until then, not today. "I'm still a bright, young man with devilish charms. I'm not an uncle yet." Ignoring the widely smiling Magna, Crow knelt before his nieces as he softly said, "Little petal, firecracker. I'm still young right now, not an uncle. Just call me like you always do, okay?" Ruby nodded happily as she innocently said, "Okay Uncle Crow." Her words caused Crow's face to experience a variety of changes. First, he was depressed, then he was annoyed and finally, he was pissed as he remembered who was responsible for Ruby and Yang calling him uncle. Seeing Crow glaring at him, as if he wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face, Magna just shrugged as said, "I gotta get my payback for kidnapping me somehow." Crow continued to glare at him for a couple more seconds before releasing a deep sigh. He decided to see the silver lining as he thought, "At least I don't have to watch out for him in the future." Before, Crow was actually quite reluctant to let the rage-fueled Magna meet Taeyang and his family as there was no telling if Magna would act of his anger or not. However, he changed his mind and decided to trust the feeling he had about Magna, believing he wouldn't hurt his nieces. And he was right. While Magna was carrying a grudge against Crow, it wasn't deep enough where it gets to the point of harming family members. And after calming down Kurama's influence, Magna's grudge ended up turning into a harmless prank. Well, mostly harmless. As the afternoon soon became night, Magna and his family were led to a large house a small out of the city. Taeyang carried Yang while Crow piggybacked the still pouting Ruby, easily traversing the dense forest. Once they arrived, Taeyang slowly let Yang down and he said, "Okay, we have a couple extra rooms for you guys. The beds are already set since Crow sent me a notification beforehand so it should be fine but just in case, boys and girls will sleep separately." He heavily glared at Magna and coldly said, "That means going nowhere near my daughter's bedroom." Magna felt his lips twitching as he gave Taeyang an appalled look. As he was 3 times their age mentally, Magna saw them as little children he need to care for, not possible romantic partners. And even if he did, his body physically can't properly react to the stimulus due to his age so it's not like he could do anything even if he wanted to. As he was quietly thinking, he saw Argo put her hand up with a grave expression. Taeyang gave he a curious look before nodding. Argo muttered a quietly thanks before asking, "Does that mean my sister and I can't go to Magna's room at night?" Obviously, Taeyang looked surprised as he gave Emily an inquiring gaze. Emily softly smiled and recounted the difficult experience of their family. She told him about Magna being separated from their family, how the twins found him and later became family with him due to healing one of them. She even told him of the snowball fight the children had. Hell, she popped out her scroll and showed him the video she had taken while stealthy stalking her children. Taeyang could do nothing but smile and nod as he quietly pitied Magna and the twins. He knew how good Magna's mother was at tracking, as he saw countless times during missions where she would easily find their target. He doesn't remember the exact number, but hundreds of criminals have fallen by her hands alone. As the adults started talking and reminiscing, Magna was quietly following Yang and RWBY. He spotted the pair leaving and couldn't help but feel curious. Naturally, Argo, Luna and Emerald were also there. He didn't know when, but the girls were already walking beside him before he realized it. It didn't take them long before they came across a small abandoned hut. The hut was built in a small clearing, with little piles of stones stacked on top of each other. Just as they were about to move on, Emerald dodged a rock that was about to hit her. Anger painted her face as she stomped towards where the rock flew from. Magna sighed as he tried to calm her down, which did work as she seemed less angry and more annoyed. However, she still walked to where the rock flew from, as she wanted to at least give the culprit a warning about throwing things. As Emerald quickly parted the bushes in front of her, she froze as her lips twitched. Dodging a multitude of items being thrown at her was Yang. Her hair danced around wildly as her eyes burned in excitement. Throwing said items that Yang was dodging was little RWBY. She looked reluctant but didn't stop throwing things, as she knew what her sister would do. Flashback. It's so good. RWBY kept shoveling cookie after cookie into her mouth without a care in the world. Taeyang forgot to put them away as he left in a panic, leaving RWBY alone with an open jar of quintuple chocolate chip cookies of premium grade. Alone, hungry and unsupervised, RWBY was determined to eat the whole jar all by herself. However, she failed to see a pair of lilac eyes watching her from the door. Yang's lips curved into a sly smile as she continued to watch on in silence, recording everything onto her scroll. It didn't take long for RWBY and Yang to notice the appearance of Magna and the little girl squad. Yang in particular was extremely excited when they showed up as she launched herself at Magna, screaming, "Fight me!" Chapter 30. Magna hastily put up his arms and attempted to block the incoming attack. But he majorly underestimated the strength behind Yang's punch. Her stance was solid and her attack was quick. Once her fist landed on Magna, he was instantly sent flying. Argo and Luna's eyes started glowing as their fur stiffened. Two huge claws made from fire and ice flew towards Yang. Seeing the incoming attacks, Yang smirked as she sent out a flurry of rapid punches. The punches carried a lot of power as they slowly shattered the two claws coming towards her. Her hair seemed to become wilder as the fight continued. With a loud laugh, Yang dashed towards Emerald as she noticed her trying something. Unlucky for her, that was exactly what Emerald was waiting for. There seemed to be a split moment where the world around them stopped before continuing on as if nothing happened. Before she could make heads or tails of what just happened, Yang felt a shock travel through her body as a wave of unimaginable pain assaulted her foot. Yang started hopping around while crying, rubbing her feet in an attempt to stop the pain. RWBY suddenly appeared next to Yang, panic written all over her face as she tearfully asked, "Yang? What's wrong? Are you gonna die? Please don't die, Yang." Emerald almost burst into laughter hearing RWBY. She dusted her clothes off before saying, "Don't worry about her, little red. Your sister just so happened to step on a LGO." Her words seemed to calm RWBY down as she stopped tearing up. However, she was still worried as Yang continued to cry. While all this was going on, Magna watched them from the shadows in ghost mode with an intrigued look on his face. He saw how an ordinary pile of sharp rocks suddenly became a small mound of LGO blocks. Magna knew what her semblance could do and couldn't help but feel his mood fall. He frowned when the thought of her using her semblance on him, tricking him and his family, using them for some agenda. But then, the memory of when they first met popped up. He could feel the fear and panic radiating off her, the despair when she realized she was about to be sullied, and he knew that there was no way in hell for someone to perfectly emulate those feelings unless they had experienced something truly horrible. While Magna continued to watch on, Emerald suddenly turned her head towards Magna's direction. Her lips curved into a gentle and bright smile as she said, "Magna, you okay back there?" Deciding not to overthink it, Magna flew over towards them and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Emerald's chocolate cheeks became a bright red as she softly asked, "Do you mean me?" Magna didn't feel anything wrong with what he said, so he asked, "What's wrong? Do you not like the nickname I gave you?" Flustered, Emerald flailed her arms around as she shook her head and yelled, "No. No. Nothing's wrong. I love the nickname. I was just surprised, that's all." Nodding his head, Magna turned towards Yang, who now had trails of snot and tears running down her face. Transforming back to normal, Magna started cleaning her face with his clothes. At first, she struggled to get away from him, but Magna seemed adamant about cleaning her face. As time slowly went on, Yang suddenly found herself growing sleepy as Magna continued to gently clean her. Magna could feel a burning gaze aiming directly at him, but he ignored it as he tried to calm Yang down. He honestly didn't expect her to cry this hard, as she seemed like such a badass in the anime that he assumed she'd still be one as a child. However, Magna quickly realized that he needed to change his way of thinking. Just because they are going to become badass huntresses that save the world doesn't mean they are one right now. They still need to experience the challenges and trials that help them mature. Seeing Yang calmly sleeping in his arms with a foolishly smile and drool dripping down her chin, Magna chuckled as he softly said, "Let's head back." No one disagreed with Magna as everyone started feeling tired. Argo and Luna looked a bit tired as their fluffy tails drooped to the ground, while Emerald just cutely yawned as she slightly swayed side to side. Even RWBY was affected by the atmosphere as she leaned against Magna as they made their way back. However, everyone was suddenly jolted awake as Taeyang and Crow, followed by Magna's parents, burst into the clearing. Panic and worry was written all over their faces. But the moment they saw everyone was fine and accounted for, they all let out a big sigh of relief. That relief suddenly became anger as Taeyang glared at RWBY and the half-asleep Yang, who still rested peacefully in Magna's arms, and yelled, "Why did you all sneak out? Don't you know how worried we all were? You are all grounded." Emily hastily tapped Taeyang's shoulder and said, "Tai, you can't just ground my kids." Magna, Argo, Luna and Emerald all had hoped that they weren't grounded. But their hope disappeared as soon as it came, as she continued, "Only I can ground my kids." Magna. Girls. You're grounded. Magna knew better than to argue with his mother, especially when she was in rage. Just as they were about to start the trek back home, Taeyang glared at Magna with a burning gaze and angrily said, "Yang, now that you're awake, I think you can walk back without Magna carrying you, right?" Yang just returned Taeyang's glare with a pout as she swiftly turned her head and said, "No." The fire in Taeyang's eyes grew as he wanted to separate his precious daughter from Magna. Not wanting things to become difficult, Magna carefully let Yang go and said, "Yang, you should listen to your father. He only wants what's best for you." Hearing Magna's words, everyone stood stunned, especially Taeyang. He even began to feel a bit awkward as he was trying so hard to separate the two while being equally as hard against Magna, yet when his daughter didn't listen to him, the first person to stand up for him was Magna. The way Taeyang viewed Magna changed slightly as he smiled softly and said, "You know what? Yang's probably still tired. Magna, could you do me a favor and carry her back?" Taken back, Magna just absent-mindedly nodded as he caught the little girl that leapt back into his arms when her father said it was all right. Seeing the amused looks coming from his parents, Magna tiredly sighed as he slowly made his way back home. Chapter 31. It's been about a week since Magna and his family arrived in Patch. Apparently, a house couldn't be sorted for them because of the size of the family, but luckily, Taeyang offered to house them all as Magna's family really seemed to get along with Taeyang and his children. Waking up earlier in the morning, Magna yawned as he slowly got out of bed. He drowsily walked down the hallway, almost tripping on a few toys before coming to a stop as the sound of someone whistling reached his ears. As he opened the door to the lounge, what welcomed him was Taeyang, wearing a white apron that said, "World's Best Daddy," on it while he was pipping hot pancakes onto a plate. It was honestly a bit weird seeing him cook, as over the past week, it was only Emily who cooked their meals. Seeing Magna at the door, Taeyang showed his signature sunny smile as he said, "Morning kiddo, you're up early. Come and eat a couple pancakes." Taeyang's smile seemed to bring up Magna's mood as he happily made his way over and started eating the pancakes. With each bite he took, his eyes would shine as he silently thought, everyone who thought Taeyang can't cook were wrong. This man is an artist. Suddenly, a small explosion boomed from the kitchen. Magna rushed in only to freeze as he saw Taeyang with black soot on his face while clumps of charcoal lay in the pan. It took Magna a couple seconds to organize his thoughts as he solemnly nodded and muttered, "I guess he can only cook sweets. When he tries to make anything else, it turns into charcoal." Taeyang awkwardly coughed a couple times as he wryly said, "I heard that, you know." Before Magna could reply, Yang burst into the kitchen with a worried look on her face. She tore the pan out of Taeyang's hand as she harshly said, "Dad. You know you can make anything besides sweets. Let me make breakfast. Just go sit in the lounge so you don't blow up the kitchen." Taeyang's brows twitched as he softly said, "Come on Yang, can't you be a bit more gentle with your words? If I said it gently, you try to cook again just to prove you can do it. Just go sit in the lounge, uncle," said Yang as she rolled her eyes at Taeyang, completely ignoring him. Magna felt awkward as he watched the depressed Taeyang slowly leave the kitchen. He walked up to Yang and cautiously said, "Morning Yang, did you need any help?" Yang stopped cleaning the pan and scanned Magna for a couple seconds before saying with a smile, "Good morning Magna, if you could, can you help me clean up?" Giving Yang a nod, Magna quickly started cleaning the kitchen. Once they were done, Yang started to cook some bacon and eggs. However, Magna noticed that as she cooked, she seemed afraid of the oil as she tried to keep the pan as far from her as possible. Magna offered to help but she shook her head and said, I need to learn to cook. Dad can't make anything but sweets and Ruby needs her nutrition to grow. Thanks for the offer, though. I'll make sure to add a little extra in your plate. Stunned, Magna could only leave the kitchen and sit at the table. At that moment, Yang had an extremely motherly smile on her young face. His heart couldn't help but beat a little bit faster. She'll make a good mother. Shaking himself out of thought, Magna began to wait for breakfast. As time passed by, more and more people woke up. After about 30 minutes, everyone was up and waiting at the table for breakfast. Yang quickly served up breakfast, giving Magna a small mountain of bacon and eggs, before sitting with Ruby. Breakfast was relatively fun as the dad jokes went out of control. Yang and Ruby were groaning in embarrassment as Taeyang made a ton of dad jokes while Magna tried to hide away as Joshua straight up tried to embarrass him. After breakfast, Magna was about to go outside when a small missile hit him dead in the stomach. He felt his breakfast try to escape but held it back as he gave the smiling missile a wry look. Ruby tilted her head seeing Magna's crooked smile as she laughed and said, "Play with me." Rubbing his stomach, Magna nodded as he said, "Sure thing, Ruby. Just no more launching yourself at my stomach, okay?" Receiving a quick yes from Ruby, she proceeded to climb his body until she perched herself on his shoulders as if it were natural. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a hand grab his shirt from behind. Turning around, Magna gave Yang a curious look as he asked, "What's up?" Yang gave him a weird look as she said, "Aren't you coming to school?" Once she finished speaking, Magna abruptly froze. School? Like, the place where you can learn things and make friends? Magna started trembling as he quickly put Ruby down before dashing towards the lounge, leaving both girls dumbfounded. Swing open the door, Magna stared at his mother with excitement in his eyes as he asked, "Am I going to school?" A soft smile appeared on Emily's face as she happily said, "Yeep, and not just you. Emerald, Argo and Luna will be going with you. Signal has just finished their summer holidays and classes should be starting up today. Don't worry about the papers, Crow has already taken care of all that. Just get ready cause I'll take you guys there soon," added Taeyang. Magna jumped around in happiness like a little kid. School. In his past life, he never got to attend school because he was stuck in a hospital room. Apparently, all he needed to do was tidy himself up. Schools in Remnant were vastly different than on Earth. Here, there wasn't a need to carry books around as they mostly focused on 3 subjects, combat, weapons and history. It only took a couple minutes for Magna and the girls to get ready. As they were waiting outside, playing a game with Ruby, Taeyang walked outside with his bright smiling face and said, "Okay kids, who's ready for school?" With an equally bright smile, Magna and the girls waved goodbye to Ruby as they quickly followed behind Taeyang. It wasn't long before they left the forest, yet the thing that made Magna speechless was the fact that Yang loved to stop at every store along the way to do a little window shopping. He literally had to drag the easily distracted girl along until they came across a huge metal gate that had a sign on it that read, "Welcome to Signal Academy." Chapter 32. Magna slowly followed behind Taeyang as he led them through the school. While walking, Magna could help but stare as the school and its students stunned him. The classrooms were huge and the students were all fit. Some of the older students he passed had sharp gazes, giving him the feeling of people that experienced battle while the younger ones gave off a battle-hungry feel. Yang had disappeared the moment they crossed the gate, but along the way, they passed her class and saw her while she was sparring with someone. Her face had a wide smile and her eyes glowed red as she fought against another girl who, surprisingly, was able to trade blows with the powered-up Yang. As he was staring at Yang in a daze, Ruby's squeal of delight broke him out of it as he turned towards the red blur that sped forwards. Quickly following behind, Magna's jaw almost dropped to the floor as he stared at a huge forge. The heat coming from the forge was intense, but Ruby just ignored it as she excitedly said, "Oh my gosh. Look. It's a huge sword with thrusters attached to it. Kaya. And there's a pair of boots with extendable knives on both the front and back." Ruby was literally about to become a human missile as she charged into the forge. However, she could only make it a couple meters before being caught by Taeyang as he sighed and said, "Ruby, what have I told you about running into the weapon forge?" Tears gathered in her eyes as he gave Taeyang a sad puppy look and muttered, "But Dad." Taeyang's heart was apparently made of stone as he frowned and said, "Don't give me that look, little lady. You know it's too dangerous for you to go in there." Suddenly, Ruby started softly crying as she tried to get out from Taeyang's grasp. A tired sigh escaped Taeyang's lips as he softly laid her on the ground. "Ruby, I'm dash." Before he could finish speaking, Ruby turned into a blur as she latched onto Magna, curling herself into his chest as she quietly sobbed. Magna was stunned for a bit before wrapping his arms around her in a warm hug as he started comforting her. Argo and Luna moved next to Ruby and comforted her along with Magna while Emerald just stood to the side as she wasn't that good at comforting people. Taeyang's sunny smile seemed to dim slightly as he turned to Magna and said, "Could you carry her around for me, Magna? She probably won't let me carry her for a while." Magna nodded as he quietly followed behind Taeyang with the girls surrounding him. It took a couple minutes but they arrived at their destination as Taeyang said, "We're here. We'll go in and meet the principal and get your classes set up. She's a nice person but she's strict, so try and be on your best behavior." Magna and the girls nodded as Taeyang opened the door. They walked through a couple hallways before finally coming to a room. Taeyang knocked on the door a couple times before a soft, "Come in," resounded from the other side. As they walked inside, Magna couldn't help but stare as he saw one of the most beautiful women he's ever seen. She had waist-long jet black hair and amber gold eyes. A thin pair of black glasses rested softly against her face as she showed a light smile. She wore a black business suit that hugged her bombshell of a body tightly, showing off all of her curves. She stared at Taeyang for a bit, then at Magna and the girls and said, "I'm guessing you're here to register some new students, Mr. Xiaolong." Taeyang nodded as he rubbed the back of his head and said, "Yeah. My friends recently came to town and they wanted their son and adopted daughters to attend school." He then proceeded to introduce each of them before asking, "So, what do you think? Is it possible?" The principal nodded with a smile as she politely said, "It's easily possible, Mr. Xiaolong. I just need to record their semblances down so we can put them into the right class." Magna stared at her in confusion as he politely asked, "Why do you need to record our semblances, Miss Principal?" The principal smiled as she said, "What a cute boy. Well, to answer your question. We separate our classes by specialty. For example, one of the classes we have here is the attack class, where the students with semblances fit for combat are trained. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Xiaolong's eldest daughter is in that class. Other classes that we have include, defense class, for those whose semblance focus towards defending, support class, for those whose semblance aid others during battle, and finally, scout class, for those whose semblance lean more towards stealth." Magna was stunned. He never heard of this type of classification before. The anime and the wiki never mention this. This must be something unique to this world, considering its reality and not the show, thought Magna. It took about 30 minutes for all the girls to go through their introductions because not only did they have to introduce themselves, they had to describe and display their semblance. Of course, the one that stunned Magna the most was Emerald, as she actually came clean about her semblance as she created an illusion of Magna hugging her, not the least bit embarrassed by the display or bothered by the roaring glares coming from Argo, Luna and surprisingly, Ruby. Now, it was Magna's turn. Magna Opus, age 8. My semblance is skill creation. Bam. The principal was so stunned she dropped her pen. She wasn't even this bothered when Emerald showed her semblance. She reined herself in as she tidied herself up, picked her pen off the floor and shakily said, Is there any way you can prove what you said?" Nodding, Magna said, "I just created this skill about a week ago. If you need proof of me using another type of semblance before, Crow Branwen can vouch for me." With a wide smirk, Magna yelled, "Going ghost." The transformation was almost instant as the teal rings rapidly appeared and sped across his body. Magna, now with snowy white hair and glowing green eyes, slowly lifted off the ground before flying through the desk in front of him, stopping just in front of the principal as he said, "I call this ghost mode. While I'm like this, I can fly, become intangible and turn invisible. There are a couple other powers I can use but I'm still working on them." The principal stood dazed for a couple seconds before blooming into a beautiful smile. Magna detransformed, only to be grabbed by the shoulders as the principal said, "Magna, I'd like to put you in the scout class." Honestly, Magna couldn't find fault with her decision. With the ability of invisibility, intangibility, and flight, it'd be a joke for him to be anywhere but the scout class. However, before he could answer, the principal adopted a serious look as she said, "There's a couple things you need to know if you're going to be joining the scout class. Currently, there are no students in this class as most people eligible are those with speed-type semblances and they all chose the attack class." Magna frowned for a second before changing back to a neutral expression. The principal sighed in relief when she saw that he was still listening, meaning there was still a chance of him attending the scout class. "Lastly, there is no instructor for the scout class, so you'll be personally instructed by me. And before you start complaining, just know that I'm a formidable huntress with the ability to walk through shadows." As she finished speaking, Magna fell into thought for a couple minutes before breaking into a huge smile. "When do we start, miss?" Amber knocked. Chapter 33. Clang. In a seemingly peacefully patch of the forest, the sound of metal clashing together rang out. Occasionally, two silhouettes could be seen attacking each other, both instantly vanishing. One of these two silhouettes belongs to Magna. 2 weeks have passed since he and his adopted sisters were accepted into Signal. Currently, he was training with his teacher, Amber Noct. Magna's objective was to either dodge or parry her incoming attacks. That's right, he could only either dodge or parry. He's tried to send a counter-attack before, but let's just say that it did not end well for him. Her training is borderline sadistic, to say the least. Over the last 2 weeks, Magna's had to dodge hundreds, if not thousands, of lethal attacks just on his way to and from school. When he finally arrived, he was to head to the attack class and work on his body as well as increasing his endurance. How was he to do this? He was forced to get hit. He would spar with the students of the attack class while only being allowed to dodge. In his teacher's own words, this was to train his battle awareness. Unsurprisingly, Yang was the only student who fought Magna, as everyone else that tried ended up being beaten to a pulp by Yang herself. After a long and grueling first and second period, Magna would then have to drag his tired body to the principal's office, where she would then teach him about history. Back to the forest, Magna blocked a long, single-edged blade from lopping his head off with a pair of training daggers. Using the momentum from the attack, Magna rolled backwards before launching himself off the ground, flying to the top of the trees before turning invisible and shifting location. The shadows on the ground seemed to ripple as a beautiful figure slowly emerged. Amber had a soft smile on her face as she yelled, "That's enough." Magna's silhouette quickly approached before he collapsed to the ground, detransforming in the process as he tiredly said, "Finally." Amber gently ruffled his hair and grinned, "What's wrong, little disciple? You all tuckered out from playing with big sister?" His lips twitched slightly as he groaned, "Teacher." Over the 2 weeks that Magna has been training, he and Amber have surprisingly bonded. Sure, she was strict as hell, even monitoring his diet just so his body would develop properly, but she was also a kind and gentle person that gave Magna the same feeling as his family. The same could be said about Amber. At first, she was only going to teach him because the scout class lacked a teacher. But when she saw how hard Magna tried to learn and how fast he comprehended her teachings, she became attached to him. She softly patted the dust off of her as she said, "You can just go straight home, Magna. There'll be no surprise attack today." Before he could ask why, she fell into the shadows and disappeared. Magna slowly hobbled to his legs and was about to start trekking home when... Ha! From his mouth came a wisp of teal mist. Stunned, Magna forced another transformation before hiding amongst the trees. Ghost sense. One time while he was out training with Amber, a teal mist came out from his mouth, surprising them both. Almost at the exact same moment, a small group of beowulfs jumped out from the bushes and attacked. Both Amber and Magna were intrigued by what seemed to be an early warning system for Grimm. They ran all sorts of experiments and concluded that Magna's ghost sense did indeed react to Grimm, instead of ghosts like what Magna expected. As he carefully watched the forest floor for Grimm, Magna frowned as his ghost sense was going crazy. Every breath he took was a teal mist, freaking him out. Knowing that this patch of forest was hiding a large number of Grimm, Magna took off to the school to warn his teacher. However, the closer he got to the school, the more intense his ghost sense became. It was late in the afternoon, so no one but the teachers should be at school yet. The moment he reached the grounds, there were students still walking around. Something seemed off about the students though. Focusing his aura into his eyes, they glowed a dim green as he could finally see what was happening. All the students had lifeless eyes and drooled as they all piled together. His face paled as he saw Emerald among the students. It took all his will to stop himself from flying over and taking her, but he knew that if he did, one of the people he saw that were patrolling would notice her disappearance. Who knows what they would do to the other students if they saw her suddenly disappear. Suddenly, Magna froze as he heard the sound of someone talking. He flew towards the source while invisible and became stunned. White Fang. But wait, their masks are a little different to the ones I saw last time. The people speaking had masks covering their faces that looked identical to the White Fangs. One would have never noticed the difference if they've never seen the real thing before. However, Magna has, and he easily noticed the difference. How's the loading going? We'll be finished in about an hour. Those bastards will never realize what happened. I just don't understand why the Queen needs so many kids. Suddenly, a third man appeared as he spoke with a rough voice. She wants more people fighting for her cause. The ones who are useful get taken in to be used as pawns, while those that aren't are used to feed the Grimm. Magna quietly swallowed his rage. Sacrifices? Those who are usefully become pawns. He wanted nothing more than to rip every single person behind this to pieces. As he continued to silently listen, a huge explosion happened near the principal's office. He ignored the trio of idiots as he flew towards the explosion. Once he arrived, he slowly landed in the center and scanned his surroundings. Turning towards the left, Magna's eyes widened as he screamed, "Teacher!" He cautiously tore the debris away from the familiar silhouette with tears in his eyes. Magna became pale as he saw the burns that covered her body. "Teacher! Don't worry. I'll heal you." Magna grabbed her hand as he desperately transferred his aura into her. This seemed to be enough to wake her as she gasped for air before coughing up a small amount of blood. Magna. I am here, teacher. What exactly happened?" Coughing up more blood, Amber painfully said, "Devout followers of the Queen. They knocked out all the teachers and rounded up the students. When I returned from our training session, I saw what was happening. So I followed who I thought to be the leader inside to the main office. However, before I could get any information, he blew up the building." Magna could see that her breathing had calmed down, but the burn marks didn't seem to heal at all. By now, his transformation was forcefully ended as he continued to pump more aura into her body. Suddenly, the only hand that wasn't burned by the explosion softly gripped Magna's hand as she smiled. "Stop, Magna. My condition has already stabilized. Save your aura or you'll fall unconscious." Magna hesitated for a second before he stopped healing Amber. The moment he let go, Amber showed him a gentle smile before falling unconscious. After making sure she was still breathing, he slowly stood up and glared towards the direction where the students were gathering, his eyes glowing furiously. Chapter 34. In the ruins of the principal's office, Magna sat near Amber with his eyes closed. He was slowly replenishing his aura while watching over Amber. Her condition was stable, at least for now, but Magna's anger continued to grow. The reason he had his eyes closed was because of the intense glow coming from them. He never knew that his emotions could affect his powers, so when he noticed the bright glow that might give away their position, he closed his eyes as he attempted to control them. By the time he regained at least half of his aura reserves, Magna opened his eyes, revealing emerald green eyes even though he was still in his normal form. Silently, he instantly transformed into ghost mode and flew towards the highest point, the giant clock tower. From there he scanned his surroundings for a couple minutes. 14, 17, 24 people in total and 34 beowulfs, not the easiest targets in the world, but I'll at least slaughter half of them or else I don't know where to direct this anger. After he finished locating all the targets, Magna turned into a blur as he sped towards the closest pair. Magna didn't do anything showy. All he did was fall into them, turn intangible and drag them into the ground, killing them when he let go as they fused with the ground. He wasn't going to pull any punches. These pricks kidnapped his adopted sister, blew up his teacher and brought Grimm this close to the city. To say he was pissed was a massive understatement. The only problem was aura consumption. Not only is he in ghost mode, but he's also using his invisibility, intangibility, and flight at the same time. The aura used to support all four abilities wasn't a small amount. He managed to get rid of at least half the people before his aura reserves fell below 10. Magna wanted to rest to regain more aura but started panicking as he heard a loud voice yell, "Someone's here. I can't contact squads 2, 3, and 6. Feeling that his aura reserves were just above 10, he grit his teeth as he continued to hide. It would just be suicide to try and take on 12 people head-on. What's worse is that there are still Grimm he needs to take care of. He looked down at the daggers strapped to his waist and fell into thought. Over the 2 weeks of training, Amber drilled into him to always carry his weapons on him. She also gave him a crash course on the art of assassination, but he was only ever competent when he used his invisibility. Taking a deep breath, Magna steeled himself as he became invisible. Without flight or intangibility, Magna slowly sneaked around the school grounds. After a couple minutes, he came across a lone straggler. He frowned when he saw that the man was taller and bulkier than he was, but just shook the thought out of his head as he quietly closed in. Stopping right before the man, Magna quickly drew one of his daggers before leaping onto the man's back. He wrapped his legs around the man's torso, then using his free hand, he covered his mouth so he couldn't yell as he swiftly slit the man's throat. His movements were quick and fluid, leaving no room for the man to react as he could only clutch his bleeding neck with wide eyes as he died. Magna could feel the urge to throw up as this was the first time he had seen such a bloody kill. He could feel the still warm blood on his hands and started to shake. It took a couple minutes for him to calm down as he kept repeatedly telling himself that it was either them or him. He stealthily walked around, and whenever he saw someone spilt from their group, he'd wait for them to leave the sight of others before killing the man and hiding his body. After 10 minutes, Magna couldn't hold on any longer as he flew up to the clock tower and collapsed. His face was pale as his hands shakily wrapped around himself. Killing 3 more men after the first was his limit, both aura-wise and mentality-wise. The feeling of taking lives with his own hands was too great a burden for him to handle. On Earth, he was too weak and ill to leave the hospital, so he was quite naive and innocent, while the him that grew up in this world was only an 8-year-old boy from a village. It was easier for him to try and kill people when he had the 9 tails as Kurama absorbed the guilty. However, now that he was only his normal mode, Magna couldn't help but start to break down. Right when he started to cry, another voice bellowed across the school as it said, "Men, prepare to leave. We've lost too many numbers and we can't find the cause. Prepare the second load and get ready to move. Grim, escort the second group to the rendezvous point for pickup." Suddenly, Magna paled as he thought, second group. He leapt to his feet and scanned the school grounds before becoming stark white. Emerald. When he looked towards the area where Emerald and the other students stood, the place was empty as new students slowly filled the area. The intense glow that Magna managed to hold back burst outwards in a fiery rage. He didn't even care about falling unconscious as he roared and zoomed towards the man that just yelled, abducting him right in front of everyone else. Magna kept flying as he smashed the man's body through numerous walls and trees before coming to a stop. He infused the man's hands into a boulder before turning back to normal as he roared, "Where the fuck did you take my sister?" Even though the man was bloody and bruised, he smiled as a trail of blood leaked from his mouth. So we were being done in by a kid? Man, what are they feeding you kids these days? Oh well, at least we can be sure that at least a handful of the kids will be useful to the queen. Infusing his legs into the boulder, Magna's piercing green eyes glared at him as he roared, "I'll only ask one more time. Where is my sister?" The man's face morphed into utter madness as he burst into a vile bout of laughter and said, "She's probably a servant for the queen by now if she's as good as you. If not, at least she'll be able to fill the stomach of Her Majesty's pets." Magna roared in fury as he clutched his head. At this time, his semblance decided to awaken one of his abilities. However, he didn't even wait for the memory to settle as he instinctively turned intangible and dove into the man's body. The man cried in pain as the veins around his body puffed up. His skin started to tear and blood gushed out of him like crazy. What Magna just learned was possession or overshadowing. But instead of trying to take him over, Magna was trying to wreak as much chaos inside his body as possible. With his skin now dyed red due to his blood, the man's expression finally changed as he begged for his life. But his words fell on deaf ears as Magna continued to wreak havoc inside him until he died. As Magna slowly left his dead body, Magna abruptly threw up his lunch at the sight. His skin was completely gone, leaving bits of muscles and bone exposed. His eyes were completely red and slightly popped out from their socket. Magna, now with a completely empty stomach, felt the world around him spin as he fell back and landed on something soft and fragrant. He could hear his name being called over and over, but before he could reply, he blacked out. Chapter 35. Turmoil. That's the only word suitable to describe the current situation. The Combat Academy signal was attacked by devout followers of the Queen of Grimm. The largest damage done was the abduction of 15 children. Because the Grimm were too easily noticeable, the huntsmen nearby were able to react quickly as they managed to recover every student but one. Somehow, the men who staged the attack managed to obtain the records of the students. Emerald's semblance was far too precious for them to give up, so they used the other students as decoys to extract her and her alone. When he woke up, Magna did not take the news well. Something seemed to have changed inside him as his eye color had changed and permanently became dark green. He shut himself in his room, never setting a single foot out of the door. However, everyone who walked by his room couldn't help but shiver as a sickeningly dark and dangerous feeling emanated from behind his door. Of course, his family didn't sit back and twiddle their thumbs. At every available time, his parents, the Wolf twins, his wounded teacher, even Taeyang along with the drunk bird and his family visited him and tried to comfort him. They basically never left him alone, though they never actually set foot in his room. Their constant efforts seemed to finally bear fruit as a week after the attack, his door slowly swung open. At that time, the dark and dangerous feeling disappeared, as if it never existed as they saw Magna, standing there with puffy red eyes and dark bags under his eyes. He fell to his knees as he cried. He didn't only cry because of losing Emerald. He cried because of the fear he felt from fighting people. He cried because of the guilt and pain from killing people. He finally acted his age as he burst into tears. It took hours for his family and friends to calm him down before he finally fell asleep. They could tell from the bags under his eyes that Magna hasn't had a wink of sleep since he woke up from falling unconscious. Emily's heart squeezed in her chest as she softly brushed his hair out of his face and muttered, "He's still crying, even in his sleep." Currently, it's late at night and the children were forced to go to bed. Crow didn't even feel the desire to drink as he sadly said, "I'm so sorry, kid. If only I was paying attention, if only I could have arrived there just a little bit faster." Taeyang gripped Crow's shoulders and said, "Don't blame yourself, Crow. No one was aware of what was happening until it was too late. Next to Emily, Amber softly ran her good hand through Magna's hair as she sadly said, he's so young yet he had to experience taking another's life. Everyone fell silent. He was only an 8-year-old boy but he's already had to experience killing another person. Joshua's face was the symbol of wrath as he glared at Crow and said, Crow, is there any way I can get some info from Ojban? I need to kill those bastards for forcing my son to break down but I don't know where to start looking. A dense killing intent covered the room as everyone felt out of breath. Even Emily, his loving wife, was affected. Crow thought for a couple seconds before nodding, sure thing. I'll make a couple calls. Slowly, Crow stood up and tried to quietly leave the room. However, once he got to the door, his scroll beeped as he received a message. He checked it for a couple seconds before smiling. I just got a message from Jimmy. The Shnee sisters are on their way to pick up Magna for their family gala. I say they'll be here in the morning, around lunch at the latest. Amber frowned as she said, are we really going to let Magna leave? After everything he just went through? I honestly think we should. After everything that just happened, a little RR is exactly what he needs. The Shnee sisters might be Shnees, but they also seem to like Magna a lot. Said Crow. Plus, he'll finally be able to have some fun and forgot those painful memories. I heard the gala this year is supposed to be the biggest yet. Emily didn't mind the idea of Magna getting some rest and relaxation but she couldn't help but feel worried as she asked, can I go with him? Unfortunately, Crow shook his head as he sighed, I'm sorry but you can't. None of us can. While both sisters did invite him, Winter is the only one who actually has the power to invite someone. However, that power is limited to only inviting one person. Crow fell into thought for a bit before saying, I'll tell them about what happened to Magna and ask them to take extra care of him while he's with them. Before anyone could reply, Crow already left the room while sending them the details. The room fell silent once again. After a couple seconds, Taeyong stood up as he muttered, I'm off to bed. Someone has to feed those little bottomless pits in the morning. Emily rolled her eyes at Taeyong as she brutally said, and that someone is not you. If you even dare to try and cook tomorrow, I'll put you into an eternal sleep. Taeyong visibly shuddered as he quietly said, noted. Before continuing to bed. Emily slowly lifted Magna as she cradled him in her arms. Her eyes became watery as she shakily said, you're still small enough for me to carry you in my arms, my baby boy. Amber gently smiled as she followed Emily out of the room. Over the last couple days, the pair have grown rather close as their concern for Magna connected them. Joshua continued to sit in the chair as he stared out the window and thought, just you wait. The next morning, Magna woke up in a daze. To his right was his mother Emily while to his left was his teacher. Amber knocked. Magna rubbed the sides of his head and sighed. His mother he could understand but his teacher. That was a little too much for him. Seeing them still sound asleep, Magna ran his eyes over his teacher's figure and paled. When he first saw her in the ruins, he didn't get a good look at her wounds but now that she's sleeping next to him with nothing more than a nightgown on, he finally got to see the full extent of her injuries. Her lower half was completely scarred while only half of her upper body managed to escape being burned. The burn marks even ran up her neck and onto her face. He softly caressed her scars as tears gathered in his eyes. He was about to cry when a soft hand landed on his. Startled, Magna was about to retract his hand when Amber's eyes slowly opened as she gently smiled and said, Good morning Magna. Were you checking out your big sis? Sadly, I'm not as pretty as before. Magna could hear the sadness in her voice when she finished speaking. Just as he was about to say something, he froze as he felt something in his chest. His aura reserves practically doubled while the feeling that repressed him from changing abilities disappeared. Without wasting time, Magna switched to Naruto's abilities as a familiar sun tattoo appeared on his hand. He pressed his hand against the burns on her arm, earning an ashamed look from Amber as she said, You shouldn't touch my burns Magna. They're not that nice to feel. Suddenly, she frowned as she felt a warm energy flow from Magna into her body. Magna, just stop. I'll read dash. Before she could finish, her eyes widened into saucers as she watched the burn marks on her hand slowly recede. Tears poured down her face as she touched her now soft and smooth hand. Magna finally showed the first genuine smile since the attack as he said, Don't worry big sis. With me here, you'll be back to your old self in dash. He was suddenly cut off as Amber pulled him close to her and repeatedly kissed his cheeks. Magna turned as red as a tomato but he couldn't stop smiling as Amber softly cried and repeatedly muttered, thank you so much. Chapter 36. After being released from his super affectionate teacher, Magna slowly made his way to the lounge. When he opened the door, everything went silent as everyone just stared at him. Magna felt awkward, scratching the side of his arm as he found himself unable to look anyone in the eyes. Look, I'm Dash. Before he could finish speaking, he was tackled over by 4 child-shaped missiles. The 4 girls sobbed on his chest as they squeezed him to death. He couldn't be mad at them as he hugged them back just as hard, burning a few giggles from the girls. Suddenly, he heard a couple muffled coughs coming from the kitchen. He rolled his eyes as he saw Taeyang and Crow walk in with large plates of cookies and pancakes. Magna separated himself from the girls as he gave Crow and Taeyang an embarrassed look as he quietly muttered, "Thanks for everything yesterday." Taeyang found himself unable to stay mad at Magna as he sighed before wearing his signature sunny smile. "Don't worry about it, Magna. You and your family are practically family at this point, and Sai will probably be an actual family later down the road." Magna was confused by his statement while a certain blonde behind him burst into a deep blush. Before he could ask, Taeyang smiled as he said, "Okay boys and girls, we have cookies and pancakes for breakfast, eat up." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the rooms as Magna heard his mother scream, "Tiawang. I thought I told you not to go into the kitchen." Taeyang's smile turned pale almost immediately as he dashed out of the house. Crow laughed at Taeyang and he went to sit down. Yet, the moment he sat down, he paled as Emily's voice roared, "And QROW. Why didn't you stop him? You were there last night, weren't you?" Crow didn't even hesitate as he leapt off the chair and sprinted after the fleeing Taeyang. An hour after the beating, Magna was sitting in Amber's lap, stunned. To the side, both Crow and Taeyang were lying on the ground from the harsh beating they received from his mother, who was currently feeding him a proper breakfast. Joshua had left as Crow said he had some business to take care of, while the little girl squad were watching Magna as they ate with wide smiles on their faces. When everyone first saw Amber's healed arm when she entered the room, they all barraged her with hundreds of questions. She explained how Magna was able to heal her and that he would heal the rest later. Magna made sure to tell her that using Yang healing took way too much aura to use. He had depleted half of his recently doubled aura reserves just to heal her from the shoulder down. Everyone knew that Magna was leaving today to go hang out with Winter and Weiss, so they knew that he couldn't heal Amber unless he wants to collapse when he's with them. Once everyone finished eating, they heard a knocking come from the door. With his wounds almost healed, Taeyang opened the door and smiled, "Magna. You have guests." Amber reluctantly put him down as he ran to the door and broke into a huge smile. "Winter. Weiss. It's so good to see you guys again," said Magna as he jumped at the pair of sisters, knocking them to the ground in a big hug. Weiss was bright red as she started stuttering, while Winter had a light blush on her face as she harshly said, "You boob. You can't just run up to someone and knock them onto the ground." She gave Magna a heavy smack to the head, causing him to wince as he got off them. There was now a big bump on his head, but he didn't seem to care as he picked them off the ground and happily said, "It's good to see you guys." Winter dusted herself and Weiss off before turning towards Magna with a light smile on her face. "Yes, it's very nice to see you again, Magna." "Weiss, aren't you going to greet Magna?" Weiss blushed as she courtesied and stuttered, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Magna." Magna was a little confused about why she was being so formal, but he pushed the thought to the back of his mind as he decided to play a little joke on her. He got down on one knee and gently took her hand. Before she could pull her hand back, he kissed the back of her hand as he softly said, "The pleasure is all mine, my queen." The world suddenly fell silently. Magna slowly got up as he started to think that maybe he took his joke a little too far. Before he could apologize, Weiss suddenly burst into a deep blush as she hid behind Winter. On Winter's face was a similar blush to her sister's as she yanked Magna by the ear and yelled, "That's enough. We've got to leave now or else we'll be late. Come along." Magna had tears in his eyes as she continued to yank his ear all the way until they got to a small airship in the middle of a clearing. Once inside the airship, Winter finally let go of Magna's now bright red ear. He rubbed it with tears in his eyes as he unhappily asked, "What was that for, Winter?" Winter stormed off as she yelled, "For being a boob." Thinking that maybe his joke was a little too much, he hastily ran around the ship until he came across Weiss. She was currently sitting on a huge couch, hugging a pillow as she stared into space with a flushed and dreamy look on her face. "Weiss, can I come in?" She broke from her daze as she stared at Magna for a couple seconds before quietly saying, "Come in." Magna sat down next to her and sighed, "Weiss, I'm sorry for before. I was just playing a little joke on you because you were acting so formal. I just wanted to try and loosen you up, not embarrass you." Both of them were silently for a couple seconds before the soft sound of muffled giggling could be heard. The muffled giggling became louder and louder until Weiss finally couldn't hold it in anymore as she collapsed on the couch, laughing so hard that tears were gathering in her eyes. After a couple minutes, she finally calmed down as she gave Magna a heavy hug and said, "I'm so glad to see you again. It's been a rough month for Winter and I guess I just needed a good laugh." "Thank you." Magna returned her hug with one just as strong as he smiled. Anytime, Weiss, anytime. Chapter 37. Magna and Weiss stayed in the room together as they talked for hours. Weiss needed someone to talk and vent to, and Magna didn't mind being that person. In return, Magna also vented to her about the attack on Signal. The pair had no idea how much time passed when Winter walked in with a small smile. Weiss, Magna. We'll be arriving at Atlas in 10 minutes. She didn't even wait for their response as she grabbed Magna by his hand and started dragging him to the observation deck. He was about to complain again when all the words got stuck in his mouth as he stared at the sight before him. A giant city of white built on a floating island that was tethered to the ground with what seemed to be a huge series of wires. The setting sun reflected off the city as Magna couldn't help but mutter, "What a beautiful city." Winter and Weiss seemed to stick their non-existent chests out in pride when they heard him. Of course it's beautiful, you dolt. Atlas not only has the most advanced technology in the world, but it's also home to the most successful dust company in the world, the Shnee Dust Company. Magna stared at Weiss for a couple seconds, making her blush softly as she muttered, "W what?" A cheeky grin slowly appeared on his face as he said, "Way to toot your own horn, Weiss." Weiss's face instantly twisted into a pout as she turned away from him and said, "Umph." Winter shook her head with a light smile as she flicked both Magna and Weiss, saying, "That's enough, you two. Once we land, we need to hurry to the house. Mother has been looking forward to meeting Magna." Hearing Winter's words, Magna turned pale as he turned towards Winter and yelled, "What?" Giving Magna an odd stare, Winter asked, "What? You didn't think you'd be staying at some hotel while you're here, did you?" He rapidly nodded at her as he said, "Yes. That's exactly what I thought. I didn't know I was going to be staying at your house." Suddenly, the air began to feel heavy as Winter glared at Magna and coldly said, "Did you forget that you're only an 8-year-old child? There is no way in Remnant that I would allow my friend to stay on his own in some random hotel. Especially since you just went through a traumatic experience. You'll be staying with me and my family, and that's final." Stunned, Magna could only nod as he felt warm in his chest. He hugged both Winter and Weiss in a gentle embrace as he smiled and quietly muttered, "Thank you." The Shnee sisters said nothing as they both happily smiled and hugged him back. Standing outside of a huge estate, Magna was finally having second thoughts. Their family had a huge metal gate that surrounded just the grounds of their family's estate. The house was further into the estate and would take them at least 5 minutes to reach on foot. This just elevated Magna's thoughts on the term, filthy rich. Winter sighed when she saw the unnecessarily large estate as she pressed a button on the side of the gate and said, "Winter and Weiss Shnee have returned. We have a guest with us as well, so please prepare an extra bedroom for him to sleep in." There seemed to be some noise coming from the intercom, but Magna was too stunned to listen. Suddenly, the oversized gate slowly opened as a black limousine slowly came towards them. When the limo parked in front of them, a slightly overweight man with balding brown hair and a large mustache wearing what seemed to be a butler's uniform walked out. He gave a small bow to Winter, who just smiled as she happily said, "Klein, it's good to see you." Klein smiled and said, "It's good to see you too, Miss Shnee." "Klein, please. We're amongst friends, just call me Winter." He nodded, "As you wish, Winter." Klein then turned towards Weiss as he happily smiled, "How's my happy little snowflake?" Weiss seemed to be barely able to contain her happiness as she jumped at him, hugging him tightly while saying, "Klein." This surprised Magna. Seeing the little heiress finally act her age, Magna couldn't help but smile as he had a good impression of Klein. When Klein finished hugging Weiss, he wiggled his mustache at her, receiving a giggle from all three of them before he turned towards Magna. Magna stiffened as he didn't know how Klein was going to act towards him, yet Klein just bowed his head slightly as he smiled, "You must be Magna Opus." "Greetings, my name is Klein Zeben, butler to the Shnee family." Suddenly, his eyes turned red as he roughly said, "But really, I'm just their babysitter. I still remember when Winter was Weiss's age, she dash." Before he could finish, Winter's face was bright red as she covered Klein's mouth with her hand as she screamed, "Klein! Don't you dare bring up the past." His eyes changed again, becoming a bright yellow as he smiled and said, "But Winter, these stories deserve to be shared. Especially with the boy you dash." Somehow, Winter's face became even redder as she begged, "Klein, please don't talk about that. Let's just go home. Mother is still waiting to meet Magna." Klein's eyes returned to their original brown as he straightened himself up and said, "Alrighty. Please hop into the limo and we'll be home shortly." As Magna hopped into the limousine, he couldn't help but smile as he gave Weiss a thumbs up and whispered into her ear, "I really like your butler, Weiss. He's awesome." Weiss giggled as she returned Magna a thumbs up and whispered, "I know, right? He's the only person I know that can almost always embarrass Winter." Not even father can do that. As they drove through the estate, Magna couldn't help but be entranced by the view. Large trees covered in ice and snow, a large lake that seemed unaffected by the cold and twisting pathways that lead all over the place. This place was beautiful. After a couple minutes, the limo came to a stop outside a huge mansion. Klein opened the door to the car, allowing Magna and the sisters to exit as Klein bowed and said, "Welcome to the Shnee family mansion." Chapter 38. Magna slowly followed behind Winter and Weiss as they walked through a large white hall, adorned with pictures of what seemed to be Winter and Weiss's ancestors. Some pictures showed great feats of heroics, while others showed them in a more charitable light. As he continued to follow behind them, the pictures no longer showed their ancestors as it showed a bunch of family photos of Winter, Weiss and some little baby. In each and every photo, Magna noticed that no one ever had a smile on their face besides the baby. Weiss's father seemed distant in each photo as he always appeared at arm's length from his family. With Weiss, Magna couldn't help but frown as her face slowly lost its smile with each picture. Winter's change was drastic as she went from smiling in one photo to a blank stare while standing as straight as a rod. However, the worst one of all was the woman behind them. Even in the pictures, Magna could sense the intense sorrow from her eyes. She wore a strained smile in each photo as her eyes gazed at the camera with an empty gaze. Magna couldn't hold his curiosity in as he tapped Weiss's arm and whispered, "Weiss, who's that woman standing behind you in those photos? Is that your mother?" Weiss slowed down as she leaned towards Magna and replied, "Yes, that's my mother, Willow. Dad doesn't really like us talking about her for some reason. However, we are actually on our way to meet her." Just as Magna was about to ask why she seemed so sad, Klein stopped in front of two large yet simply designed white doors as he loudly announced, "Winter and Weiss Shnee request to meet the madam. They have also brought along their friend, a Mr. Magna Opus. Son of Emily Opus and Joshua Gray." "Huh. So Dad's last name is Gray. Opus is still better in my opinion." A soft voice that oozed grief and sorrow quietly muttered, "Come in." Klein's face was neutral as he slowly opened the door, revealing the beautiful woman that stood behind Winter and Weiss in the family photos. Magna forcefully clenched his chest when he laid his eyes on her. Due to Magna's ability to sense emotions, he could sense the pain she was feeling. It actually got to the point where Magna started crying as he could feel her wanting to die yet not being able to. The only other emotion inside her was the love she felt towards her two daughters as Magna managed to feel the happiness she emitted when she saw Winter and Weiss. The two sisters were already sitting around Willow as they hugged and talked with each other. Magna decided to just wait until they called for him when he felt a hand grab his shoulder. Before he turned to see who was grabbing him, he heard Klein's voice as he said, "May we speak in a more private place, young man?" Magna nodded and slowly followed Klein until they were a couple rooms away from the sisters and their mother. Wondering what Klein wanted, Magna was just about to ask him when Klein suddenly bowed his head. "Young man, I'm very thankful for everything you've done for Winter and Weiss. However, I have a single request for you." Taken back, Magna was silent for a couple seconds before nodding. Klein let a small sigh of relief escape his mouth when he saw Magna accept as he continued to bow and said, "Please, help the madam regain her light. For years now, her smile has been lost due to the stress of being a noble lady. When she attended Beacon, she was a cheerfully and bright young lady. Now, she's been falling deeper into depression due to the harassment of other nobles." Magna hesitated. He was silently for a bit before saying, "Why me? Wouldn't it be better for her husband to try and help her?" A long sigh escaped Klein's lips as he sadly said, "I've tried to get him to help her over the years but each time I ask, he would just brush it off and say he was busy. The only one who I can ask for help from is you." "But why? I don't even know how to make someone happy. How am I supposed to help Willow?" Suddenly, Klein burst into laughter as his eyes flashed and became bright yellow. "Don't underestimate yourself, young man. Thanks to you, Winter and Weiss are the happiest they've been in years, especially Winter. She may not show it, but she's been in so much pain over the years, having to uphold the name of her family. But when she came back from her training expedition, it was like she became an entirely different person. All I ask is that you try and get the madam to smile, even for a little bit." Klein bowed his head 7 different times. Each time, his eyes would change color. Seeing the 7 different personalities of Klein sincerely bow and ask for his help touched Magna's heart. Magna gave Klein a small nod as he smiled. "The Shnee family is lucky to have such a caring butler." Klein wiggled his mustache and said, "Of course, without me they wouldn't even know how to open the door." Both of them chuckled before walking back to the room. The moment they arrived, Magna was hastily pulled into the room by an overly excited Weiss as she dragged him to Willow's bedside and happily said, "Mother, allow me to introduce you to Magna Opus. My friend. When she finished speaking, a blissful smile appeared on her face as a light blush adorned her pale cheeks. Winter placed her hand over Magna's shoulder and smiled. I invited Magna to this year's gala. Willow laid against the bed with a small smile on her face before pulling Winter and Weiss into a hug. When she finished, she turned towards Magna and softly said, "Hello young man, my name is Willow Shnee but you may call me Willow." Her dainty hand slowly landed on his head as she gently ruffled his head. Magna almost melted under her hand as she was unexpectedly really good at petting. This caused Magna to feel a weird pain in his chest as he silently thought, why would someone so caring be left alone to rot? Magna softly grasped Willow's hand, earning a rather surprising response as her pale face lit up with a light blush. Closing his eyes, Magna slowly scanned her body with his aura before becoming pale. Her body was slowly shutting down. Her internal organs were extremely weak due to alcohol poisoning, her muscles were deteriorating due to lack of exercise and she had a lot of hidden injuries in her body, probably due to her years of being a huntress. Seeing his shoulders shake, Weiss couldn't help but feel worried as she asked, "Magna, are you okay?" Before he could answer, Willow gave Weiss a sad smile as she said, "Don't worry my little princess, Magna just used his aura and saw how sick my body is." Both Winter and Weiss began to tear up as they silently hugged their mother. Seeing this, Magna softly sighed as he closed his eyes as he continued to hold her hand. Willow, who was wholeheartedly embracing her children to bring them some form of comfort to them, suddenly felt a warm energy flow into her body. She released her children as she stared at Magna and said, "What are you doing Magna?" Sweat appeared on his forehead as he smiled and replied, "I'm healing you." Willow was about to stop him as she knew her body was too far gone to be healed. However, before she could stop him, she froze as her body started to feel light. Winter stared at them with wide eyes as she quickly held Willow's hand before screaming, "How is this possible?" Weiss was starting to feel antsy as she softly pulled her sister's combat pants and asked, "Winter, what's going on?" Tears appeared in Winter's eyes as she shakily said, "Mother is slowly becoming better." She turned towards Magna with a shocked expression as she asked, "How are you healing her?" "We've had multiple different doctors and people with healing semblances look at her over the years but they always say the same thing, that she's too far gone to be healed." Magna just scoffed at those people as he said, "Too far gone? Please. She might be too far gone for normal means but I'm not exactly normal." His face was covered in sweat as he passed the halfway mark as his aura capacity. He was focusing on her liver and legs first because those were the most damaged. When at least 90 was used, Magna finally stopped as he fell back. He panted hard as he tiredly said, "Willow, why don't you try and stand up?" Willow knew her body best, so when she felt how it was now, she couldn't help but tremble as she slowly removed the covers. When the covers were gone, he saw that she was wearing a white nightgown that was slightly see-through. Magna turned away and blushed when he saw her body while Willow couldn't help but chuckle at him as she pinched his cheeks gently and softly cooed, "Aw, you're such a little cutie." Magna was stunned for a second before frowning as he softly said, "I'm not cute." Willow softly chuckled as she continued to pat him, earning a small smile from the young boy as he tried his hardest to be manly instead of cute. When Willow stopped patting him, Magna was abruptly tackled to the floor by a pair of crying sisters. Winter was violently crying and shaking as she hugged him close to her chest and muttered to him in a soft voice, "Thank you." Weiss had tears and snot on her face as she hugged him with as much force as her tiny arms could manage. She knew that her mother wasn't going to be around for long. She acted ignorant to stop others from worrying but she was much smarter than she let on. Weiss had once overheard the doctors that take care of Willow speak about her drinking problem as well as her slowly decaying body. She had almost lost hope, fearing that she would soon lose her mother. However, then a miracle happened. Magna, the boy she met when she was hanging around her sister, managed to do what others would consider impossible. Willow's aura has been gone for years. Something happened years ago that caused Willow's heart to break, leaving behind a husk with no aura, meaning she lost the ability to heal herself from injuries or to protect herself from damage. Yet Magna somehow managed to heal her body with his aura. Many huntsmen have tried before him yet they all came up empty-handed but somehow, he was the only one that managed to succeed. As all these thoughts swirled in her mind, Weiss blushed as she lowered her head into his chest as she quietly listened to his beating heart. Feeling the warmth and listening to the soothing beat of his heart, Weiss slowly fell asleep in his arms as she latched onto him. Willow was of course watching them from the start. She gained a small bit of life in her empty eyes as a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Taking a deep breath, Willow shakily tried to leave her bed. Winter was about to stop her when her mother raised her hand with a determined smile. Slowly, she made her way out of her bed, one leg at a time. Taking another deep breath, Willow pushed off the bed as she shakily stood up. Once she finally had her balance, she didn't even notice the tears that poured from her eyes as she slowly walked towards Magna and wrapped him up in a heavy embrace. To say he was embarrassed was an understatement. She was quite a big woman and she smelt very sweet, like grapes. Not to mention that her current clothing was a tiny bit see-through. Suddenly, Magna felt himself and Weiss being lifted off the ground as she carried the pair in her arms. She seemed fine, which was odd because Magna didn't focus on her arms when he was healing her. He smiled as it seemed that he underestimated his healing prowess. Winter looked at the pair in jealousy, but she knew she was much too heavy for her recovering mother to carry. She started feeling sour when Willow lowered herself to Winter's face and gave her a bunch of kisses. After a couple kisses, Winter finally calmed down as she held her mother's nightgown. Magna was watching on in curiosity. He was wondering why she was holding him as well as what they were doing. Suddenly, Willow walked to the door as she said, "Klein, open the door please." There was a loud crash from behind the door as they practically flew open, revealing a panicking Klein. His eyes kept changing as he panicked. "Miss Shnee. What are you doing out of bed? Please, return to bed." Willow just softly smiled as she happily said, "It's good to see you too, Klein. You don't have to be so worried, Magna healed me. If you don't believe me, come and check for yourself." Klein's eyes returned to normal as he quickly walked towards them. He softly muttered, "Excuse me," as he grabbed Willow's arm and slowly activated his aura. After a couple minutes, he let go with a look of pure shock plastered across his face. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground as he cried, "Finally. The madam is healthy enough to walk. I must inform the master." Before he could sprint off, Willow grabbed his arm and said, "Please don't tell him yet. I wish to walk around the house with the children for a bit. Would you kindly have the chefs prepare some sweets? Also, some of your famous hot chocolate, if you would." Klein slowly stood up and wiped the tears from his face, revealing a wide smile as he bowed and said, "Your wish is my command, Miss Shnee. Please Klein. We're amongst family, just call me Willow." Picking up on a subtle hint she dropped as she eyed Magna and Weiss, Klein gave a hearty laugh as he said, "Yes, yes. We're amongst family. I'll have the chefs prepare everything. I'll prepare the hot chocolate now." Before anyone could react, Klein burst off down the hallway as he laughed like a child on Christmas. For 10 minutes, Willow walked around the house with 3 children in tow. Weiss continued to sleep while she hugged Magna's arm while Magna was listening to Willow as she told a bunch of stories. Winter was latched onto Willow's nightgown as she simply smiled while occasionally staring at Magna in a daze as her face slowly became red. Willow, being the super mom she is, saw her getting lost while looking at Magna and smiled. It's been a while since she's seen Winter act her age. Having to uphold the Shnee name has been a heavy burden for her to bear, so heavy that she was slowly losing the joy of being a child. Now, however, she finally allowed herself to relax as she started acting her age. When she first came back from her training expedition, she was actually smiling more often than not and she was almost always hanging around Weiss, supporting her sister as she was going through some harsh treatment from her father. Thinking about her workaholic husband, Willow sighed. However, when she saw the bundles of joy around her, all thoughts of her husband disappeared as she acted like a child and frolicked down the hallway, playing games with Magna and Winter as they walked. After they were finished playing, Klein appeared as he carried a tray holding 4 large cups with steam coming from them. Magna couldn't help but move towards him as a heavenly smell pulled him towards the hot chocolate. As Magna crawled out from Willow's arms, Weiss's eyes slowly opened as she sleepily muttered, "Where's my big teddy bear?" Willow giggled as she softly whispered something in Weiss's ear. Weiss became red as she hastily jumped out her mother's arms. When Magna reached Klein, the smile on Klein's face became just like Taeyang's sunny smile as he handed Magna a cup of hot chocolate and said, "Thank you Magna. This means more to this family than you can ever understand. I owe you for this one young man." Magna frowned as he said, "I didn't do it so I would be owed something. I just couldn't stand seeing my friends looking so sad, even if they hid that sadness behind a mask. If they were hiding their emotions, then how were you able to see that they were hurting?" said Klein as he watched Willow and her daughters argue about something. A smile appeared on Magna's face as he said, "My semblance. I can sense emotions amongst other things. Even if they showed nothing but a smile, I'll be able to feel what they feel." Klein became wide-eyed for a second before returning to normal. His eyes flickered before becoming pink as he bashfully said, "See, can you sense what I'm feeling?" Magna rolled his eyes as he took a long sip for his hot chocolate, muttering a soft, "Oh my before turning towards Klein and saying, "You're feeling grateful towards me for healing Willow. Even if you change your personality, your feelings won't change. After all, they may be different personalities but they're all the same person." His answer shocked Klein as he felt something inside him click. Flashback, Klein, age, 17. It's been a couple weeks since Beacon started back up, yet a single boy couldn't fit in. His semblance gave him multiple different personalities, but that was it. Due to him always changing at the drop of a dime, no one wanted to be his friend, even his team and his partner were disgusted to work with him, calling him a freak. As the young boy sat in the courtyard and cried, a beautiful maiden of white and blue approached. Contrary to her cold looks, the woman was an exceedingly warm and bubbly person. She sat down as he poured all his grief onto her, a stranger. She offered her shoulder as he cried and wailed. When he finally finished venting, the boy couldn't help but ask why she helped him. With a sunny smile that could melt the coldest of hearts, the maiden happily said, while your semblance gives you multiple personalities, they all come together to form one person. Don't think of them as being different people, think of them as being yourself, and I think you'll be just fine. The maiden slowly walked away, leaving the once sad but now changed young man. It was a challenge for him at first, but eventually, the young man managed to finally live a happy school life with his new friends and the maiden of white and blue, Willow Shnee. After remembering a memory he thought he had long forgotten, Klein couldn't help but cry silently as he vowed to help and protect this boy. Before Magna could ask what happened, Klein gave him a gentle hug before giving him the rest of the hot chocolate. Magna, please do me a favor and hand the hot chocolate to the rowdy mother and her daughters. I'm a little behind on the chores, so I need to run. Magna could only nod as Klein was already gone when he finished speaking, his eyes glowing a bright yellow as he smiled happily, just like her smile on the day that they met. Chapter 39. Slowly opening his eyes, Magna yawned as he slowly recalled what happened yesterday. After playing and eating with the girls, they were waiting for Willow's husband, Jacques, to show up. However, even after 2 hours, they didn't hear anything from him. What was weird though was how Willow reacted. She didn't seem to care, as if she already knew he wasn't going to show up. When it was getting late, Magna managed to meet a little boy that looked a little bit younger than RWBY. Whitley Shnee, Weiss and Winter's younger brother, seemed to be a relatively innocent boy. He held the Shnee family name with pride, but he also acted as if he didn't really care. Whitley actually really liked to play with Magna. Probably because of his years of taking care of children at the hospital, Magna instinctively showed Whitley a huge amount of care. By the end of the night, Whitley was calling Magna Big Brother as he dragged Magna to his room to sleep with him. However, before the pair could even make it halfway to the room, Willow scooped the pair up off the ground as she booped both of their noses and happily said, "Tonight, all my bundles of joy will be sleeping with me." Of course, Magna tried to resist as he'd have to share a bed with Winter and Weiss and he didn't want to make things awkward for them. However, to his surprise, the Schneesters unhesitatingly agreed. He quietly left the bed as he slowly put on his clothes. As soon as he left towards the door, Magna flinched as someone slowly lifted him off the ground. "Why is it so easy for people to lift me off?" he groaned. "Good morning, my little sweetheart," said Willow as she hugged him into her bulging chest. "Morning, Miss Shnee." A cute pout appeared on Willow's face as she hugged him tighter and said, "BZZT. Wrong. I think I remember telling you to call me something else." The hug didn't hurt him or anything, it just majorly embarrassed him. A blush slowly appeared on his cheeks as he quietly said, "Morning, Willow." Her pout instantly disappeared as she placed him on the ground and said, "That's the one. Morning, sweetheart." Willow slowly woke the others before they headed towards the dining room. Klein happily walked them in before zooming off to bring them breakfast. Whitley showed how attached to Magna he was as he sat right next to Magna and they started playing the hand games Magna taught him yesterday. After a couple games, Magna was about to start another round when he felt someone twist the side of his waist, hard. His face scrunched up in pain as he turned around and saw an angry Weiss. "I wanna play too," screamed Weiss as she finally lost her formal way of talking. Her outburst shocked everyone before they smiled happily. The only one unhappy was Whitley as he hugged Magna's arm and yelled, "No. Big Brother is gonna play with me. Go play with Big Sister." "But I don't wanna play with Winter. I wanna play with Magna. I wanna. Magna could tell that things were going south quickly. He brought both of them into a hug as he softly said, "Calm down you two. Do you remember what I told you last night, right? Chopsticks can be played with multiple people. Winter, Willow, would you two like to play as well?" Seeing how well Magna managed to calm the situation down caused both Winter and Willow's image of him to get better. He calmed down the two angry children in a calm manner while also diffusing the reason for the fight. The family plus Magna played the game and had a very fun time while they waited for Klein. Magna swore he could see Weiss and Whitley only targeting each other but shook his head, thinking he was delusional. After a couple more games, Klein finally returned with breakfast. Contrary to what Magna thought, the breakfast was relatively simple, minus the hella expensive ingredients they used. As they ate their expensive plate of bacon and eggs with toast, Winter cleaned her face with a napkin before saying, "Okay Magna, today's going to be a busy day for you. After breakfast, I've scheduled a tuxedo fitting for you. Next is a quick dance class for ballroom dancing. Then, we need to dash." Before she could finish, Willow placed a finger to her lips as she said, "Winter, don't force him to take those classes. The gala is this afternoon, so you'll just be taking up time that could be used to prepare." Winter seemed a bit downcast as she softly said, "I just wanted my date to be perfect." When he heard her, Magna violently choked on his food. Whitley panicked and handed him his orange juice, getting a thankful smile from Magna as he quickly chugged the drink. "D-date," panted Magna as he tried to recover. Willow gave him a weird look as she said, "Yes, date. She invited you as her date, did she not?" Winter blushed but calmly said, "I did intend on having Magna be my date for the gala, but I may have forgotten to inform him of my intentions." Before Magna could even speak, Weiss slammed her hands down on the table as she yelled, "No fair. I invited Magna to the gala as well. He's my date." Willow sighed and said, "Weiss, you know that you can't invite people to the gala, you're too young. Plus, tonight's your debut, is it not?" Tears gathered in her eyes but she didn't cry as she slumped in her chair and muttered, "I know." Tilting his head, Magna asked, "Debut? Debut for what?" "Her debut into high society. Tonight, she's preforming at the gala. Most of the noble children around her age are preforming tonight," said Willow as she took a long sip of her strawberry milk, leaving a milk mustache on her face, causing everyone to snicker. A smile appeared on Willow's face as she wiped the mustache off her face and continued, "The gala is really just an excuse the nobles of Atlas use to show off their children. The charity donations is nothing more than a way for the nobles to appear generous and kind to the public." Suddenly, her face became serious as she said, "That being said, Magna, you have to prepare yourself for tonight. Stay close to Winter or Weiss because the noble children there will harass you if they see you." "Why would they dash?" Magna tried to ask before being cut off by Willow. "Because they don't know you. Most noble kids know each other. Once they see you and figure out you're not someone from our circle, they'll start harassing you because they think they're better than you." Willow fell into thought for a couple seconds before saying, "Also, don't tell anyone your last name. That'll just complicate things." Magna was stunned, "What's wrong with my last name?" She seemed to hesitate over something for a bit before slowly saying, "Your mother didn't tell you?" "Tell me what?" Taking a deep breath, Willow calmly said, "Your mother is the daughter of the Opus family, the leading weapons and machinery developers of Atlas." Magna froze. He stayed in place for a couple seconds before slowly taking a deep breath. "What?" he screamed. "She ran away from home and joined the Atlas military under a different name. When they finally learned where she was, it was too late as she was reported to be Kia. Magna started ruffling his hair as he asked, "Do you know why she left?" Willow nodded as she said, "She left because they didn't want her being a fighter. Like the Shnee family, the Opus family have an inherited semblance they call power multiplier. Like the name suggests, it allows them to double, triple, even quadruple their strength, speed, reflexes and even their aura. Your mother, however, was born with a mutation. She didn't multiply her power, she could stack it. Every second that passes allows her to increase her power. However, the gods made everything fair. She was also born too early. Once her body increased to a certain point, it stopped. Last time I saw her, she was just slower than Summer and a bit stronger than Tai." Willow released a long sigh before continuing, "Her family were overprotective of her, to the point where they didn't even care about the other nobles as she and her family stayed home during her debut and had a family day instead." Magna sat in confusion. From the way she was talking about his mother's family, they didn't seem like nobles at all, they just sounded like a normal family. Willow could see what he was thinking on his face as she smiled and said, "I also forgot to mention the fact that the Opus family used to be a common family before your grandfather started his company." His face showed his surprise before turning back into confusion as he asked, "Then, why are you telling me to not expose my family name?" She sighed for a second before saying, "Because they'll either imprison you for lying about your name or they'll harass you about the whereabouts of your mother." Magna couldn't help but imagine that as he felt his head ache. He rubbed the sides of his head. Klein suddenly appeared beside him as he held out his hand and said, "Ibuprofen Magna." "Thank you Klein." "Anytime, Magna." The rest of breakfast was ate in silence. Magna completely forgot about being Winter's date as his mind was trying to piece together how he felt about this information. Winter, Willow and Weiss were whispering about something to each other while Whitley was eating his breakfast, ignoring everything. The day that followed breakfast was rather stressful. The Shnee family took him to a huge shopping mall where they made him try on a number of different tuxedos and suits. They finally settled on something a little less formal than what they liked, but it looked the best on Magna out of everything he tried. After that, Willow gave Magna a couple short lessons on dancing so he doesn't step on Winter's feet during the dance. By the time Magna finally seemed good enough to fake having experience with dancing, the time for the gala was almost here. Klein quickly brought the limo around as the gala was being held on the Atlas school grounds. The drive was relatively long, and once they arrived, Magna was dazed by the sights. Rows of limousine and sports cars were parked outside the school as hundreds of men and women wearing jewelry walked about. Most of the men were either really fat or really old, while most of the women were either really pretty with smoking bods or wore so much makeup that Magna swore he could see small clouds of dust fall of them as they walked. Finally seeing the real thing up close, Magna started hyperventilating as the emotions around him began to flood into him. Greed. Lust, envy. Gluttony. Sloth. Wrath. Pride. So many different emotions swirled in the air that Kurama's chakra began to boil. Just as his panic started to worsen, a grouchy voice roared in his head, "Hey! Brat! Pull it together." Slowly, Magna felt a warm sensation travel through his body as the bubbling inside him stopped. That was close. A second more and my chakra would have taken you over. Stunned by the voice inside his head, Magna softly whispered, "Kurama? Is that you?" "Yes, you idiot. It's me. Don't talk to me using your mouth, damn it. Use your thought." It took Magna a second to recover from Kurama's roaring voice as he slowly asked, "Kurama, what's going on? Why was I losing control? And how can I talk to you? One question at a damn time, you brat. First things first, I've always been able to talk to you. The only time I wasn't was when I experienced this sort of time gap. It was like a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Second, this is really bad. You're being exposed to all the negative emotions of those around you. Humph. I see that human greed is still as disgusting as always. I'm not kidding when I say this, brat, but you have to be careful. I'm filtering as much as I can, but you'll still experience the effects. Just try and stay calm tonight if you don't want to destroy half of this floating prison." Magna nodded as he took a deep breath. He could see the worried looks from the Shnee family, but he gave them a wide smile as he said, "I'm fine, guys. Just a little nervous." "Heh, at least you're a better liar than Naruto. The kid couldn't lie to save his life." "Quiet, you overgrown furball. What did you just call me? Why don't you come in here and say that to my face? Oh yeah. Why don't you come out here?" The two of them went quiet for a second before they both burst into laughter. Magna gained a couple weird looks from Weiss and Winter, but he shook it off as he said, "I just thought of a real funny joke. It cracked me up, but I'm fine now." Willow chuckled lightly and said, "Well, at least you're calm now. Let's be off, my little bundles of cuddles. Let's secretly raid the food table." Suddenly, Klein's voice sounded from the front of the car, "Miss Shnee, it's not really a secret if you scream it out." A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she laughed, "Then I'll just raid the table head on." A long sigh could be heard from the front as Klein said, "Miss Shnee, might I remind you that you'll be representing the Shnee family at the gala? You can't be raiding the table for food. You know it's only there for show, no one really eats the food." Willow rolled her eyes and sneered, "I know, but so what? That food is prepared by a 5-star chef. I at least want to try it before they chuck it out without so much as a second thought." Klein rolled his eyes as they turned red. "Willow, just behave, I'll have the chefs prepare all of your favorites for when you get home." She was about to open her mouth when Klein cut her off as he said, "I'll also ask them to make your favorite dessert. You just have to behave for one night." Willow quickly nodded her head with a smile of pure happiness as she giggled, "You better make good on your promises, Klein. Come along, children. We have a gala to attend." As Klein opened the door, a massive change happened to Willow in an instant. Her face became empty as her persona changed. Magna couldn't feel any hint of happiness from her as she slowly led the way through the crowd. The people around them seemed to split wherever she walked, while Magna could hear the surprise in their voices as they wondered about how Willow was able to attend the gala. Curiosity outweighed his rationality as he poked Weiss from behind and whispered, "What's up with everyone? They're looking at your mother like they've seen a ghost." Weiss slowed down so they were walking side by side as she leaned in and whispered, "For many years, Mother has been too sick to attend any formal functions. Father usually plays the pity card about his wife not attending the gala, earning quite a bit of money at her expense." Weiss's voice was riddled with venom as she spoke. Magna couldn't help but feel that she somehow hated her family. No, not her family, just her father. Now that he had a minute to think about it, Winter and Willow also seemed to hate him. Whenever they spoke of him, their voices became lifeless and empty. Hell, Willow didn't even seem to care when he didn't show up for dinner. He gently hugged her as he whispered, "Do you want to talk about it?" "About what?" whispered Weiss as she blushed. "About your father." Taking a deep breath, Magna gently said, "I may not fully understand your situation but know that I'm here for you. If you need a shoulder to cry on like before, I'm here for you. You need someone to vent on. I'm your guy. You need someone to hug you and whisper how everything's gonna be alright. I'll get us some food and set up a movie so we can relax." Tears gathered in Weiss's eyes as she fought back the urge to cry. She tightly held Magna's hand as she quietly whispered, "Thank you." Magna was stunned. He smiled as he silently thought, "That's the brightest smile I've seen her make." He turned towards Willow and Winter, who were not so stealthily listening to them, and said, "That goes for you two as well. You guys are my friends, I'll always be happy to help." The happy atmosphere froze as everyone but Magna could feel tension in the air. The people around them even started moving even further away as something about the Shnee family made them fear for their lives. Willow's lips twitched, Winter's face became cold while Weiss's cheeks puffed up in anger. Willow rubbed the sides of her head and sighed, "Magna, honey. I love you like a son, but do you have to be like this? You don't do what you just did and expect to only be friends." Winter's cold face stared at Magna while her thoughts were rather depressing. "Friends, ha ha ha, yeah, that's right, I haven't known him for too long and we've only hung out a couple times, I can't blame him if he only sees me as a friend, ha ha ha." Weiss, however, didn't keep her thoughts to herself. With rage burning in her eyes, she screamed, "You dolt." Chapter 40. Magna slowly followed behind an angry Weiss, a cold Winter and a serious Willow, as they entered a huge hall. His ears were still ringing from Weiss's scream, causing him to stagger as he walked. As he bumped into a wall, Willow finally couldn't bear it as she softly picked him up and said, "Magna, you're disoriented from before. I'll carry you to our table." Magna was about to refuse when Willow's eyes glared down at him. His mouth refused to open as he could only silently accept. Luckily, the table wasn't that far away. Once he was seated, Willow walked over to a huge table covered in a smorgasbord of expensive foods. She neatly piled food onto 2 plates before walking over. "Here you go, Magna," said Willow with a smile as she laid one of the plates in front of him. Luckily, Willow gave him a crash course on table etiquette as he managed to eat without people staring at him in disgust. A sigh escaped his mouth as Magna focused more on retaining his etiquette instead of the food, causing the meal to taste rather dull. After finishing the plate, Willow was about to ask if he wanted more when she saw the look on his face. Her eyes showed sadness as she softly caressed his cheek. "I know how it feels. You have to use so much effort just to act like everyone else, just so they don't gossip about you. It makes even the funnest of things become empty." Magna gave her a small smile as he thanked her for the food before letting his eyes wander around the gala. People slowly filled the room as the smell of alcohol and expensive perfumes filled the room. The smell was actually so strong that Magna could feel himself getting sick. Suddenly, he felt a soft tug from behind and turned around. "Here. This'll stop you from feeling sick. Weiss, Mother and I have already taken one." Seeing the small white pill, Magna quickly swallowed it as the effects started showing straight away. Magna gave Winter a thankful hug as she blushed and returned the embrace. Once the pair released each other, Magna noticed a boy around the same age as Winter angrily stormed towards him. "What do you think you're doing with my fiancée, knave?" Confused, Magna was just about to speak when the boy raised his hand and swung towards him. Magna grabbed Winter's hand as he mentally switched to Danny's powers and became intangible. The boy's palm went through both Magna and Winter, causing him to fall to the ground. This seemed to enrage the boy even more as he hastily stood up and yelled, "How dare you dodge me? Don't you know who I am? My father will end you." Suddenly, Magna's face twitched as he rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, I definitely know who you are. You're the kid causing trouble at a charity gala that's filled with reporters, just waiting for a juice story to come by. Hey, how does the headline, 'Young Master of a Rich Family Causes Trouble at the Charity Gala,' sound? I just can't wait to see your father's reaction when he sees your face on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper." Seeing the flash of a camera pointed in their direction, the boy's face paled as he slowly backed up. I didn't." Magna's eyes glowed a dim green as he stepped towards the retreating boy and said, "You didn't what? You didn't mean to cause a problem? You didn't mean to tarnish your father's reputation? Or, I know, you didn't mean to try and hit me and Winter?" The boy tripped and fell to the floor, still backing away from Magna as he pleaded, "We can talk this out, right? RWBY apologizes for my actions, so, can you explain that everything was just a misunderstanding? Magna crouched down until he was staring into the boy's eyes as he sarcastically said, sure thing buddy. You know what? I'll even tell them how much of a gentleman you are. I'll talk to them about how awesome of a person you are and that your father taught you everything you know. Completely oblivious to Magna's sarcasm due to fear, the boy's eyes lit up in a hopefully light as he happily asked, really? Smiling, Magna gave the boy a quick nod and said, really? A genuine smile appeared on the boy's face as he said, thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm very sorry for my previous actions and hope that you and W. Winter have a nice night. The boy scrambled to his feet before taking off towards knows where. Magna shrugged before making his way towards the table and returning to his seat, ignoring the dumbfounded gazes of the three Shnees before him. Whitley just smiled as he secretly gave Magna a thumbs up. Magna secretly returned the gesture before turning towards Winter with a smile, you okay? He knew she wasn't physically hurt, but Magna could tell by the way she looked at the boy that she was scared of him. Magna honestly had no clue on what could scare Winter, but he knew he didn't like the look on her face when she showed fear. It just didn't match her usually stoic face. A slightly blushed appeared on her cheeks as she softly said, I'm fine. Thank you, Magna. He stayed quiet for a couple seconds before saying, so, who was that twerp? Winter's hands quickly shut his mouth as she angrily whispered, are you insane? You can't just call the son of a councilman a twerp. Magna fell in thought for a couple seconds and replied, so, who was that twerp? Magna please I mean it. You really can't call him that. Pleaded Winter as tears gathered in her eyes. Stunned, Magna's brain blanked for a second before his face twisted in fury. He took a couple deep breaths before gently holding Winter's hands as he hoarsely said, Winter what did he do to you? More tears streamed down her face as she rapidly shook her head and tried to break free. However, Magna wasn't having it. He continued to her hands in a gentle yet firm manner as he asked once more, Winter please, tell me what he did to you. I'm here for you, just let me in. Finally, Winter couldn't hold it back anymore as she curled into his shoulder and cried. She continued for a couple minutes, completely oblivious to the fact that Magna had already taken her outside as he silently flew through the air while invisible. He honestly didn't want to give anyone else the opportunity to use Winter's sadness to grow closer to her family. It wasn't long before Magna found the perfect place to land. It was a small flower garden filled with all sorts of white flowers. With a light blanket of snow covering the ground and the flowers, the moonlight reflected off the surface, giving the garden a sort of natural glow. Slowly landing on a bench, Magna turned visible again as he gently tapped Winter's shoulder and said, Winter you feeling better now that we're out of that stuffy hole? Winter didn't speak as she held his shoulder and trembled. Thinking she was cold, Magna pulled her into a tight hug as he softly cuddled her. At first, Winter exploded into a deep blush as she tried to pry herself away. After struggling for a minute, Winter gave up as she sighed and quietly rested in his embrace. The pair sat on the bench for a couple seconds before Winter slowly opened her mouth. His name is Cyrus. His father is one of the councilmen in charge of the Atlas Council. About a year ago, we were paired up for a mission. The mission was a simple one, search the outer territory of Atlas and destroy all Grimm and bandits in sight. It wasn't a long-term mission, only spanning to about 2 months. Once we were finished, I thought that we would go our separate ways. But I was wrong. After that, we were assigned to the same mission over and over again. Winter snuggled closer to Magna before she continued, I admit, over the repeated assignments together, we did grow close. However, I only saw him as a friend, a brother. Yet he saw me as something more. One night, after a mission, we went to a restaurant to celebrate. We laughed, we talked and we drank. By the end of the night, I was feeling a little tispy while he seemed perfectly fine. Then. Slowly, Winter started trembling harder than before as fear and anger appeared on her face. He tried to have his way with me. Magna's heart dropped as his blood started to boil. Another little girl who almost lost her purity. What is wrong with this world? Winter clutched onto Magna as she said, luckily, I was much stronger than he was at the time and knocked him out before running away. However, that's not even the worst part. Magna's eyes widened as he mentally roared, there's more. Fuck. I'm about to flip out. The next day, I ran to my father to get his help, but guess what he did? He smacked me across the face as he angrily said, Winter. What have you done? That was your chance to get closer to the son of a councilman. How could you knock him unconscious? Think of what that could have done for the Shnee family. Magna froze in place. Unconsciously, he switched to Naruto's abilities as his aura became dark and chaotic. His nails slowly sharpened as his eyes became red and animal-like. He tried his hardest to not roar as he made sure that his claws were far away from Winter's skin. She didn't seem to notice his change as she softly said in a tired voice, "Since that day I've always hated my father. And Cyrus, I started to fear him. I knew I was stronger, but I didn't fear his strength, I fear his political power. With a single word from his father, he could have me disappear and no one would remember my name." Magna took a deep breath as he hoarsely asked, "He can't do that, can he?" Winter sighed as she said, "Sirius's father is connected to some rather deadly people. Every noble fears the power of these people." "Who?" asked Magna. "The Branwen tribe." Magna's eyes widened. "The hell? Since when did the nobles fear the Branwen tribe? With their military might, why would they fear a tribe of bandits?" Winter could easily see what Magna was thinking as she chuckled and said, "They aren't protected by the military. Atlas protects the common community while the nobles hire their own guards." She explained to him that those who work for Atlas absolutely detest the nobles, so they refuse to work for them, hence the nobles being forced to hire help. Magna couldn't help but smirk as he learned of the divide between the commoners and the nobles. The common people hate the nobles because of their greed, refusing to aid them while the nobles show no care as they rule the city. He didn't mean to diss Weiss or her family minus her father, but he hated the nobles with a passion. Over this night alone, Magna has seen nobles attack the butlers and caterers for just looking at them wrong. All their ugly emotions could be felt through his emotion sensing. They were so dense that it started exciting Kurama's influence. The Branwen tribe target their businesses, costing them money. Each and every time they try and fight, the mercenaries they hired usually end up being sent back in a body bag, costing them even more money. The pair fell silent as they both just enjoyed the other's warmth. After almost a minute, Magna softly said, "What about your family?" Winter's face slowly became furious as she said through grinding teeth, "My father raised me to lead people. Most of Atlas respect me for my skills so much that they overlook the fact that my family is noble. Thanks to that, my quote-unquote father hired every single student of this year as his personal army." Tears fell down her angry face as her voice choked, "I've had to watch my old friends and classmates die protecting me. My best friends, my rival, they all died saying the same thing, protect the young mistress." Hugging her close, Magna wore a smile on his face as he said, "Winter, I'm not gonna lie and tell you that I understand what you're going through, because I don't. And I might never know. However, that doesn't stop me from being there for you." It took a couple minutes, but Winter finally managed to calm down and return to the stoic-looking Winter that Magna has come to know and respect. She chuckled as the sound of applause echoed from the gala hall. Hopping out of his embrace, Winter smiled and said, "Come on, Magna. The gala will be starting any minute now." Shaking his head as he lightly sighed, Magna quickly wrapped Winter up in his arms as he flew towards the gala hall. As they silently flew through the sky, Winter couldn't help but feel curious about something. She leaned in close and whispered, "Hey Magna, did a reporter really take a photo of you and Cyrus? I'm pretty sure the reporters know not to take any photos that may harm one of the nobles' reputation." A soft sigh escaped Magna's lips as he said, "I know. It doesn't take a neuroscientist to figure out that the reporters have been bribed. I may have lied about the reporter. Some rich lady was taking a picture of her kid, so I used her to sell my story to him. Pretty smart, right?" Winter gave him a light chuckle as she nodded, "Yes, it was very smart of you." Seeing the smile on Winter's face, Magna felt something inside him as his cheeks turned red. Shaking away his blush, Magna continued flying to the gala. It wasn't very hard for Magna to sneak back in, considering he can turn invisible. When he and Winter appeared at their table, none of the nobles noticed them while Magna received a small glare from Weiss. Just before he could speak, a figure slowly appeared on center stage. The man wore a blue and white suit and his appearance was the exact same as the man Magna saw in Weiss's family photos. Magna's suspicions were soon confirmed as Winter angrily muttered through gritted teeth, "Father." Jacques caressed his mustache as he spoke onto the mic, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I take it that everyone is having a good night." The sound of thundering applause rang out as the nobles all clapped, showing their appreciation. "Good. I would now like to formally welcome you all to the 48th Annual Charity Gala, hosted by the Shnee Dust Company. It's been a rough year, hasn't it? That's why I hope that just for tonight, we can all just sit back and relax while trying to make the world a better place." Hearing Jacques speak, Magna came to a decision. He didn't like him, not one bit. I mean, he never really liked him to begin with, especially after learning what he did to Weiss and Winter. However, now that he's heard him speak, Magna couldn't help but feel like punching him in the face. He could already feel the urge growing but held back as they were currently attending a charity gala. Magna was brought back to reality by the sound of the Schneesters chuckling. He turned towards Winter, giving her a questioning look as he asked, "What happened?" Winter stopped laughing as she leaned towards Magna and softly replied, "Father was trying to play the pity card, saying that he wished Mother could attend the gala. He announced that Mother was sick and bedridden, just like every other year. Yet, when he finished, Mother just stood up and loudly coughed, earning a rather large response from Father. She softly started laughing as she smiled, why you should have seen his face, oh my That was the best expression I've even seen. He looked like he had just eaten dog food as he hastily continued on with the gala. Suddenly, while Winter and Magna were talking, a few people wearing white uniforms came to the table as the one walking in front said, "Miss Shnee, the master wants to see you." Winter and Magna fell silent as the four children watched the newcomers. Whitley frowned a bit before scoffing and turning back to his plate while the Schneesters looked ready to give them hell. Magna, however, silently moved next to Willow. She gave the men a light smile as she politely said, "I'd rather not. I have children to take care of. If he wants to speak with me, tell him to come do it in person." The man who spoke before frowned as he angrily said, "He wasn't asking. Come with me, Miss Shnee, the master wants to speak with you." The man's hand quickly shot towards Willow's wrist as he tried to force her to come with him. However, no one could have anticipated that Magna's hand would shoot over and grab his wrist right before he could touch Willow. Anger painted the man's face as he growled, "Let me go, brat. This is none of your concern." Magna stayed silent as he faced towards the floor with his hair just barely covering his eyes. The man tried to yank his arm away, only to be left stunned as Magna's grip felt like a vice. The man couldn't move his arm a single inch, it was like it was frozen in place. Finally, he showed a bit of panic as he hastily said, "I'll let go of me, you brat. Don't you know who I am?" Suddenly, Magna's head tilted upwards, revealing his bright orange fox-like eyes as they glared into the man. He slowly increased the strength of his grip as he spoke in a grouchy and old voice, "What was that, you damn mongrel?" Hearing his voice, everyone, even the Schnees, were surprised. Magna no longer sounded like Magna. His voice had completely changed. Due to the heightened negative emotions and his own anger that had been building over the night, Magna had somehow transferred control of his body over to Kurama. Now, that's not to say that Magna's not in control. It's more like their souls have become one, allowing both of them to control Magna's body. Kurama was equally as stunned as the rest. He never knew he could possess a body like this. Most of the time, it was Kurama's influence that hid in his chakra that controlled his host, not he himself. Back to the present, Magna slowly continued to crush the man's hand when Willow's hand softly landed on his head. Kurama's eyes twitched as he said in an annoyed tone, "What are you doing, woman?" This surprised everyone again, but Willow easily recovered. She softly patted his head, earning a rather interesting response as Kurama's face slowly melted in pleasure. What are you doing to me, woman?" Willow couldn't help but find his actions cute as she continued to make the demon fox melt. The men from before were long gone as they could see that Magna, while still a little kid, could probably easily destroy them. After a couple minutes, Magna's eyes slowly changed back as he laid across Willow's lap, frowning as he tried to sit up but to no avail. Suddenly, Whitley looked at Magna and asked, "What happened to you, big brother? It's like you became someone else." Chapter 41. Magna rested softly against Willow's pillowy lap as he mentally sighed. He managed to pull the wool over the Shnee children, but Willow didn't believe him. He explained that it was an ability he created, fooling everyone but Willow. However, she didn't bring it up as she gave him a gentle smile. Whitley was actually fascinated with Magna's quote-unquote semblance, as he continued to ask Magna to show him the abilities he created. Winter was smiling as she explained her first-hand experience with his demon fox ability, while Weiss pouted as she complained about how Magna never showed her his abilities. As the atmosphere slowly went back to normal, the sound of hurried footsteps caught Magna's attention. As he looked up from Willow's lap, he frowned as he saw Jacques Shnee, walking towards them like he was on a warpath. Fury painted his face as he lightly slammed the table, just soft enough that he didn't attract other people's attention as he growled, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be at home, lying in bed. Do you not understand how much face I just lost with that little stunt you pulled?" Willow calmly sipped his tea as she lightly smiled, "Oh, I guess you're a little behind on the news then, my dear husband. It seems my body is slowly recovering." Magna frowned when he saw Jacques click his tongue in annoyance as the stuck-up man said, "Impossible. The doctors gave their verdict, your body is slowly breaking apart due to alcohol poisoning." With the same professional smile on her face, Willow said, "Believe what you will, Jacques. The truth of the matter is that I should be fully recovered in a couple days." Veins pulsed on Jacques' forehead as Magna silently enjoyed seeing him enraged. Jacques massaged the sides of his head before he scoffed and angrily walked away. Just as Magna was about to gloat, a pair of trembling arms found their way around his body as he heard Willow whisper, "Just for a minute, please let me hug you for just a minute, I'll go back to being myself soon." Magna sat in silence as he let Willow embrace him. He could feel her tremble as she took very long and deep breaths. It was plain as day that something must have happened between them for her to react like this, but Magna couldn't do anything about it. Technically, they only just met each other yesterday. Magna didn't want to pry into her private business like he did with Winter and Weiss. As he silently waited for her to calm down, Klein's voice echoed in his mind, "All I ask is that you try and get the madam to smile, even for a little bit." A soft sigh escaped Magna's lips as he softly asked, "What's wrong, Willow? You can talk to me about it if you want to get it off your chest." Willow froze for a second before slowly letting go. She ruffled Magna's hair as she sadly muttered, "It's all right, Magna. It's all in the past now." Magna didn't move as he continued to stare at her. An annoyed sigh escaped Willow's lips as she said, "A month after our marriage, we had just found out that we were having a child. I was ecstatic, I was finally going to be having a child. Jacques, however. He hated the idea of having children. He tried to order me to have an abortion. For months, we fought. We continued to argue about it until the day my water broke." Slowly, Willow's face twisted in rage as she muttered through gritted teeth, "The bastard didn't come to the hospital. He just stayed at home while I was alone, crying in pain for 16 hours. Willow took a couple deep breaths to calm down before she continued, "Turns out, my so-called husband was spending time with another woman. While I was crying in the hospital with no one but the nurses there to comfort me, he was off having an affair with some slut." She hugged Magna close to her chest as she continued to quietly rant on. She cried when she told him how the shock caused her to lose her aura and semblance. She raged when she told him how Jacques took Winter away from her to use as a political sacrifice. Shame covered her face when she talked about her alcohol addiction. Willow was so focused on venting her feelings that she even whispered to him how Jacques took advantage of her when she was drunk, giving her another child. By the time the Willow finally stopped venting, her skin looked faintly rosy as her eyes seemed more happy. Magna, on the other hand, was stunned. He never would have actually, no, he totally expected this. He could tell after each time someone described him that he was a fucking jackass. The first day he met Weiss, she confessed to him the things she had to put up with. Winter told him how he berated her for knocking out the councilman's son when he tried to rape her. Now, Willow was telling him how Jacques tried to order her to have an abortion. It took a divine amount of will to keep a hold on his anger as his eyes turned red. Willow was slightly surprised by Magna's sudden change when she finally realized what she had done. Under the feeling of finally having someone to vent to and lean on, she felt so good getting it off her chest she accidentally vented some really private secrets. Just as the pair contemplated on what to do next, the sound of roaring applause pulled their attention. Standing on the stage was Jacques, giving a small amount of praise for the performance that just happened. However, both Magna and Willow noted the genuine smile on his face and watched on. "What a wonderful performance that just was. Truly magnificent," said Jacques. He waited for the audience to stop clapping before he continued, "Up next is a pretty special performance. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my daughter, Weiss Shnee. Heiress to the Shnee Dust Company." Gasps of surprise echoed through the hall. Magna could hear all the gossip about finally finding out who was going to inherit the Shnee family company and fortune. However, the people least concerned about Jacques' big reveal were none other than the remaining members of the Shnee family that sat with him at the table. Winter saw his confused look and bluntly said, "I absolutely refuse to have any form of connection to him besides our bond of blood. Whitley just doesn't care, so that leaves only Weiss. Now, she's forced to study so that she can one day inherit the family fortune." Magna thanked Winter for the quick explanation before staring towards the stage, or more accurately, the person standing on it. Weiss was standing tall, wearing a simple yet graceful white dress. Suddenly, the lights dimmed as an accompaniment of instruments started to slowly play. "Mirror, tell me something. Tell me who's the loneliest of all. Mirror, tell me something. Tell me who's the loneliest of all. Mirror, what's inside of me? Tell me, can a heart be turned to stone? Mirror, mirror, what's behind you? Save me from the things I've seen. I can keep it from the world. Why won't you let me hide from me? Mirror, mirror, tell me something. Who's the loneliest of all? I'm the loneliest of all." As Weiss finished singing, Magna and the crowd burst into applause. The sound of cheering echoed through the hall as Magna felt the negation emotions in the air decrease. Weiss had a light blush on her face as she panted. However, she had a huge smile on her face as she stared at their table. Magna couldn't hold back his smile as he gave her two big thumbs up. Surprisingly, Weiss saw him as she smiled brightly and gave a small curtsy in his directions. As she slowly left the stage, Jacques came out with a look of pride on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter, Weiss Shnee." Once the crowd's applause died down, Jacques continued, "Fellow nobles, I'm sorry to inform you but that signifies the end of the gala. I truly hope you all had a wonderful time and wish to see you all again, next year." Just as everyone was about to clap, the sound of loud chanting echoed from outside. Magna quickly turned invisible as he looked outside the window. Standing in the center of the courtyard was a large group of people carrying signs that read, "Equal rights for Faunus. We are people too. Stop enslaving us." Jacques took one look out the window before scoffing, "Who let the animals out of their cages? Guards. Security. Throw those animals back into the mines, where they belong." Magna already rock-bottom opinion on the man fell even more. He saw the Faunus race as people, especially since he now has two cute little wolf Faunus sisters. They didn't deserve the treatment humanity gives them, but he alone wasn't enough to cause a change. It only took half a minute before the protesting Faunus were surrounded by security. Atlas soldiers stood to the side, clearly indicating that they refused to help the noble faction. Suddenly, men and women wearing grim masks appeared from above as they easily wiped out the guards. An intense sense of panic took over him as he dashed towards Weiss. The glass windows that he was standing by shattered to pieces as masked figures hastily entered the room. Magna swept the confused Weiss off her feet before taking off towards Willow and her siblings. Fury painted Jacques' face as he roared, "Guards! Put those animals down!" A small army of men with sadistic smiles surged towards the group of Faunus. However, the Faunus weren't just going to sit back and let them attack. A man with a huge build and small horns on his head charged towards the group of guards as a red aura flared around him. Like a charging bull, the man absolutely destroyed the guards and sent them all flying in different directions. Magna had the Shnee family minus their asshole father behind him as he spread his arms out wide and growled. The man who just ran through the guards without breaking a sweat turned towards Jacques and said, "Where's my son, you egotistical prick?" Jacques didn't seem to fear him as he scoffed and said with a smirk, "Do you honestly expect me to know who you are? You're nothing more than a big, dirty animal that doesn't know his place. Ironwood, if you would." Magna frowned as Ironwood slowly raised his hand and yelled, "Soldiers, bring down the intruders." The soldiers covered in white armor charged at the Faunus while in formation. The Faunus man sighed in annoyance as he started to charge. But things went differently. The soldiers suddenly split apart as they outmaneuvered. Once they stabilized themselves, they all pulled out their handguns and opened fire. The man seemed to expect this as the red aura surrounding him disappeared and became a dim gold. The bullets hit him dead on, but it was like they were shooting at the ground. One of two outcomes occurred: the bullets either deflected off the man, injuring the crowd, or they just harmlessly fell to the ground after losing their momentum. "Cease fire. I repeat, cease fire." The soldiers all stopped when they heard Ironwood's command. The general now had an extremely pissed look on his face as he roared, aimed towards the other Faunus and opened fire. The man glared at Ironwood as he growled, "You fucking dare. I fucking do. Fire." Under Ironwood's command, the soldiers all turned towards the other Faunus and opened fire. The man's face twisted in fury as a dark blue aura swallowed the dim golden glow around his body. He instantly dashed in front of the others as he took the shots head-on. Unlike last time, some of the bullets managed to pierce him. After a couple seconds, the soldiers stopped firing as the man stood tall, bloodied and dying. He fell to his feet, panting as a green glow softly surrounded his body. Magna was focusing on the man, just in case he tried to attack the Shnees behind him, so he saw that the bullets slowly got pushed out while the wounds closed. A minute later, everyone was watching on as the situation came to a tense standstill. The soldiers were out of ammo, because they didn't expect an attack to happen during a charity gala, while the Faunus behind the bloodied man glared at the nobles while tightly gripping their weapons. Suddenly, a Faunus woman with light orange fox ears stared in Magna's direction. A bad feeling came over Magna as he watched her whisper something to the group of Faunus behind her. Magna growled at the Faunus as his eyes turned red. He hoped that they would just leave him and the Shnees alone, yet the next moment, 5 members readied their weapons and sprinted towards them. Ironwood had tunnel vision, completely focused on the bloodied man, while Jacques just watched them charge at Magna with a dark smile. Magna couldn't help but feel disgust as he clearly saw Jacques smile as he left them to die. The fox woman was the first to reach them. She quickly unsheathed her dagger as she silently thrust towards Magna's chest. Using his training, Magna quickly backstepped before throwing a heavy-handed punch towards the woman's temple. But the moment when he was about to land the hit, a Faunus man wearing gauntlets appeared beside her and blocked the attack. With a quick switch of abilities, Magna became intangible as he ran through their bodies, freaking them out, before switching back and kicking them from behind. The pair fell to the ground, giving Magna more than enough time to attack. Charging 2 Raisingans, one in each hand, Magna slammed them down onto their backs and used the knockback to fly over to Winter. He roughly landed beside Winter, letting out a silent curse due to the pain before quickly scrambling to his feet. Magna and Winter gave each other a quick nod before dashing towards the dual-wielding Faunus. Swiftly dodging under the man's sword, Magna lowered his body as he threw a punch at the man's stomach. As if they had done this hundreds of times before, Winter used his back as a platform as she vaulted over Magna and ruthlessly donkey kicked the man in the face, shattering his nose as he fell to the ground unconscious. Just as Magna was about to deal with the remaining 2 White Fang members, he froze as he stared at the sight before him with wide eyes. His heart stopped as he felt his aura boil. POV, Ironwood. We are currently at a disadvantage. My soldiers used up all their ammo yet we couldn't even take down one man. To make matters worse, no one has any weapons. I glared at the source of my humiliation. Just as I was about to curse him, I noticed something from the corner of my eyes that made me smile. I gave the bastard a small grin and loudly taunted, "Oh, you've done it now. None of you will be able to leave this place alive." The bloodied man seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Oh well, it's too late for him to try something now that the kid is about to take action. I still remember Crow describing his battle against Magna. He told me it was like looking humanity's collective hate and malice in the eye. What do you mean, Iron Dick? If you haven't noticed, we have weapons while your men don't. Said the bloodied man as he slowly stood up. Usually, I might have fired back a couple choice words, just to stall for time or just to piss him off, but I just smiled. I smiled because I know that. You've just dug your own grave. POV, Magna. You've just dug your own grave. Magna's aura exploded around him as a crimson cloak of malice slowly coated him. Winter and Willow sat by Weiss as they cried while Whitley was stunned. No one would have expected that, just as Whitley was about to be killed, Weiss would push him out of the way as the woman's black katana mercilessly slashed downwards, leaving a deep scar over Weiss's left eye. As Magna's aura stabilized, 4 crimson tails jetted out from behind him. The demon that used to be Magna slowly looked at the people surrounding him before a look of annoyance and disgust appeared on his face. Magna released a mind-numbing shriek as a dense aura of malice burst out from his demonic body. The White Fang members that were trying to attack Magna suddenly froze. It was like trying to move through a swamp as Magna's aura completely suppressed them. Releasing a low growl, Magna appeared behind the 2 remaining members and slammed their heads on the ground, hard. The sound of concrete breaking rang throughout the room as everyone suddenly fell silent. What is that thing? Ironwood took an unusual amount of pleasure in the bloodied man's misfortune as he said, "That is a huntsman in training. What you're currently seeing is one of his many abilities." From that sentence alone, Magna would have been able to figure out that Crow can't keep his mouth shut. Sadly, he was too far gone to hear him as Kurama's influence began to rage. Using his tails, he gathered all the unconscious members of the White Fang into one area as he slowly started to gather negative and positive energy. Everyone could feel the sheer power behind the tiny purple orb and started to panic. Even Ironwood was starting to sweat as he hastily tried to stop him, only to be swatted away like a fly. Magna slowly opened his mouth as cracks appeared at the edge of his mouth, widening his jaw of jagged teeth. Yet the moment he was about to swallow the orb, 2 quick blurs tackled him, sending him flying into a wall. Ironwood and the bloodied man gave each other a quick look before ultimately scoffing at each other. "I didn't need you help, Iron Dick. Shut up. I would have been fine on my own, you filthy criminal." Slowly, Magna crawled from the remains of the wall as he growled at the pair in unbridled anger. This seemed to cause the pair to turn serious as Ironwood said, "But your help would be much appreciated." The bloodied man knew that they were in for a long fight as he slowly got into a fighting stance and said, "The name is Steel Taurus. And after this, I expect some answers." Chapter 42. Giving the pair a hard glare, Magna roared as he dashed towards them, almost instantly closing the gap between them as he threw out a simple-looking punch. However, the 2 were veterans when it came to fighting. The dread coming from Magna's attack forced the pair to swiftly dodge the punch, watching as the wall a couple feet away was destroyed by the wind pressure alone. Ironwood slipped around Magna as he drove his metallic fist deep into his side. Steel, on the other hand, went for Magna's throat. Magna's annoyance peaked as he randomly started flailing about, sending both men flying. As they flew through the air, a pair of crimson claws latched onto their feet and dragged them back before slammed both fighters into each other. Winter couldn't stand seeing Magna like this as she screamed, "Magna! Please, stop this. Her desperate pleas seemed to have affected him as his aura slowly calmed down. As he turned to look at her, a fist connected with his cheek, launching him out the window. Ironwood stood where Magna was, smiling as he muttered, "It seems I've gotten a bit rusty." Winter had to pinch her thighs to stop herself from laughing as she knew that he was at least half android. However, Steel didn't seem to find him amusing as he punched him across the face and yelled, "Do you know what you've just done?" Pointing towards the peacefully protesting Faunus, his eyes became red as he yelled hoarsely, "You just sent that monster outside. He might attack the protesters." Ironwood stopped and frowned. He wasn't a racist like the nobles, he actually respected Faunus a lot. However, he held a deep hatred for any and all criminals. The Faunus outside, however, weren't criminals. So, under the dumbfounded gaze of all the nobles, Ironwood jumped straight out the window as he yelled, "We need to stop him before he can hurt those people." Ironwood's casual words sparked a wave of gasps. The nobles were horrified that the leader of Atlas Academy was trying to help the Faunus while Steel gave him an appreciative smile as he quickly followed behind him, not realizing his opinion of Ironwood grew in a positive light. As Magna quick scrambled to his feet, he stood up tall as something seemed different. In the hall, all he could feel were negative emotions. However, out here, he could feel something that tugged on both his and Kurama's heartstrings. Hope. An emotion so pure that the tailed beast cloak surrounding Magna actually started to quiet down as his mouth slowly closed. He moved towards the source of the beautiful emotion as if he was but a mere fox in the woods. As he popped his head through a bush, a few gasps of fear rang out. Magna tilted his head as he scanned the protesting Faunus before focusing on a single person. A small girl with black cat ears and bright gold eyes. The pure feeling of hope coming from her momentarily caused the negative emotions flowing into Magna to stop as he slowly started to regain control. He could see the fear in the girl's eyes as she teared up. Magna started feeling bad when an idea came to him. He tilted his head slightly as he gave her a small smile. Magna knew that his face was horrifying, due to him currently being in his tailed beast form, but he didn't care as he smiled. Somehow, the message managed to get across as the girl stopped shaking. She rubbed her eyes a couple times, making she wasn't seeing things before turning towards a fellow protester and whispering, "Is it smiling at me?" Magna saw the young man nod as the little cat girl turned back to Magna. The little girl slowly approached Magna when two shadows descended. Magna's calm turned into fury in an instant. He wrapped the little girl in a tight embrace as he thrust his tails at the two assailants. Ironwood and Steel both threw up a mouthful of blood as Magna's tails slammed directly into their chest. The protesters screamed and scattered as the two warriors fell to the floor in pain. Magna released a very low growl as the small purple orb from before suddenly appeared before him. Without warning, Magna grunted loudly as he forced the orb into his mouth before swallowing. However, Magna didn't inflate, nor did he release the fake fox blast from his mouth. Instead, he tilted his head upwards and spat out an orb of pure aura towards the sky. As the orb passed the clouds, a devastating shriek bellowed from the sky as night became day. All of Atlas looked to the sky in wonder as a warm light of vibrant orange painted the night sky. The clouds above Atlas dissipated, revealing a giant flock of Nevermores, burning to ashes. The protesters, Ironwood, Steel, the little cat girl, they all turned and stared at the demon before them. He panted roughly as the tailed beast cloak dimmed before dissipating. Still holding the cat girl in his arms, Magna collapsed to his knees. Unlike the other times Magna used the tailed beast cloak, his skin was only lightly burned as he continued to kneel in pain. He panted as he looked at the small cat girl in his arms. She didn't look at him in fear or panic but in curiosity. Her cute little ears twitched as she absent-mindedly muttered, "Why did you protect me?" Honestly, Magna didn't have a clue. Protecting her from being drawn into the battle was a subconscious act. Before his mind could react, his body had already moved to shield the young Faunus. Mustering up a smile, Magna fought the pain as he said, "I don't know, my body just moved on its own." His answer seemed to confuse the young Faunus, but Magna didn't feel like clearing up her confusion. Gritting his teeth, Magna slowly stood up. The Faunus surrounding him all gasped when they saw his body while Ironwood and Steel slowly approached him. They were still a bit cautious, considering that they just got their asses handed to them. Of course, they weren't actually fighting that seriously due to the fact that neither of them wanted to hurt the young boy. Standing before the two men, Magna gave Ironwood a small smile as he jokingly said, "You look like shit, General." Ironwood rolled his eyes as he sarcastically said, "And you look like a boiled lobster." The man and child glared at each other before lightly chuckling. Magna bowed his head as he grinned, "Also, thanks for taking it easy on me. I could tell when you punched me in the rib that you didn't want to hurt me. And thank you for reminding me that years of paperwork has made me rusty, no pun intended. I might start taking missions again." As the conversation between Magna and the general finished, Magna turned towards the bloodied man, whose blood had dried, and frowned. Steele saw Magna's reaction and returned a frown of his own as he harshly said, "What?" Magna's eyes flashed red as he growled, "I don't mind you. I actually like Faunus people quite a lot, I even have a pair of wolf Faunus for half-sisters. However, the bitch who hurt Weiss, she needs to die." As Magna finished speaking, a powerful aura burst from his body. The Faunus surrounding them couldn't help but gulp as they all collectively took a couple steps back. The only people who didn't move were the two men who fought against Magna and the little cat girl. Steele continued to glare at him for a couple more seconds before breaking his gaze away with a light sigh. "I can't let you kill her, she's lost way too much to the Shnee family, so I'm not sorry she scarred the girl." His words seemed to piss Magna off even further as everyone could feel the sheer power behind Magna's aura explode. However, Steele wasn't finished as he continued, "But, I am sorry that she attacked the girl in the first place. Everyone knows that a child doesn't bear their parents' sins. This Weiss girl was innocent and she did not deserve what happened to her." Once he finished, Steele did something that stunned everyone. He bowed his head towards Magna as he solemnly stated, "Please, forgive the young lass for attacking your friend." Chapter 43. POV, Willow. While Magna was busy outside, the atmosphere inside the hall was becoming strained. Willow sat at Weiss's side as she shakily hugged her close. Whitley had collapsed as he blamed himself for Weiss getting hurt. The problem was Winter. Anger painted her face as she watched the group of unconscious Faunus closely. Or, more specifically, the woman who gave Weiss her scar. She seemed to be contemplating whether to walk over and kill the woman or to wait for the general to come back before acting. It was plain for Willow to see that the nobles wanted nothing more than to torture the Faunus, yet the one thing that held them back was the general. Sure, they didn't have to listen to him, but the general held a lot of power. He led Atlas Academy and the Atlesian military, was an accomplished huntsman, and he held 2 seats on the council. What most people didn't realize was that, thanks to him having 2 seats on the council, it made it easier for him to make decisions for the whole of Atlas. A sigh escaped Willow's lips as she gently laid her hand on Winter's shoulder. Winter twitched but didn't turn back as she hoarsely said, "She hurt Weiss, mother. She know, they deserve to pay." Willow shook her head, "Winter, we don't get to make that decision. They will be arrested and tried by the laws. Until the general gets back, we can't hurt them. No matter how much we want to." Even though Willow sounded calm, she wanted nothing more than to run those Faunus through with a sword and then leave them there to die in pain, but she needed to be the bigger person. She knew that when her husband took over, the Shnee family business went on a sharp decline. The Bright family company became a corporate monster overnight. Jacques forced people and Faunus alike to slave away while he reaped all the benefits. And I mean, all the benefits. Klein, under Willow's direct instructions, recorded any and all things that Jacques did under the name of the Shnee family. There have been many cases of money laundering, tax evasion and fraud. He's illegally kidnapped many Faunus men and women from menagerie and forced them to slave away in the Shnee dust mines, working them to death. Worst of all, Willow has received reports of female employees being taken advantage. Once Jacques had his fun, he either fires the woman or has her disappear. He's even had a few women killed when they found out they were pregnant, just so he could uphold his reputation. Luckily, Willow, with the secret assistance of Klein, managed to save the employees that Jacques tried to make disappear. However, they couldn't save the ones that were pregnant. Jacques made sure to kill them personally. A chill ran up Willow's spine. She knew that if she wasn't the only link between him and the Shnee family, Jacques may have just killed her when she found out she was pregnant. Willow secretly stared at the man she used to love in pain. She watched as anger clouded his face as he barked at the guards, screaming about the mess. What even made her fall for him in the first place? A sigh filled with sorrow escaped her lips as she gently cradled her children in her arms. Weiss was still unconscious. Whitley was crying as he clutched Weiss's arm while Winter was struggling as her eyes burned with vengeance. It took a couple minutes, but the hate in Winter's eyes dimmed as tears started to gather. Willow felt how her body seemed to just collapse as she silently cried. Doing what any mother would, Willow softly rubbed her back as she gently whispered into her eldest child's ear, "It's all right, Winter. Just let it all out." That seemed to be the last straw for Winter as the floodgates opened. She pressed her face into Willow's chest as she cried and released a muffled scream. As Willow slowly calmed her shaken children, a problem she didn't want to deal with jumped up. Jacques slowly made his way over, a fake look of concern on his face as he said, "Willow, we should take Weiss to the hospital. They can dash." "No. We have to wait for Magna. Weiss and Winter swore that they were going to take care of the boy while he stays here," said Willow, cutting him off. A look of pure anger appeared on his face as he spat out, "That little monster. We'd be better off worrying about our own children. Just imagine the support we can gain when the people learn that our daughter is in the hospital. Willow's eyes widened as Jacques continued with a crazed expression. Not only will we gain support from the people of Atlas, the people will also realize that those faunus are nothing more than animals. We'd have a more legal way of acquiring workers. No. We can finally put into action the more dangerous mining plans, using the animals as a way to scout out more of the mines. Jacques, please. Better yet, why don't we hurt Winter and Whitley as well? Imagine the support we could gain from that. The headlines. The children of the Shnee family were attacked by a group of faunus during a charity gala, condition unknown. We could dash. Enough. Willow's voice boomed across the room as a huge glyph appeared under her feet, covering the entire building. The glyph was a mix of white and black, giving it an intoxicating look, like a work of art that took one's whole lifetime to create. However, no one could appreciate said art. The glyph froze each and every person in the building. Not with ice but with space and time. No matter how hard people tried, they couldn't move a single cell in their body. Everyone, guards and nobles alike, froze in place. A look of unbridled fury and anguish appeared on Willow's face as tears trickled down her cheeks. Why? Why are you like this, Jacques? Do you even care about your children? About me? Veins appeared on Jacques' head as he wanted nothing more than to scream at Willow. She was ruining his reputation. Willow saw the look he was giving her but scoffed. What's wrong, Jacques? Got something to say? Then. With a snap of her finger, Jacques fell to the floor as she continued, say it. With bloodshot eyes, Jacques hastily stood up and roared, you bitch. What the fuck do you think you're doing? You're ruining my fucking reputation. Willow yawned as she lightly said, is that it? More veins puffed up on his head as he yelled, what the fuck do you mean, is that it? You fucking slut. I dash. Before he could finish speaking, Willow snapped her finger again as he froze. She slowly stood up, handing the unconscious Weiss and Whitley to the dumbfounded Winter. Slowly, Willow walked towards Jacques as the sound of her heels echoed through the silent hall. She glared into the eyes of her former lover and finally saw him for who he was. A liar, a cheater, a racist, a power-hungry fool. She saw so many different things yet not one of those things was good. He held no love for her, for their children, he only loved himself. With a light tap to the head, Jacques' frozen body fell onto his back as Willow said, due to our marriage, you own half the Shnee family while I own the other half. Had I died, you would have owned the entirety of the Shnee family fortune. However, you've officially made Weiss the heiress of your half of the family. So today, I officially name Winter and Whitley as the heirs to my half, in hopes that they can run this company in the future as a family. And just so you don't try and create another heir. Slowly, Willow lifted her leg up high as Jacques started to internally panic. Due to the gala, Willow was currently wearing very, very pointy high heels. Jacques' internal cries of panic went unnoticed as Willow gave a cheerful smile and said, I guess you don't need these anymore. Poochie. Chapter 44. Slowly making their way back to the hall, Magna tried his best to stay calm. Which was actually quite hard. He may have expelled Kurama's influence from his soul but that didn't stop his emotions from accessing Kurama's powers. Even Kurama himself was helpless to stop it since Naruto had to go through the exact same thing. Magna wanted nothing more than to rip those who harmed Weiss apart but he had to hold himself back. Ironwood was a man of justice and he wanted the faunus that attacked Weiss to go through the proper channels and be tried in a court of law. Magna respected the general's sense of duty so placed his trust in him, at least for now. That didn't stop Magna from taking on fox-like qualities as he barely contained himself. His eyes flickered a deep red as an occasional wisp of crimson aura seeped out from his body before slowly retracting. Ironwood and Steel were both calm as they slowly made their way forwards while the curious little cat girl silently followed them from behind. She wasn't fooling anyone but they all unanimously decided not to call her out. Magna actually found her presence helpful as her innocence seemed to help him rein in his anger. He knew that he could just change into Danny's powers to stop himself but he didn't want to. Kurama's powers fed off his emotions and in return, he gave Magna strength. Just in case something happens, whether it be the faunus regaining consciousness or Jacques guards, Magna wanted to be ready. It took a few minutes but they managed to make it the hall. However, just as Magna entered the room. I guess you don't need these anymore. Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone that just arrived, Willow's snow white heel pierced straight through Jacques' family jewels, destroying the floor as cracks spread outwards from Willow's heel. Magna paled as he subconsciously cringed and crossed his legs. However, he didn't feel a hint of pity for Jacques. What did surprise Magna was how quiet the hall was. Everyone besides the Shnees stood absolutely still, just like a statue. Willow slowly removed her shoe from Jacques' crotch, giving the bloody shoe a look of contempt before ultimately discarding both shoes as she opted to be barefooted. A bright smile, not the fake one she used in public, appeared on her face as she twirled in a childish manner towards Magna and happily said, "Magna." Before Magna could react, a row of glyphs appeared on the ground between him and Willow. With wide eyes, Magna jumped in surprise as Willow seemingly teleported as she lifted him into a deep hug. She smothered him into her bulging chest as she happily started kissing his head. This earned her a couple weird looks from Ironwood and Steel before both men ultimately decided to mind their own business as they casually stared at the walls. Magna's cheeks lit up in a bright blush as he struggled to breath. Luckily, Willow wasn't trying to kill him as she quickly eased up on her hugging. However, she didn't release him as she carried him with a big smile on her face. Ironwood looked at Jacques and shuddered as he cautiously asked, "What exactly happened here?" Willow's smile didn't fade as she slowly recounted what had happened. By the end of her explanation, Ironwood couldn't help but call Jacques an idiot. Ironwood tolerated Jacques because he thought that even though Jacques was an arrogant prick with control issues, he would at least be able to tell right from wrong. However, after Willow slowly recounted Jacques' actions over the years, it took a lot of willpower to stop him from accidentally shooting Jacques in the knees 6 times. Magna, still being cradled in Willow's arms, sat in silence. His fox-like features became more prominent, but when he remembered what Willow just did, he held back his anger. It wasn't his place to punish Jacques for his actions. Gazing up at Willow from within her arms, Magna ignored his embarrassment and asked, "Willow, how is Weiss holding up? Can I see her? I might be able to heal her." Suddenly, Willow's eyes brightened even further as she happily screamed, "That's right. You can heal people." Ironwood's casual expression changed when he heard her. As far as he knew, Magna only had combat capabilities. He was kept out of the loop when it came to Magna's healing abilities. Magna caught his expression from the corner of his eye and smiled. Kurama already informed him that Crow couldn't keep his mouth shut about his so-called skill creation, semblance. However, it was nice to know that he didn't spill the beans about his healing ability. Throwing those thoughts to the back of his head, Magna jumped out of Willow's embrace, something which caused her to pout like a child, as he sped towards Winter and her younger siblings. When he arrived before her, Winter couldn't hold back her tears as she shakily said, Magna, will Weiss be okay?" Magna's heart softened as his anger slowly disappeared. Gently wiping the tears from her face, Magna caressed her cheek and confidently said, "Don't worry Winter, Weiss will be fine. I'll make sure of it." Winter blushed while slowly laying Weiss on the ground. Magna brought his right hand above her scar and took a deep breath. Channeling as much aura as the young sun seal could manage, Magna quickly forced the aura into Weiss. However, her scar didn't heal. He grit his teeth as his eyes turned red, pumping more and more aura into her. Yet the result was the same. Her body was perfectly fine, actually, she was better than fine, but the scar just didn't seem to heal. Her eyes fluttered open in confusion. Once she remembered what had just happened, she leapt backwards with tears gathering in her eyes as hoarsely screamed, "Stay away. Don't hurt me." Magna's heart dropped, but he didn't show it on his face as he gently embraced Weiss and whispered, "It's okay Weiss. You're safe now, I'm here." When Weiss registered Magna's voice, she stopped panicking as she tightly held Magna and cried. Her voice seemed to wake Whitley as he immediately jumped at Weiss, repeatedly apologizing as tears and snot ran down his face. Magna held both of them for a couple seconds before giving them to Willow, who cried tears of joy as she gave Magna a long kiss on the cheek. However, Magna's face was void of any embarrassment as he walked towards Steel with blazing red eyes as he demanded, "What did she do to Weiss?" Steel narrowed his eyes for a second before slowly letting out a sigh, "It's her semblance. Anything she cuts can't be healed. Not even she can reverse it." Now, this was exactly what Magna didn't want to hear. He turned towards the group of Faunus and slowly made his way over, only to be stopped by Ironwood as he sternly asked, "What are going to do Magna?" Magna didn't even turn back as his eyes stayed focused on the group of unconscious Faunus. "I'm going to kill those bastards." Just as Ironwood and Steel were about to move, both found themselves stuck in place. With a dark look that sent chills down both men's spine, Willow said, "So she can't be healed no matter what." "Well, I was going to wait for them to be tried in a court of law, but seeing as the scar won't heal." Turning towards Magna, Willow gave him a small nod as she continued, "I no longer feel the need to do this the right way. Magna, please make them suffer." Seeing her like this, Magna softly smiled as Kurama whispered in his head, "What a woman." Just as Magna was about to walk forward, a person appeared before him, standing in front of him with their arms wide open. A deep frown appeared on Magna's face as he said, "Move." The little cat girl trembled but stood her ground as she shakily said, "No, please don't dash." Before she could finish, a furious aura burst out from Magna's body as he roared, "I said move." The building trembled as Magna's aura continued to grow, feeding off the negative emotions flowing in the air. However, the cat girl didn't back down even though tears poured from her eyes. Please, you don't have to kill them. I know they made a mistake, but that doesn't mean they need to die." Both Magna and Willow contemplated the little girl's words. It was true that they may have overreacted a little bit, but at the same time, they attacked and permanently wounded Weiss. Magna gave Willow a glance as he said, "What do you think, Willow? Weiss is your daughter, so do you want to be the bigger man and walk away?" Willow fell into deep thought for a good 5 minutes before releasing a long and annoyed sigh. With a wave of her hand, Ironwood and Steel found themselves free as she calmly stated, "Ironwood, take them away before I change my mind." Both Ironwood and Steel were now profoundly scared of Willow as Ironwood quietly made his soldiers take the faunus away before making himself scarce. Steel was, of course, taken with the other faunus as he would rather await a jail sentence than face Willow. The little cat girl collapsed to her knees as she sighed in relief. Magna, giving the girl a curious look as she looked vaguely familiar, said, "By the way, I never got your name." "I'm Magna, Magna Opus." "What about you?" The little cat girl smiled as she slowly stood up and said, "I'm Blake, Blake Belladonna." Chapter 45. It's been a couple days since the gala. Most of Atlas is aware of what happened that day as Ironwood had to give an explanation why the night sky turned into day. Of course, some of the details were obscured. Ironwood told the media that a flock of Nevermores attacked the gala and that a roaming huntsman managed to destroy them all before disappearing. After the gala, the Shnee family drastically changed over the days. Since Jacques was in the hospital indefinitely due to his unfortunate injury, the Shnee family experienced a welcome change. Willow changed all the furniture around the house, giving it a more welcoming vibe. With the house now feeling warm and inviting, they all started smiling more often. Weiss, after a full medical exam, was glad that her body was perfectly fine. There was a point where she felt depressed about her scar and tried to hide away in her room, but Magna wasn't having any of it. He literally broke the door to her room down, after gaining permission of course, and comforted her until she no longer felt ashamed. It took a lot of hugging and honeyed words, but by the end of the day, she thanked him as her shattered confidence became whole again. Winter changed the most as she was almost never without a smile on her face, at least when Magna was around. Whitley seemed to have taken what happened at the gala to heart as he strived to be a better brother to Weiss and Winter. A small problem that wasn't really a problem was the fact that the Opus family managed to hear him when he introduced himself to Blake. Speaking of Blake, Magna was dumbstruck when he met the final member of the future team RWBY. It surprised him that Blake showed up at the gala, as that means that there was a chance that Blake and Weiss might have met if the circumstances were right, before their meeting at Beacon. Sadly, the faunus protesters were trespassing, so Ironwood had to politely ask them to leave before Magna and Blake could get to know each other. Blake had already been escorted off the premises. Anyway, back to the problem with the Opus family. They didn't demand anything from Magna as the current patriarch. Magna's grandfather only asked if his daughter was still alive. After telling him how his mother was doing, the kind old man tried to have Magna stay with them for a couple days, something that scared Magna a little bit. It wasn't that they were horrible people or anything. It's just that at every given moment after learning that Magna was their relative, the entire Opus family tried to spoil him with gifts. His two uncles, Maxwell and Silver, even brought him around their personal weapon forge and offered to build him any weapon he wanted. For shits and giggles, he jokingly told them that he wanted a scythe that transforms into a customizable, high-impact sniper rifle. However, his joke flew right over their heads as they seriously started designing a weapon for him. He could only watch in abrupt horror as it only took them 2 hours to complete a rough design. It looked scarily similar to Crescent Rose, RWBY's main weapon in the series, making Magna take a few steps back. He tried to get the men to stop, but they practically ignored him as they wholeheartedly began working on the finer details. Though his uncles were bad, they weren't the worst. His grandmother, a kind lady that doesn't look a day over 30, tried to spoil him the most because her two sons were, in her own words, idiots so dense they would destroy the universe before finding a partner. Magna was their only grandchild. So his grandmother, Anna, and his grandfather, Magus, tried to spoil him rotten. The good thing that Magna managed to take away from this was that he learned how the noble children became so corrupt. The nobles literally didn't know any restraint. If their child wanted something, they would buy them hundreds of the item just to make them happy. Luckily, the pair had more common sense than their sons as they listened when Magna told them he didn't want something. Releasing a small sigh, Magna stared at the bright family gathering happening in front of him. Because Magna showed reluctance to stay at the Opus family home, his uncles and grandparents decided to visit him instead. Willow showed no aversion to the idea as she happily welcomed them with open arms. The Shnee children were equally as welcoming as they practically swarmed Magna's uncles with questions about weapons. Magna was happy to spend some time with his family, but he didn't want them trying to spoil him at every opportunity. As his uncles happily chatted away with Winter about upgrades she could make to her sword, Maxwell suddenly turned towards Magna with a huge smile as he laughed. "That reminds me. Nephew. Your weapon will be ready in a couple days. Your uncle and I have worked harder on this than any other project, so look forward to it, alright?" Silver nodded on the side as he added, "We personally forged and built everything, so let us know if you want to make any changes. Also, what color scheme would you like for your weapon?" The Schneesters leaned close to him and repeatedly whispered, "Light blue and white," wanting him to adopt the Shnee family colors. Magna really wanted to explain that he was just joking about the weapon, but when he heard they personal forged and built it, the words became stuck in his throat. He had seen their final design and sighed in relief that it looked different compared to Crescent Rose. It looked more like a cross between Crow's weapon and Crescent Rose. Deciding to just accept their goodwill, Magna gave them a small smile as he said, "Just its normal color scheme will do, I don't really need something too fancy looking." His grandfather nodded heavily as he gave a hearty chuckle, "That's right. Us men of the Opus family don't need fancy colors. Our weapons only need to be able to kill Grim. Nothing more, nothing less." Maxwell and Silver seemed to agree as they gave Magna a big thumbs up before almost instantly shooting out the door. Anna shook her head as she turned towards Willow with an apologetic smile, "Sorry about those boys, Willow. They really want to impress their nephew." Willow lightly shook his head and smiled, "It's fine, Anna." It was surprising to say the least that Willow and Anna became friends almost instantly. When they met, it was like something clicked inside them as they walked and talked for hours. Magna already made good on his promise and fully healed Willow. Since then, however, there's been a subtle change in how she treated him. She almost always tries to pick him up, cuddle him or kiss his cheeks. Even though her actions often lead him to feel embarrassed, Magna didn't really mind as she behaved the exact same with her own children as well. Finishing his meal, Magna looked over to the pair for a second before quietly leaving the room. Everyone knew that today was Magna's last day as he left back to Patch tomorrow at midday. His uncles already made arrangements to follow after him when his weapon was finished, but everyone else couldn't. Because Willow now ran the family, she had to oversee the reforms she wanted to bring to the Shnee Dust Company. Magna's grandparents really wanted to go visit their daughter, but work stopped them. Being major weapons and machinery developers, they had a lot of work that required their input. Just as Magna made it to his room, a small hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, Magna was met with a slightly flushed Weiss and Winter and a sleepy Whitley. Weiss twirled her hair around with her finger as she stuttered, Since this is your last night in Atlas, we were wondering if you wanted to sleep together." Her embarrassment doubled as her cheeks became dark red. "Why, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's just that I'm gonna miss you." By the end of her sentence, tears slowly fell from her eyes. Stunned, Magna looked to Winter for help only to become stunned as both her and Whitley cried as well. Not wanting his friends to cry, Magna quickly moved out of the doorway as he smiled, "Come on guys. Let's get some sleep so we can wake up early and hang out. At least until my ride comes." Winter and Weiss smiled as they quickly made their way inside, supporting their teetering little brother along the way. What they all were unaware of though, was the fact that a certain pair of noble ladies were watching them with wide smiles on their faces. Chapter 46. The sun slowly rose above Atlas, signifying the start of another day as Magna silently faced a small problem. Winter was still asleep as she cutely clung to his arm while Weiss was surprisingly curled up on his chest. What made this a problem was the fact that both girls were drooling on him. Magna couldn't see Whitley, so he assumed he left him to suffer. Softly nudging Weiss, Magna whispered in her ear, "Weiss, it's morning, wake up." His whispers went ignored as Weiss slowly put her hand over his mouth as she cutely yawned. Magna resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he tried to shake his arm from Winter's grasp. This, however, didn't end well as she ended up clutching his arm even harder as she softly bit his shoulder while muttering something about steak. A long sigh escaped his lips when he suddenly remembered how he could become intangible. He mentally face-palmed as he became intangible and flew out of bed. As he landed, he almost burst into laughter when he saw Whitley, collapsed on the ground with a small blanket. It seems that Winter had booted him off the bed in the middle of the night, but Whitley didn't seem to know as he continued to sleep with a happy smile on his face. Quietly, Magna left them alone as he made his way to the dining room. Taking in the new sights and vibe of the house, Magna was almost reluctant to leave. However, he missed his family. It wasn't long before Magna found himself before the large doors that lead to the dining room. As he pushed the doors open, Klein's voice sounded from the side as he warmly said, "Good morning, Magna. What would you like for breakfast?" Magna didn't even need to think as he quickly said, "French toast and hot chocolate please." Klein gave him a gentle nod before disappearing into the kitchen. As he walked to the table, Magna couldn't help but feel a little unnerved as Willow and his grandmother focused on him. With a wide grin, Willow perked her chin on her hands as she said, "How was it, sleeping with my daughters?" Not expecting such a question, Magna misplaced his foot and fell to the ground, face first in a panic. He scrambled to his feet, looking towards Willow and his grandmother with a red face as he practically screamed, "I didn't do anything." Willow chuckled and said, "I know." Calming himself down, Magna sat at the table with a red face as he tried to ignore the two noble ladies. It wasn't long before Weiss, Winter and Whitley entered the dining room, with Whitley being the only one smiling. Weiss's cheeks puffed up as she angrily glared at Magna while Winter just ignored Magna's existence. Weiss quickly stomped her way over to Magna and screamed, "You left us behind." Winter followed behind her and walked past Magna but not before flicking her head away from him as she pouted. As only one not anger with him, Whitley patted his shoulder as he just said, "Don't mind it, Magna." Breakfast was relatively awkward as Weiss and Winter ate in an angry silence while everyone else just watched on in amusement. Just as Magna finished his breakfast, Weiss and Winter threw away all manners and etiquette as they stuffed the rest of their food into their mouths before wolfing it down with the help of juice. Then, both girls grabbed Magna by his arms and sprinted out the door as they quickly yelled, "We'll be back later, mother. Gonna hang out with Magna. Bye." Willow shook her head at her daughter's antics as she yelled back, "Have fun you three." The trio were currently driving around in a limousine. Of course, Klein did all the driving as Magna and the Schneesters were still children. They didn't have a destination as they just drove around Atlas, taking in the sights. Since Magna arrived, he hasn't been able to see the beauty of Atlas, so they decided to just go touring around the city. The city was truly a wonder. Tall buildings with immaculate roads form a beautiful city. People walked about with wide smiles while Atlesian soldiers patrolled the streets. Unlike the police in his old world, the Atlesian soldiers were welcomed with open arms as most people happily greeted them before continuing on their way. They didn't just tour the city as they drove around the outskirts of the floating city as well. The icy mountains were a breathtaking sight as light glistened off the ice and snow, making the landscape shine. They continued their tour all the way up to when Klein received a call, informing them that the airship was ready to take Magna back. As reluctant as he felt, Magna knew he had to go back. He was actually missing his family more than he realized, something which Weiss and Winter easily picked up on. It only took them a couple minutes to arrive back home as the airship was standing on the Shnee family's personal landing pad. Seeing all his family and friends standing outside with smiles on their faces, Magna felt blessed to be living this life. Sure, he wasn't from this world but his body was. The soul of the original owner of Magna's body had fused completely with Magna, so it wasn't wrong to say that Magna was him and he was Magna. As he stepped off the limo, Willow suddenly appeared in front of him as she lifted him up into a strong embrace. Her body trembled slightly as her eyes slowly became moist. "Magna, remember that you can always come back here to visit or to stay. You will always be welcome here." Before she let him go, Willow gave him a gentle kiss on his cheek as she silently thanked him for everything he's done. He might never realize it, but Magna's helped her more than she could ever repay. He healed her decrepit body, cured the damage done by her alcohol addiction, and most of all, he helped make her children's life easier and happier. Magna lightly blushed as he slowly made his way over to his grandparents and uncles. His grandmother had a small smile on her face as she gave him a big hug and said, "Please say hi to your mother for me and your grandpa. I really wish we could go with you, but we're swamped with paperwork." Hugging her back, Magna nodded and as happily said, "I definitely will, Grandma. I'll love you." No matter how short it's been since Magna met them, he truly came to love his extended family. His uncles were fun, wild and free, his grandfather was strict yet loving while his grandmother was mischievous, caring and whimsical. He turned towards his grandfather, who only gave him a gentle smile, as he dashed towards him and gave him a strong hug. His action surprised his grandfather for a bit before he returned Magna's hug. When it came to his uncles, he felt bad seeing the dark circles under their eyes as he gave the pair a big hug. Finally came the Shnee siblings. Whitley looked like he was about to burst into tears, but he fought them back as he gave Magna a fist bump. After returning Whitley's gesture with a wide smile, Weiss and Winter looked at him with tears in their eyes. When the time came for Magna to actually leave, Weiss and Winter wanted to stop him from leaving, but they knew he really missed his family. Instead, the duo decided to give him a gift to remember them by. Confused on why the pair didn't move or say anything, Magna was about to speak when he felt a soft warmth appear on his cheeks. Everyone looked at the trio in surprise before cheering them on. Weiss and Winter slowly removed their lips from Magna's cheeks as their faces burst into a dark red blush. Stunned, Magna's face was just as red as theirs as he slowly touched his cheeks. Before he could ask about it, Weiss slowly pushed him into the airship. Still dumbfounded by what just happened, Magna could only wave as the door to the airship closed before the ship took off. On the ground, Weiss and Winter were blushing hard as Willow and Anna lightly laughed at the trio. Chapter 47. The flight to Patch was filled with an awkward silence as he mentally debated with Kurama about Weiss and Winter. Magna, having zero clue when it came to the opposite sex, didn't know what to think about the kiss they gave him, while Kurama, a being that has lived for thousands of years, insisted that the kiss was more than a simple gesture. As Magna continued to deny the kiss being anything more than a simple goodbye, Kurama finally got fed up as he roared, "My God! You're worse than that idiot Naruto." This managed to bring Magna out of his thoughts as he sighed. He just didn't want to misunderstand their intentions. Plus, they were only kids. Their feelings might change when they grow older. Hell, they might even forget him. As Kurama was fully able to hear his thoughts, he couldn't help but roll his eyes as he remembered Hinata being in love with Naruto since they were kids. The only time she started losing those feelings was when she had grown up and become an adult. Because Naruto had waited too long and not made any moves towards courting Hinata, she started to think realistically about how she was growing older with no one to share her life with. It was only when that pale prick Tonari kidnapped Hinata that he realized she meant much more to him than just a friend. Magna couldn't help but sit down as he truly didn't know what to think. Time idly passed by as he simply watched the clouds roll by, deciding to face these thoughts in the future. In other words, he decided to run away. Hours passed by when the sound of the pilot echoed across the ship. "We are now entering Patch City airspace. ETA is 20 minutes. Would our only passenger please prepare?" Magna smiled for a second before walking over to the communication system as he pressed a button and said, "You guys can turn back around. I'll just fly over from here." The comms were silent for a minute before the pilot's voice replied, "Okay. We have to go to Patch to refuel, so are you sure you'd rather fly on your own?" Magna stretched his limbs a bit before saying, "It's fine. I'm gonna go now, thanks for the ride." Turning intangible, Magna closed his eyes as he allowed himself to fall backwards. His body passed through the ship before bursting towards Patch at a much higher speed than the airship. He knew that the airship could go faster, but he also knew that there were strict flight laws that prohibited going over a certain speed. Flying through the sky was such an exhilarating feeling. The sense of freedom and excitement came second to none as he started showboating. Barrel rolls, zigzags, he even acted like a dolphin as he dove into the ground only to resurface a couple feet away before diving back down. After having his fun, it only took him roughly 10 minutes to arrive at Signal Academy. The school was still being rebuilt as classes were cancelled until further notice. Looking over the rebuilding process, Magna felt a twinge of pain in his heart as he remembered the day those men took Emerald. He had no clue what they might be doing to her, but he absolutely hated the fact that he allowed them to slip away. Reaffirming the need to grow stronger, Magna decided that straight after healing his teacher, he would activate a new star cluster just so his aura reserves could grow. Continuing forward, Magna easily navigated the dense forestry surrounding Taeyang's home. However, once he arrived about 5 minutes away from the house, something caught his eye. As it was late in the afternoon, bordering on sunset, Magna didn't expect to see Yang, pulling a small red wagon with a blanket inside. Her eyes screamed with fatigue as cuts and bruises littered her tired body, but she continued forward. Even her hair, something she cared deeply about, was extremely messy, yet she pushed on. Opting to go invisible, Magna transformed just in case something happens as his powers become stronger when he's in his ghost form. Silently following her from behind, Magna watched on in concern as an hour passed by, but she showed no signs of stopping. By now, her feet were bleeding as sweat poured out from her body. She wobbled back and forth but still continued onwards. Magna couldn't help but worry as he thought to himself, what the hell is she doing? Just as Magna was about to show himself. Ha! A wisp of teal breath left his mouth as a huge Beowulf jumped towards Yang. This Beowulf was considerably larger than any other Beowulf he's ever seen, and its body was almost entirely covered in bone armor. "An alpha," muttered Yang in absolute terror. Instead of running, Yang instantly shielded the wagon with her body as a huge black claw descended on her. As he watched the claw zoom towards her unprotected back, something inside Magna clicked as he roared, "Don't you dare touch her." A small green orb appeared as Magna thrust his palm towards the alpha Beowulf, shooting an intense beam of ghostly aura. The beam hit the alpha like a truck, sending it flying through the forest. Fighting through the headache, Magna zipped in front of Yang as he mentally slapped himself for just watching. Trembling in pain, Yang desperately clung to a crying Ruby and their little puppy, Zwei. Tapping her shoulder, Magna softly said, "Don't worry, Yang. You're safe now, I'm here." Yang didn't reply, causing Ruby to cry louder as she trembled in fear. Is Yang alright? Magna, I wanna go home, it's scary out here. Seeing Ruby reduced to tears, Magna gave her the most gentle and reassuring smile he could muster as he ruffled her hair and said, "Don't worry your cute little head, Ruby. As long as I'm here, no harm will ever come to you." Suddenly, a roar bellowed from where Magna sent the Alpha flying as a pair of glowing yellow eyes glared at Magna from the forest. The Alpha slowly walked over, looking as if Magna's attack did nothing. Seeing into the Alpha's glowing eyes, Ruby pulled Yang into her blanket and felt like bursting into tears when a silhouette appeared before her. She slowly gazed upward and saw Magna, standing tall with no fear in his eyes as a small smile adorned his face. Like a spark was ignited in her heart, Ruby stared at him with stars in her eyes, feeling like she was in the safest place in the world as Magna's words slowly replayed in her head. "Don't worry your cute little head, Ruby. As long as I'm here, no harm will ever come to you." Seeing the Alpha practically unharmed, Magna came to the conclusion that Danny's ghost ray needed to be charged before it could do any real damage. That wasn't to say the Alpha got away unscathed. The spot where Magna attacked had a bunch of small cracks. They weren't that prominent, but it showed that Magna's attack worked. Deciding to test his new ability, Magna channeled his aura into his fingers as he aimed at the Alpha with a finger gun. Bang! As soon as Magna spoke, a green beam shot from his finger towards the Alpha. However, unlike last time, the Alpha was ready for him as it easily dodged the beam before quickly charging towards him. Refusing to remain idle, Magna flew towards the Alpha as his fists glowed a bright green. Phasing through the Alpha's claws, Magna drilled his fist into the Alpha's face. The glow around Magna's fist seemed to amplify his attack as he sent the Alpha flying through a couple trees before it finally came to a stop. The Alpha slowly stood up as a large crack appeared on its skull mask. With the glow in its eyes growing fiercer, the Alpha let loose a violent roar as it unleashed an insane amount of high-speed slashes towards Magna. Unfortunately for the Alpha, Magna just once again phased through its attacks as he quickly whipped his leg towards it. Just like when he amped his fists, when Magna's leg made contact with the Alpha, it was sent flying once again. However, the distance it flew was shortened due to Magna amping his attack just before his attack connected. As he looked towards the slowly recovering Alpha, Magna frowned as he decided to end this. Holding his hand outwards with his palm facing up, Magna began to charge his aura into a glowing green sphere. As each second passed, the green glow of the orb intensified. It's not as if the Alpha was waiting for Magna to finish charging, it's just that Magna would use his intangibility to dodge when it attacks before giving a rather normal boot to the back. After 30 seconds passed of leading the Alpha along, Magna swiftly ducked under its claw swipe instead of phasing through as he viciously slammed the orb into the Alpha's chest and roared, "Take this you overgrown mutt." Instead of exploding, the orb shot forward and dragged the Alpha through tree after tree before imploding, taking the Alpha and the surrounding forestry with it. Magna, dumbfounded by what just happened, scratched his cheek and awkwardly muttered to no one in particular, did not expect that to happen. Chapter 48. Now that the Alpha Beowulf was gone, Magna turned his attention towards the red wagon. Ruby was staring at him with stars in her eyes while Yang was surprisingly awake. Yang was dumbfounded by what she just saw. She missed most of the fight but luckily managed to wake just in time to see Magna destroy the Alpha with the last attack. Seeing him slowly walk towards them, Yang quickly leapt out of the wagon to thank him when Magna viciously grabbed her cheeks and pulled. "What were you thinking? Do you know how dangerous and stupid that was?" Tears gathered in Yang's eyes as she said, "Stop," hit at hers. Seeing her tears, Magna felt a twinge of guilt as he slowly let go. Sighing, Magna wrapped her up in his arms as he whispered, "I'm sorry, Yang. It's just that you almost lost your life. What's worse is the fact that you dragged Ruby out here with you. Now tell me, what made you decide to go on this little outing?" Yang rubbed her cheek and glared at Magna as she recounted her story. The day Magna left for Atlas, Yang somehow managed to overhear Crow and Taeyang talking about the whereabouts of her mother, Raven. After that, Yang spent the last couple days, waiting for the chance to leave. Today just so happened to be the day where both Crow and Taeyang went drinking with Magna's father, Joshua, while Emily and Amber were taking care of his little sister. She sneakily took Ruby and Zvi with her before leaving the house in search of Raven. Remembering her uncle saying that there had been sightings of her around the outskirts of town, Yang just walked forward in a random direction while hoping for the best. Once she finished, Magna had to resist the urge to pull her cheeks again, something which she picked up on as she quickly shielded her face. Magna sighed as he flicked Yang's head as he said, "Yang, what you did was very stupid. I know you want to find your mother, but your actions could have got you and Ruby killed." Yang didn't reply as she stared at her feet. She started sobbing as she shakily said, "I'm sorry." Seeing her cry, Magna felt bad but didn't let up. She needed to be reprimanded for her actions or she might try again in the future. It would be fine if she was strong and already went through some form of training, but she's only a child. Bringing her into a tight hug, Magna softly rubbed her back, something which actually helped calm her down a lot, as he said, "I'm sorry for yelling, young, but you need to stop and think before you do something. You're lucky that I shut up when I did, but imagine if I hadn't. You and Ruby might have been killed. Imagine what that would have done to your dad. Your uncle." Yang's shaking intensified as she burst into tears. Because she was much stronger than the average kid in this world, Yang's tight hug felt like a vice grip. Magna had to try his hardest not to scream as the pain from her hug was unbearable. He even gave Ruby a look of pity for her inevitable future. Luckily, Yang let him go a couple minutes later as she now donned a light blush. Quietly switching powers to heal, Magna wore a smile as he softly asked, "Feeling better?" Receiving a quick nod, Magna replied in kind with a nod of his own as he said, "Good. In a couple minutes I'll take us back home." Just as Magna finished speaking, he noticed that Ruby had gotten out of the wagon and slowly walked towards him. Instead of slamming straight into his stomach or back, she stood in front of him with red cheeks as she held her arms in the air while giving him a pleading look. While surprised, Magna softly lifted her into his arms as he said, "What's wrong, Ruby? Usually, you just slam full force into me when you want my attention." Ruby's mouth curved into a pout as she lightly beat his chest and said, "I do not." Have seen enough anime in his first life, Magna couldn't help but smile as he imagined a poka poka sound effect accompanying Ruby's tantrum. Sadly, there was no such sound effect as he lightly chuckled, okay, I was wrong. What's wrong, you little cookie monster?" After a few more seconds, Ruby stopped hitting him as she rested against his chest. Magna was a little confused, but it didn't take long for him to realize that Ruby had fallen asleep. Hearing her calmly breath against his chest as she held onto him tightly, Magna smiled as he softly muttered, "Guess we're going back now." Changing back to Danny's powers, Magna wrapped his free arm around Yang's waist as he got her to hold Zwei. She was a little bummed that she had to leave the wagon, but it was actually pretty beat up from the trip. Taking one last look at the wagon, Magna decided to wrap the girls up in the blanket as it was quickly becoming cool as the sun had already set. With both girls wrapped up and surprisingly asleep, Magna chuckled as he quickly took off towards their home. Luckily, they managed to make it back before it got too late. Sure, the sky had already turned to night, but it had only just changed when he made it, so they should be safe, right? Ruby. Yang. Where is my little dragon and my adorable cookie monster? Tai. Will you shut up? Screaming their names won't help us find them. Will both of you drunk idiots just shut up and look? The roaring sound of the adults arguing echoed across the forest as Magna fell silently. With how they sounded now, it was almost guaranteed that Yang will be severely punished if they learned what she did. She was actually scared of going inside as she desperately struggled to get out of Magna's arms staring her dead in the face. Magna shattered her desire to leave as he lightly said, "You need to face the consequences of your actions and take responsibility. Just tell them the truth. Sure, they'll be angry, but it's only because they truly care about you." His little speech enabled her to calm herself down as she clutched Magna even tighter, almost strangling him, as she tearfully whispered, "All right." Once the trio stepped through the door, the house becomes silently for a couple seconds before breaking into a noisy wreck. At first, everyone was relieved that Ruby and Yang were safe and happy that Magna was back, but then everyone became angry. Taeyang demanded to know where the girls were while Crow, learning that the girls were safe, collapsed onto his chair in an alcohol-induced coma. Yang was a bit scared but ultimately owned up and told him the truth. Obviously, Taeyang became even angrier, yet he managed to calm himself down by splashing himself with a cup of water. He grounded both Yang and Ruby for 2 months before storming off to bed, slamming his door hard enough that it echoed across the house. The living room was only quiet for a few seconds before both Yang and Ruby burst into tears. Magna comforted the pair as they clung to him, wiping their tears and snot away as the pair slowly fell asleep. Of course, Magna was the only one who knew that as soon as the door slammed shut, Taeyang fell to his knees and cried himself to sleep, not even bothering to reach his bed. With Magna and his family being the only ones up, Magna gave a quick recap of how his time at Atlas went. By the time he finished, it was Emily's turn to cry as she started crying hard as she hugged Magna close. She thanked Magna for talking with her family and was ecstatic to find out that her brothers were coming over. She was also a little skeptical about them bringing him a weapon, but she decided against speaking about it as she's had enough drama for one night. Finally back home, Magna felt his body relax as he really wanted to talk with the twins as they were his first friends. Sadly, Emily had told him that they had already gone to bed. Not wanting to disturb them, Magna gently took Ruby and Yang to their room before ultimately heading off to bed him, a small smile appearing on his face as he was glad to be home. Chapter 49. The next morning was hectic, to say the least. Early in the morning, Magna was rudely awakened by his door being kicked in as two balls of fluff pounced on him. If that wasn't bad enough, two more small figures entered the room secretly and jumped into the pile. Magna, thinking that only Argo and Luna were next to him, hugged the girls as he went back to sleep. Then, when it was finally time to actually wake up, Magna found that his arms were being pinned down by the wolf twins as RWBY and Yang lay across his chest. Deciding not to get beat up by a hungover Taeyang, Magna phased through the girls and quietly left the room. Instead of heading to the dining room, Magna drifted towards his teacher's room. It was a little awkward having her stay with them, especially for Taeyang considering it was his house, but Amber had nowhere else to go. She had embarrassingly admitted to the fact that she was staying at the teacher's dorm at the school. Since they were burned to the ground by the attackers, she was quite literally homeless. Standing outside her door, Magna knocked on the door as he said, "Teacher. Are you awake yet?" A long yawn echoed from the other side of the door for a couple seconds as a soft voice said, "I'm up, come in." As Magna opened the door, his cheeks became red as he stared at her with wide eyes. Unlike her old nightgown, she was just wearing her work shirt and loosely worn skirt. She yawned again as she looked at her clothes and awkwardly explained, "I was fired from my position as principal, so I've been searching for a job. It's not going so well." Not expecting the genuine sadness on her face, Magna slowly floated over to her and gave her a hug. She shyly hugged him back and quietly muttered, "If only you were 10 years older." Obviously, Magna heard her but decided to gloss over her little comment. The pair sat in silence for a couple minutes, just hugging. When Magna finally felt it was enough, he groaned as he felt Amber softly breathing against his chest, leaning all her weight against him as she fell asleep. With a soft sigh, Magna lay her on her bed and quietly left her room. With nothing else to do until she wakes up, Magna decided to go see what was for breakfast. However, once he opened the door, his eyes twitched at the sight before him. Crow was collapsed on the floor with his butt hanging in the air as he snored, while Taeyang was face first on the couch as he groaned every once in a while. Magna turned towards the kitchen before giving Taeyang another glance as he didn't know who was taking care of who in this house. Yang somehow had gotten up and was toiling away in the kitchen as she wore a way too large apron on her body. She was humming a song Magna hadn't heard before as she skillfully plated up a huge pile of French toast with a side of bacon. Just as she was about to take the food to the table, she spotted Magna and smiled. "Morning, Magna. You want to help me take the food to the table, or are you just gonna stare?" Magna quickly walked over and took half the food with him as he playfully said, "Oh, and I really wanted to keep watching you work." He left before Yang could reply, missing her beet red face as she stared at his back and struggled to reply. For reasons unknown to him, Magnus always found it relaxing to tease Yang. There was just something magical about making the blonde-haired jokester turn into a blushing mess that Magna found soothing. The pair started teasing each other a couple days after they met, trying to get a rise out of the other for their amusement. Hearing her stomping away in the kitchen, Magna smiled as he softly muttered, "Never change, Yang, never change." Once the table was finally set up, everyone minus Amber slowly started appearing at the table. Breakfast was quite lively as Magna gave everyone a full recap of what he experienced at Atlas. His story managed to kick-start the sleepy little red as she practically burst into a shower of petals, appearing in his lap as she stared into his eyes with her glistening silver pupils, shouting, "That sounds amazing. What happened next? When is your weapon gonna get here? Can I hold it? Please. Please, please, please." Magna literally had to lean back as RWBY's face was uncomfortably close to his. He contemplated phasing through the chair but decided against it as he glanced towards Taeyang and said, "It's up to your dad, RWBY. If he gives you the okay, then I'll let you hold my weapon when it gets here." Taeyang was visibly suffering from his hangover as he rubbed just above his eyebrows and dismissively said, "Yeah, sure, just make sure she doesn't hurt herself, Magna. I'm trusting you on this, so don't let me down." Crow, having experience with dealing with hangovers, looked towards Magna with an amused glint in his eyes as he said, "I didn't know that you could use a scythe, Magna." Sweat appeared on Magna's face as he lightly coughed and said, Can't I only told them to make a scythe as a joke but they thought I was serious." Chuckling at Magna, Crow took another drink of his Irish coffee and plainly said, "I could train you, if you want. Tai is about to start training Yang on hand-to-hand combat and I'm in the mood to train someone as well." RWBY practically burst into a ray of sunshine as she jumped at Crow and screamed, "Train me. I want to use a scythe too." She started swinging her arms around while making cute karate sound effects, earning a muffled laugh from Magna as she reminded him of the show. Crow looked at his nieces with a small smile as he ruffled her hair and said, "Sure thing, RWBY. But you need to wait until you're Yang and Magna's age or else you'll just get hurt." RWBY pouted at Crow's words but calmed down as she softly plopped down on Magna's lap, surprising him when she suddenly appeared on his lap when she was sitting on Crow's just a second ago. Young giggled at Magna as she told him how RWBY's been secretly training with her. RWBY's gotten much faster than before, and that caused Magna to panic. He was already having trouble against the ruby-shaped missiles that come at him every once in a while. Now that she's faster, Magna just prayed that his body would hold on. Suddenly, Argo's hand slowly went up as she shyly glanced at Crow and said, "If it's not too much trouble, could someone please train my sister and I?" Before Crow could speak, Emily gave the girls a gentle smile as she happily said, "Of course. You girls will be training with me and Amber. Our style of fighting is more compatible for you girls than Crow and Taeyang's." Argo and Luna's tails started swing back and forth rapidly as the twins happily said in sync, "Yes." Magna smiled at the twins before turning towards Crow. Finding that Crows was looking at him, waiting for his answer, Magna gave a small bow as he said, "Teach me well, you dust old bird." A smirk appeared on Crow's face as he said, "Try and keep up, little fox." Chapter 50. After breakfast, Crow harshly dragged Magna outside as he drunkenly slurred, "Come on Magma, we have some training to do." Magna had to resist the urge to punch Crow as he silently followed the drunk outside and into the forest. They silently walked for 30 minutes, occasionally stopping so Crow could puke before continuing forward. Finally, they came to a stop as Magna looked around in awe. Before him was a small little paradise, hidden away from the world. There was a beautiful clear pond with a waterfall pouring down into it and a log cabin just a bit away. Just as Magna was about to ask where they were, Crow beat him to it as he said, "This is where I live if I'm not over at Ty's house. Ty and I built this place from scratch." Crow turned towards Magna and became serious as he continued, "For the next year, we will be coming here every day to train your body." "My body? I thought you were going to show me how to wield a scythe," asked Magna. Rolling his eyes, Crow said, "No. Before I even think about training you to use a scythe, you need to become stronger. A scythe users need strength, flexibility, and above all else balance. Your strength will affect the speed and power behind your attacks, your flexibility expands your repertoire of movements, and your balance will ensure that you are using your weapon, not the other way around." As he finished speaking, Crow got into a stance and showed Magna what meant. Transforming his weapon into its scythe form, Crow ran at a nearby tree and seemingly slashed it once. However, as he slowly made his way back, the tree fell into 10 uniform pieces. Crow smirked, seeing Magna's jaw wide open as he said, "That is what I expect you to be able to do after our training that was strength. For now, you don't need to worry about the other two, but prepare yourself because they are much harder than that." Pleased with Magna's focus, Crow nodded as he patted a nearby boulder and said, "Pick this up and carry it for a minute before putting it back down. And don't use your aura." The day went slow and painfully for Magna. For almost 3 hours, Crow forced him to repeatedly pick up the boulder before placing it back down. Then, he shoved Magna into the pond, almost drowning him as Magna didn't know how to swim. Instead of apologizing, Crow stood tall as he forced Magna to learn how to swim so they could continue the next part of his training, which was swimming. Once he became somewhat competent, Crow made him swim laps around the pond with his aching body. Not even Amber was this harsh when she was training him. Sure, she made him go through mock battles, but she held back. Crow was going full force. He wanted to complain, he wanted to quit. But he didn't. He persevered. Sure, it was hard and borderline sadistic, but Magna knew this world wasn't as pretty as it looked. The Grimm were only a small problem compared to the larger picture. And to protect what he treasured in this life, Magna swore that he would rather grit his teeth and fight than give up and wait for death. Unconsciously, he switched to Naruto's powers as a small outline of bright orange aura flickered around his body before disappearing. Without him noticing, his muscles were being repeatedly torn then repaired at an alarming rate. Each time it happened, his normally dark red muscles gained a lighter hue, bordering on pink. By the time Crow said they were done, Magna was stunned as he felt more energetic than when they started. He could feel how much stronger he became and was thrilled. Crow was equally as shocked as he tapped Magna's arms and legs before whispering, "Damn, what have we been feeding you kids?" Now, Magna was only slightly weaker than Yang. He was still leagues away from Crow and Taeyang's level, but at least he knew that Crow's hellish training was going to be worth it. Not knowing how to express his newfound happiness, Magna hugged Crow with a childish smile on his face as he said, "Thank you." Stunned, Crow could only nod as he gently tapped Magna's back and said, "Sure thing, kid. Remember, meet me out here tomorrow right after breakfast." A genuine smile appeared on his face as he ran off and yelled, "See you later, Crow." After saying goodbye to Crow, Magna made his way back to Amber's room as he had a promise to fulfill. He knocked on her door rather heavily due to his lack of control over his alleviated strength and yelled, "Teacher. I'm here to heal you." A short bout of laughter rang out from behind the door as Amber's voice yelled out, "Come in, Magna." Opening the door, Magna quickly came over to Amber's side. She smiled warmly at him as she said, "Are you sure I can still be healed? It's been a while since the attack and I dash." Magna cut her off as he confidently grinned at her and said, "I most definitely can heal you, teacher. Believe it." As if natural, Naruto's signature catchphrase came out of Magna's mouth. Amber, not knowing that it was a catchphrase, smiled as she happily said, "I believe you." Magna, however, was having a little panic attack as he honestly didn't mean to say that. Shaking his head, Magna focused on the task at hand and quietly started healing her. At first, it was hard to do as the skin had pretty much healed, meaning the burns should be permanent, but Magna continued. A couple minutes into the treatment, Amber started squirming about as her face became flushed. "Is it supposed to be this itchy?" said Amber as she tried her best not to move around too much. Honestly, Magna had no clue if it was supposed to be like this, but remembering that scabs became itchy when they healed, Magna nodded as he said, "I think so." It took all of Magna's aura for her arms and torso to be fully healed. Amber checked her arms for any sign of the burns and smiled when she saw nothing. Her arms were good as new. What was even more amazing was the fact that she felt some of her older, more hidden injuries, disappeared as if they never existed. However, the unbearable itchiness finally won out as she quickly said sorry to Magna before dashing into the shower. Not even a minute after she turned on the water, a loud and sensual scream bellowed throughout the house. What followed was a series of painful gasps as she sprinted out the door covered in nothing but a towel. Magna, using all the willpower in his body, focused in on her dark red skin. "It seems that her skin became overly sensitive due to you healing her. I honestly don't have a clue because Naruto only healed one other person before he lost father's yang chakra." After regurgitating what Kurama just told him, Amber looked away in embarrassment. Just as she moved to put on some clothes, she slipped on a small puddle and collapsed onto Magna. To make matters worse, Emily came barreling into the room as she screamed, "Amber, are you dash?" Seeing Amber pinning Magna down on the bed, naked, Emily gave the pair a conflicted smile as she scratched her cheek and muttered, "I didn't know you like little boys." Amber's cheeks became as red as her oversensitive body. She wrapped herself up in her towel and screamed, "Emily. It's a misunderstanding. Magna just finished healing me, but when I went to have a shower, I screamed and ran out because my skin was overly sensitive." Emily gave her a weird look for a couple minutes before picking up her son as she said, "Okay, I believe you." Amber looked like she was about to cry as she yelled, "Then why are you taking Magna away?" Her look became even weirder as Emily said, "Because it would be hard for you to change while he's here. Unless you really." A groan escaped from Amber's mouth as she just gave up and tiredly said, "Just take him out please. I'll be out in a few minutes." Emily gave her a small nod as she slowly left. However, before she left the room, she covered Magna's ears as she smirked, "I wouldn't mind it, you know. Just wait for when he's old enough." Amber's answer was in the form of a pillow as she threw it at the door and screamed, "Emily." Chapter 51. After taking Magna to the lounge, Emily placed him on the couch as she smiled. Something about her smile made him feel that something was off, but he didn't care. Now that he made good on his promise to heal his teacher, he wanted to increase his aura reserves by selecting the next star cluster. He looked at his mother and told her that he was going to try and create a new ability. Once she heard him though, a small frown appeared on Emily's face as she stared into his eyes. Her frown became deeper as time passed, but she eventually turned away and sighed. Magna gave her a confused look and was about to say something when Emily softly cupped his face and stared into his eyes once again. "Magna, I know you're not actually creating your abilities. I don't know why you're lying about it or how you even got those abilities, but you have to remember one crucial thing." A gentle smile appeared on her face as she leaned forward and kissed his forehead as she continued, "I'm your mother. No matter what it is, know that I will always be on your side." Watching her back as she slowly left the room, Magna felt a twinge of pain in his heart as a few tears fell down his face. He took a few minutes to calm down before wiping the tears away as he decided to be truthful with his family at the very least. Taking a deep breath, Magna closed his eyes as his consciousness dived into the white speck just above his heart. After regaining his bearings, Magna looked over the vast sea of stars and sighed, "No matter how many times I see it, this place always looks so beautiful." Putting a small amount of force into his legs, Magna slowly shot forward as he grabbed the nearest star cluster. As Magna slowly closed his fist, the star cluster didn't hurt him as it turned into water and flowed into his body. The process was actually really comfortable, unlike the other times. Once the entire star cluster fully integrated with Magna's body, his mind became unbelievably clear while his heart slowly beat in a slow yet powerful rhythm. Closing his eyes, the memories of the entire fragment, not just a piece, followed into his mind. He relived the life of a man named Tachibana Rintaro, the successor of the ancient martial arts, RWBY. He watched the boy struggle with a stupid disease that placed a heavy burden on his heart when he became sexually aroused. It might have killed him if not for his father's interference, taking him deep into the mountains to train his body. Magna had to watch the 10 years of training Rintaro had to go through just to be able to use the ways and techniques of RWBY. The more interesting memories were when he started attending Nangokuren High School. Due to the fact that the school had a masculine name, Rintaro mistakenly thought the school was an all-male school. However, he was wrong as the school was an all-female school until the year Rintaro decided to attend. His life, in Magna's eyes, was extremely fascinating. Rintaro could literally terraform the land around him and Magna looked forward to doing the same. However, he noticed a problem. His body was far from being adequate. He didn't even meet the bare minimum to use even the weakest technique. If he tried, his body would probably be crippled. A long sigh escaped his lips as he muttered, "Guess I'm gonna have to train even harder, at least I have almost 10 years until the series actually starts." Rintaro's martial arts were etched inside Magna's mind and body, but he required a stronger body to be able to use them without drawbacks. It surprised Magna how similar Crow's train was to what Rintaro had to go through when he trained to use Kagaku no Gyu, or the Path of the Tiger's Jaw. This path of RWBY utilizes the user's physical body to use techniques strong enough to reshape the very land around them. By far, this would have to be the most destructive technique Magna had seen through his memories. A plus side for Magna would be that Rintaro's memories don't only consist of RWBY. Due to fighting many different martial artists when he attended Nangokuren High School, he managed to comprehend and adapt the fighting styles of the other students. Getting into a loose stance with his dominant hand lowered, Magna took a deep breath before shooting forward at a rapid pace. As he sped forward, quick yet powerful punches and kicks came flying from his body. After a couple minutes of adapting a fighting styles from memory, Magna fell to the floor sweating as he smiled and muttered, "Damn IM's rapid flash of the penetrating dragon really takes a lot out of me." Even though his body inside the spec was made from his consciousness, it reflected his real-life abilities. That meant that his current strength was just enough to use IM's techniques, which was better than nothing. However, that didn't mean Magna could fully utilize the techniques. He was only able to use them thanks to Rintaro's comprehension ability and his natural battle sense. If Magna was to switch souls, he would essentially lose his ability to use IM's techniques. Naturally, he would be able to use them if he comprehended them himself, but that was asking way too much of the current him. Sitting himself up, Magna stretched his body as he said, "All in all, Rintaro's martial arts is just what I needed. Now, all I need to do is train my body with Crow until I can actually use his techniques, instead of emulating the styles of those he fought and watched." Magna jumped to his feet and looked around the sea of stars one last time before disappearing. Back in reality, Magna sighed in relief when he saw that only 30 minutes had passed. He basically relived the life of Rintaro in one sitting and was worried what that would have done to his body. Unlike Naruto and Danny's star clusters, Magna got to experience almost all of Rintaro's life. With Naruto and Danny, Magna only experienced the parts of their lives that showed the ability that Magna could use. But with Rintaro, Magna watched his childhood, his teenage years and the days he spent at Nangokuren High School. He had a theory that due to Rintaro constantly practicing RWBY from his childhood, Magna was allowed to view his entire life in one sitting, as each and every action Rintaro took was to train both his mind and his body. Magna leapt off the couch as he ran towards the dining room. He flung the door open as he yelled, "Crow! Can you help me test a new ability?" Crow nursed his head as he sighed, "Sure thing, kid. Just don't yell for some reason, I have this really bad headache." Magna's eye twitched as he stared at the empty bottles of expensive alcohol surrounding him. Rolling his eyes, Magna sarcastically said, "I wonder what could have caused your headache. You want to ask one of those empty bottles on the table, or do you want to ask the bottle in your hand?" A wide grin appeared on Crow's face as he said, "I think I'll ask the one in my hand." He then proceeded to chug the rest of the bottle in his hand before putting the now empty bottle down. He gave Magna a satisfied look before releasing a long and disgusting burp as the smell of alcohol filled the room. Doing the most practical thing he could, Magna instinctively dropped into a crouching stance before bursting out of the room in a small whirlwind. As he ran out, he screamed, "Bloody hell, Crow! Brush your teeth before you come and meet me." Chapter 52. As the light from the sun slowly gained an orange glow, Magna sat outside as he waited for Crow. Blowing a couple strands of loose hair from his face, Magna internally thought about getting a haircut when the sound of footsteps alerted him. Magna swung around and yelled, "It's about time. What were you doing for the last 20 minutes? However, he froze when he got a good look at who was behind him. Basically everyone was following behind Crow as he smirked, "I thought it'd be better if we had an audience." Magna shrugged. He only wanted to test his current martial prowess against someone. It didn't matter if they had an audience or not. Once everyone got comfortable, Magna stood a couple feet away from Crow as he said, "I'm gonna be testing a new ability. I don't know what's gonna happen, but you need to be prepared, Crow." Remembering Magna's other abilities, Crow adopted a semi-serious expression as he quietly muttered, "Thanks." Taking a deep breath, Magna calmly utilized the breathing technique of Riha Koisketsu. Sure, he was far too weak to use the actually combat techniques, but this was a breathing technique. It was created to calm the user's mind and body, allowing for quick and decisive reactions to any and all attacks. Everyone watching could feel the air around Magna change as he slightly lowered his body into a loose stance. Crow glared at Magna for a couple seconds before he turned to Taeyang and said, "Tai, could you count us down?" "Sure thing, Crow," nodded Taeyang. Raising 3 fingers, Taeyang looked towards both Magna and Crow and yelled, 3, 2, 1 fight. As soon as Taeyang yelled fight, Crow and Magna took off towards each other. Using his sword, Crow slashed downwards only for his sword to cut right through him. Crow's eyes widened as he silently muttered, "An after image." Suddenly, 2 Magnas appeared besides Crow. They both sent out an attack as they roared, 1,000 strikes of the dragon claw. This technique relies on footwork as the user moves fluidly while tiptoeing, creating after images that can attack from all sides. Sadly, this technique was still too difficult for Magna to use properly. However, making one after image was well within his current means. Crow managed to block the fist that was barreling towards his head, but he couldn't block the second Magna's kick as he took a heavy blow to the ribs. Releasing a low growl, Crow jumped before quickly whipping his legs out, sending an attack towards both Magnas. Obviously, only one was real. When Crow's attack connected, one of the Magnas disappeared while the other was sent flying as Crow's kick landed directly on his chest. Magna flew backwards for a few feet before regaining his balance as he used the force from Crow's kick to make some distance between them. Once he stabilized himself, Magna kicked off the ground and zoomed towards Crow before unleashing a fierce barrage of deadly punches and kicks as he yelled, "Sensen Renrigen." Crow dropped all ideas of counter-attacking as he swiftly dodged. However, there were just too many attacks coming at once. Eventually, Crow made a small mistake which left his body open for a second. But that single second was all Magna needed. Magna's calm expression changed in an instant. Taking a very deep breath, a fierce light flickered in his eyes as he thrust his fist forward and roared, "Flash of the Star Dragon, Fist of Light." In a meager attempt to cushion the blow, Crow hastily raised his sword to try and receive Magna's fist. This would prove to be the correct course of action as Magna's attack collided heavily with Crow's sword. Crow was forced to use 2 hands to hold the attack back. Magna's strength is insane. He's exerting about half of Taeyang's full power. Oh my, he could help us win the war. Now more than ever, Crow wished for nothing more than to train Magna so he could help them in their fight against the Queen. As the force pushing against him eased up, Crow quickly made some distance between them as he said, "Hey kid. That was some dash." Crow froze in shock and horror as he stared at Magna. Emily and Amber both became pale as Emily screamed, "My baby boy." Magna gave everyone a confused look, wondering why they were looking at him like that when he felt a surge of pain burst from his arm. A loud and painful shriek bellowed from his mouth as he looked at his arm in shock. His entire arm was a dark shade of red and purple as blood seeped out from under his fingernails. Or, at least what was left of his nails. Suddenly, the world around Magna began to spin as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. POV, Crow. As soon as Magna fell unconscious, Emily appeared by his side and held him in her arms. Tears poured from her face as she hoarsely screamed, "Magna. Wake up. Please." Yang, Ruby and the twins surrounded her as they cried. Ruby was actually crying the most as she glued herself to Magna's uninjured arm. Being the adult, Taeyang calmly pulled out his scroll and called the paramedics. Crow, feeling like this was his fault, collapsed to his knees as she shakily said to Emily, I didn't mean to hurt him." Even though she was still crying, Emily wiped the tears from her eyes as she muttered, "I know he was testing something new. His body probably can't handle whatever it is, causing this to happen." This little bit of information made Crow feel slightly better. He glanced at the unconscious Magna and, remembering all the time they've spent together, smiled. He didn't know when, but Crow found himself treating Magna like the son he never had. A small smile appeared on Crow's face for a second before it disappeared, being replaced by a serious expression as he vowed, "You best be ready, Magna. 'Cause when you're healed and ready, I'm gonna be increasing the difficulty of your training. I swear that I'll help you get to the point that this never happens again." Emily stared at Crow with wide eyes as she listened to his vow. However, her shock only lasted a second before becoming a smile as she silently thought, "Wake up quickly, Magna. Meanwhile, Magna was currently inside the speck, watching in awe as a huge change occurred. Chapter 53. The moment Magna fell unconscious, his mind was pulled into the speck. To Magna, it felt as if the excruciating pain he was just experiencing vanished. However, his attention was elsewhere as he focused on the sight before him. The usual white speck that floated near his heart was darkening. Panic settled into Magna's heart as he tried to move towards the speck. But it was like a wall was put up between them as Magna couldn't move beyond a certain point. The transformation was about 1/4 complete, turning a small corner of the speck a smoky black. Before Magna could try and make sense of what was happening, he collapsed to his knees as a bout of pain assaulted him. The pain started from his head and traveled through his body. Magna screamed in a hoarse voice as his eyes became bloodshot. After an unknown amount of time, Magna's screams of pain slowly became silent. By now, the speck was halfway through its transformation. Actually, you couldn't call it a speck anymore. Now, it looked more like a white and black pearl. The speck gained a more sturdy form as the transformation continued. A soft grunt escaped Magna's mouth as he struggled to his feet. He gave the pearl a conflicted look inside. Fuck. It turns out, the pearl was experiencing one of many evolutions. The trigger wasn't Magna being injured or any specific reason, it just happened out of the blue. With the evolution came changes. The headache Magna just experienced was the after effects of his head being loaded with knowledge that didn't originally belong to him. His normal semblance gained a secondary ability, the ability to become someone else. Now, it wasn't the literal meaning of the word. His new ability basically allowed him to physically embody those who he shares a bond with. To explain it in more detail, Magna's body would adopted their prominent features, like eye, hair, and in some cases, skin color. However, that wasn't even the best part. He would also gain their abilities. That's not to say that his new ability didn't have its downfalls. One of which, is the fact that Magna doesn't gain their memories and experience, like his first ability. It's almost like giving a baby a loaded gun and expecting it to be a veteran gunslinger. Another negative is the fact that the term bond was slightly twisted. Sadly, Magna can't use his power on anyone related to him even though it should count as a bond. When the reality of the situation finally set in, Magna smiled like a child on Christmas. Additional power was an extremely welcomed gift. Even though Magna didn't know exactly how strong Salem was, he knew that fighting someone with immortality was going to be a huge problem. With Naruto's abilities, he could destroy mountains and create canyons through the dark lands, but so what? At most, all he'd be doing is setting her back 100 years at the least. By then, Magna would either be an old man or dead. There's also the possibility of him gaining immortality from one of the star clusters, but that was something Magna didn't desire. Sure, being able to live forever sounded awesome on paper, but in reality? He would have to sit by and watch as every person he knew and loved died. Even if there was a way around it, the cons outweighed the pros. Magna just wanted to live a long and fulfilling life, surrounded by the happiness of those he loved. Something he wasn't able to fully experience in his life on Earth. Being brought up in a hospital, Magna had to experience death from a young age. Kind old men and women, doctors and nurses, even small children and infants, there was always a chance of someone dying, whether it be from injury or disease. Shaking his head, Magna cleared away the dark clouds in his mind as he focused on his new ability. The pearl slowly rotated inside his chest, floating silently next to his heart. He could feel that both powers coexisted next to each other in peace, like two sides of a coin, allowing him to use both abilities simultaneously. However, he also felt a sturdy barrier separating the two abilities from being used on each other. Magna didn't know if he was right, but he had a small inclination to believe that both abilities could be used in tandem to, temporarily, become him from the memories of the star cluster. So far, it was only a feeling he had, and he had no evidence to support his claim. But he could feel in his gut that he was on to something. While watching the pearl for any more changes, Magna felt a small tugging on his mind. This caused his face to brighten up as he softly muttered, "I guess I'm waking up. I just hope I wasn't asleep for too long." Closing his eyes, Magna allowed the pull to drag him from his inner space, disappearing in a wisp of white light. Slowly opening his eyes, the first thing Magna saw was an unfamiliar roof. He gently sat up and scanned his surroundings as he muttered, "A hospital?" The door suddenly opened, revealing a young-looking nurse. She revealed a startled expression when she saw that Magna was up. She quickly ran out the door as she screamed, "Doctor! The patient in room 117 is awake." Magna watched her leave in amusement before feeling a familiar rumbling. A couple seconds later, the door burst open, revealing his family and friends, all staring at him in varying levels of worry. Emily was the first person to break the silence as she slowly walked towards him and said, "Magna. Magna felt a twinge of panic settle inside him as the feeling coming from Emily screamed run. However, he couldn't run away as Emily grabbed his cheeks and pulled them hard. You stupid little boy. Is it fun making your mother worry? Tears poured down Emily's face as she continued to pull his cheeks as she berated him. It took almost 20 minutes for her to let go as she got everything she wanted to say off her chest. Magna, with bright red cheeks, rubbed the tears from his eyes as he quietly said, "Sorry Mom." Emily gave Magna a rare blush as she kissed his cheeks a couple times as she apologized for hurting him. Once his cheeks healed and he could talk properly, Magna's eyes lit up in excitement as he said, "Mom, when can I leave?" Crow gave Magna a weird look from across the road as he said, "Well, considering you've been asleep for almost 2 weeks and that your arm has already healed, the doctor said you could leave today if you wanted to." It unsettled Magna that he was asleep for almost 2 weeks and put the blame on the memories he gained because of the new ability. Magna thanked Crow as he slowly left his bed. His legs were a little wobbly but he pushed forward as he moved towards the door. However, Emily and Amber stood in his way with their arms folded. Magna was about to ask them to move when he suddenly froze. Their eyes seemed to be clouded in darkness as he swore they looked like Grimm. Sweat poured down his head as Amber asked in a dark tone, "Why do you want to leave the hospital so badly, young man?" An audible gulp came from Magna as he turned towards his mother as she motioned for him to speak. Glancing back and forth between the pair, Magna unconsciously started fiddling with his hands like a child as he quietly muttered, "Hing. Speak up, Magna. Why do you want to level the hospital so badly?" said Emily. Feeling the pair's glare intensify, Magna finally couldn't bear it as he yelled, "I want to test something." Needless to say, Emily and Amber lost it and started lecturing him. Chapter 54. Slowly walking out of the hospital, Magna felt rugged and tired as he staggered about. His mother and teacher had lectured him for 2 hours. 2 hours. He looked to his friends for help but was met with angry glares from Argo and the girls and was completely ignored by Crow, Taeyang and his father. No sane person wanted to get between the woman as they all knew the outcome. Luckily, they still allowed Magna to leave the hospital as there really wasn't a need for him to stay there any longer. It baffled the doctors on how he stayed unconscious for almost 2 weeks, but what baffled them more was how Magna just decided to leave. Usually, the patient's family bar them from leaving for a couple days, just in case something happens. But, not only did they let him leave, they were the ones who requested it. Since the patient and his family requested it, the doctors had no choice but to allow him to leave. However, they weren't the only ones baffled by his 2-week coma. When he learned of how long he had been unconscious, Magna howled like a dirty sailor in his head. He knew that the only reason he fell unconscious that day was due to the pain hitting him all at once, forcing his body to shut down. At most, he should have woken up after a couple days, but then the evolution happened. It must have took his body that long to process all the memories that didn't belong to him. Obviously, he wasn't truly angry about what happened, he was only a little miffed. Walking a few steps away from the hospital, Magna suddenly found himself in his mother's embrace. A small groan escaped his lips as he complained, "Mum, come on. I can walk perfectly fine." Emily completely ignored him as she hugged him like he was a small animal and said, "We are going straight home. No more testing things for at least a week." Magna gave her a shocked look as he struggled, "But Mum. Don't you, but Mum, me mister. You just left the hospital. I don't want you going back there for at least a week." In desperate attempt to sway her, Magna copied Ruby's ultimate technique. Glancing up at her from within her embrace, Magna's eyes widened slightly as he softly spoke in a childish tone, "Please mummy." Magna used puppy dog eyes. "Coo. And no. I meant it, Magna. No means no." It wasn't very effective. Magna used teary eyes. "Please mummy, I swear that I won't do anything dangerous." Emily and Magna became locked in an intense stare down. Magna couldn't help but want to test his new ability and Emily just didn't want her son to get hurt. A long and grueling minute passed by as the pair continued to stare each other down in silence. Suddenly, Emily's gaze faltered as she slowly sighed. "You swear that you won't be doing anything dangerous?" "It was super effective. I promise," said Magna as he smiled happily. Joshua, Crow and Taeyang could only watch in awe as Emily, someone they knew as stubborn and hard-headed, conceded to Magna's request. Obviously, Emily saw the looks they were giving her as she rolled her eyes and said, "What? I love my son. Bite me." The Three Stooges almost instantly turned their heads away from her in sync. The trip home was peaceful. Magna was convinced, forced, by Emily to ride in her arms all the way home. Even though she allowed Magna to test what his new ability, she had a few rules he had to comply with. One of said rules being that he has to be able to do whatever it is he wanted to do, at home. That meant that whatever it was that he was going to do, it had to be safe enough that he wouldn't damage Taeyang's home. Another rule was that, once he was finished testing his new ability, Magna was to finally explain what his actual semblance was. It was plain as day when they sparred that whatever he created that day wasn't an ability. With the lack of aura and the intricate movements he showed, everyone figured out that what he was using was martial arts. They were still boggled to this day over it. Emily and Joshua knew for sure that Magna has never learnt martial arts before. So it was a very strange experience for his parents when they saw him fighting like a veteran martial artist. Magna was fine with the first rule. The second rule, however. He still didn't trust Crow to not blab about him to Ojban. Magna had nothing against the Wizard of Beacon, but if someone asked Magna if he trusted him, that would be a big no. From what he could remember, Ojban was very good at mind games. He would give you a couple of choices to choose from, saying that it was your choice make, but he would set it up in a way where it felt like you were compelled to choose the answer he wanted to hear. Luckily, Emily seemed to be able to see through his hesitation as she asked, threatened, Crow and Taeyang before they left the hospital. Finally reaching their home, Emily reluctantly placed Magna down. RWBY seemed to have become extremely clingy as she latched onto his arm as soon as she could. Everyone quickly convened into the lounge, with Magna and RWBY being the last to arrive. Magna could feel the burned gaze of half the people in the room, but he ignored it. The room fell silent, everyone staring at Magna as they waited to see what he wanted to do. RWBY adamantly refused to let him go, causing Magna to show a thin smile as he muttered, "Oh well." Turning towards the crowd, Magna smiled and said, "Okay, so, what I wanted to test was this new ability." Emily's gaze hardened as a small frown appeared on her face. Sweat dripped down his face as Magna hastily said, "It's not dangerous, Mom. Trust me, it's really not." Seeing the frown disappear, Magna sighed in relief as he smiled, "I guess the best way to explain my new semblance would be to show it." The eyes of the adults all widened in shock as Crow shakily muttered, "Wait. New semblance." Gently closing his eyes, a very faint silver glow rippled across his body. It started from his heart and rippled to its beat as it covered his body. It only took a couple seconds for the changes to become obvious as Magna's skin became slightly paler. His original jet black hair slowly gained dark red highlights on the tips. RWBY squealed in joy as she rapidly dashed around Magna with starry eyes. "Oh my You look like me. That's so cool." Crow literally sprung out of his seat as he unconsciously dropped his flask. His arm trembled as he slowly pointed towards Magna, There's just no way that you." A large grin appeared on Magna's face as his body burst into a shower of red petals, circling the room at high speeds a couple times before stopping in the exact same spot. Pushing his hair out of the way, Magna's eyes quickly flicked open, revealing a pair of dazzling silver eyes as he smugly said, "What's wrong, Crow? You look like you've seen a ghost." Chapter 55. Too stunned to even reply, Crow continued to point at Magna with trembling hands. His lack of a reaction bored Magna as he looked into a nearby glass cabinet, using it to see his reflection. He had to admit, he looked exactly like a male RWBY. His skin became a few shades lighter while his originally green eyes were a light shade of silver. Magna didn't even have to think about his hair because he already thought that the red tips were cool. As he was admiring the change, he felt a sudden weight latch onto his arm. With a loud voice, RWBY excitedly screamed, "Big brother! Quick! There's just one thing you're missing. Come on!" Giving the energetic young girl a smile, the pair burst into a shower of petals and zoomed upstairs. A few seconds later, they came down once again, but this time, Magna looked slightly different. RWBY had given him one of her spare capes, something she let no one but her family touch. Taeyang was the most surprised, seeing him wear her cape as he unconsciously muttered, "They really do look like siblings." RWBY and Magna looked at each other and laughed. The pair didn't know what it was, but it just felt right. Standing there, talking and laughing with one another. Suddenly, a mischievous light glimmered in their eyes as they burst towards the door in a cloud of petals. Before anyone could react, the pair were already outside. As everyone hastily scrambled outside, they all simultaneously froze in shock. In almost perfect sync, RWBY and Magna zoomed around the forest. They would rapidly dashed around the forest floor before racing into the treetops. Petals fell from the trees, creating a beautiful illusion of autumn. Taeyang even momentarily forgot his anger and worry as he softly muttered, "Wow." After a few minutes, the pair arrived next to their family, hand in hand. Everyone could tell that the pair grew much closer. Both RWBY and Magna were heavily panting as their faces looked flushed, but that didn't do anything to diminish the visible joy from their smiles. A light chuckle escaped Magna's lips as he slowly walked over to Taeyang and said, you might want to take her to bed. She should be tired after all that running. Ruby pouted. She was about to say she was fine when she weakly fell into Magna's arms. Magna flickered her head gently as he happily said, "We had our fun, Ruby. Just rest for now." Taeyong gave him a conflicted look before he quickly ran inside to put Ruby to bed. Once Taeyong was out of sight, Magna suddenly found himself pinned to the floor. Staring into a pair of sparkling lilac eyes, Yang moved way too close to his face as she excitedly said, "Do me." A smirk found its way onto his face as a familiar silver glow rippled across his body. Just like when he embodied Ruby, Magna's skin became lightly tanned as his eyes became a vibrant lilac. However, the most surprising change was his hair. Not only did it become blonde with light gold highlights at the tips, it actually grew in length until it reached just below his shoulders. Easily freeing his hands from Yang's grasp, Magna exploded with strength as he flipped Yang onto her back and pinned her to the ground. Needless to say, Yang burst into a deep blush before breaking into a wide grin. Her eyes became a vibrant red as she started pushing back. Magna could feel her slowly overpowering him, but all that did was make him smile as his eyes also turned red. Somehow, the force they were using to push against each other forced the pair to stand up from the ground as they continued to push. Both Yang and Magna faces showed signs of strain, but the pair continued to push as they had extremely happy smiles on their faces. Suddenly, the pair were distracted as Crow came over and harshly grabbed Magna. Yang was about to fall face first into the ground when Magna viciously punched Crow in the face. Actual rage painted his face as he freed himself from Crow's grasp and quickly caught Yang. She seemed surprised but quickly got over it as she giggled and gently cooed, "My hero." Magna smirked as he cheekily said, "Well, I can't have you falling for me just yet." Yang looked at him in shock for a couple seconds before she burst into a happy bout of laughter as she hugged him tighter and screamed, "Brutha." Magna returned her hug as he yelled, "Sista." Crow slowly stood up from the ground while nursing his cheek, "Magna, now that you've had your fun, I'd like some answers." Both Magna and Yang's eyes became red as they glared at Crow, shocking everyone how in sync they were. However, a couple seconds later a sigh escaped Magna's mouth as he slowly turned back to normal. "I did promise you guys answers, didn't I?" Once they made their way back inside and got comfortable, Magna started explaining what his semblance truly was. He explained how his semblance basically allowed him to use the abilities of others by absorbing their memories. Crow obviously questioned him on how he absorbed those memories, and Magna's reply was, "Not telling." Needless to say, Crow almost couldn't hold himself back from knocking some manners into Magna. However, Yang seems to have become rather protective of Magna as she glared Crow back into his seat. Next, Magna told them about his second semblance. He explained that it was actually the reason why he didn't wake up earlier. Everyone listening gained a look of understand. The doctor had actually informed them that Magna should have woken up a day or two later, not 2 weeks later. There seemed to be a misunderstanding that it was because of the injury that Magna unlocked his second semblance, but he made no attempt to correct them. I mean, Magna was still clueless to this day how he actually unlocked his second semblance. After Magna finished his explanation, Crow glared at Magna and said, "Magna, you need to attend Beacon. With your semblances, you'd be a great huntsman. You're wasting your time just dash." Emily cut Crow off as she glared at him and growled, "Crow. Don't you dare try that bullshit on my son. He's only a child. An extremely powerful child. Emily, his power is exactly the edge we need. Not only can he use the semblances of others, he can also use dash." "Crow!" roared Emily. Her voice was so loud that everyone had to cover their ears just to try and block out the sound. The building even trembled slightly, the sound of creaking heard from the walls and roof. It took a while for Emily's voice to die down, but no one could focus on the echo as Emily shot across the room and slammed Crow into the ground. Pure and unfiltered wrath painted Emily's face as she wrapped her hands around Crow's neck and squeezed. Her eyes burrowed into Crow as she harshly growled, "Now you listen here, you dusty old drunk. My son will live the life he wants to live. If I find out that you or that wizard try pull anything on my son, I will tear your dick off and force you to eat it." While Emily was threatening him, Crow tried everything he could to break free but failed miserably. Magna actually found himself stunned as he watched his mother easily overpower Crow. He knew that she was strong, but this was crazy. Luckily, he knew what her semblance was, so he wasn't that surprised. Seeing the light dim in Crow's eyes, Emily angrily glared at him one last time before letting him go. Almost instantly, Crow collapsed to his knees as he desperately gasped for air. Emily just scoffed at him as she coldly said, "You've been warned, Crow, and don't you dare take your frustration out on my son. I will hurt you not if you understand." Still gasping for air, Crow coughed as he rapidly nodded. Scoffing one last time, Emily ignored the looks she was receiving from everyone as she confidently strutted out of the room. Chapter 56. After Emily stormed out, the room was left in an awkward silence, with the only sound being Crow's gasps for air. As he sat there, greedily taking in air, Crow couldn't help but berate himself. He already promised himself that he wouldn't try and force Magna to do anything, yet here he was, trying to force him to attend Beacon. He realized that he basically wanted to take away Magna's childhood, something a person only gets to experience once. Crow was the type of person to do whatever it takes for what he feels is right. Magna, however, was different. It was plain as day that he would also do anything it took to keep his family safe, but it was also easy to see that Magna still desired to live a normal childhood. It was actually quite obvious, yet Crow ignored it as he tried to force him to become a huntsman. Taking a couple more deep breaths, Crow's breathing finally stabilized. He glanced towards Magna from the corner of his eye as he coughed and muttered, "Sorry kid, I forgot you were still just a child. If you want, training resumes tomorrow. You know where to find me." Crow gave Magna one last look before quickly leaving the room. With most of the adults gone, Magna was about to leave when he felt a tug on his shirt. Turning around, Magna saw both Luna and Argo, holding his shirt with sparkling eyes. Their tails wagged madly, showing how happy they were as Argo practically yelled, "Magna! Can you try and use your second semblance to look like us?" Now, this was something that interested Magna. He had no clue if his second semblance would change his race if he decided to embody a faunus. Luckily, the bond he had with the twins was rather solid at this point. He smiled gently as a silver glow rippled across his body. His skin became slightly paler as his eyes became red. His hair became a golden blonde and grew until it reached halfway down his back. Suddenly, an uncomfortable itchiness appeared atop his head and on his tailbone. It only lasted for a couple seconds before it disappeared. However, Argo and Luna were shocked by what they could see. Magna had actually grown a pair of golden wolf ears and a large and fluffy tail. Their surprise didn't last long as Magna suddenly collapsed to the ground in pain. "And my ears. My eyes." Magna screamed in pain. When he became a faunus, Magna gained access to the benefits of being a faunus. Night vision, enhanced sense of smell, sight and hearing, enhanced strength and speed. However, Magna doesn't know how to control said benefits. The enhanced sight and vision were currently causing him a huge amount of pain. Every little step that someone took inside the house was like a hammer knocking on wood to him. The light from both inside and outside felt as if he was staring directly into the sun. Magna's screams attracted the attention of everyone in the house as it only took a few seconds for everyone to come bursting through the door. Once they saw Magna collapsed on the floor, Emily and Amber were the first to move. They ran to Magna's side, ignoring everyone else as they tried to figure out what was wrong. With a pained voice, Magna softly said, Please don't make so much noise, my ears hurt so much, my eyes burn, it hurts." Emily scanned Magna's body and noticed that he looked like Argo. She snapped her head towards the panicking wolf girl as she gently asked, "Do you know what's going on, Argo?" The little wolf girl was a little flustered but managed to regain herself as she quickly tiptoed over. "I think Magna can't handle the enhanced sense of hearing a faunus has. Also, his eyes might be a little bit sensitive since we also have enhanced vision." Hearing Argo's explanation, Emily softly thanked the young wolf girl. She turned towards Magna and gently said, "You heard her right, son. The pain you're experiencing is from your transformation. So all you have to do is turn back to Nordash." "No!" screamed Magna, cutting Emily off. "I need to do this. Eventually, I may transform into a faunus in the future. I need to get used to this transformation." Taking a deep breath, Magna winced slightly as he slowly propped himself up. Crossing his legs, Magna slowly tried to get used to the new sensations. Emily and Amber both had no clue on how to help him, but that didn't mean someone didn't. Argo and Luna quickly moved to his side as they gave him advice on how to handle the new sensations. It took almost an hour, but Magna finally managed to open his eyes, albeit slowly. Glancing towards the smiling wolf twins, Magna pulled the pair into a deep hug as he hoarsely muttered, "Thank you." Magna's tail wagged back and forth, matching the pace of the equal as happy Argo and Luna. Suddenly, Magna had the urge to bite the girls on the shoulder. It was very weird, but he understood that this must have been what Argo and Luna felt. He still had no idea what it meant to bite someone on the shoulder as a faunus, so he tilted his head to the side and said, "Can one of you tell me why I want to bite your shoulder so badly?" Both Argo and Luna burst into a dark red blush as they became a stuttering mess. They turned their faces away from Magna and started playing with their tails. Suddenly, Crow said, "I'm not the most knowledgeable man, but I've been with a couple wolf faunus before." Emily rolled her eyes and Amber angrily said, "Get to the point." We don't need to hear about your escapades. A small cough came from his mouth as he continued, well, they say that biting someone while young represents kinship, meaning they view that person as family. Magna nodded as he already knew this. And a bite when they were older means they want to dash. Shut up. Shut up. Before Crow could finish, both Argo and Luna used their semblance and attacked him. Crow, rather easily, blocked the attacks as he said, what? All I was about to say was, OH. A sly smile appeared on his face as he continued, Magna you sly dog wait, if I say that while you're a wolf faunus, is that racist? Magna just shrugged while the wolf twins glared even harder at Crow. Taking their glare as an answer, Crow awkwardly coughed as he apologized. The girls huffed and turned away from Crow. They weren't actually angry about his accidental racist remark, they just used an angry expression to hide their embarrassment. Crow could easily see through the twins' facade yet he didn't call them out on it. I mean, what type of man would he be if he called out the crush the two girls had on a certain clueless boy? What really confused Crow though was the conflicted and slightly competitive look on Amber's face. He was about to ask her about it when a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned towards the person and flinched. Slowly taking her hand from Crow's shoulder, Emily softly whispered, leave it. She knows to wait until he's older. Crow instantly turned towards Amber with wide eyes as he mentally screamed, she's into little boys. Emily could easily see what he was thinking and slapped the back of his head, hard. You gotta remember Crow, she just turned 20. I know that but there's an age difference of about 12 years. Are you sure she showed dash? Emily cut Crow off as she said, it's fine, Crow. Chapter 57. Deep into wilderness, two blurry shadows could be seen speeding through the woods. One figure was a rough-looking man wearing a gray suit while wielding a large sword. The second figure was a young man with black hair and deep green eyes. He wore a black, sleeveless jacket over a white shirt with a red scarf swaying in the wind. The young man took his hands out from his black and breezy shorts and smirked as his eyes suddenly became silver. Eat my dust old man. Roared the young man as he became a torrent of red flower petals, bursting forward while evading the trees with precision. The old man's eyes twitched as he softly muttered, oh, so you want to play like that? Obviously, the two idiots racing through the forest were none other than Crow Branwen and Magna Opus. It's been about 6 years since Magna let the truth out about his semblance. During those 6 years, Magna was basically never idle. After training like a madman for a whole year, Crow finally started training him on how to use a scythe. Luckily, he had gotten his weapon a few days after leaving the hospital. His uncles, however, went all in on creating his scythe. Not only did it change into a high-impact sniper rifle, they added a few extra modes as well. One of which modes was the railgun function. Taking his scythe off his back, Magna swung it around as it changed into its railgun form. Taking a small lightning dust crystal from his pocket, Magna slotted it into the side as he raised it forward. Suddenly, an Ursa appeared from the bushes as it leapt towards him. Magna smirked as particles started to gather in the barrel. Leaping over the Ursa, Magna slowly counted down from 5 in his head. Once he reached 0, Magna enforced his body with aura as he leapt high into the air. With a wide smirk still on his face, Magna faced the rail gun towards the Ursa as he muttered, game over you lose. A small beam of light shot from the gun and pierced through the Ursa like a hot knife through butter. Switching back to scythe mode, Magna dashed forward. His body wasn't the only thing he worked on. He used his semblance to its fullest, changing soul clusters whenever he felt was right. It wasn't all gumdrops and rainbows though. Some clusters didn't have any combat skills at all. For example, one of the clusters he gained was only a normal chef. His name was Yukihira Soma, from the anime Shokugeki no Soma. Needless to say, that was one of the most dangerous months of his life. Not only was he weaker than normal, but the only thing he was good at was cooking. It's safe to say that during that month, he was forced to rest and cook. He also may have caused everyone he knew to have a foodgasm from his cooking, turning all of them into gluttons. Anyway, his currently soul cluster was that of a man named Rudius Greyrat, a wizard. So far, Magna has been able to use the 4 elements up to the intermediate level. This means he can use small-scale attack magic as well as defensive magic. Even with the memories, it was still a difficult challenge to actually conjure a spell. Just as he was seemingly lost in thought, a pack of Beowulfs launched themselves at him. Luckily, years of following Crow on his missions built up his threat detection as he leapt backwards. Fireball barrage. Suddenly, 20 balls of fire the size of basketballs appeared as they silently floated next to Magna. Pointing a finger towards the pack, Magna lazily muttered, go. The 20 balls of fire launched themselves at the pack and bombarded them. After a couple seconds, the dust settled and what once was a pack of beowulfs was now nothing more than a black stain on the forest floor. Using earth magic to clean up the destroyed forestry, Magna quickly moved as he remembered Crow's mission. There's been an unusual increase in grim activity in Argus. Ojban requested Crow to check it out and report whatever he finds. And Magna invited himself along for the ride. Obviously, Magna was going for a different reason. He had heard from Weiss about this competition that's being held there. It intrigued him quite a bit, so he decided to check it out. Speaking of Weiss, over the last 6 years, his relationship with the Shnees has only grown. Weiss and Winter finally carry their name with pride as most of the damage done by Jacques has been fixed. Whitley has grown a lot over the years, actually taking the initiative to ask Magna for help when he trained. Magna obviously couldn't help him all the time, but the pair frequently texted each other. Now, his relationship with Willow was kind of strange. Even though he was currently 14 years old, Willow still liked to pick him up and kiss him. Of course she only kisses his cheeks and occasionally his forehead, but it's still embarrassing. The only problem would be Jacques. He basically left the house, turning his half of the company into a side business. It's sad, but he delved back into the morally grey side of business. Sure, he managed to turn more profit than the original family, but he's doing it in a way that make people and Faunus alike despise him. The only people that seem to like him are the other nobles of Atlas minus the Opus family. The last time Magna heard from the Shnees, Weiss was studying her family's glyphs, Winter was undergoing an important mission, Whitley was training his body and Willow was running the company. Finally coming to the set meeting area, Magna started playing with his magic. An orb of every element appeared as Magna forced them to change size and shape. Though it looks like he's playing, which he was, doing this also improved his control over the spells and elements he uses. After a few minutes, the smell of cheap whiskey drifted by as a loud voice said, "Is this the place?" Extinguishing all the orbs but the water spell, Magna quickly launched the orb at the voice as he yelled, "Overhear Crow." "Oh. Magna, I finna dash." Before Crow could finish, he was cut off as a sphere of water splashed his face. He rolled his eyes as he wiped some of the water from his face and muttered, "Great, now I'm sober." Magna laughed at Crow as he rolled his eyes and said, "All right brat, you've had your fun. It's time for a quick briefing." With a snap of his fingers, a wave of heat covered Crow as his clothes instantly became dry. "Thanks. Now, my mission is to look into the reason why grim activity has become erratic. I'm gonna look around the forest for clues while you, the little tag along, can check the town." Magna opened his mouth to speak when Crow waved him off. "I know. You can register for the tournament, just make sure you look for some clues." A smile appeared on Magna's face as his eyes became silver. "You can count on me." Before he could disappear, however, Crow yelled, "Wait." Confused, Magna quickly turned back. "No using Ruby's abilities." "Don't ask me why, because I can't tell you, but you're banned from using Ruby's abilities, at least in public." Shrugging his shoulders, Magna's eyes became amber gold as he fell into his shadow. The shadows on the ground squirmed for a few seconds before shooting towards the town. A small smile appeared on Crow's face as he yelled, "Make it to the finals, Magna. My student shouldn't lose to anything but a lady's skirt." Suddenly, the shadows stopped as Magna leapt out from the ground. Flipping a couple times in the air, Magna gave him the double bird before diving back into shadows, shooting towards the town. Chapter 58. Traveling through the shadows, Magna headed towards Argus. Today was the start of the Mistral Regional Tournament. Even as he slipped through the forest, Magna could see many different flyers that were stapled onto the trees. After a few minutes, the city finally came into view. Slipping out of the shadows just a small bit away, Magna quickly transformed back to normal as he made his way towards the gate. The closer Magna got to the city, the more people he saw leaving. Some carried farm tools while others carried pickaxes. As he walked past, people would smile and wave to him before continuing forward. Magna finally made it to the gate when the loud roar of a crowd echoed from within the city. The cheers bellowed through the streets as people smiled. Everyone was just so happy. And it wasn't fake either. Spending some time with Kurama, Magna learned a thing or two about reading people's emotions. He wasn't at the same level when he used Naruto's emotion-sensing ability, but he could tell when someone showed a fake smile. However, Magna quickly shook these thoughts from his mind as he screamed in his head, "I'm gonna be late." Sprinting through crowds, Magna finally came across a huge crowd that surrounded a giant stage made from stone. He walked towards the crowd and spent a couple minutes looking for the sign-up booth, but with no success. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped his shoulder as a cheerful voice said, "Hello, you seem to be looking for something. Is there anything I can do to help?" Turning around, Magna saw a teenage girl, about the same height as him. She had vibrant red hair, emerald green eyes and wore armor reminiscent of the Spartans in his old world. The moment he saw her, something clicked in his mind as he absent-mindedly muttered, "Pyrrha." The girl raised an eyebrow at him as she cautiously said, "Have we met before?" Mentally slapping himself for slipping up, Magna hastily said, "No. I saw a bunch pictures of you when I passed by Sanctum. There were a bunch of people cheering for you there." Pyrrha sighed as she face-palmed and softly muttered, "I even asked those guys to stop before I left." Magna mentally sighed in relief as his lie somehow coincidentally matched with reality. Releasing a small cough to garner her attention, Magna gave her a bright smile as he held out his hand and said, "Well, since I already know your name, I might as well introduce myself. The name's Magna, Magna Opus." Pyrrha smiled brightly as she happily took his hand and said, "My name is Pyrrha Nikos. Though, I'm sure you already knew that." A chuckle escaped Magna's lips as he smiled, "It's a pleasure to make the acquaintance of such a beautiful warrior." Her cheeks became as red as her hair as she bashfully punched Magna's shoulder. "Do you flirt like that with everyone you meet?" This caused an awkward look to appear on Magna's face as he scratched the side of his face. "Actually, I don't. I have this childhood friend, she always tries to flirt with me. It's this back and forth thing we do to try and embarrass the other. Now, I kinda get flirty when nervous." What appeared to be an envious look appeared on Pyrrha's face as she softly muttered, "How nice." Magna obviously saw the look on her face but ignored it. They had only just met, so he can't just barge into her personal life and start asking questions. Coughing once again, Magna changed the topic as he said, "Do you think you could help me find the sign-up booth for the tournament? I traveled here from Patch to compete." A more natural smile appeared on Pyrrha's face as she said, "So you're here to compete? Luckily, you ran into me. I was just on my way to the booth when I got caught up on something." Magna gave her a sheepish smile as he said, "Sorry." "What?" "Oh, I didn't mean it was bad or anything like that. I'm actually quite happy that fate allowed us to meet." Before Magna could speak, Pyrrha grabbed his hand and started leading her through the crowd. It took a couple minutes back Magna finally reached the sign-in desk. A very serious yet beautiful lady wearing an Elysian military uniform sat behind the desk as she quickly and efficiently sorted through a multitude of papers. She stopped once she saw Magna and Pyrrha as she said, "Are you here for a ticket or to sign up for the tournament?" Both Magna and Pyrrha quickly said, "I'm here to sign up." The woman only glanced at them for a second before handing them a sign-up as she spoke, "Atlas and our sponsors are not liable for any and all injuries that occurred during the tournament. Restrictions have been put in place to assure the competitors' safety, but please keep in mind that bullets and blades have no eyes. Injuries and in some cases, death, can occur during a fight." After her speech, she turned back to her papers and ignored the pair. Pyrrha's smile twitched a bit but she still signed the paper. Magna didn't really care since he could tell she was faking her uncaring attitude. Her hands were shaking while she delivered her speech as kept full eye contact with Magna, her eyes pleading for him to actually be careful. Magna quickly signed the paper and handed it back as he smiled, "Thanks for the warning. I'll make sure to be careful." An almost non-existent smile appeared on the lady's face as she nodded before turning back to her papers. Pyrrha quickly handed her papers to the lady, thanked her for the advice and ran after Magna. There was a special area designated for contestants. After finding a seat, both Magna and Pyrrha sat down as a man wearing a flashy white suit styled like the Elysian uniform as he spoke into a mic, "Hello people of Argus. How is everybody doing?" The crowd roared in excitement. It took a couple minutes for the cheers to die down as the man continued, "Well, don't you all sound excited? I can't really blame you though because boy, do we have a show in store for you." A giant holographic screen appeared on the showing the fighting bracket. This year, we have a staggering 32 contestants, which we have divided into 4 different pools. In each pool consist of 8 people and the battles are single elimination. Now, I would like to ask the contestants to gather in their pools. Please use the tournament bracket to see which pool you're fighting in. Do note that the gathering spot for each pool is marked by a giant number. Seeing that Magna was in pool 1 and Pyrrha was in pool 4, Magna smirked as he turned to the red-headed Spartan and said, "Good luck." Watching Magna's back as he left, Pyrrha smiled as she cupped her mouth and yelled, "Let's meet in the finals." Magna stopped for a second before yelling back, "I'll see you then. Don't get eliminated." Before she could yell back, Magna fell into his shadows and disappeared. She raised an eyebrow as this display but smiled nonetheless as she looked forward to battling Magna. Chapter 59. As Magna arrived at the gathering spot for Pool 1, his jaw dropped as he saw the opposition. Large men with bulky muscles sat around a large table, drinking large glasses of beer, laughing and sharing stories. Magna came out of the shadows and slowly made his way over. When he came into sight of the other contestants, the merrymaking stopped as they glared at him. "What are you doing here, brat? You should just go back home and suck on your mother's teat." The rest of the burly men burst into laughter as they heavily praised the man who spoke. He wasn't the biggest man there, but he had the most scars. Magna didn't bite back, he just gave him a light smile before sitting down a small bit away. Crow's training didn't just revolve around fighting. One aspect he taught Magna was the art of mental warfare. He had to admit that Crow wasn't the best when it came to teaching mental warfare. However, Magna did learn that reacting to the enemy's taunts was basically letting the enemy get in your head. Instead of words, Magna wanted to let his actions speak for him. Suddenly, the sound of heels approaching broke him out of thought. He turned towards the source of the voice and raised his brow. The woman from before that sat behind the desk was standing before the group of burly men as she adjusted her glasses and said, "Okay, Pool 1, my name is Barbara and I am the official in charge of your group." A man in the back raised his arm. Barbara looked over and motioned for the man to speak. "Will you service us after each battle?" said the man, a perverted smirk etched on his face. The rest of the men there stared at Barbara with a dangerous glint in their eyes. Her hand clutched her papers tight enough that her hands began to pale as she bluntly said, "No. And if you ask any more questions like that, I will personally disqualify you for sexually harassing an official." The men stopped laughing as they just stared at the woman. It was easy to see that she was quite uncomfortable, but she persisted as she explained, "Okay, the matches are one-on-one, single elimination with the winner moving on to the next round. The tournament will take place over the span of 5 days. Each day represents a round of the tournament. Today represents the first bracket. Now, would everyone please make their way to waiting rooms when your number is called, please exit the waiting room and head to the stage." The burly men all stood up with a grunt before quickly making their way to the waiting room. However, the same man who asked that perverted question slowly walked towards Barbara. When she was just within arm length, his hand shot towards her plump ass. Just before his hand could touch her, a violent gust of wind came from the side and flung him away. The man smashed into a building, creating a large hole in the wall. Luckily, the rest of the men were already gone, so Magna didn't have to care about being attacked. He walked over to Barbara and tapped her shoulder as he said, "You okay?" She shakily adjusted her glasses and said, I am fine. Thank you for helping me. Well, I kinda attacked a contestant before the tournament actually started, so." A giggle escaped from Barbara's lips as she smiled, "There's no need to worry. I warned him that sexual harassing me would result in him being disqualified. I'll notify the Elysian guards to escort him home." With everything settled, Barbara gave Magna a small bow before walking off. Magna, experiencing the out-of-control hormones of a 14-year-old going through puberty, watched her back as she left before walking to the waiting area. It's been a couple hours now, and Magna still hasn't fought. When he arrived at the waiting room, the burly men had essentially ruined the room. The catering table was destroyed as most of the food lay on the ground. The water cooler had holes in it, bullet holes. Honestly, Magna was getting real fed up with these men. They were acting like they owned the world. Each and every person that comes through, the men would try and bully the person before letting them go. Luckily, Magna was there to help. The occasional puddle of water or gust of wind carrying sand easily kept those men at bay. Obviously, they didn't take the news of their comrade being disqualified lightly. They actually drew their weapons to try and change the mind of the officials. While Magna was stuck in thought, the announcer's voice echoed through the waiting room as he yelled, "What an exciting match that was. Let's hope that the next match can follow its example. Will contestants number 6 and 8, please make their way to the stage?" The crowd burst into applause. The leader, who Magna found out was called John, signaled his hands towards Magna before walking onto the stage. Magna was about to walk out when the men all stood in his way. One man went to open his mouth when Magna slipped into his shadow and easily drifted past them. As he passed the man named John, he opened a hole underneath him as he decided to show off a little. It's been a minute since the announcer introduced the next contestants. The crowd was starting to become restless when a dark shadow descended on the stage. Watching it quickly zoom across the ground, the crowd found themselves fully focused on the shadow. Suddenly, a pair of vibrant crimson eyes appeared from within the shadows as a figure flew into the sky. All the crowd saw was a golden blur surrounded in flames. Reaching the peak of his launch, the figure stylishly flipped a couple times in the air before free-falling towards the ground. The hearts of every member of the crowd tensed up as the figure seemed to be a little bit too high in the sky. The soldiers on standby were about to try and catch him when a youthful teenage voice yelled in excitement, "Here comes the superhero landing." Thrusting his fist downwards, a huge cloud of dust blew across the stage, causing everyone to fall into a coughing fit. As the dust settled, everyone strained their eyes and stared at the figure on the stage. With one fist smashed into the ground, the figure sat down on one knee as he faced the ground. His long golden hair gently swayed in the breeze as most of the crowd became jealous. The girls were jealous of his hair while the boys were jealous of how much attention he was getting from the girls. The figure, Magna, slowly stood from the ground and lazily opened his eyes. His lilac eyes glanced around the crowd before a smile appeared on his face. Magna wiped his hair back as his long, golden locks slowly became short and black. All this managed to do was make Magna a different kind of handsome. While embodying yang, his long golden hair made him look like a prince from a fairy tale. His normal hair, however, made him appear roughish and, surprisingly, fluffy. Magna has asked Yang multiple times why people keep calling him fluffy, but the only response he would get was a smile as she cuddled him. I mean, his hair wasn't even that fluffy. After Magna finished basking in the afterglow of his little entrance, a small shadow opened up in front of him as John walked out from inside. Veins pulsed on his face as he pointed at Magna and roared, "You are so fucking dead." Chapter 60. Standing across from each other on the large stone stage, Magna and John stared each other down. They silently waited for the announcer to start the battle as the crowd slowly became quiet. John glared at Magna with so much anger that veins popped up all around his body. It was actually a very disgusting sight, unlike in anime. Grotesque veins puffed up beyond normal as they rapidly pumped blood through the body just looked so wrong on so many levels. Suddenly, the announcer roared from offstage, "Fighters! Are you ready?" Magna nodded while John just smirked. Taking that as confirmation, the announcer grinned as he yelled so loud that Magna almost mistook him for a Dovahkiin. Battle commence. Almost at the exact moment the announcer finished speaking, John took off towards Magna. He roared as he thrust his fist at Magna. Magna easily stepped to the side, dodging the incoming fist as he sent out one of his own. Unlike Magna, John couldn't dodge Magna's attack as it landed square on his chest. However, Magna realized something was wrong when he felt the force behind his attack disappear. A smirk appeared on John's face as he quickly launched a kick at Magna's faces. Arg! Magna had no time to defend himself as John's foot viciously smashed against Magna's cheek. Nursing his cheek that now had a footprint on it, Magna quickly gathered his thoughts and made some distance. Somehow, John's attack was much faster than before. Magna had barely enough time to block, yet he still took a bit of damage. Magna's first thoughts were that John's semblance was like Yang's, where he got stronger the more damage he took. However, when his attack landed on John's chest, he noticed a few differences between his semblance and Yang's. His semblance didn't seem to make him stronger the more damage he took, but he somehow mitigated the damage, while also being able to use the damage to temporarily boost him. Scanning the angry man charging at him, Magna smiled as he quietly muttered, "Let's see how much you can handle." Coating one fist in water and the other in earth, Magna took a deep breath before quickly dashing forward. A smirk appeared on John's face as he gave an eerie chuckle and taunted Magna to come at him. Even though Magna wasn't using a cluster related to martial arts, he's learned a thing or two from his clusters as well as Crow. With a strong right hook, Magna's fist covered in stones collided with John's stomach. Magna's punch literally knocked the wind out of him as he collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Sure, Magna still felt the force behind his punch disappear, but John couldn't fully defend against his attack. As he was recovering, Magna silently watched John as he noticed something weird. An odd ripple of aura surrounded his body, rippling outwards from where Magna punched him. With bloodshot eyes, John tried to stand up and punch him, but Magna wasn't having it. Forcing the water surrounding his hand to spin, Magna drilled his fist into John's face. It was like a wave hit him dead in the face as John started frantically coughing from accidentally swallowing some of the water. Again, the odd aura ripple covered his body before disappearing. Suddenly, Magna's eyes lit up as he softly muttered, "Shock absorption." John turned towards Magna after he stopped coughing as he hoarsely said, "So you figured it out." "That's right, my semblance is shock absorption. But even if you know what my semblance is, that still won't help you." With an angry roar, John charged at Magna and punched towards his head. His semblance was shock absorption in the most literally sense. He absorbed the force behind Magna's attacks, using the power to temporarily make himself hit harder. This meant that while it may look like Magna was hurting him, he was basically taking no damage. Dodging John's attack, Magna shook the magic off his fists as his eyes glowed in excitement. "While I'm not All Might, this kinda reminds me of his battle against Nomu. Let's see how much force your body can absorb." Pointing two fingers at John, Magna smiled as he flipped his fingers upwards and roared, "Earth Pillar." From underneath him, a large pillar of earth smashed directly into John's stomach, forcing the man high into the air. Coating his legs in wind, Magna crouched down low before shooting up into air like a bullet, shocking the crowd with how fast he was accelerating. When he arrived next to John, the man was pale as he flailed about with tears in his eyes and snot pouring out his nose. Shaking his head, Magna raised his foot high above his head as the world seemed to fall silent. One of the prerequisites for using a scythe was flexibility, so Magna was actually very flexible. Suddenly, a roaring gale burst out from Magna's foot as he slammed down his heel into John's chest. John almost instantly hit the ground as a small sandstorm covered the arena. As Magna slowly floated down to the ground, the dust finally settled, revealing a shocking sight. Cracks spread outwards from the center of the arena as John lay sprawled out in the middle, unconscious. There were still remnants of tears and snot on his face as a look of absolute terror was etched on his face. The crowd was silent for a couple seconds before bursting into cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have a winner. And can I say what a bloody exciting match? Please put your hands together for Rudius. It had to be known that Magna signed up under an alias. He was even using his second semblance, embodying Amber, to sell his persona. This was a precaution he took to hide his true identity. He was strong, much stronger than 6 years ago, but that didn't mean he was invincible. He didn't want to imagine what lengths the Queen of Grimm would go to bring him to her side. He might be able to escape if she only sent people after him, but he had a family, friends, people he cared for. He'd be putting them in danger once she realized how strong Magna was. Shaking himself from his morbid thoughts, Magna watched on in amusement as a pair of nurses suddenly ran onto the stage as the crowd cheered for Magna. One ran to the unconscious man on the floor while the other ran to Magna. He shook his head as he told her he was fine, but she insisted on checking him, just to be safe. After she was sure Magna was fine, she quietly congratulated Magna on his win before quickly making her way over to John. According to the other nurse, John was physically fine and only seemed to be unconscious due to shock. Gently moving John onto a stretcher, the nurses congratulated Magna one last time before quickly leaving the arena. Chapter 61. It was late into the afternoon. Every match for the first day had just finished. Magna was just wandering around the city as he thought back to the tournament. Obviously, Pyrrha won her match. Afterwards, Magna had asked her if she's participated in the tournament before, and her reply was that this was her first. Now, Magna had two options. 1, he fights Pyrrha for the win, or 2, he lets Pyrrha win. It needs to be said that Pyrrha's consecutive wins of the Mistral tournament were mentioned when she, Weiss and John met. He had no idea if one less win would change the original story. What if she never got on the cover of Pumpkin Pete? The meeting between her and June would change. A bad headache came to Magna as he silently cursed the butterfly effect. Who knew if changing that one fact would cause other future events to change? Exhaling a long sigh, Magna was about to find Crow when he saw a bandaged man walk into a dark alley. The man triple-checked his surroundings before hastily entering the alley. What are you up to, John? Slipping into the shadows, Magna quietly followed behind him. If anything, John was thorough. He took almost 5 minutes just checking his surroundings before move forward. After almost 40 minutes, John stopped as he came across a large warehouse. He knocked on the door 5 times as he muttered, "For the tribe." The door opened up a few seconds later as a man in an outlandish outfit nodded and replied, "For the tribe." Magna took the brief period they were greeting each other to stealthily enter the warehouse. Opting to move forward safely, Magna moved to the rafters before exiting the shadows. As Magna scanned the surroundings, he froze as his eyes widened in shock. Hundreds of men and women, all wearing outlandish clothing, moved around the warehouse like worker bees in a hive. Each person was carrying a large container filled to the brim with dust. Dust crystals, powder, shards. As far as he could see, there was dust. Suddenly, Magna crouched down low as he saw John move towards another room. Re-entering the shadows, Magna quickly slipped down and followed behind John. As John closed the door, Magna had to physically hold himself back from razing this warehouse to the ground. A man with a face that just screamed, "Punch me," sat on a chair in the center of the room. Surrounding him was a multitude of different women, all missing pieces of clothing as they quietly sobbed on the ground. Some of the women even had cuts and burns, with the worst being a busty woman whose entire face was cut to shreds. Magna could tell that she used to be a very attractive woman, but now, she looked dead inside as her eyes stared at the wall with a hollow gaze. John clicked his tongue in annoyance as he said, "The fuck, Shay? Why'd you have to scar my bitch?" "You know exactly why I scarred the bitch. She said my dick was tiny," yelled Shay as he flipped John the bird. John glared at Shay as he roared, "Your dick is fucking tiny. A fucking dust shard is bigger than your dick. Fuck you, John." That's not what your mum said last night when I was fucking her. The woman visible trembled as a few tears slid down her face. Magna, on the inside, was completely livid. However, he held himself back. He needed to know more about their operation before he destroyed their plans. Plus, there was something familiar about this Shay guy. It was at the tip of his tongue but Magna honestly couldn't remember. Shay glared at John for a few seconds before exhaling a sigh as he said, "Well, what's up? The tournament is still going on, what the hell are you doing here?" "That's actually why I came to see you. I lost, to a kid no less." Shay's eyes widened as he yelled, "What? What do you mean you lost?" "It means I lost. The kid was strong. Even with my semblance, I couldn't beat him." Ruffling his hair in annoyance, Shay groaned as he muttered, "Is he gonna be a problem?" "Shay, he's a kid." Shay fell into thought for a couple seconds before agreeing. The pair then went on to talk about their next move. They were stealthily stealing dust from around Argus as everyone concentrated on the tournament. So far, they've robbed multiple dust stores, some private properties and tourists that visited from other cities. The women, however, were girls they kidnapped during their dust raids. Store employees, random people off the streets, they kidnapped them all for the sole purpose of relieving their brothers since the girls of the tribe actually reject the advances of their comrades. The only silver lining Magna could see was that most of the girls were still untouched, not counting the scars and burns on their bodies. Apparently, the scum gathered in the warehouse enjoyed torturing people. After learning all he could, Magna committed the warehouse to memory before leaving. He needed to find Crow. There were just too many people for him to take on alone. Well, he could take them on alone but there's a chance that they would use the girls as hostages. Opening the door to a quiet bar, Magna's eyes twitched as he saw Crow. With a drink in one hand and a waitress in the other, Crow quickly downed his drink before releasing a content sigh. Magna wasted no time as he went over to the drunkard and said, "Crow, we have a problem." Almost instantly, Crow lost his drunken expression as he gently let the waitress go. Taking out a few lean from his pocket, Crow smirked at the waitress as he said, "Sorry lady but duty calls. I'll make sure to swing by later and we can pick up where we left off." Fighting back the urge to sigh, Magna hastily pulled Crow out of the bar. As they walked through his streets, Crow frowned as he said, "Hey kid, the hotel I booked is that way. Where the hell are you taking me?" Magna groaned in frustration as he said, "I said it at the bar, Crow. We have a problem." Suddenly, Crow stopped as he grabbed Magna by the shoulders and held him in place. He stared into Magna's eyes just long enough to make him uncomfortable as he slowly said, "Magna, calm down. You've been acting jumpy ever since the bar. What exactly is the problem?" Magna took a couple deep breaths before explaining the situation to Crow. He told him about how he followed John and stumbled on a massive dust-stealing operation. When Magna told him about the girls and the man named Shay, Crow held up his hand as he said, "Wait. Does this Shay person have a face that just makes you want to punch it?" Magna gave him a weird look as he replied, "Actually, he does." "How do you know that, Crow? Do you know him?" Crow's face, for a spilt second, became painted in anger as he spoke through clenched teeth, "Sadly, I know the idiot you're talking about. And who he works for. You did a good job Magna but this is too big for you. You just focus on the tournament and leave the rest to me." "What? No way. Crow, I see a dash." Crow suddenly cut him off as he yelled in anger, "No. Just focus on the tournament. Trust me Magna, I will help those girls out." Before Magna could argue back, Crow leapt up to the rooftops as he disappeared into the night. As frustrated and unsatisfied Magna was, he decided to listen to Crow and head back towards the hotel Crow booked. What about his room key? Crow already handed it to him in the bar, right before they left. Chapter 62. A groan escaped Magna's lips as he groggily woke up. The light seeping into his room only served to further irritate him as he quickly got ready. Magna didn't get the best sleep last night as his thoughts kept going back to those girls. He knew he could help Crow and he also realized who they worked for. When he was tossing and turning, repeatedly thinking back to the warehouse, a certain memory popped into his head. Shay D-Man. Someone that Yang was supposed to meet in the future to lead her to where her mother was. A member of the Branwen tribe, a tribe of bandits. He also understood why Crow didn't need his help. It was entirely possible that Crow was going to try and speak with his sister, convince her to pull her forces out of Argus. However, even though he knew all this, the knowledge did nothing to settle the building frustration in his chest. He didn't like doing nothing. Magna didn't see himself as a hero but he couldn't stand doing nothing to help when he knew he could something. And his frustration showed. Once he was called up for his match, Magna wasted no time on his opponent. The moment the match started, Magna would blast the opposition with a heavily concentrated beam of water. The opponent could only helplessly be sent flying off the stage. This continued all the way until the final day of the tournament. Magna had been named champion of his pool and was about to find out who he was supposed to be fighting next. Luckily, Pyrrha had already beaten her opponent and was happily waiting for him in the finals. Seeing her wave to him with her joyful smile, some of the building frustration in his chest disappeared as he waved back. Magna stretched his arms and legs before leaping onto the stage. He decided to wait for his opponent on the stage. A few minutes went by and Magna started feeling bored when a figure appeared on the stage. Her smirking face reeked of arrogance. Just seeing it made Magna's brows twitch repeatedly. She glanced at Magna with her lively blue eyes as she started walking up to Magna. Now standing face to face, she scanned Magna from head to toe before saying, "Nothing much." Magna mentally sighed as he turned away and walked to his side of the arena. The girl just shrugged off being ignored as she yelled, "The name's Vernal, kid." Suddenly, Magna came to a halt. He turned towards Vernal with wide eyes as he mentally muttered, "What is it with me and meeting the main cast? If I didn't know better, I'd dash." Magna's thoughts were suddenly cut off as a large chunk of the protective wall surrounding the stage fell to the ground. Shaking his head, Magna continued to his side of the stage in preparation for his match. Once both Magna and Vernal were standing at their end of the stage, the announcer appeared with a grin as he yelled, "Contestants, are you ready?" Magna and Vernal glared at each other and nodded. The announcer's grin grew wider as he jumped into the air and roared, "Battle commence." Instead of dashing forward, Vernal opted to keep her distance as she watched Magna's every move. Magna took extra note of the crescent-shaped gun blades on her waist. Seeing Magna looking at her waist, Vernal grinned as she gave her hips a couple shakes as she seductively said, "Like what you see, little boy." Magna almost immediately scoffed as he brutally retorted, "There's barely anything to like. Come back when you can actually fill those pants out and we'll talk." Magna wasn't wrong. She was a bit younger than when she appeared in the show, so she was a bit lacking in the womanly wiles. Vernal, however, didn't take Magna's reply lightly. With anger in her eyes, Vernal forcefully tore her gun blades from her waist as she roared, "The fuck you say to me, you little shit." She quickly shot forward as she unleashed a barrage of bullets. Caught unaware, Magna hastily raised a wall of earth before summoning a large amount of water. Seeing the large ball of water, Magna grinned as he summoned an equally as large ball of fire. "Just because I can't use any spells higher than the intermediate level, doesn't mean I can't use my imagination." Just as the stone wall broke, Magna instantly compressed the two balls of magic into each other as he roared, "Steam explosion." The small orb of fire and water turned into a ball of light before exploding. Waves of hot air and steam covered the area as the crowd hastily covered their faces. Once the heat died down enough for people to see, the crowd was stunned. Vernal was on one side of the stage, clutching her arms as her weapons lay on the ground in pieces. On the other side was a dome made from the stage. Slowly, the dome fell apart, revealing Magna. He was basically in pristine condition, minus the small gash on his cheek from Vernal's last attack. Magna was stunned by her battle instincts. Moments before the explosion happened, Vernal broke through the wall and slashed Magna's cheek. He was lucky to have fixed it when he did. Then, when she felt the danger from the little orb, Vernal stabbed her weapons into the earth wall and used it to cushion the explosion. Obviously, she was dead tired now. Everyone could see her legs and arms trembling as she tired to move towards Magna. Magna just sighed as he said, "Give up. You're in no condition to keep fighting." Vernal scoffed, "Why don't you come over here and see if I'm in no condition to fight?" Suddenly, Vernal grit her teeth as her body slowly stood tall. She slowly crouched down before shooting forwards with a fierce look in her eyes. Magna couldn't help but smile. Vernal was tenacious. Even though her body was tired, she still continued to fight. And that was something Magna respected. Sure, he may have used the steam explosion in an attempt to finish the fight quickly, but he only did that because he was frustrated with her tribe. Seeing her will to fight, Magna decided to answer in kind. Taking out his scythe, the crowd softly sighed as they knew it was going to be a one-sided fight when... Clang! Everyone, including Vernal, was stunned as Magna unhesitatingly tossed his weapon off stage. With a wide grin on his face, Magna stared into Vernal's eyes as he roared, "Come on, girlie. This is a bloody fist fight." Vernal's lips twitched a couple times before curving into a wide smile as she excitedly yelled, "Now you're talking my language. Get ready, pretty boy." Chapter 63. Both sides let loose a roaring war cry as they dashed at each other. Everyone could see Vernal's limbs tremble in pain, yet her face had a wild smile on it as she traded blows with Magna. Even though she was extremely tired, the punches she threw at Magna were no joke. They were fast, accurate and heavy. Magna was quickly forced into a defensive position as he hastily blocked her attacks. He thought about using some wind magic to gain an edge, but her constant rush made it hard to stabilize the imagine in his head. Suddenly, Vernal stopped her barrage of fists as she whipped her leg out at Magna. Like a snake, Vernal's leg quickly struck Magna's rib cage. Magna grimaced. He quickly grabbed her leg and roared as he threw her to the other side of the stage. The moment she hit the ground, Magna clutched his side as the pain worsened. Vernal stumbled on the ground, trying to stand up as her eyes became bloodshot. Magna now knew that if he didn't have his semblance, he probably would have lost this match. She was just a small bit stronger than Magna, but because she knew how to use every ounce of power in her body, her attacks were stronger, faster and deadlier. Forcing back the pain, Magna quickly charged towards her. Vernal slowly stammered to her feet as she waited for Magna to get closer. This time, Vernal went on the defensive as Magna sent out a flurry of lightning-fast jabs. Most of his punches were either blocked or dodged, but some of them still hit her. Her face, stomach, ribcage. Magna's fist smashed against her body over and over again. A pained look appeared on Vernal's face as she fell to one knee. Deciding to risk it all, Vernal grit her teeth as she lunged at Magna, pinning him to the ground. Seeing that her plan worked, Vernal quickly raised her arms to attack him when the world started spinning. Her eyelids suddenly became heavy as she collapsed forward. The sound of flesh hitting flesh rang out, but it wasn't the violent kind. Vernal somehow ended up kissing Magna. Her body screamed in fatigue as it refused to move while Magna was too shocked to react. After a couple seconds, the look in Vernal's eyes suddenly changed as she silently thought to herself, well, fuck it. Suddenly, Magna felt a small tongue force open his mouth as it explored around like it owned the place. Quite quickly, Magna's tongue unconsciously started fighting back as he had to admit, her lips were very soft. The crowd around them were silently as they sat in shock. Somehow, the bloody fist fight that they were watching evolved into a kissing contest that wasn't to say they were disappointed. The crowd was actually loving it. Imagine, two contestants of a fighting competition, brought together in the finals, battling each other in an all-out fist fight, only to end up passionately kissing each other. The young women in the crowd were mentally squealing in delight for the juicy drama playing out before them. After a few minutes, the announcer finally couldn't take it as he raised the mic in his hands, ahem. Like a frightened rabbit, Magna jumped and accidentally fell into his shadow with Vernal on top of him. A few seconds later, the pair re-emerged from the shadow, with Vernal in Magna's arm as a blush adorned his cheeks. That was a pretty good fight, said Vernal as she smirked. Magna knew she was teasing him as he groaned in frustration, that was an accident and you know it. Vernal nodded as her smirk grew bigger, true, but you still didn't try to push me off. Plus, I seem to recall someone's tongue forcing their way into my mouth. As much as it embarrassed him, Magna had to admit that he may have gotten swept along in her pace. He secretly enjoyed kissing her, but can you blame him? She was the first person he's ever kissed. And that's in 2 lifetimes. Magna took a deep breath as his emotions started to calm down. No matter what happened, I'm sorry that I kissed you. A light blush appeared on Vernal's face as she suddenly became awkward. Oh, no, it's cool. I mean, it wasn't exactly bad or anything, not that kissing you is a good thing, you know what? I'm just gonna shut up now. Magna shook his head and chuckled as he silently found her awkwardness strangely cute. Vernal's brows furrowed seeing his small smile as she unhappily said, "What's so funny, bub?" A grin appeared on Magna's face as he lightly whispered in a teasing tone, "I find your awkward stammering cute, bub." Before the two could continue, the announcer raised his mic once more, ahem. Please don't flirt on the battle stage. We still have one more fight to settle before moving on to the finals. Both Magna and Vernal blushed. The nurses quickly came over and took Vernal away, leaving Magna to his own devices. Just as he was about to walk away, another nurse appeared on stage as she quickly said in a worried tone, "Are you injured? After a fight like that, I'm sure you must be hurt." Magna was about to say no when he winced. Vernal's last kick did a lot of damage. Seeing Magna's expression, the nurse smiled as she politely led him off stage. Once they reached the temporary med bay, the nurse turned to him and said, "I'd like to check your wound before the doctor comes. Could you please lift up your shirt?" Magna easily complied as he slowly lifted his shirt, revealing his chiseled body. His abs had been forged from years of training, something the nurse easily picked up on when she saw how perfect they were. Luckily, the nurse was a professional. She softly prodded around Magna's ribcage and breathed a sigh of relief. "From what I can see, your ribs aren't broken. The doctor will give you a more in-depth checkup when he sees you. Also, he'll probably heal you up since you still have to fight in the finals." Magna thanked the nurse with a smile. Soon enough, the doctor walked in and gave Magna a thorough checkup. He smiled as he informed Magna that he was physically fine, minus the small amount of bruises here and there. Heck, the bruises were already healing. Thank you, Aura, thought Magna as he quietly rested on the bed. The doctor had told him to rest on the bed until his next match. Now that he'd time to think, Magna couldn't help but blush as he softly touched his lips. For a bandit, her lips were very soft and tender. And she kinda tasted like bubblegum. Suddenly, a loud pop resounded from the bed right beside him as a roughish female voice said, "Man, that boy was a pretty good kisser. Wonder if he's single." Needless to say, Magna's face became bright red as he hid in his bed. Chapter 64. After a short but refreshing nap, Magna quickly made his way over to the waiting rooms. It was finally starting, the final match of the region tournament. Since Pyrrha's last opponent was unable to fight due to an old injury flaring up, Vernal was awarded third place. Now, all that was left was the fight for first and second. And it would be a lie to say Magna wasn't excited or worried. Excited, because he was looking forward to battling Pyrrha. Worried, because he didn't want to screw things up more than he already has. He knew that his interactions with Weiss, Yang and RWBY were bound to change something. But he couldn't help it. Magna saw that each person needed help and he didn't mind giving it to them. Let's take Weiss for example. In the show, Magna could clearly remember her being the very definition of an ice queen. However, now that Magna inserted himself into her life, she's become a more caring person. Obviously, she still holds pride in her name and has problems socializing, but when she's with people she considers friends, she becomes more open and natural. Her relationship with her brother isn't as strained as it was in the show. She actually loved her brother, not that she would admit it, and found it quite hilarious that Whitley wanted to be like Magna instead of like their father. Sure, she still acted like her prissy princess self sometimes, but she was generally more accepting of people. Anyway, the point is that Magna's existence and his constant meddling have made him a little unsure for the future. He didn't know if he should stop while he's ahead or just say, screw it. When Magna finally made it to the waiting room, a bright smile welcomed him as Barbara, the Elysian official, said, just on time for the finals. Suddenly, the crowd outside burst into a roaring applause as the announcer's voice echoed across the area, "Hello people of Argus. Are you all ready for the final match of the Mistral regional tournament?" The crowd roared as Magna himself started feeling pumped for the match. Today, we have two young but gifted warriors that are about to fight. Their prize? The honor of being this year's champion as well as 50,000 lien. The prize being offered stunned the crowd. 50,000 lien. Are you serious? They're both just kids. What would they need that money for? These kinds of thoughts swirled around the minds of those in the crowd only to be forgotten a short while later. No one cared that a kid was gonna be walking away from this stage 50,000 lien richer, they honestly just wanted to see a good fight. What if someone tries to steal their money? Well, let me ask you this. If the person holding the money was the winner of a fighting tournament, where they had to fight grown ass men, would you really try and steal from them? The announcer quickly hyped up the crowd before excitedly screaming, "Now that the crowd is ready, would the last two contestants please make their way onto the stage?" Magna and Pyrrha exited their waiting room at the same time. Both fighters saw the other, yet they didn't show any hostility as Magna waved at her with a smile. Pyrrha quickly smiled back before enthusiastically returning a wave of her own. The crowd silently awed at the cute display, finding the pair's smiles to be infectious. Once the pair met on stage, Magna held his hand out and grinned, "Let's have a fun match, Pyrrha. Don't you dare hold back on me." Pyrrha's smile grew as she hastily shook Magna's hand, "I expect nothing but the best, Magna." Seeing the pair settle into a starting position, the announcer smiled as he and the crowd roared, "In 3, 2, 1. Battle commence." Almost immediately, Magna and Pyrrha launched at each other with enough force to leave cracks on the stage. Taking out his scythe, Magna gripped it tightly with both hands as he swung the back end at her. Pyrrha was no slouch as she calmly raised her shield to receive the attack. However, she massively underestimated Magna's strength. It was like she was hit by a car. She was able to keep her ground only for a short time before being pushed across the stage. Luckily, she managed to keep her feet on the ground, or else she might have been launched out of the ring. With a wide smile on her face, Pyrrha stared at Magna with a fierce light in her eyes as she spoke, "You're a very strong fighter, Magna." Spinning his scythe around to his back, Magna smiled as he replied, "You're not so bad yourself, Pyrrha." Pyrrha raised an eyebrow as she smirked, "Oh." Suddenly, Pyrrha dashed towards Magna with her spear and shield in hand. Magna quickly got ready for a clash but found himself quickly trying to dodge instead. Pyrrha's attacks were too fluid for Magna to counterattack. When her spear went in, so did her shield. When Magna finally got the time to attack, her shield would block it as her spear pierced towards him. The only thing Magna could do was dodge. Alright. My bad. The Spartan girl can kick ass. Pyrrha suddenly blushed. Magna took advantage of the split second she was distracted to kick off her shield and make some distance between them. Her lips twitched a bit as she quietly muttered, "Okay, now I'm a little bit angry." Just as she was about to charge, Pyrrha's eyes widened into saucers as she hastily raised her shield. Clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the area as Pyrrha was forced onto one knee. Magna's scythe had undergone a rather strange transformation as the blade seemed to be covered in shards of earth, making it seem like his scythe had jagged teeth. Pyrrha's mind drew a blank as she recalled how Magna's weapon seemed to be much heavier than before. With a smirk on his face, the shards on his blade fell to the floor as Magna quickly swapped the earth element to wind and leapt into the air. He swung his scythe around until his feet rested gently against the blade. Glancing towards Pyrrha, Magna saluted the confused girl as he looked towards the sky and yelled, "Tally-ho!" Bang! With a swift pull of the trigger, the built-in sniper rifle fired as the recoil sent Magna flying. Normally, the distance Magna could go by using this trick was limited due to his size and his weapon's weight. However, when Magna added the wind element to his weapon, he literally soared into the air. It helped lift some of the weight of the weapon, which was much heavier than Crescent Rose. How did Magna know his weapon was heavier than Ruby's? She actually built it a few months ago. Crescent Rose only consisted of a scythe and a sniper rifle. Magna's weapon was a scythe, sniper rifle and a rail gun. All the extra bits and pieces added a lot of weight onto his weapon. Heck, the only people he knew that were capable of actually holding his weapon were the adults and young. Anyway, as Magna slowly fell to the ground, he tightly held onto his weapon and started to spin. By the time Pyrrha could react, the only thing she could do was leap out of the way as he crashed into the ground. However, that wasn't the end to Magna's attack as he suddenly pulled the trigger, simultaneously launching Magna back as the bullet he shot pushed Pyrrha back even further. Once both sides picked themselves up, Pyrrha smiled brightly as she happily said, "This is most definitely the best fight I've ever had." Magna smirked, "Gotta admit, you're right. I've had a couple good fights before but nothing like this. You're good, and I mean really good." Swinging his scythe around, the wind surrounding the blade disappeared as the blade gently rested behind him. Magna lowered himself slightly as he smiled, "I just hope you can keep up." Chapter 65. Pyrrha's hands calmly raised her spear and shield as her smile slowly disappeared. Her eyes became much more serious and focused. Magna replied in kind as he dashed forward. Pyrrha quickly leapt back as her spear transformed into a hunting rifle. She rapidly unloaded 4 shots before rolling backwards and shooting another 4 shots. With a wide smirk, Magna turned his scythe and fired. The recoil from the shot forced his body to move to the side, barely dodging Pyrrha's first 4 shots. Suddenly, Magna was using the recoil from his weapon to move in a zigzag motion. It was a good thing that the Elysian army had set up a few force fields. Seeing no point in trying to shoot him, Pyrrha quickly switched her rifle back into its spear form. Raising her shield in front of her, Pyrrha gave a short war cry as she dashed forward to meet him. When she was just in front of him, Magna faced the blade of his scythe upwards as he tilted the gun barrel towards the ground. With one last shot before having to reload, Magna fired the sniper and instantly leapt to the air, spinning like a buzzsaw towards her. Pyrrha's eyes widened as she hastily rolled out of the way. Magna's scythe embedded itself deep into the stage. Even though she knew her aura would protect her, Pyrrha felt a chill in the back of her neck. Seeing the glare she was shooting at him, Magna awkwardly smiled as he said, "I'm sorry." Pyrrha's reply was to raise her shield and try bash Magna in the face. Magna used his scythe as a springboard as he leapt off, just dodging Pyrrha's shield. A fierce smile appeared on Pyrrha's face as she charged at the now weaponless Magna. Cursing his bad luck, Magna's entire being became a blur as an explosion of dust and wind swept through the stage. Magna charged at an extreme speed as he zipped past Pyrrha, though not before flicking his fingers up at her and giving the Spartan girl a cheeky wink. Grabbing hold of his scythe as he shot past, a large tear appeared on the ground as sparks started flying. With a mighty grunt, Magna used the force from the burst and the pull from the scythe in the ground to flip his body, pulling the scythe from the ground. He spun in the air for a bit before the wind around his body started to forcefully slow his momentum. As he landed, he slowly spun around as he stopped, facing Pyrrha directly. He held his scythe to his side as he smirked, "Did not think I could pull that off." The crowd, the announcer, even Pyrrha, they all froze before bursting into cheers. That would have to be the most insane thing most of these people have ever seen. Villagers mostly don't get to see a huntsman fighting, unless it's their village being attacked. The only other time is when the Vital Festival starts up or the regional tournaments. Even then, it's mostly kids and villagers that enter the tournaments. Occasional huntsmen do join, but they usually limit themselves due to their opponent being a villager. The stunt that Magna pulled off was the most intense piece of action that most of these people have ever seen. Pyrrha quickly ran over with stars in her eyes as she said, "Oh my That was such an amazing sight." Magna shyly smiled as he said, "Thanks, Pyrrha." A bright smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "It's my pleasure." Suddenly, both Magna and Pyrrha collapsed next to each other. The crowd suddenly became nervous as everyone quieted down. Magna and Pyrrha quickly turned to each other and started laughing. "I'm bushed." "So am I, Magna," said Pyrrha. She stared at Magna for a few seconds before smiling. "That was a wonderful battle, Magna. I had a lot of fun." Magna decided to be smart as he said, "Well, it's up there in my top battles list." Seeing the shit-eating grin on Magna's face, Pyrrha knew he was being a smartass as she rolled her eyes. "I feel so honored to be on your list." Magna's eyes brightened up as he laughed, "So you do know sarcasm." Her eyes twitched a little as she pouted, "Just because I'm a friendly person doesn't mean I can't be sarcastic." "Huh. I guess not." "Hey, announcer. Since we both collapsed and can't continue, what happens?" Pyrrha looked towards Magna with a grin. "Who says I can't move?" Her body trembled a couple times but ultimately stayed lying on the ground. "Alright, you were right," said Pyrrha as she sort of shrugged her shoulders. The announcer held a finger and said, "Wait a minute please while I talk to the sponsors." He quickly ran off and after a few minutes, he came running back with a huge smile on his face. Once he was situated in front of the camera, he burst into laughter as he said, "The sponsors have spoken and we have ourselves, the first ever, in the history of the regional tournaments, two-way tie." It took the crowd a few seconds to process the official announcement before a roaring applause appeared. This was the first tie in history. Sure, there were times when it came close, but when the judgment was made, it came down to one factor. Aura reserves. If both contestants were unable to continuing fight, the thing they used for a deciding factor was how much aura each contestant had left. The one with the most aura left in their reserves would be deemed the winner. After a thorough check, both Magna and Pyrrha's aura reserves were resting at about 5 their usual. They also discovered that both Magna and Pyrrha had almost 6 times the normal amount for their age. The crowd showed shocked faces when they learned that before bursting into cheers. Now Magna was just confused as he turned to Pyrrha. After being propped up by a couple nurses, both Magna and Pyrrha were sitting up on makeshift chairs. Pyrrha? Why are they cheering for our aura reserves?" She giggled a little before realizing he was serious. "Do you not know what that means?" Seeing his silence as a yes, she smiled as she said, "It's okay, Magna. The thing they're cheering about is the fact that we will be strong. That means that it will be easier to protect the things we love." Magna was stunned. All these people were cheering just because they were strong. It felt good, having a lot of people cheer for your gifts instead of feel jealous. Pyrrha could see Magna trying to fight the smile, threatening to come out in an attempt to not look arrogant. However, she couldn't insult him for it as she was in the same situation. It surprised the pair how hard it was to not look arrogant from the praise they were receiving. Sure, Pyrrha was famous at her school, but that was it. This was her debut into the world, something her mother supported wholeheartedly. Feeling the crowds around you, cheering for you, it was hard to not lose yourself in their praise. Suddenly, the doctor from before walked onto the stage with a couple dear faunus nurses. The 2 dear faunus went towards Magna. They gently put their hand on Magna's shoulder as a green glow softly surrounded him. Magna could feel his energy coming back and his wounds healing, but he could also feel a hunger like no other. Just as he was about to ask what was happening, a loud growl echoed from beside him, followed by a sheepish eep. Turning back, Magna's eyes widened as Pyrrha's face was as red as her hair. Her eyes were wide as well as she shyly stuttered, "Why, you didn't hear that, did you?" Just as Magna opened his mouth, another loud growl happened, but this time, it was from Magna's stomach. However, Magna wasn't embarrassed. He just smiled as he said, "You want to get something to eat? I mean, we both have money to blow." Pyrrha knew he was referring to the 25,000 lean they got. It wasn't the full 50, but the pair didn't mind. Magna already gets paid from doing missions with Crow, while Pyrrha accompanies her mother on missions sometimes. She quickly calmed down with only a slight blush remaining as she brightly smiled, "I would love to get something to eat." Chapter 66. The doctor explained to the pair that the 2 dear faunus used their semblances on them. One quintupled the natural rate at which stamina comes back, while the other quintupled the natural healing rate of the body. However, their semblance had one drawback. It used up the fat in the body. Sure, it sounds good but it made them super hungry. Like, super hungry. Magna and Pyrrha started off limping towards a nearby restaurant when the first bout of hunger hit them. They both felt that the state of their body was good enough to move faster, so they started jogging. Halfway to the restaurant and the pair were suddenly sprinting. They burst into the restaurant and scanned the room until they found their target. They ran to the nice old man behind the counter and said in sync, "Give me the biggest meal you have." A small gleam appeared in the old man's eyes as he smiled and dashed into the kitchen. A bunch of loud noises burst out from the kitchen for a few seconds before the old man kicked open the door on the other side of the restaurant. With a surprising amount of strength and balance, the old man carried out 2 humongous bowls of combination ramen. To the 2 champions, however, they didn't care as they slammed their cards down and dug in. The more they ate, the faster they seemed to heal. Magna didn't judge Pyrrha for her slightly unladylike way of eating, considering he was doing the same thing. After a few minutes, both Magna and Pyrrha finished their first bowl as they quickly shouted, "Another please." A strange glint appeared in Magna's eyes as he said, "How about we settle who the winner of our battle was?" She raised an eyebrow as she tilted her head slightly. "Did you want a battle?" "What? No. I was going to suggest an eating contest. I'm kinda not in the mood for a fight," defended Magna. After today's matches, unless some grim attacked, he planned to collapse on a chair in his hotel room. Pyrrha sighed in relief as she smiled, "I know what you mean. My body may be fine but my mind is almost burnt out." After Magna explained the rules, their little competition began. However, it was a very chill competition. The pair kept pace with one another and just sat there and talked. It was weird to Magna how awkward Pyrrha was, but he didn't mind. She already explained how she didn't have any friends. Apparently being the best fighter in your combat school made making friends hard. Magna happily talked about the missions he's been on with his mentor while Pyrrha told him about the missions she accompanied her mother on. It wasn't till the 6th bowl that Pyrrha let out a sigh of content as she leaned back on her chair. Magna was honestly becoming full as well, so he quickly finished up the last bit and leaned back in content. Pyrrha jokingly snapped her fingers as she said, "Darn. We both finished the same amount of food. Guess we'll never have a winner." Magna chuckled at her as he patted his stomach. "Honestly, I don't really care anymore. I had a good fight and then had some good food. The only thing I'm looking forward to is a good rest." Like a light bulb just lit up in her head, Pyrrha quickly became worried as she asked, "By the way, how is your weapon looking? That last bit must have left quite the scratch." A grin appeared on Magna's face as he proudly said, "Heh. My weapon is fine. My uncle's made it out of an experimental metal. It's stronger and more durable than most metals, but the downside is that it weighs a lot more as well." Pyrrha gasped as she gave him a look of shock. "You mean you didn't build your own weapon?" Magna's shoulders fell a bit as he sighed. "Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I'm gonna build me a weapon but I don't know how." Just as Pyrrha went to speak, the door swung open as a beautiful woman with red hair and green eyes burst into the shop as she yelled, "Pyrrha. Are you okay?" Before Pyrrha could reply, the woman dove across the store as she quickly squeezed the life out of her. Pyrrha slapped the woman's shoulders as she quickly spoke, "I'm fine Mother P, please stop hugging me, I need to breath." The woman who appeared to be Pyrrha's mother quickly let her go as she smiled, "Oh, my baby girl's first tournament match. I managed to get the whole thing on camera." Pyrrha blushed as she stamped her foot on the ground. "Mother." Pyrrha's mother recoiled back slightly for a few seconds before she recovered and slapped Pyrrha on the shoulder. "Don't you mother me, young lady. It's well within my rights to record all your first times." The blush on Pyrrha's face deepened as she slammed her face into her palms saying nothing. Pyrrha silently points at Magna. When her mother saw the young boy watching them from the side, Pyrrha's mother froze. It took a few seconds but she quickly recovered herself as she said, "Hello, my name is Lily Nikos, Pyrrha's mother." "You are?" Magna gave her a bright smile as he extended his hand. "I'm Magna Opus. I came all the way from Patch to participate in the tournament." "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Nikos." Lily wasn't that surprised about his tournament name being an alias as she happily shook his hand. "Well, it's nice to meet you too, Magna. Congratulations on winning alongside my baby girl." After the greeting were out of the way, Pyrrha's mother told her that they needed to leave as the night was quickly setting in. Pyrrha showed an obvious reluctance to leave as she didn't want to ditch her new friend. Her mother, however, thought of something completely different as she grinned. She gently nudged Pyrrha's side as she leaned in and whispered, "Is my baby girl experiencing her first crush?" Pyrrha's eyes suddenly shot wide open as she screamed, "What? No, I am not, mother." Lily only grinned harder as Pyrrha's response only served to solidify her claim. She scanned Magna for a few seconds before turning towards Pyrrha and whispering into her ear, "Well, I like this boy. He seems nice." Pyrrha couldn't help but look at Magna. She agreed that Magna was a nice boy. And his appearance was very above average. She just didn't know what to think since they've technically only known each other for a few days. While Magna was answering a call on his scroll, Lily quickly grabbed Pyrrha as she whispered, "I know what you're thinking, Pyrrha. You're thinking that because you haven't known each other very long that you don't know what to think, right?" Pyrrha's face gave her a look of shock. Seeing that she didn't deny it, Lily smiled gently as she said, "Let me tell you a story. Back in my more active days, I was usually by myself. Most of my team had settled down and I was the only one that continued being a huntress. After a few failed jobs, I was forced to work with someone. Turns out that the person assigned to me was another lone huntsman. When we met, it didn't go good nor did it go bad, it was just a normal meeting. However, as a couple days went by, we started realizing that we had a lot in common. Then, before we realized it, we were dating. He was the sweetest man I had ever met and we truly loved each other. And the greatest gift he had ever given me was you." Pyrrha's eyes widened as Lily smiled, "That's right, Pyrrha, I was talking about your father. You see, we didn't need years of knowing each other to fall in love, we just needed the courage to take the dive." Once Lily finished speaking, she watched with a smile as Pyrrha seemed to seriously think over her words. After almost half a minute, Pyrrha gave a small smile as she said, "Thank you, mother. But I still don't know if I have a crush on Magna." "It's fine, honey. Take your time, I'm in no rush for grandchildren, at least not yet," Lily said with a gently smile on her face. Pyrrha was about to give her a wry smile when a loud roar bellowed through the city. Both Lily and Pyrrha quickly became serious as they shot out of the store. Looking towards the ocean, the mother-daughter pair became pale. Destroying the buildings closest to the sea was a giant sea dragon Grim. Suddenly, a black blur shot past the pair as Pyrrha screamed, "Magna! Wait!" Chapter 67. Dashing through the shadows, Magna quietly headed towards the docks. Crow had just called him to tell him that a grim sea dragon was attacking the city. Luckily, the city's huntsmen already knew what needed to be done. The city's citizens were all quickly relocated to the bunkers near the city wall. The only problem was that the city's defenses weren't strong enough to kill the beast, not to mention that its sleek body and wings made it hard to hit. Crow specifically told Magna not to come to the docks, but he knew he could help. Magna currently had the soul and memories of a very powerful wizard. Sure, most of the strong abilities were unavailable, but that didn't mean he couldn't help. His theory on fusion magic was already proven, so if base elements didn't work then fused elements just might. Just as he went to turn a corner, Magna felt himself being pulled from the shadows before being held in place. Somehow, Lily had not only caught up to him but also managed to pull him out from inside the shadows. "Where do you think you are going, mister?" Her voice roared in his ears as Magna cringed in pain. However, he didn't crack as he said, "I can help." Lily's eyes burned in anger as she yelled, "Like hell you can. You're just a kid. You're more likely to just get in the way." Magna knew that she was right, but he didn't let that stop him as he pleaded, "Please. I really can help. Just give me a chance." "Fine. If you can get past me, I'll let you go," said Lily as she placed him on the ground. Hearing her condition, Magna's eyes brightened up as he said, "Really? You're not lying, right?" Seeing her standing in his way, not speaking, Magna quickly became serious. Taking a deep breath, Magna switched over to Ruby's abilities. Suddenly, a tornado of rose petals shot down the street, passing by Lily before she could even react. However, Magna didn't stop there. Another tornado formed as even more rose petals fluttered in the sky. Lily could barely react to Magna's current speed. A weird look appeared on her face as she wondered why Magna's hair color changed, but shrugged it off as being an optical illusion due to the petals. Pyrrha quickly came over as she panted, "Well, did you stop him?" An awkward smile appeared on her face as she said, "He got past me. He was at least 2 times faster than during your match." An unhappy pout appeared on Pyrrha's face as she started thinking he went easy on her. Her mother saw that look as she flicked her forehead. "Now Pyrrha, Magna may have reasons why he couldn't use that during your fight. Don't judge him if you don't know the full story." Pyrrha's reply was to lower her head in embarrassment as she took her mother's words to heart. It was kind of biased to just judge him without hearing his side of the story. She just wished he'd tell her. Using the wind to slow him down, Magna came skidding to a stop as he quickly switched back to Amber's abilities. Many different huntsmen and huntresses were swarming the docks. Each and every person were trying their hardest to hit the sea dragon, but the results were negative. The sea dragon was not only fast but strong. Some of the less experienced huntsmen were easily being sent flying while some of the more experienced were just barely making it by. Looking around the battlefield, Magna saw a single figure leaping around the dragon while swearing like a sailor. Suddenly, Magna's eyes shrank as he roared, "Crow! Look out behind you!" Crow seemed to have just heard Magna's voice as he hastily evaded a very brutal tail swipe. He looked towards where Magna's voice came from and saw the young man running towards him. "Magna! What the hell are you doing here?" roared Crow. He was already having trouble defending the other huntsman, so Crow was not in the mood for anything else. Magna opened his mouth to speak but quickly shut his mouth as he summoned an earth wall around what seemed to be a group of injured huntsmen. He was just in time as a long tail slammed against the wall. Luckily, Magna used a lot of aura on the earth wall as it still stood stand. Crow knew just what Magna was capable of and he knew why he was there. He gave a long and hard sigh as he said, "Fine. But promise me you'll be careful. If anything happens to you, your mother will castrate me." Crow shivered at the thought of Magna's mother seeing Magna hurt. Magna chuckled as he knew Crow was slightly afraid of his mother. Don't get me wrong, Crow was great friends with Emily and Joshua. What he was afraid of was her anger. He knew it wouldn't end well for himself if Magna was hurt or worse. Magna nodded to Crow as the pair spilt up. With a small smile on his face, Magna's body started releasing very calm wisps of wind. Slowly, Magna's body lifted off the ground. Some of the surrounding huntsmen stopped and stared as a halberd-wielding huntress pointed at him and screamed, "We've got a flyer." The reason why the dragon was difficult to fight was due to the fact that it could fly. Unlike the Nevermore, the sea dragon's strongest attack was its long-range energy blast. Usually, the city's defenses would be enough to combat the dragon, but its hide was unnaturally tough, a common characteristic of this type of grim. The shots for the cannons merely left scuff marks on the dragon's scales. However, with the arrival of someone who could fly, the tables could quickly be turned in their favor. The halberd huntress deflected another energy blast as she screamed, "Kid! Clip that flying reptile's wings. As long as it's grounded, we can win." Flicking her a two-finger salute, Magna's body flew towards the dragon in a strong gust of wind. The dragon roared as it attacked the huntsman on the ground, completely oblivious of the incoming danger. By the time it realized something was on its back, it was too late as Magna used his scythe and silently shredded the paper-like membrane of its wings. Without its wing, the dragon roared in pain as it tried to fly but only ended up making its forced descent even worse. The sea dragon finally lost control of its body as it harshly crashed into the ground. Magna slowly landed a small bit away with a wide smirk on his face. From the sky, he saw how all the huntsmen on the docks swarmed towards the dragon grim like how a horde of zombies would swarm towards any human survivors. Just as Magna was about to join them, he suddenly found himself being held in place. An uncontrollable cold sweat poured down his forehead as he turned back and saw his mentor, Crow Branwen. A fierce light roared in Crow's eyes as he slowly spoke, "For what it's worth, thanks for the save, Magna. I'm very proud of you." A smile threatened to appear on Magna's face but Crow wasn't finished speaking yet as he continued, "But that and this are two different things. What the hell were you thinking? Why, after I specifically told you not to, did you come down to the docks?" Chapter 68. It only took a couple minutes for the huntsman to finish the sea dragon grim off. Once it was grounded, the fight was so easy that Magna almost felt sorry for the grim. Almost. Each time it tried to shoot an energy blast from its mouth, someone would charge over and slam its mouth shut, causing the energy blast to explode inside its mouth. Magna, however, was currently being lectured by Crow. Suddenly, the huntress wielding a halberd walked over and stood in front of Magna. "Whoa, what's wrong? Why are you lecturing the kid that saved our butts?" Crow glared at her and said, "I'm lecturing him because he didn't listen when I said, don't come to the docks. Sure, he managed to save a few people and cripple the annoying lizard but he's still a kid. This was way too dangerous for someone his age." The woman returned Crow's glare as she got up in his face. "Oh yeah? Well, I'm glad he came here. Without him, we would have lost way more huntsmen than we already did. Plus, we never would have been able to finish that dragon off this quickly. The dragon was too smart as it never risked injuring itself." Crow's glare softened a bit as he knew she was right. That dragon was too intelligent. It kept just out of range of the huntsman as it unleashed a barrage of long-range attacks, only using its tail to sneak attack unsuspecting huntsmen. With a long sigh, Crow dropped the matter as he grinned and started ruffling Magna's hair. "You stupid brat. You're lucky I'm such a good teacher." Magna slapped Crow's hand as he rolled his eyes. However, he smiled. Crow was a very good friend to have. Sure, he had a drinking problem and his semblance was literally bad luck, but the man himself was a very loyal and caring person. After mucking around for a bit, Magna and Crow were about to hit the hay when Crow's scroll started ringing. Crow tried his hardest not to throw his scroll away as he growled and answered the call. However, after a few seconds, Crow's face quickly became serious. With a quick, "I'll deal with it." Crow hung up the phone as he grabbed Magna and started running. The huntsmen around them were stunned but decided to let them be. Magna, however, was very confused about what was happened as he said, Crow. What's the rush? A friend of mine just informed me of an incoming Grim horde. She counted at least 1,000 Grim. Replied Crow as he took to the rooftops. Magna paled a bit as his throat felt a bit dry. Shouldn't we ask those other huntsmen for help? Crow continued to jump from roof to roof as he said, they will. But most of them are injury, we aren't. Plus, the Grim are almost here. Magna's eyes widened as he said, Crow, I'll try and buff your speed. Your base speed is, begrudgingly, higher than mine, so give it your all. Wind gathered around Magna before moving towards Crow. With the aid of the wind, Crow felt his body become incredibly light as he smirked and became a blur. As the pair sped across the rooftops, a pair of redheads caught sight of them and quietly followed behind them. After a few minutes, Crow and Magna reached the top of the wall. Crow was lightly panting as he reached for his flask, only to find that Magna was holding it. Crow, this is serious. We're about to go against a Grim horde and I need you sober and conscious. Berated Magna as he glared at the alcoholic. Knowing he was right, Crow gave a long and hard sigh as he quietly muttered, fine. The pair looked over the wall and shivered. They could see the hundreds of glowing eyes as they dashed across the open plains. Crow even silently thanked Magna as he knew that being drunk while fighting this many could end badly for him. Magna, on the other hand, was trying to figure out a way to take out some of the Grim. Most of his spells would only be able to take out a few Grim at a time. Even if he embodied one of his friends, it still wouldn't make that much of a difference. Suddenly, he had an idea. Closing his eyes, Magna only had one thought in his mind as he repeatedly chanted, I need a spell strong enough to clear them out. Crow was confused about what Magna was doing but he didn't say anything. While Magna was deep in thought, a pair of redheads came over as the younger one said, Magna? What are you doing? Almost instantly, Crow drew his sword only to find it stuck in place. He noticed a dim black glow around his sword as well as the black glow around the young girl's hands. The older one quickly said, wait. My name is Lily and I'm a huntress. And this is my daughter, Pyrrha. We saw you two flying across the rooftops in a hurry and decided to see what's up. Crow relaxed a little as he said, the name's Crow and we got word of an incoming Grim horde, reaching up to 1,000 Grim. The mother-daughter pair paled as Crow continued, we were going to thin the herd so that the huntsman here could get some rest. Lily suddenly became enraged as she roared, what were you thinking? How could you bring a child to a battlefield? Crow glared at her as he said, look lady, Magna has more than proved himself to be a capable fighter. He'll be fine. Suddenly, Magna opened his eyes with a wide grin on his face. Ignoring everything else, Magna walked forward until he was just next to the edge of the wall. He lifted his arms to the sky with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes slowly closed as he chanted. O great water spirit of great wisdom who resides in heaven. The clouds in the sky trembled slightly at his words and started to move. The clouds gathered together directly above the plains, right in front of the Grim horde. Hear my plea and lend us your ferocious blessing. Wind started to blow through the area as the clouds began to grow and darken. Pyrrha, Lily and Crow were stunned as they watched what Magna was doing. And show us your might unto this small existence. Pyrrha felt something fall on her face. Reaching her hand to her face, she wiped a single drop of water away as she softly muttered, rain. Strike your godly hammer onto the anvil and strike fear. The clouds split apart yet the rain started to fall even harder. By now, the clouds were an eerie black as they squirmed in the air. By flooding the earth with water. Suddenly, the winds raged as the clouds were forced together once again. Only this time they were being forced to spin in a funnel. Ah, the rain. Destroy and wash everything away. The rain, the clouds, even the wind. Everything that made up the spell Magna was chanting seemed to grow even more intense. It became so intense that Crow, Pyrrha and Lily had to cover their faces as they continued to watch in awe. Cumulonimbus. Like a god's decree, once Magna spoke the final word, the storm began. The winds became a tornado that swept the ground, destroying the charging Beowulfs. The Nevermores, Lancers and Griffins were forced to the ground by the tornado, some even collided with the Grim on the ground. A large Deathstalker only made it about halfway across the plain when its body started sinking into the mud. It struggled but the mud was like quicksand, devouring the Deathstalker whole. Even the baby Deathstalkers following from behind ended up 6 feet under as the rain acted like a torrential flood. Back on the wall, seeing that he took out most of the troublesome Grimm, Magna smiled in relief as he collapsed to the ground, his aura reserves now at a whooping 1. Once Magna fainted and the storm settled, Crow, Pyrrha and Lily all drew a cold breath as they looked at the damage done to the planes. Black dust rose up all across the land while the Grimm that remained actually seemed hesitant to continue. Obviously, Crow wasn't about to let them leave propping his sword on his shoulder. He looked towards the still dazed Pyrrha and grinned, "Hey kid. Could you do me a favor and look after Magna? I've got a job to do." Then, he flicked his gaze over to Lily, "I need you to call the rest of the huntsmen in the city. Magna here has taken out a lot of them but some still remain." Before either of them could reply, Crow leapt off the side of the wall and started charging forward once he hit the ground. "I definitely can't let my apprentice show me up," roared Crow, a wide smirk pasted on his face as he fearlessly charged at the hesitant Grimm. Chapter 69. POV, Lily. After Lily made a quick call to inform the local huntsman of the incoming Grimm horde, she quickly leapt off the wall and ran towards Crow. "What the hell was that, Crow?" Lily roared as she skewered a couple Beowulfs. Seeing her easily repelling the Grimm, Crow blasted a small flock of baby Nevermores out of the sky and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Be more specific." She rolled her eyes as she said, "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Crow, what Magna just did, that's beyond aura and dust manipulation." A sigh escaped Crow's lips. He knew she was right. He's been mentoring Magna for 6 years now and he knows firsthand what Magna was capable of. Crow has seen him demolish buildings with only his hands and heal people from fatal wounds. He's watched him grow, so he knows perfectly what Magna was capable of. "So what?" said Crow, killing yet another Grimm. "Magna is a hard-working boy with a heart of gold. Even after everything I put him through, he forgave me and even decided to learn under me. He's like the son I never had. Now tell me," Crow paused, nailing the heads of a king taijutsu to the ground. "What are you going to do with the knowledge of what Magna is capable of?" asked Crow, his crimson eyes glaring at Lily as a dark red aura flared around him. In response, Lily just scoffed, "Please. There's no way I'd do anything to the boy my little girl likes." Crow's aura instantly disappeared as he looked over towards Lily with wide eyes. Then, after a few seconds, he returned to normal as he grinned, "He's definitely my apprentice all right." Lily gave a soft chuckle as she rolled her eyes, "All right Crow. Less talking, more Grimm slaying." POV, Pyrrha. Sitting atop the wall, Pyrrha softly sighed as she turned to Magna. His chest slowly lifted and fell in a steady pace while a small smile adorned his sleeping face. Making her way over, Pyrrha couldn't help but feel slightly curious about the young man. The things she just saw, they were impossible for even the best aura and dust user. He was like Pandora's box and she was Pandora. She wanted to know more about him, how he trained, his hobbies. It was an odd feeling for her. Most boys her age usually act immature or arrogant, relying on the fact that they have a little skill or an influential family. Magna, however, didn't seem like that. He had the power to be arrogant but he acted like just another person. Pyrrha quietly sat down and, with a bright red face, slowly shifted him onto her lap. Her heart started beating like a drum as she tried to fight off the growing grin. She didn't know if she really did like Magna but she knew he was a great friend to have. That eating competition they had was the most fun Pyrrha's had in years. Usually, she mostly focused on schoolwork and training. Plus, she didn't really have any friends her age since her status as the unbeatable warrior stopped any of her peers from making the leap. That's why, Magna's actions so far made Pyrrha see him in a positive light. The only thing she was a little angry about was the fact that he was holding back in their match. However, when she thought back to the storm Magna just caused, she was silently thankful that he was holding back. Though that didn't mean she was happy about him holding back. Tucking a few loose strands of hair behind her ears, Pyrrha leaned in close and gave Magna a quick peck on the cheek as her cheeks turned bright red. "I promise I'll try to strong enough to be your mat, no. I swear I'll get strong enough to at least walk by your side." Pyrrha realized halfway through her vow that she might never be Magna's match. Sure, her aura reserves were large and with training, she could combat most enemies but she realistically couldn't see herself being strong enough to fight the storm Magna made. However, this knowledge didn't seem to bring Pyrrha down as she sighed in relief. Now that she knew she wasn't some invincible warrior, it felt like a weight was lifted from her shoulders. She looked around a couple times and, seeing no one was around, leaned forward as she quietly muttered, "One more kiss wouldn't hurt." But just as she was about to kiss his cheek, a dark crimson vortex burst open in front of them. Pyrrha instantly pulled Magna into her chest as she opted for her shield instead of her spear. From the vortex came a woman. She had long black hair and wore a shallow-cut black and red dress with black shorts underneath, with a series of beaded necklaces and a belt that hugged around her waist, carrying the sheath of her sword. A mask reminiscent of the Grim rested on her face as she glanced towards Pyrrha. "Give me the boy and you'll live to see tomorrow." Pyrrha was afraid, not for herself but Magna, as she tightened her grip on her shield and yelled, "No." The masked woman sighed as she slowly unsheathed her sword. "So be it." With her sword gleaming in an eerie red light, the masked woman quickly closed the gap between them and slashed towards Pyrrha. Pyrrha quickly raised her shield as she tightly held on to Magna. Sparks flew as the masked woman's sword clashed against Pyrrha's shield over and over again. Seeing that Pyrrha was actually able to keep up, the masked woman clicked her tongue in annoyance before disappearing into a red portal on the floor. Portals suddenly kept appearing then disappearing around Pyrrha as the young warrior slowly began to panic. In her panicked state, Pyrrha used her semblance to bring her spear to her, accidentally dropping Magna's unconscious body. She quickly switched to its rifle form and started unloading her gun into the portals. Once her barrage came to a stop, Pyrrha felt a chill in her spine as the masked woman's voice whispered in her ear, "Behind you." Pyrrha gave a loud war cry as the rifle in her hands quickly transformed into its spear form. She quickly turned back and swung her spear in a wide arc. However, her eyes widened when she saw, not the masked woman, but a red portal. Bullets came streaming out of the portal, drilling into Pyrrha's body and armor. Pyrrha realized when they hit her that the shots she fired into the portal were being used against her. She was too flustered to properly use her semblance, so she tried to deflect the bullets with her spear. Sadly, by the time the gunfire stopped, Pyrrha was panting hard, bruises covering her body. Her aura was gone near the end, but she was able to slow the bullet down just enough to only leave bruises. The woman in the mask seemed impressed by Pyrrha's tenacity as she slowly clapped her hands. "You are a strong fighter. How would you like to leave this dull city and join my bandit group?" Pyrrha scoffed at her offer as she yelled with a voice laced with venom, "I'd rather be shot in the chest with an arrow than join a group of bandits." A soft sigh escaped the masked woman's lips as she spoke. "Fine, well, I got what I came for." A look of confusion appeared on Pyrrha's face as she slowly turned to Magna. "What do you dash?" She froze mid-sentence as she saw Vernal carrying Magna off into a portal. Just before she left, Vernal turned towards Pyrrha and smirked. Pyrrha could only watch as both women walked into the portal and disappeared. When the information of what just happened settled in, Pyrrha's eyes became watery for a few seconds before she collapsed forward, completely unconscious. Chapter 70. POV, The Masked Woman. In a quiet clearing far away from Argus, a small camp of bandits waited in silence. A pair of guards were patrolling the area when a dark red portal suddenly opened up near them. One guard rushed back to the temporary camp while the other ran to greet the figures that were walking out from the portal. However, when he finally saw them clearly, his face twisted slightly as he said, Boss? Why are you carrying a young boy?" A sigh escaped the masked woman's lips as he muttered, "It's a long story. Gather the men, we're leaving." The guard gave a quick nod before sprinting back to the camp. When it was just the two of them, the masked figure glanced over to Vernal as she said, "When we get back, I'm increasing your training. You had only one fight and the entire afternoon to heal up, but even with all that, you still couldn't even carry a child." Magna was currently still unconscious, being held in the masked figure's arms like how a mother holds their child. Whether it was a conscious or unconscious action, Magna's arms had wrapped themselves around the figure's neck. Even as he slept, he could smell the calming scent of tea and surprisingly, lavender. The smell made him unconsciously pull himself closer to the source as his body slowly relaxed. Vernal glanced over at the sleeping figure of Magna before looking towards the ground with her head down. "Yes, ma'am." The figure sighed once more before slowly removing her mask, revealing a pair of crimson-red eyes and a familiar face. Her face looked like an older, more stern version of Yang. Even though she looked older, her face still held a lot of beauty. She gave Vernal a small smile as she said, "I saw your fight, by the way. I have to say that I'm very impressed with your combat prowess." A complete transformation from the young girl that didn't know how to throw a punch. Vernal blushed lightly as she fought off the urge to smile. Before she joined the tribe, Vernal was just another orphan on the streets. If not for Raven adopting her into the tribe, she might still be living on the streets. Or worse. Raven's smile disappeared as the tribe members all gathered in front of her. Opening another portal, Raven adjusted Magna to make herself more comfortable as she yelled, "Everyone in. I want us to be back at the tribe by morning." Once all the tribe members were through, Raven and Vernal were about to step through when a deafening screech roared through the forest. Raven didn't hesitate as she pushed Vernal through the portal before quickly closing it. Even though Magna was latched onto her body, he served as nothing more than an additional weight as she vanished into the trees. Scanning the air, Raven clicked her tongue in annoyance as she muttered, "A Nevermore." Slipping her mask back on, she was about to leap off when Magna started to stir. POV, Magna. Slowly opening his eyes, Magna became confused as he looked at the mounds in front of him. Not knowing what they were, he squeezed them roughly only to freeze when a sensual moan reached his ears. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he could feel the anger glaring into him from above. However, he wasn't the only one who could feel the figure's anger. A piercing screech all too recognizable reached Magna's ears as he loudly whispered, "A Nevermore." The hell dash. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around his mouth as the figure brought her free hand to her lips and quietly signaled him to shush. Magna quickly calmed down and nodded. The figure then took back her hand and muttered, "If you don't want to die, keep close and don't speak." Before Magna could reply, the figure turned and jumped to the next tree. He weighed the pros and cons of following her, but the sound of the Nevermore's screech helped him come to a decision. After a couple minutes of traveling by the trees, the figure stopped. Magna gave her a confused look and whispered, "Why'd you stop?" The figure's shoulders trembled as she violently glared at him and growled, "My bra came undone." Magna's cheeks turned red as he coughed and quietly muttered, "Sorry." He quickly turned away as the figure sighed. Magna felt as if the forest became silent as he could hear the rustling of clothes. Suddenly, after a minute of silent rustling, a small click sound came from behind him, followed by a relieved sigh. Thinking she was done, Magna turned back only to freeze again. With her mask off, the woman resembling Yang, currently had nothing but a bra on. Her chest seemed to bulge out, making Magna's teenage hormones go into overdrive as he swallowed in an attempt to wet his dry throat. However, it didn't take long for Magna to break out of his daze as a pair of crimson eyes glared into him. Seeing her reach for her sword, Magna was about to attack back when a barrage of feathers tore apart the tree. Luckily, Magna managed to get away scot-free. The woman, however, wasn't so lucky though. Her shirt was torn apart as small scratches marred her surprisingly pale skin. Magna's eyes widened slightly as the figure's bra was currently on the forest floor in pieces. Seeing the very large mounds, free and swaying every time she moved, Magna suddenly felt very hot. Since he was mentally older than his physical age, Magna kind of had a thing for older women. Don't misunderstand him though, Magna came to terms with his physical age as well, meaning he did like girls his own age. Basically, he just liked girls, end of story. The woman seemed to become enraged as she violently drew her sword and disappeared into a portal, only to reappear above the Nevermore as she angrily hacked its wings off. Then, when the Nevermore hit the ground, she continued to stab its body over and over again, roaring in anger. By this point, Magna's teenage hormones were whipped back in line by his common sense and self-preservation instinct. After almost 5 minutes of continuous stabbing, the figure stood there, panting roughly as her large chest raised and fell erratically. Magna yelped slightly when she turned in his direction and started to walk over. Magna was a little scared by this woman as he continued to back away until his back was against a tree. She grabbed onto his collar, pulling him until he was just an inch away from her face as she glared into his eyes and ordered, "Give me your shirt. Now." He didn't even get to reply as she roughly pulled the shirt off him. Once she was covered up, she reached for her mask, only to see it on the ground in pieces. She sighed heavily and softly muttered, "Today is just not my day." When Magna heard her whisper, he couldn't help but flinch. His red eyes quickly changed back to green, hoping she wouldn't notice. The moment Magna woke up, Magna instantly embodied Crow, using his semblance to inflict bad luck on his kidnapper. What he didn't expect was the level of bad luck she'd be put through. Just as Magna was about to leave, the woman suddenly grabbed him and said, "Where are you going?" Home?" questioned Magna. The woman shook her head as she said, "No. You're coming with me to join my tribe." Before Magna could say no, the woman hit him on the side of his head with her sheath. The world around him slowly dimmed as Magna fell unconscious again. Chapter 71. A groan escaped Magna's lips as he groggily raised his arms to block out the light. He yawned as he slowly sat up, stretching his body as he felt oddly comfortable. When his mind cleared up, Magna instantly froze. He was sitting inside a rugged sleeping bag made from animal hide, surrounded by blankets made from different animals. Magna jumped out of the sleeping bag and was about to run outside when he felt a bit chilly. Looking downwards, Magna was slightly speechless as he realized he was wearing nothing but his boxers. Just as he turned to put on his clothes, Vernal burst into his tents, yelling, "All right, newbie. Up and dash." Both Magna and Vernal froze. A few seconds passed as Vernal quickly shook off her shock, blushing as she purred, "Mama likes what she sees." Magna's cheeks became dusted with a light pink as he scrambled to put his clothes on. Vernal had watched the entire time, even going so far as to cop a feel every now and then, much to Magna's discomfort. Once he was ready, Vernal grabbed him by the arm as she began dragging him out. Luckily, you haven't overslept. However, Raven wants to talk with you about something. She literally dragged him across the entire camp. Many different men and women watched over the pair and grinned. Vernal wasn't embarrassed in the slightest and neither was Magna. If it was someone Magna knew or cared about, he might be a little embarrassed but they weren't. They were a bunch of bandits and Magna honestly didn't know why he was entertaining these people by staying here. Coming up to a large tent, Vernal stopped and dropped him to the ground as she smiled. Well, this is Raven's tent. Just go inside because she's already expecting you. Watching as she walked away, Magna turned back to the tent and sighed before walking in. Hello. Vernal said you needed me for something? Asked Magna. He didn't drop his guard as he cautiously continued forward. However, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her. She sat at a small table with a cup of what seemed to be tea in her hand. She took a small sip before motioning to sit at the chair across from her. Seeing her wait for him to sit, Magna internally frowned before sitting at the table. The pair sat in silence for a few seconds before a sigh came from Raven's lips as she said, I guess introductions are in order. My name is Raven Branwen, and I'm the chief of the Branwen tribe. She matched her gaze with Magna and waited. After almost a minute, Magna decided to play along, Magna Opus. Raven's eyes suddenly widened as she started choking on her tea. Magna couldn't help but panic as he walked over and started rubbing her back. Sure, he didn't like the situation he was in but that didn't change who he was. Luckily, she settled down rather quickly as she stared at Magna and said, why your parents wouldn't happen to be Emily Opus and Joshua Gray, would they? Since Taeyang and Crow knew his parents, it wasn't much of a surprise that Raven knew them as well. However, he acted surprised as he cautiously questioned, how do you know my parents? A genuine smile appeared on her face as she asked, so they are your parents well, how are they? Are they still alive? Magna glared at her as he sternly said, I said, how do you know my parents? Raven's smile became replaced by a neutral expression as she said, I was in the team that used to work with them. Now tell me, are they still alive? Magna didn't speak but nodded instead. Raven unconsciously sighed in relief as a small smile appeared on her face. That's good to know, if you haven't realized it yet, I kidnapped you. Magna rolled his eyes as he sarcastically said, no. Really? Raven's response was to reach for her sword and press the blade against his neck, don't test me, boy. I'll cut you down where you stand. Magna gave her a wicked smile as he motioned to the ground with his eyes. Raven looked down and became shocked when she saw the sharp earth spike position just below her crotch. What's faster? Your blade or my mind? Smirked Magna. Raven was a little impressed by Magna's spunk as she slowly sheathed her blade and sat down, actually, that's why I kidnapped you. I noticed something off during your battles. A smirk found its way onto her face as she said, you're using magic, aren't you? Magna's face didn't betray him as he prepared himself for this. He knew that using magic around certain people, like Ojban or Salem's followers, would get him caught. His face mimicked faux confusion as he tilted his head and said, magic? You mean, the things wizards and witches use in fairy tales? Raven's smirk deepened, so you deny it I'm not an idiot, kid. When you were fighting, not once did I see you use dust. Maybe it's just my semblance. Replied Magna. Raven shook her head, even elemental semblances need some form of trigger, whether it be dust or the natural element. She leaned back into her chair with a victorious smirk as she said, just face it, kid. I'm right. Magna wanted nothing more than to slap that smug look off her face but he kept his emotions in check as he said, even if you're right, what do you want from me? Why is me knowing magic so important? This time, Raven released a long sigh as she said, a new recruit showed up a few weeks ago. She's able to use magic as well but her training is proving difficult, even for me. I want you to teach her. Now she had his attention. Hearing what she said, Magna couldn't help but think back to the Spring Maiden. However, the time between now and when she appeared in the series didn't match up. She was supposed to have arrived in the tribe 10 years prior to canon but she shows up now, 3 years away from the start of the series. Pulling himself out of thought, Magna tapped his fingers against his arm and said, let's say, hypothetically, I can't teach her magic. What will you do then? There wasn't a shred of hesitation in her voice as she replied, I will kill her and take her magic for myself. The weak die and the strong live. If she can't use her power, then I will use it in her place. Magna felt a small chill in his neck as he sighed, fine, I'll teach her. He quickly got up from his seat and started to leave however, right before he left, he stopped at the door and without turning back, he said, you know, Yang really misses you. Even though she doesn't know you, she misses you. Raven's eyes widened as she reached for Magna, yet all she grabbed was air as he easily slipped through her fingers and left. Chapter 72. Magna quickly left the area around Raven's tent. He sighed as he mentally berated himself for saying what he did. However, he didn't regret it. A few seconds later, Magna sighed as he softly muttered, "What's done is done, let's just find this girl." He wandered around the camp, everywhere he looked had someone doing something. Some were cooking food, others were cleaning or making clothes. It was actually kind of heartwarming how close everyone looked. However, that didn't change how Magna saw them. These people had no qualms about taking the lives of others, innocent or not. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. Under the shade of a single tree, a young girl sat with her arms wrapped around her legs. She looked like an elf from a fantasy story, minus the long ears, as her short light emerald hair swayed in the wind. Even though she wore a faded jacket and shorts, she still managed to pull off the look. Magna walked next to the lonely girl as he gently smiled, "Hey, this seat taken?" The girl was a bit startled that someone talked to her. She became flustered and stumbled over her words for a few seconds before replying by shaking her head. Waiting for the flustered girl to calm down, Magna slowly sat next to her, the same gently smile on his face. The pair sat in silence as they watched the rowdy crowd of bandits. After watching them fool around for a couple minutes, the girl softly spoke in a soft and soothing tone, I can't be like them." Her torso shrunk even deeper into her legs as she continued, "I can't do anything. I can't cook, I can't clean." Her arms shook as her voice started to crack, "I can't fight, can't hunt. Heck, I can't even control my emotions. I'm so useless." The girl curled into her legs and softly cried. Magna rubbed her back and sighed, "Then don't be like them." Not caring if she was listening or not, Magna continued, "So what if you can't cook or clean? So what if you can't control your emotions? That only means you're human. You don't need to be anyone else. Just be yourself," said Magna, a gently smile still on his face. The girl seemed to think over his words for a couple seconds before blushing, "Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry for ranting at you. I don't know what came over me." Magna shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's fine. Sometimes it just feels good to let it all out. So, now that you've gotten it all out, how do you feel?" The girl blushed slightly as she started drawing circles in the dirt with her finger. "I don't know, there's this weird feel in my chest, it's a warm and fuzzy feeling, it also feels lighter, I guess." "That's good, I think," replied Magna. Suddenly, the girl became flustered, surprising Magna a small amount as she hastily said, "Oh geez. Sorry. I haven't even introduced myself yet. I'm June." Seeing the small and pale hand stretched towards him, Magna grinned as he lightly shook her hand and said, "Magna." So, the girl started fiddling with her hair as continued, "Why are you sitting over here instead of hanging out with the rest of the family?" Magna adopted an exaggerated thinking pose, tapping his fingers on his chin as he replied, "Well, I saw a pretty girl over here and thought, let's go talk to the pretty girl instead of the brutes that look like they haven't showered in forever." A cute nasally giggle escaped June's lips as she clutched her stomach. Unconsciously, her eyes glowed in a dim emerald light, the exact same color as her eyes. Suddenly, a small patch of grass grew underneath the pair as flowers started sprouting from the ground. Her bout of laughter seemed to make the plants sway as they continued to bloom. After she finally settled down, the flowers were fully grown as Magna smiled, "You have a lovely laugh, June." A dark red blush spread across her cheeks, reaching the tips of her ears as she became a stuttering mess. Magna couldn't help but laugh as tears appeared in his eyes. A playful look appeared in his eyes as he decided to play a little prank on her. As he continued to laugh, little clouds began to gather in front of them. June could only watch in awe as the clouds started raining on the flowers and grass, watering the parched plants. Wiping a tear from his eye, Magna gave June a bright smile as he said, "Well, I guess it's time to be truthful. Raven put me in charge of your magic training. As you can see," Magna motioned to the small clouds in front of them, "I'm also able to use magic." June's face lit up as she leaned towards Magna, only stopping a few inches from his face as she excitedly said, "Wait, really? Oh my this is great. I'll finally be able to use magic. You don't know how frustrating it is having emotions being the only way to use it. Especially since I can't control my feelings." Magna's smile twitched a little as he coughed into his hand and muttered, "Too close." June finally realized what she was doing as she shot backwards, her face flushed red. However, she shot back a little too roughly, causing her to slam into the tree behind her. Tears gathered in her eyes as she started sniffling. Just as she was about to cry, a warm hand found its way to her head as Magna softly muttered, "Heal." A soft white light appeared on Magna's hand as the pain in June's head slowly lessened until it faded away. After the pain disappeared, Magna softly ruffled her hair as he smiled, better. June's face became flushed as she silently nodded. She didn't realize it, and neither did Magna, but her eyes seemed to linger on Magna much longer than before. Magna could tell June was a very sweet but shy girl, so he opted to act in a gentle manner to not scare her off. Seeing that the spring maiden seemed to be in a daze, Magna quickly stood up and dusted his pants off as he said, "Well, we might as well start training now." Turning towards the still dazed maiden, Magna tapped 2 fingers against her forehead and smiled, "So what do you think? Would you like to start training now? Or start training tomorrow?" June rubbed her forehead softly as her eyes filled with determination. "I'd like to start now, please." Magna smiled as he silently stretched his hand towards her. June softly smiled at Magna as she firmly grasped his hand and pulled herself off the ground. "Just you wait, Magna," June thought, watching his back as she followed him. "I swear that one day, when you're in desperate need of help, I'll be there for you, like you were there for me." Gripping her fist tight, June silently vowed that she would one day be useful to Magna. To repay him for his kindness and, for making her depressed thoughts disappear. Chapter 73. Coming up to an open area a small bit away from the camp, Magna turned back smiled, "This place looks good enough. Nice and open with a lot of space. What do you think, June?" Even though she was still determined to learn, she was a little apprehensive about leaving the camp. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she quietly said, "Why can't we just learn inside the camp? There's Grimm out here." Magna mentally sighed. This girl was a bit of a scaredy cat. To be fair, it was a rational fear to have as Grimm were literally the enemy of all humans and faunas. "We need to be someplace open, just in case something goes wrong during training. Don't worry about the Grimm, I'm here to protect you," said Magna, looking at her with a gently smile. June's fears seemed to ease up as she softly nodded. Taking a deep breath, her body slowly relaxed as she silently cheered herself on. She even went so far as to pump her arms back and forth to hype herself up. Amused at her antics, Magna couldn't help but chuckle. "Now that you're prepared, should we start on the first lesson?" Magna slowly guided June in the ways of magic. Since she was a complete beginner, Magna started out by trying to get her to will an element into existence. He didn't know how maiden magic worked, but he decided to train her like how Rudius was trained. However, this was proving difficult for June. Half an hour passed by but she was still unable to summon an element. The frustration started to build inside her as tears gathered in her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes started to glow as a small ball of water appeared. A bright smile appeared on her face as she cheered, "I did it." Sadly, Magna shook his head, "That doesn't count, June. Your anger summoned the water ball. Try again." June's eyes glowed brighter as she yelled in agitation, "What do you mean, that doesn't count? I did what you asked, didn't I?" Magna didn't reply as he motioned around him. June looked around her and quickly calmed down. There were multiple balls of water in the air, yet she couldn't recall summoning them. The water's balls seemed agitated, ripples covering the surface. A wry smile appeared on June's face as she took a few deep breaths. When she fully calmed down, the water balls fell to the ground no matter how hard June tried to control them. Seeing the dejected look on June's face, Magna decided to try another method. He gently grabbed her hands, startling the young maiden as he whispered, "Close your eyes." Her cheeks were dusted a light pink as she nodded and slowly closed her eyes. "Now picture a ball of water, just floating next to you. I mean, really focus on the details. How the water looks, how it feels, how much it weighs," said Magna. June nodded. Closing her eyes, she began focusing on the details, like Magna said. She imagined a ball of clean, transparent water. It was slightly cold to the touch and weighed almost as much as a watermelon. Suddenly, a ball of water formed above her head. However, Magna's lips twitched when he saw how the water seemed to have dark lines through it, making it look like a watermelon. When June saw the watermelon she created, she blushed in embarrassment and whispered, "Sorry, I got distracted." Almost at the exact moment she finished speaking, the watermelon above her trembled a couple times before collapsing, dousing June from head to toe. Thinking that she failed, June couldn't help but feel down as her bottom lip trembled. I am sorry, Magna. Even though you're taking the time to train me, I've done nothing but fail." Seeing the young maiden cry while drenched, Magna used magic to slowly dry her as he quickly pulled her into a hug. "It's alright, June. You didn't fail. I only said to summon a water ball, I didn't say it couldn't look like a watermelon," said Magna, ending in a joking tone as he chuckled. June, still curled up in his embrace, started giggling. After a few minutes, the young maiden calmed down as Magna slowly let her go, there. Good as new. Now, that her clothes were dried, Magna decided to take a break. June's continuous use of her maiden magic had drained her aura quite a bit. The pair had a small brunch, sitting next to each other. June seemed to be comfortable around him as she talked up a small storm. She mostly asked questions about who he was. To say she was surprised when he said they kidnapped him was an understatement. On one hand, she was thankful they kidnapped him because she finally gained a friend. On the other hand, she was a little angry that the tribe kidnapped a teenage boy. However, even though she felt angry about, she knew there wasn't anything she could do. The hierarchy of the tribe was based on strength, and with June's current strength, she didn't have the right to voice her opinion. Even Magna was affected by the tribe's hierarchy. Since no one besides Vernal, Raven and the bandits he fought during the tournament knew his strength, most of the bandits were arrogant and disdained the idea of getting to know him. Though, Magna truly didn't care. At this point, the only reason he was even staying here was for June. Her personality made it difficult for her to fight, making her position in the tribe at the very bottom. June was a very shy and sweet girl, much too different from the thieves and killers of the Branwen tribe. Even when they showed her nothing but disdain, she still kept her smile. Magna actually asked her about why she smiled when everyone didn't give her the time of day, and her response was that they saved her. She explained how her village had just been destroyed by a grim horde a month ago. Homeless and without her family, the young maiden could only wander around the forest. She wandered for weeks, looking for some form of civilization. Unfortunately, she was attacked by a pack of beowulfs. When she closed her eyes and waited for death, the sound of the grim howls suddenly stopped. When she finally worked up the courage to open her eyes, June was greeted by the sight of Raven, slowly sheathing her sword as the grims surrounding her fell to the floor before turning into dust. From there, Raven offered her a home, a family. Even if the people here didn't seem to like her, June felt grateful to Raven for saving her life. Magna could see the conviction in her eyes, as she tightly clenched her fist. One day, I'll pay Raven back for helping me. Then after that I might leave the tribe. Though she was truly thankful to Raven for saving her, the tribe didn't exactly give the young maiden the best impression. She really wanted to leave but she couldn't. June felt obligated to pay Raven back, that way they could part ways on equal terms. A soft sigh escaped Magna's lips as he slowly shook his head. Naive, Magna thought to himself. There was no way that Raven would willingly let her leave. She'd have to be stronger than everyone in the tribe to actually be capable of leaving. However, now that he knew she was just staying to pay Raven back and had no real loyalty towards the tribe, Magna smiled as he decided that once he was done training her, he was going to take her with him. Let Raven and her band of misfits come after him. Magna wasn't afraid in the slightest. He only had a bit more than a week before the cooldown for his semblance ended. And once the cooldown was finished, Magna was fully prepared to leave this place, or demolish everything in his path to do so. Chapter 74. A week calmly passed in a blink of an eye. Throughout the week, Magna patiently taught June about how to use her magic. After figuring out how to use her magic without having to rely on her emotions, June became like a fish in water. She absorbed Magna's teachings like a sponge. If Magna had to rank her current skill in magic, he'd wager she was scratching the surface of the elementary level. She could conjure ball-type magic quite easily, with water magic being the only element she could instantly summon. June was ecstatic about her newfound proficiency in magic. She was actually so happy about it that she caused a small accident in the camp. A few days after their first training session, Raven wanted to see how much June's magic has grown under Magna's tutelage. With ease, she summoned a ball of water the size of a basketball. Raven was slightly impressed by June's display but still asked for more. Magna explained that they haven't covered anything else yet. June thought she could do more. Wanting to live up to Magna's praise and expectations, she strained herself and created a water ball the size of a person. However, she lost control of the water ball due to her fatigue, causing it to fall on Raven, dousing her from head to toe. Obviously, Raven was very displeased by the accident and her expression worsened when Magna told her it was her own fault. He explained that she tried to rush June to show her more, resulting in the accident happening in the first place. Haste makes waste, after all. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Magna chuckled to himself one last time before making his way outside. Even though he's been here for a week, Magna has become a sort of outcast among the tribe. He blatantly refused to socialize with the men and women here, having only spoken to 3 people during his stay. Vernal was very kind and bubbly for a bandit, making it easier to talk to her. Plus, they did share a kiss, even if it was an accident. Raven needed a verbal report from Magna on June's progress every day, so, no matter how much Magna didn't like her, he had to talk to her. Lastly, probably the only person he actually enjoyed talking to in the entire camp, June. Since the pair trained together every day, she actually opened up to Magna quite a bit. Sometimes, she would sneak over to Magna's tent during nighttime, wanting to talk for just a little longer. She even slept over once, earning her a small lecture on boys and girls. Obviously, the first time she snuck over, Magna almost buried her 6 feet under. Luckily, she managed to quickly calm him down. Anyway, as Magna walked through the camp, he noticed that everyone seemed to have a smile on their faces as they raced around the camp. It was odd, to say the least. Shaking his head, Magna ignored the busy bandits and headed to June's tent. Seeing the tent still closed, Magna leaned forward. He could hear a quiet rustling from inside tent and swore he heard her silently whispering his name. "June! You awake?" yelled Magna. Suddenly, a loud beep came from inside the tent, followed by the sound of something large slamming against the floor. Magna chuckled as he heard a soft groan come from inside. "You all right in there?" I am fine, please don't come in," replied June. After a few minutes, June quickly came out of her tent. Her cheeks were bright red and her clothes seemed hastily thrown on while an unhappy pout adorned her face. Magna chuckled as he ruffled her hair, earning him a very unhappy glare. She gently hit him on the shoulder as she muttered, "Meanie." The pair walked through the camp, a small pout still on June's face when Vernal suddenly stopped them. Magna was about to greet her when he noticed the serious expression on her face. She said nothing as she grabbed Magna by the wrist and dragged him away. Once it was just the two of them, Vernal said, "We're going to be raiding a mining village." Magna blinked a couple times before slowly saying, "No." Vernal slapped his arm and angrily said, "What do you mean, no?" "It means I'm not helping you guys steal dust," retorted Magna, glaring at her. She could see by the look in his eyes that he meant it, he wasn't going to help them. Vernal sighed as she turned away. "Fine. Don't help us, just help June. Raven's taking her with us." Magna's eyes widened. "June can't go, she's not ready." Vernal shrugged her shoulders. "Raven doesn't care whether she's ready or not, she only cares if she's useful. And frankly, I don't really care either." Watching her just walk away, the good impression Magna held of her in his heart dropped. June's only been training with her magic for a week. The only spell she can use is conjuring elements in ball form. Even then, she can't launch them very quickly. Magna was still training her on how to actually fire it. An annoyed groan escaped his lips as he roughly clawed through his hair. "I guess I'm going," Magna thought to himself. He planned to only support June. He honestly just wanted to leave the tribe, and since the cooldown for his semblance finished, he had the means to do so. However, June can be surprisingly stubborn. She told him that she wasn't leaving till she repaid Raven for saving her. And, after all the time they've spent together, Magna had grown attached to the young spring maiden. She was literally the only reason why he didn't just leave. Magna vaguely felt that June's life was in danger. He could remember that Raven had maiden powers during the show, but he couldn't remember how she got them. Did she inherit them? Did she one day wake up with them? Magna honestly couldn't remember. He stood in silence, trying to remember what she did to gain her powers, but ended up sighing. He decided that he would just stay by her side until she was ready to leave. Magna could tell that June's patience was running thin. A small chuckle actually left his mouth as she would probably use this raid as an excuse to leave. He quickly ran off in search of June, easily finding her stuffing her face with a bright sparkle in her eyes. Seeing him make his way over, June completely ignored the disdained looks she was getting from her surroundings as she excitedly waved her greasy hands in the air. "Magna. Come sit by me. I even got you a plate." Magna wryly smiled at her as sweat dropped down his forehead. If there was one thing wrong with June, it would be her eating habits. Unlike most girls, June was a very messy eater. Unless it was something you can't eat with your hands, June always ate like the food was going to disappear. It actually fascinated Magna how fast she could eat and how much food her stomach could hold. Shaking his head, Magna made his way over to her and smiled. "Hold still," said Magna. Like every other day, Magna took a napkin out from his pocket and started wiping the greasy from her face. He chuckled at her red cheeks as he'd been doing this for a week and she still wasn't used to it. However, instead of shying away, her eyes seemed to smile at him as she happily said, "Thank you." Magna nodded back with a smile of his own. Though, his smile disappeared a second later, being replaced by a serious expression as he said, "Are you ready for tonight?" In response, June could only sigh. Chapter 75. Night quickly arrived. Magna and June blended into the nightlife of the small village the tribe was raiding. Though Magna never expected how active the village was. However, it was to be expected. This village had a medium-sized dust mine just 5 minutes away. There was only one upside to this operation. Apparently, Weiss's father owned this mine. Raven had made it clear who they were stealing from as she wanted to stay far away from any mines affiliated with the Shnee Dust Company. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she knew that stealing from them would bring her tribe unnecessary attention. Anyway, back to Magna and June. Their role was simple. They needed to find the village's central power unit and break it. From there, the tribe had an hour before auxiliary power came online. Obviously, Magna questioned why it would take that long, but Vernal told him the village hasn't adapted to the latest technology. Jacques apparently feared his workers rebelling if they had the means to, so the village was quite behind in the times. They even had to wash their clothes by hand because there were no washing machines. Even though they lacked technology, the villagers were surprisingly happy. Sure, they didn't have TVs or scrolls, but they made up for it with other means. The villagers were rather sociable, everyone talking to someone about something. Men flirted with women, housewives gossiped among other housewives. This village was actually a rather nice place. However, the one thing that worried Magna was June. Ever since they arrived, June hasn't said a word. Magna asked her what was wrong, multiple times in fact, but she stayed silent. As they came across the only stone building throughout the village, June suddenly trembled as she said, "Magna, after this, can we leave?" "Do you mean," said Magna as his eyes widened in surprise. June nodded, "After this, I owe Raven and her tribe nothing. When we're finished here, please help me escape." A wide smile appeared on Magna's face as he burst into a bout of hearty laughter, finally. "Don't worry, June, no one, not even Raven, can stop me if I want to leave." June gave Magna a small smile before turning back to the building. Sneaking inside wasn't very hard for the pair, considering no one was guarding the place. It only took them a few minutes to find the main power switch. June took a deep breath as she pulled the switch down. She knew that once the power was gone, the others from the Branwen tribe would swoop in like vultures, picking apart the village for anything valuable before leaving. However, she needed to do this, no matter how much she didn't want to. Her stubbornness made her absolutely refuse to leave without paying Raven back for saving her. Magna could see the tears in her eyes as the power turned off. Screams resounded outside the building while Magna softly comforted the young maiden. He sighed as he conjured a small ball of water and doused the controls, short-circuiting everything. Just as people burst through the doors, Magna wrapped June up in his arms as they fell into the shadows. Thanks to it being night, Magna could basically travel anywhere he wanted, undetected and unhindered. He wanted to leave, get as far as he could while it was dark, but he couldn't. June told him that she left something back at the tribe. When he asked what could be so important that they had to go back, she told him it was the only thing she had left to remember her family, a locket with a picture of her family. Outside, Magna could hear the screams of panic as well as the sickening laughter of the Branwen bandits. He and June quickly made their way back to Raven as she was the only one who could bring them back to the camp. However, once they arrived in front of her, Raven glared at them as she growled, "What are you two doing back so early?" Magna calmly replied, "We finished what you asked and wish to go back. June can't use her semblance properly and I refuse to steal for bandits." Since there were people around them, Magna decided to hide the fact that magic was real. Raven, however, was livid. Her crimson eyes bore into the pair as she roared, "Get back out there and help. I don't care if you don't want to steal or if she can't help, you two are a part of the Branwen tribe." Before Magna could snap back, June grabbed his hand. He turned towards her, a confused look on his face, as she slowly shook her head. Magna took a few deep breaths before sighing, "Fine." Magna pulled June into his chest before returning to the world of shadows. Obviously, Magna was against stealing, but June didn't really mind. She didn't have a home anymore, nor did she have a family, so she took what she needed to survive. As the pair sped across the village, Magna sneakily knocked out some of the more brutal bandits. Some of them tried to take advantage of the situation, pushing down unsuspecting women and trying to ravish them. Magna wasn't having any of that as he hit them a lot harder than necessary. He even sent some of them flying since they laughed when the woman underneath them burst into tears and begged for freedom. After an hour, Raven ordered everyone to retreat. The auxiliary power was about to come online, so she made everyone gather up. Magna and June softly chuckled when they saw that some of the bandits had large bumps and bruises on their heads. Raven raised an eyebrow at her injured subordinates but shrugged as she opened a portal. "All right, you lot, everyone in. Make sure that we leave no trails behind." Magna didn't hesitate as he grabbed June and zipped into the portal, carrying their spoils. Raven glared at him as he flew past her, but Magna didn't even spare her a glance. As he and June appeared on the other side, a few bandits came over to log the stolen goods. Magna quickly gave them what they wanted and dashed to June's tent with June in tow. The men sniggered in a perverted manner as one of the bandits said, "Wonder what's got him in a rush." Inside June's tent, June quickly put together a small bag of clothes and grabbed the small silver locket that sat beside her sleeping bag. She also packed a small amount of rations. Once she was sure she had everything, she smiled towards Magna and nodded. Magna quickly grabbed her and slipped into the shadows. Since it was still nighttime, no one noticed the shadowy blur silently leaving the campgrounds. Chapter 76. Hours passed, with the sun slowly rising. Magna held a sleeping June as he ran through the forest. He seemed fine, not even sweating as he continued to run. Since the sun came up, he could no longer move through the shadows. Instead, he opted to use one of his clusters. After a few minutes, Magna came to a stop with a tired look on his face. He crossed his fingers in front of each other, making a small cross as a smoke cloud appeared next to him. Once the smoke disappeared, an exact look-alike of Magna stood next to him as Magna said, "Time to swap." The clone nodded as he grinned, "Sure thing, boss." Magna handed June over to the clone as he yawned and slowly melded with June's shadow. Once the clone was sure Magna was settled, he turned into a blur as he continued forward. Over the years, Naruto's soul cluster was the first cluster Magna managed to master. He could basically use all of Naruto's abilities. However, his tailed beast transformations were still a bit tricky. Kurama told him that they needed to have a tug-of-war for his chakra. This was to establish a contract between them so that Magna could achieve Kyuubi chakra mode. Kurama's chakra didn't add to Magna's aura reserves but allowed him to access the tailed beast transformations. Even though he knew he needed to fight for Kurama's chakra, Magna was more than a little put off by the idea. Kurama was like a grumpy friend that always acted like he didn't care but he did. The amount of times Kurama gave him advice over the years made Magna glad to have a friend like him. Magna had even asked Kurama if he could just give him his chakra but Kurama's reply was a smirk as he said, "Where's the fun in that?" Magna was a little annoyed by Kurama's answer. However, he knew he couldn't change Kurama's mind. Time flew by as the sun started to settle high in the sky. By now, June was wide awake and blushing hard as the real Magna continued to carry her. He wryly smiled at the half-glare, half-pout she was shooting at him. She wasn't as fast as Magna and had noticeably less stamina, so to save time, Magna decided to carry her. As he continued to run through the forest, a crimson light streaked towards the pair. Magna's eyes widened as he caught a glimpse of their attacker, right before swift dodging the incoming sword. Magna quickly made some distance between them as he winced in pain. A wide gash marred his cheek. However, a few seconds later, steam burst out from the cut as it slowly closed. Glaring at the red and black dressed bandit chief, Magna growled, "Raven." Raven was silent as she dashed at Magna, her weapon gleaming behind her. Seeing her charge, Magna clicked his tongue as he crossed his fingers. In a cloud of smoke appeared 10 Magna clones. However, a change occurred amongst the clones as their prominent features started to change. Some of the clones now had blonde hair and lilac eyes while others had white hair and blues. Without warning, the two blonde clones dashed forward, their now glowing red eyes glaring angrily at Raven. Raven calmly unsheathed her sword and pressed forward. Dodging both clones' attempts to hit her, Raven's sword arced outwards, catching both clones off guard. The clones sustained damage, but, instead of grimacing in pain, the clones smirked at her as they exploded into a cloud of smoke and flames. Using Yang's semblance, the clones used the damage they sustained to power the flames of semblance, resulting in a small explosion. Seeing Raven caught off guard, the two white-haired clones nodded to each other as glyphs started appearing one after the other. Both clones elegantly leapt onto the glyphs as if they were physical platforms and launched themselves towards Raven. It only took a few seconds for the pair became a blur as Raven hastily defended herself. Just as Raven parried one of the ice-embodied clones, a claw made of ice swept towards her. She quickly lowered herself and jumped as a portal opened above her. The ice-embodied clones couldn't correct themselves in time and ended up bursting into smoke when the claw of ice struck them. Two pairs of clones, one pair with white hair and blue eyes while the other pair had blonde hair and red eyes. Atop their heads were a pair of wolf ears, flickering every now and then. Both pairs glared at Raven and growled as they quickly dashed forward. Thinking these clones were just going to be like the others, Raven stood her ground and waited, a small smirk adorning her lips. However, her smirk quickly disappeared as a claw of fire and ice clashed in front of her and exploded, forcing her to brace herself as stream and ice shards forced her back. She grit her teeth as she lunged at the clones, a red sword trailing behind her. Her crimson red eyes glared at the clones angrily from behind her mask. Suddenly, ice spires and walls burst out from the ground as the Luna-embodied clones madly released their copied semblance. It wasn't long before they burst from not having enough aura to hold the shadow clone technique. However, Raven was now stuck in the middle of a maze of ice. Not only was the ice see-through but it was very reflective as well. Everywhere she looked, she could see hundreds of mirrored images of the clones as well as herself. The clones used the ice mirrors to their advantage, mixing feints into their attacks. Raven continued taking very small but annoying wounds as the Argo-embodied clones adopted a hit-and-run tactic. It wasn't long before Raven erupted as she angrily tore the icy world apart with her sword. With a malicious gleam in her eyes, Raven roared as she sliced the clones clean through, shocking Magna with how strong and fast she was. With the icy world fully destroyed, Raven slowly turned towards Magna and glared at him. "Is this all you have to offer?" Magna snickered at her and grinned, "On your left." On my wadash, a pair of black boots smashed against Raven's face, sending her sprawling backwards as her mask shattered. When she regained her balance and vision, her face scrunched up at what she saw. 3 pairs of silver eyes glared at her as a smirk appeared on Magna and the 2 clones' faces. The trio each held their own scythe, twirling it as they got into a running start. Raven's eyes widened as each Magna burst into a torrent of petals, becoming a blur as they sped towards her. Sweat dripped down Raven's as she hastily fought back. Magna had to admit she was good, like really good. She skillfully defended against all 3 Magnas while taking as little damage as possible. Suddenly, just as one of the ruby-embodied clones went to slash her back, Raven smirked as she jumped over the blade of his scythe. Not expecting to miss, the clone's balance was thrown off as he stumbled. Then, Raven's body quickly turned in midair as she delivered a heavy roundhouse kick to the clone's face, making it burst. Her head snapped at the other clone as a feral look appeared on her face. She roared in laughter as she seemingly teleported next to the clone and heavily struck her sword downwards, smashing against the clone's scythe and pushing him to the ground. The earth beneath the clone's feet shattered as it inevitably burst into smoke. The smile on her face slowly turned into a smirk as she slowly said, "It's your turn." What greeted her, however, was a huge blue ball of spiraling aura as Magna ruthlessly slammed the orb into her face and roared, "Ultima Rasengan." An intense explosion of aura surrounded Tgthegood pair, destroying the immediate area as well as creating a dense cloud of aura, and dust. A body flew out of the cloud, bouncing off the ground like a stone across water before colliding with a tree. Once the dust cloud settled, Magna glared at the unconscious and bruised figure of Raven as he slowly made his way over. Sure, she was Yang's mother and yes, she was a key person in the story's plot. However, Magna knew she wouldn't stop here. She would track June down and make it her mission to kill the young maiden, also she could have June's maiden powers. As he stood over her, Magna's eyes turned red as his pupils became slits. He released a low growl as he rapidly gathered aura into his palm, creating a rather violent dark purple Rasengan that quickly grew more and more chaotic. Just as he was about to strike her down, June stood in front of him, her arms wide open as she stared into Magna's eyes. He could see she was scared, her arms lightly trembled as she tried to stand her ground, yet she swallowed her fear and continued to stand in his way. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Magna sighed as he softly muttered, "Fine." The Rasengan calmly dissipated as Magna sat down. After his battle against Raven, he was pretty worn out due to the aura drain. Spamming techniques was a good way to win quickly, but boy was it both awesome and tiring. Chapter 77. Perhaps it was due to her rather naive nature, but June believed Raven was a good person. She knew Raven was the leader of a bandit tribe, but she firmly believed that there was good in her heart. Magna, on the other, didn't know what to think. He hasn't known her that long and he doesn't know much about her besides the fact that she was Yang's mother. He also thought she was super fucking hot, but this was something Magna would take to his grave. He didn't need Yang trying to kill him if she ever learned that he found her mother hot. Anyway, since Raven was currently unconscious as her aura tried, and failed, to heal her bruised cheek, the pair decided to set up camp and wait for her to wake up. Obviously, they didn't have that much food left, especially since June was a well-known glutton, but Magna had it covered. He quickly caught and skinned a couple rabbits and birds. While hanging them to bleed, Magna silently thanked Argo and Luna for teaching him how to skin and get the game he caught. It was a long and slightly traumatizing journey for him, but it was necessary. Huntsmen were usually out in the field for months. That meant no towns, no restaurants, only the land beneath. It was crucial that huntsmen and huntresses learned to live off the land. After reciting the short prayer Argo and Luna taught him, Magna glanced over at June and smiled. June was quietly watching over Raven as she practiced her magic. Small orbs of fire and wind floated next to her as she hummed while taking care of Raven. Fire and wind were the elements she had the most trouble with. Occasionally, the fire orb would pop into a cloud of smoke, signaling that the spell broke. The same thing happened with the wind orb, yet June continued to push forward. Even though she pouted and grumbled each time her spell broke, June made sure to persevere. Magna was very proud of her attitude. He watched her pick herself up after every failure, determination burning in her eyes as she continued her training. Suddenly, a fox-like grin appeared on his face as he silently slipped into the shadows. Currently, June was holding 8 small balls of fire and wind. She controlled them to slowly move around her, working on her control of both the spell and the element. Magna soundlessly appeared behind her and softly blew against her neck. However, against Magna's expectations, June's body trembled violently as her body locked up. The spells broke almost instantly, covering both teens in a thin cloud of smoke and dust. Magna froze as he stared at June. Her face was extremely red while a look of actually anger appeared on her face. She turned towards Magna and seemed to want to shout at him, yet all that came from her mouth was a bunch of jumbled words. After a few minutes, she calmed down but continued to glare angrily at Magna. He knew he really angered her, so he awkwardly started scratching his head as he said, "Sorry June. I didn't know you'd react like that. I just wanted to play a little prank on you." Seeing the genuine apologetic look on his face, June took a deep breath and exhaled from her nose quite loudly as she said, It's fine, just please don't do that again. The back of my neck has always been sensitive." Magna smiled. He opened his mouth to thank her for forgiving him when a soft groan gained his attention. June also stopped talking as she turned to Raven. The pair watched as Raven slowly sat up. She yawned as she stretched her arms towards the sky, pushing her very large breasts upwards. Magna could feel a fire burn in his chest, but he quickly brought his urges under control as he chanted in his head, "She's Yang's mother, you'll die if she finds out. She's Yang's mother, you'll die if she finds out." As Raven finished yawning, her eyes slowly opened and began to focus. When she finally realized what situation she was in, her eyes widened into saucers as she leapt to the ground. Once she was in her stance, she quickly reached for her sword only to come up empty-handed. She reached into her left boot, hoping to pull out her hunting dagger, but again, she was left empty-handed. With no other options, at least that's how Magna saw, Magna slowly approached her as he said, "Stand down Raven. I don't really want to hurt you, alright, I'm lying. I kinda wanna punch you for kidnapping me, but that can wait. I've taken all your weapons and hidden them." Magna paused. Seeing her actually listen, Magna continued, "You have 2 choices. Number 1, you try and fight us without your weapons. Then, I'll stomp you into the ground, literally. Number 2, you act civil and I'll give you your weapons after you help us." Raven glared at Magna, her crimson eyes gleaming in a savage light. However, the will to fight quickly dimmed as she sighed. She lowered her hands and silently glared at Magna and June. After a few seconds of silence, Raven rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Well." Resisting the urge to roll his eyes back at her, Magna quickly informed her of his request. He wanted Raven to use her semblance and transport both Magna and June to Crow's location. Sadly, Raven quickly shook her head and said, "No. I'll take you to my brother, but she needs to come back to the tribe." However, the second she finished speaking, a heavy pressure like none she's faced before appeared. It weighed on both her body and her mind as the world became silent. "I think you're misunderstanding the situation here, Raven. There is no room for negotiation. You either take us to Crow or you can fuck off back to your tribe and I keep your weapons as trophies," stated Magna. What he was currently using was Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, Magna didn't have Luffy as a cluster. He had a few clusters from the One Piece series, some of them even being a part of Luffy's crew, but sadly, none of them were Luffy. The star cluster he currently had equipped was that of the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. It was awkward, to say the least, when he received her memories. Some of them were rather traumatic while others just made him feel like a perv. However, he did learn something new when he gained her abilities. When he changes star cluster, his body actually transforms to match the cluster's abilities. Not an appearance change but a biological one. His body adopted the characteristics of Boa's body, minus the gender change, giving him access to her devil fruit abilities. However, this also meant that he lost the ability swim and that seawater made him weak. Thanks to Boa's devil fruit, Magna transformed from handsome to extremely handsome. He mulled over the idea of using his devil fruit abilities on Raven but decided against it. He needed her to open a portal to Crow. It's been a week and a few days since Magna went missing and he can only imagine how angry his mother and the girls are. He shuddered at the thought of their anger. Sometimes, Emily's anger made Yang look chill. Shaking his head, Magna focused on Raven, causing the pressure around her to double as he calmly said, "Your answer." Raven struggled to keep herself from fainting as she desperately squeezed out the words, "Fine, I'll take you too." Almost the instant she agreed, the pressure disappeared. Raven collapsed to the ground, sweating and panting as Magna turned around and said, "Good. We leave after lunch." Even though she felt sorry for Raven, June made no effort to help her. Since Raven didn't try to help her after she brought her into the tribe, June decided to repay the favor in kind. After all, she already repaid Raven for saving her life. Chapter 78. Lunch was rather hectic. June tried to snuggle with Magna since it was the first time she's had his cooking. Raven, on the other hand, didn't show any reaction, but the look in her eyes told Magna that he needed to be careful. He could almost hear the thoughts swirling in her head, trying to find the perfect opportunity to take him back to the tribe. Only difference would be that he would become her personal chef. The trio rested for a while after the meal since the bliss of Magna's food made them feel full and content. Even Raven became relaxed, lying on the ground as she watched the clouds roll by. Magna and June were surprised to find that Raven had unknowingly fallen asleep. She actually seemed peacefully, her perpetually scrunched up eyebrows now laying lax as she softly snored. The pair could see the bags and wrinkles on her face, fully realizing just how tired Raven was. From how she acted, you'd never notice how fatigued Raven actually was. Even though Magna planned to leave after a few minutes, Raven didn't wake up until an hour had quietly passed by. Obviously, he could have just woken her up, but Magna hesitated. She was his ticket to instantly travel to Crow and he didn't want to piss her off. Pulling him from his thoughts, Magna and June watched as Raven slowly sat up and stretched. The pair were both surprised as they saw the genuine smile on her face as she gently brushed some loose strands of hair from her face. Once Raven realized that June and Magna were watching her, she instantly froze. She calmly pulled her scroll out from between her breasts and glanced at the time. Magna was stunned. I guess she really is Yang's mother, he thought. Yang also carried her scroll around in her bra, something about it being safer in there than in her pocket. Anyway, Raven glanced at the pair and said in a surprised tone, "You let me sleep in?" June smiled at Raven as she happily replied, "Yup. You seemed really tired so." Raven stared at the pair for a few seconds before turning away. Magna thought she was going to ignore them when she said, "Aren't we going to my brother? Let's go already." Watching her start to stretch again, Magna looked at her in confusion when she took a deep breath and stabbed the air with a knife hand. A small red gap opened up as Raven slowly dragged her hand downwards. Magna could see the concentration on her face as it took nearly a minute for Raven to open a portal large enough for them to travel through. Once she was done, Raven panted lightly and muttered, "There, it's done." Turning towards Magna, Raven held her hand out and said, "Now give me my weapons. I have a tribe to run and being out here is just wasting my time." Sadly, Magna still didn't trust her as he frowned, "How can I be sure that this portal will take us to Crow?" Raven rolled her eyes, "My semblance only opens a portal to people I've bonded with. Even if it's not Crow, you'd end up at either Tai or Yang. Or Vernal. I'm not taking the risk of ending up back at the tribe." Magna growled. Seeing that they were at an impasse, Raven narrowed her eyes at him as she said, "Then what do you suggest? Come with us. Once I'm sure that you took us to the right place, I'll give your weapons back," said Magna. For an instant, Raven's face twisted into a mask of anger, her crimson eyes gleaming as she glared at Magna. However, she quickly calmed down and nonchalantly said, "This isn't what we agreed on." Magna nodded, "I know it's not, but I need to make sure you'll take us to Crow. Now that that's out of the way, can we get going?" The tone in his voice showed that there was no room for negotiation. Raven clicked her tongue and waved her hand, closing the portal as she methodically opened another. Magna stared at her with a deadpan expression while June stood behind him with a strained smile. "So she did plan on taking us back to the tribe," June inwardly grumbled. Instead of apologizing, Raven snorted at the pair and walked through the portal while slipping her scroll back into her shirt. Magna softly sighed, thanking himself for his cautious thinking as he quietly followed behind her. Left on her own, June pulled her scroll out from her bag and stared at it for a couple seconds. Finally making up her mind, June blushed as she opened the collar of her shirt and placed her scroll inside her bra. Not even a second later, her scroll fell out from the bottom of her shirt and landed on the ground. Tears gathered in her eyes as she hastily picked up her scroll and dashed into the portal. Once June crossed over, she froze when she saw what was happening. Raven was roaring in laughter on the ground, clutching her stomach while Magna was quietly trying to stifle his own laughter. In front of the laughing pair was a rather furious panda faunus. His hand seemed to be contemplating whether to draw his sword or reach for the flask near his waist. Eventually, the man sighed as he pulled the flask off his waist and quickly drank its entire contents. June wiped the remnants of tears from her eyes as she said, "Why are you guys laughing at the panda faunus? Did he do something funny?" Both Raven and Magna paused. They both slowly turned to June and stared at her for a couple seconds before bursting into laughter. Raven's laughter was much louder than before and this time, Magna couldn't even hold himself back. June inwardly cringed while watching Raven laugh. The only side she ever got to know of Raven was the cold-hearted tribe leader. So, for her, seeing Raven laugh was very unnerving. It took a few minutes for both Magna and Raven to calm down. The panda faunus looked like he could use a drink, but all he could do was bitterly sigh as he looked at his empty flask. Magna managed to calm down first as he motioned towards the panda faunus and said, "June, allow me to introduce you to my mentor, Crow Branwen. This is Raven's brother." By the end of his speech, Magna and Raven couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Crow currently had two very black eyes. They could all see that Crow still retained his vision, but somehow, the area around his eyes were majorly bruised, making him look like a panda. June wondered why his aura wasn't healing him but ignored it in favor of curiously watching Crow. Unlike before, Crow didn't frown as he stared at Raven with a wide smirk. Suddenly, Crow pulled out his scroll and typed something before sending it, his smirk growing larger by the second. Raven froze on the ground as an arctic cold chill traveled through her entire body. She frantically turned to Crow and hastily screamed, "What did you just do?" Crow chuckled and said, "Oh, nothing much." The sound of trees and bushes being uprooted could be heard as something quickly closed in on them. Before anyone could react, a familiar voice roared Raven's name as a powerful fist zoomed between Magna and June and struck Raven in the face. The fist broke the through-sound barrier, sending a powerful shockwave outwards as Raven soared through the trees. Crow couldn't hide the grin on his face even if he tried as he smugly continued, "I just told Magna's mother that her son's kidnapper was here." Chapter 79. A few minutes after Raven was sent flying, the Branwen twins were currently lying on the ground in front of Magna and his mother. The brother-sister pair groaned in pain as Emily, Magna's mother, literally beat them black and blue. Crow, with tears streaming down his eyes, looked over at Emily and muttered, "Why?" Emily just rolled her eyes at Crow as she scoffed, "You shouldn't have been such a smug asshole when I punched Raven. Just seeing your stupid grin made me want to punch you." Silently crying about the world's injustice, Crow huddled into a ball as his aura desperately tried to heal his wounds. Throughout their conversation, it was made apparent that Raven was unconscious. Magna didn't know if she was just unconscious or if she had a mild concussion, but he opted to stay quiet. June, on the other hand, was scared silent by Magna's mother. Failing to seeing the speed at which she moved and the power behind her fist, June wished to become invisible just so she doesn't accidentally trigger her. Magna softly chuckled when he saw how June was acting as he lightly nudged her and whispered, "You'll be fine, June. My mother might be strong but she's just a mama bear protecting her cub." He could see that June didn't believe him, but she still decided to trust his words, slowly allowing herself to relax as her gaze changed from irrational fear to mild curiosity. 6 years ago, Magna had used the Six-Path Sun Seal to heal his mother. What he didn't expect was that it was way more effective than he expected. Her body used to be too weak, being completely unable to handle her semblance's ability to stack power, making it stop at a certain amount. When he healed her, he somehow managed to raise her natural limit. Magna only realized this after a few months, when his mother accidentally sent his father flying when he and Crow got drunk. He had literally ended up at the port. He had somehow been sent flying from Taeyang's house, which was inland, to the edge of the island. Luckily, the ocean managed to break his fall. When she finally realized her strength, Emily ended up bursting into laughter as she went out and tested her newfound strength. For a week, no one had heard anything from Emily, worrying everyone but Taeyang, Crow and Joshua. Then, on the 8th day, she showed up at the house with a wide smile. She dragged everyone along a mysteriously new path before coming up to a very large wooden cabin house. It seemed like something a professional architect designed as she happily introduced them to their new home. Needless to say, Magna, Argo and Luna were dumbfounded. Emily had apparently worked with a local construction company to build the 2-story, rustic-style house. She took part in everything, from heavy labor to architectural design. While Magna and the girls were in awe, Magna could hear his father quietly muttering, "Not again," meaning this wasn't the first time she's done something like this. Magna later learned that construction has been a passion of his mother's for a long time. She did say that she helped with designing the building, but at the time, Magna was too impressed to register her words. Shaking his head, Magna smiled as he leapt at his mother and tightly hugged her. "It's good to see you again, Mom." Emily's face instantly softened as she affectionately returned Magna's hug, her strength seeming to return to a normal level as she hugged him tightly. "Oh, my baby boy. I missed you so much. Imagine the panic I felt when Crow told me Raven kidnapped you." June softly cooed at the interaction between Magna and his mother. His cheeks became dusted with a light pink, but Magna wasn't that embarrassed. He hated to admit it, but he was a wee bit of a mama's boy. He pulled himself out of his mother's embrace, motioning towards his side as he smiled. "Mum, this is June. She a friend I made while staying with Raven." Emily turned to the young maiden, frightening her as June unconsciously straightened herself. June sent Magna an angry pout while Emily just gently smiled. "Hello dear, my name is Emily Opus, Magna's mother. I hope my son didn't do anything rude to you," Emily happily said. Magna groaned as he quietly muttered, "Mum, come on." A light chuckle escaped Emily's lips as she said, "I'm sorry Magna, but you can be a bit of a handful." Seeing the banter between mother and son, June visibly relaxed as she brightly smiled, "It's nice to meet you, Miss Emily. My name is June Orchid. And don't worry, your son was a perfect gentleman. Though he can be a bit rough during training." While Emily and June were getting to know each other, Crow managed to drag his battered body over to Magna as he pleaded, "Magna, please heal me. I want to laugh at my sister one last time." Magna rolled his eyes as he whispered, "That's what got you into this mess in the first place." Even though he said that, Magna had already changed cluster. The memories of a certain badass healer appeared in his mind. Magna placed a hand on Crow's shoulder, ignoring the painful groan that escaped his lips as his palms slowly glowed. It wasn't long before Crow jumped to his feet, completely healed. Magna watched as Crow silently made his way over to Raven with his scroll, darkly chuckling to himself as he went to do who knows what. A sigh escaped his lips as he was very thankful for this particular cluster. Usato Ken, a normal teenager who was pulled to another world when his friends were summoned to become heroes. While not being a hero himself, Usato Ken was found to have an affinity for healing magic. From the day he found out his affinity, he was picked up by a woman named Rose and trained to become a part of the rescue squad, a group in charge of saving people during times of war and conflict. While Magna's body wasn't at Usato's level, he was strong enough to not shame Usato's power and memory. The best part about having Usato's abilities is when he's sparring against someone. Since Magna has the ability to heal when using Usato's cluster, sparring with Yang becomes much more meaningful because they don't need to hold back. Even when he trains and spars with the twins, they also grew stronger because they could go all out without repercussions. There were times where they did break something, whether it was Magna or the girls, but Magna would heal them as quickly as he could. Obviously, the first time any of them broke something, they turned into a crying mess. However, Magna made sure to hug them while healing them as it helped calm them down. Magna smiled gently as he remembered when he broke his arm while sparring against Yang. She had fainted when she saw his arm bent the other way while RWBY and the twins hugged him while whispering comforting words to him. It helped calm him down just enough to he'll be able to himself. Sadly, Yang blamed herself and tried to lock herself in her room. Keyword, tried. When she refused to open her door so Magna could show her he was fine, he literally kicked the door down. Even though Yang was surprised, she had tears in her eyes as she blamed herself for not holding back. Magna, however, assured her he was fine and that she just need to learn control. Taeyang didn't like how they sparred while not holding back, but everyone else actually approved. They knew that the Grimm wouldn't hold anything back, so they felt it was best to teach them how to fight while going all out. Crow was especially supportive of teaching them when to hold back and when to go all out. The only ones that didn't get to spar while going all out were RWBY and Sophia. Sophia was only 6 years old, barely old enough to start some light physical exercise, while RWBY was RWBY. No one, not even Magna, could fight RWBY while going all out. She was just so innocent. It hurt everyone when she cried, so no one wanted to make her cry by hurting her. Magna knew she would become over-reliant of Crescent Rose in the future, so he did his best to train her in martial arts. Luckily, she managed to pick up a few moves so she won't be totally defenseless without her weapon. Though it needs to be said that she was still a complete amateur at close-quarters combat. Oddly enough though, RWBY was strong enough to split 5 thick, wooden boards with a kick. Turns out that all that running she does while using her semblance made her legs super strong. Magna shook his head as he watched how Crow snapped pictures of his badly beaten and unconscious sister. It was plain as day to see that there existed some bad blood between the Branwen twins. Suddenly, Crow grinned as he stuck one of Raven's fingers up her nose. She groaned painfully at the sudden movement, but Crow ignored it as he bit his lips in an attempt to stifle his growing laughter. Just as Crow finished taking a picture, a large shadow loomed over him as the sound of knuckles cracking came from behind him. Sweat dripped down Crow's forehead like a waterfall as he shakily sent the pictures to Magna and muttered, "Have mercy." Lying on the ground, Crow groaned as he tried to open his newly bruised eyes. Magna was speechless as his mother beat Crow up rather ruthlessly. Magna showed a forced smile as he said, Mum? Are you doing okay? Don't you think that you might have overdone it?" Emily flicked her hair to the side while letting out a content sigh, "Nope." She paused. An angry expression appeared on her face as she growled, "Do you know what Crow did? He burst into our house early in the morning, drunk as hell, and screamed, 'Magna's been kidnapped,' before throwing up on the ground and fainting." Magna face-palmed. He suddenly felt like giving his mentor a kick. Lucky for him though, Magna decided against hitting him because Crow currently looked like he would die from the wind blowing on him too hard. A soft sigh escaped his lips as Magna moved next to the downed Branwen twins and placed his hand on them. They glowed in a dim light for a few seconds before both twins shot to their feet. After being healed, Raven instantly turned to Crow and clocked him in the chin. Watching her brother fall back onto the ground, Raven snorted and said, "That's for being a dick. I was still awake when you were doing all that shit to me." Crow groaned. He turned to Magna and said, "You mind healing me again? My jaw actually hurt from that one and I want to be able to drink without it hurting." Magna just rolled his eyes as he ignored him, moving on. "What are you and Crow doing out here, Mum? Did you decided to tag along on a mission or something? I was actually looking for you." Crow knew where to find some bandits, so all I had to do was make sure that they were a part of the Branwen tribe. Emily said with a grin. She repeatedly punched her fist into her palm, letting Magna know just how she questioned the bandits. Seeing the mother-son duo ignore him, Crow shrugged his shoulders as he tried to drink from his flask, forgetting the fact that it was empty. Raven didn't take well to being ignored as her eyes slowly narrowed. However, before she could even speak a single word, Emily turned and glared at her. Raven could see by the look in her eyes that she promised pain if she tried to antagonize them. Opting to watch herself, Raven swallowed her fear as she cautiously said, Magna and I had a deal. I was to take him and June to my brother and in exchange, he would give back my weapons. Can I have them back?" Emily's eyes narrowed dangerously as she eyed Raven. Kidnapping her son had instantly put Raven at the top of her shit list. If she didn't need to, Emily would never allow her near her son. Magna, on the other hand, thought seriously over her request. She wasn't wrong. He did say that he would give her weapons back when they made it to Crow. However, there was also a chance that once she got her weapons back, Raven would attack them. She didn't really need to win, she only needed to kill June. Once June died, there's a high chance that the maiden powers would go to her since Raven, her killer, would be the only person on her mind. Obviously, he considered the fact that his mother might gain the maiden powers, but the chances were low. They had only just met and were still quite awkward around each other, especially June. After a few minutes, Magna sighed as he pulled out her weapons from the shadows. Somehow, it had never occurred to Amber to use her semblance to store things. She focused fully on the combat aspect of her semblance, forgetting the versatility of being able to manipulate the shadows. When she first saw Magna storing things in her semblance, Amber seemed to shut down as her mind blanked. It wasn't a very hard thing to do, but her mind subconsciously blocked the idea because she wanted combat prowess, not utility. That also happened to be the day Magna found out her feelings towards him as she, in the heat of the moment, gave Magna a kiss. Mama Bear and the girls were very unhappy about that as they pulled her off him and lectured her on self-control. Anyway, Emily expressed her reluctance at the idea while June seemed to be sitting this one out. She didn't really mind giving Raven her weapons back, but she also understood the dangers. While no one but Magna noticed, June was secretly channeling her aura into a very powerful water ball. Little droplets of water condensed at her fingertips as she waited for Raven to make a move. Sure, she knew that her measly water ball wouldn't actually be able to hurt her, but she only needed to distract her. Then, it would be up to both Magna and his mother to take care of the bandit chief. Raven's eyes widened slightly for a second before returning to normal. She gripped the hilt of her sword and tried to take it when she felt Magna's grip tighten. Suddenly, Magna leaned in close as he whispered, "Just try and do something stupid once you get your weapons back. I don't care if you're Yang's mother, I will erase you." He shoved her weapons into her hands and glared at her, seemingly waiting for her to attack. After a few seconds passed and she still showed no signs of attacking, Magna turned and said, "Let's go home." Raven wasted no time escaping. She knew she wasn't a match for Emily and she didn't have a clear view on Magna's strength yet. She honestly just thought of him as a lucky kid with a relatively strong semblance that somehow linked in with magic. As long as she wasn't seen, Raven firmly believed that she could easily take him down. If Magna was to know her thoughts, he would probably die of laughter. He had so many ways to defeat her that it wasn't even funny. There was a certain giant-hating teen, or a certain teenage scientific rail gun, there was a very slim chance of her actually winning in a fight. Then again, anything can happen. Crow seemed to agree with his initial thought as he watched over his sister with a smirk. He had his scroll in his hand, ready to capture the moment she tries something and subsequently gets beaten up. Sadly, that moment never came as she instantly opened a portal and disappeared inside. Though not before she leaving Magna her scroll number and a note telling him he was welcome at the tribe at any time. A disappointed sigh escaped Crow's lips as he went to kick a small pebble. However, he froze as soon as his foot made contact with the stone before screaming in abrupt pain. Magna's lips twitched while Emily slowly bent down and yanked the stone from the ground, revealing a relatively large stone that had at least 90 of its body underground. Crow was hopping around on one foot, cursing to high heavens when his scroll started to ring. Fighting back the pain, Crow opened his scroll and growled, "Yeah. Oh, hey Oz, yeah, we found him. No, we're fine. We'll probably be back in a day or two. What? A mission." But suddenly, all traces of Crow's usually sarcastic expression disappeared as he continued, "Are you serious? I doubt she needs help, Oz. It's Amber we're talking about." Crow saw the confusion in the mother-son duo's eyes as he covered the voice receiver of his scroll and said, "Not the Amber that kissed you, another Amber." Magna blushed as he glared at Crow. That was still a sore spot for him. It's not that he didn't enjoy it. It was the fact that Amber kissed him when he was only 10 years old. He was more than a little off-put by that, even though he was into older women. She was someone he saw as family, so it hit him a lot harder than he thought. And it showed when he started avoiding her for a couple days. Obviously, this led Amber to believe that she screwed everything up, making her act as if the world was ending. It took a lot of talking for the pair to come to return to normal. Though, the way Magna and Amber looked at each other became a lot more affection. The contents of their talk was known by no one but the people involved. Even Emily doesn't know what they talked about that made them so affectionate. Crow only took a few more minutes to finish his call. Putting his scroll back into his pocket, Crow looked at Magna, June and Emily with a deadly serious glare and said, "Change of plans. Ojban gave me a mission and it's far too important to ignore. There's a village a few hours away by airship. We need to get there and meet up with a friend of mine named Amber and escort her to Beacon. Oz has already sent an airship to our location, so all we need to do is wait." Emily seemed to want to protest, but the look Crow had in his eyes seemed to plead with her to come along, as if he knew he needed the extra help. In the end, Emily, Magna and June weren't in that much of a hurry to get home as they decided to tag along on Crow's mission. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Chapter 80. It didn't take very long for the airship to pick them up. On the way, Crow gave them a more detailed explanation of their mission. A woman named Amber Autumn was under the secret protection of the Kingdom of Vale. Her guardian huntsmen usually send a weekly report to Ojban, updating him on the situation. However, this week's report never came. Crow told them that there were people after Amber, bad people. People that wouldn't mind killing her and everyone in a 2-mile radius just to keep their involvement a secret. Magna asked him about the details again and again over the trip, but Crow was adamant about staying silent. Feeling the frustration build inside him, Magna's eyes suddenly lit up as an idea popped up in his head. He shot up from his chair with wide eyes as he pointed behind Crow and screamed, "Raven." Before anyone could get into a combat stance, June's eyes blazed in a floral green as a ball of water shot past Crow. Its speed wasn't very fast, but it managed to surprise everyone. The water ball slammed into a blinking red light, causing a small piece of fire dust to fall to the ground. Magna acted awkwardly as he wryly smiled, "Sorry, false alarm." What he didn't know was that a certain bandit chief was hiding in a wooden crate a few feet away. A cold sweat dripped down her face as the bandit chief mentally cursed Magna's perceptiveness. Crow, however, stared at June with wide eyes as he saw her sigh in relief, her flaming eyes returning to normal as she sat back down. "Wait a fucking minute. You. What did you just do?" Crow roared, pointing his finger at June as he started to panic. June released a high-pitched beep as she dove behind Magna. Emily angrily glared at Crow as she slapped his hand away from June. "Don't yell at her. You gave the poor girl a fright. Plus, that was her semblance." For the first time in a while, Crow didn't back down as he said, "No, that wasn't her semblance. A semblance has rules that it follows, laws. We can't create something from nothing." He pointed at June once again, frantically shaking his finger as he continued, "But her. That's what she just did." Emily slapped his hand again, this time much harder as she growled, "Maybe she just used her sweat. You think about that, genius." It was at this point Magna decided that the little feud between his mother and Crow needed to end. He stepped between the two and said, "Mum, Crow, calm down. The last thing we need is you two fighting inside the airship." A quiet "thank you" echoed from the pilot as Magna continued, "Mum, you need to let go of your grudge. I know that Crow can be Crow sometimes, but he can't help it. His semblance doesn't really leave him with much to be happy about." Crow already told Magna about his semblance, bad luck charm, that's what he named it. It literally made Crow a walking, talking bad luck magnet. Oddly enough though, Crow's semblance seemed unable to affect him. That's one of the reasons why Crow liked having Magna around. He was literally the only person that doesn't have to dodge something every now and then. Magna has also seen what happens when Crow uses his semblance. Grim would either, coincidentally, trip on tree roots or, accidentally, fall into his weapon. Anyway, Emily quietly thought over her son's words and sighed. She knew that Crow had problems and holding a grudge against him wasn't going to help anyone. After a few quiet minutes, Emily gave Magna a gently kiss on his forehead as she said, "All right Magna, I'll forgive and forget." "I'm sorry for beating you, Crow. Do you think you can forgive me?" Crow blinked. He looked between Magna and his mother then blinked again. An awkward expression appeared on his face as he said, "Oh, it's fine Emily. I mean, I did deserve it so it's all water under the bridge." Magna lightly chuckled while watching Crow. To say he was awkward was an understatement. He was social inept. If he wasn't being judged or berated, Crow's brain didn't know how to act. It was actually rather sad. Unless he was being spoke to in a negative fashion, Crow literally didn't know how to respond. That's not to say it wasn't funny. Suddenly, the cabin they were staying in started flashing red as the pilot's voice came from the intercom, "All personnel on board, brace for impact. A Lancer swarm has just appeared and taken out our engines. I repeat. Brace for impact." Deciding to take a play out from Weiss's book, Magna quickly embodied Weiss and closed his eyes. On the outside, multiple black glyphs appeared in the path of the airship. Each time it passed through a glyph, the ship's descent got slower and slower. However, different from when Weiss did it, Magna's aura reserves were full. He kept slowing down the ship until the pilot's voice happily said, "Due to the ship's sudden decrease in speed, I think I'll be able to properly land. Whoever is doing this, please keep going. Even though I said I can land us, we still need to go slower." Crow was praying that his semblance wouldn't kick in while Emily was consoling June. Due to all the shaking, June was as pale as a ghost while trembling in fear. The ship's speed kept decreasing as the pilot maneuvered closer and closer to the forest floor. The airship bulldozed through a couple of trees as the pilot roared, "Okay everyone. Hold on to something. We're about to land." Magna wasted no time as he grabbed his mother and threw her into his shadow. He then threw both June and Crow into his shadow before moving towards the cockpit. Once he opened the door, Magna realized he only had a few seconds before the airship crashed. Gritting his teeth, Magna pulled the surprised pilot from his seat and into the shadows. Since everyone was in his shadow, Magna couldn't go inside himself so he did the next best thing. Taking a deep breath, a dark green aura surrounded him as he pushed Usato's healing magic to the fullest. Unlike items, when Magna or Amber took people into their shadows, the shadow world became unstable. It was fine when it was only one person, but when there were more people, the shadow world would destabilize and random eject everyone out in a 5-mile radius. The airship hit the ground hard, shaking and rattling as Magna resisted the urge to hurl. He could feel the entire contents of his stomach being shaken all over the place. The only reason he wasn't suffering from internal bleeding was because of his aura and the constant healing magic. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the ship rapidly approached a rather large tree. Holy shi! Before he could finish speaking, the airship rammed into the tree. Magna's body flew forward, bursting through the glass windows as he slammed face first into the tree. Temporarily stunned due to the hit, Magna fell on top of the airship before rolling off, landing in the shards of broken glass that littered the ground around the ship. Magna coughed up a small mouthful of blood before shakily trying to stand. Sadly, he was too sore to stand as he fell back to the ground, hissing in pain as the glass dug into his hands and knees. Seconds later, the glass shards ejected from his body as his healing magic did its jobs. Magna could feel the wounds and pain disappearing as he slowly hobbled away from the crash site. Once he was sure that there wasn't any glass around him, Magna reached into his shadow and started pulling everyone out. The moment she exited the shadows, Emily cried as she scanned over Magna with a deathly worried look, "My baby boy. Are you okay?" She resisted the urge to hug him as she knew what happened, they all did. You see, the shadow world is like a one-way mirror. When inside, they could see the world around them down to the slightest detail, with the only difference being that you had no way to influence it. They all watched over Magna in a tangible form that wasn't affected by the laws of physics. They saw him bear the brunt of the crash, how he flew through the windshield and smashed against the tree. They watched his pained expression when he fell back down and landed on the glass. Hell, June was a crying mess while even Crow seemed equally worried and concerned. What made Magna's eyes widen though was person standing behind Crow with conflicted look on her face. "Raven," muttered Magna as his eyes slowly narrowed. The pilot quickly left the area as he ran back to the ship to salvage what he could, hoping he could find a working communicator since they were well out of scroll service range. Raven, seeing that she became the center of attention, coughed as she explained, "I'm not here to fight, not after what just happened." I may put strength above everything, but what you just did deserves respect. Magna didn't know what he found worse, the fact she was here or that she didn't seem to be lying when she said she respected him. He could feel a migraine coming on as she said, "Okay. Why are you here then?" A soft sigh escaped Raven's lips. "Now, before you try to attack me, just know that I don't wish to fight, at least not at this moment. I want to fight you when you're at full strength." A curt nod came her way as she took a deep breath and said, "I was waiting for the perfect moment to kill June and take her powers. Preferably when she was alone." Healing punch. Magna wasted no time as he brutally smashed a glowing green fist into Raven's nose. The punch sent the bandit chief reeling backwards as she grunted in pain. Emily had stars in her eyes as she puffed out her chest on pride and said, "That's my son." Crow had the widest smile he's ever had on his face as he desperately tried to hold in his laughter. Suddenly, he dropped his smile as he appeared in front of Magna. With a simple flick of his wrist, his sword expertly pushed aside Raven's weapon as he locked her arm in place. Since she was blind with anger, Crow thrust the barrel of his transforming weapon into her face as he plainly said, "Enough, Raven." Everyone could see the fires of her anger burning in her eyes as she roared, "Enough. Enough. That brat just punched me in the nose and all you have to say is, enough." Before she could continue her ranting, a heavy pressure fell on her shoulders as Emily looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "What did you just call my son?" As if all her anger was a lie, Raven subconsciously made herself smaller as she quietly muttered, "I." Seeing things were getting off track, Magna quickly pushed the two apart as he said in a firm tone, "Now is neither the time nor the place for this argument. Raven, considering what you just told me, you're lucky I didn't punch you seriously or else you'd be wishing you didn't follow us." Raven glared at Magna and scoffed. Emily seemed like she was just about to burst but Magna quickly reined her in. A small sigh escaped his lips as he said, "First things first, where are we?" As if he heard the question, the pilot came sprinting to them with a wide smile on his face as he happily exclaimed, "I found a working communicator and contacted Vale's CCTS. We're only a couple clicks away from the village." A big smile adorned Magna's face as he clapped his hands together, "Great. Which way?" "They said that it was northeast of here," replied the pilot. "Okay people, we know which way we need to go. Pilot, what are you going to do? Did you want to come with us on foot or did you call for an airship extraction?" Magna asked. Emily and Raven were very surprised with how professional Magna was acting while Crow had another smug smile on his face. "That's right, I've taught my student well," he said as a prideful smile appeared on his face. The pair turned towards Crow with shock on their faces as they quietly muttered, "That's so unexpected. Crow actually taught him something useful." Obviously, the pair wasn't quiet enough as Crow heard every word. He gave them a sarcastic laugh before moving to drink from his flask. However, nothing came out from his flask again. Crow silently grumbled. While they were all caught up in the moment, Magna had already made plans with the pilot. Because he was only a normal person and not a huntsman, the pilot said that he would stay by the airship and wait for evac. Luckily, he wasn't going to let them leave empty-handed as he gave Magna a map and compass. The map had every known village and settlement marked down, so Magna was very grateful for having it. Suddenly, a loud growling sound echoed out as everyone minus Magna and June got into a combat stance, scanning the area around them for any grim. Magna snickered lightly, only to be punched in the shoulder by a rosy-cheeked June. Eventually, everyone put one and one together and chuckled at the blushing maiden. With everyone staring at her, June felt embarrassed and shy as she quietly slipped behind Magna. He could see the tears begin to form in her eyes, so Magna softly ruffled her hair as he said, "Let's have lunch before we leave." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard him, leaving the pilot confused as he looked towards the others for an answer. However, the only thing they said was, "You're in for a treat." After an hour and a half, everyone sat lazily around a small fire pit. Their stomachs were slightly bloated but no one paid it any mind as a look of pure bliss floated over all of their faces. The pilot had left halfway through lunch when the airship showed up. He left crying as he knew that he would never be able to eat something that delicious ever again. Magna contemplated hitching a ride on the airship but quickly decided against it. The airship had a set schedule to follow. Even just showing up to pick up the pilot took a lot of convincing for the superiors to actually allow it. Shaking his head, Magna slowly hefted himself off the ground and slowly started to stretch his body. "Alrighty. I'll be going on ahead." During the little lunch break they had, Magna quickly filled them in on his plan. Since Raven was here, Magna was going to take full advantage of her semblance. Magna was going to travel the distance by himself and he would call them when he arrived. Since the communicator could contact the airship, he only needed to tell them when he arrived over the radio station. He did consider taking them with him in his shadow but ended up rejecting that idea. His Shadow Walker ability was his trump card for escaping. Having people inside would only do more damage than good, especially if he ran into Grim. Fighting would only waste time. They already wasted a lot of time to have lunch, so Magna felt like getting there as soon as possible. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Since the forest around them created a lot of shadows, Magna quietly slipped into the darkness before rocketing forward. When traveling through the shadows, Magna was marginally faster than everyone. The aura drain for traveling through the shadows wasn't light, but he knew he could make it at least a fifth of the way before needing a break. Luckily for him, the scenery was breathtaking. Plots of fertile land, seemingly untouched by humans. Rivers, lush grooves of flowers, it was simply beautiful. After a few minutes, Magna suddenly came to stop. The sound of angry voices started setting off alarms in his head. He raced towards the voices and found about 10 different faunas, all wearing grim-like masks on their faces as they searched around the forest for something. The White Fang, what the hell are they doing out here? Magna mused to himself. Deciding to find out why they were here, Magna slipped into the nearest person's shadow. Why the hell are we out here? My girlfriend was finally ready to take it to the next step, you know. Moon, seriously, shut the fuck up. If you want to disobey a direct order from Adam, go ahead, be my guest. You'd think a Siberian husky faunus would be happy being outdoors. The pair continued to argue while Magna was having an internal panic attack. Adam? You mean Adam Taurus? Shit, fuck shit. When did, how, okay. Calm down T, there's no proof the dash. Hey, why is Adam working with that human woman anyway? I thought that members of the White Fang hated humans. Asked Moon as he watched a butterfly flutter past him. The other White Fang member rolled his eyes at his companion's behavior and replied, it's because of Nanya. Nanya? Nanya business. Now stop talking and start searching. We need to find that bloody airship. Apparently, the huntsman that was on board was coming to protect that Amber girl. Growled the White Fang member as he walked away. Magna felt a strong urge to go back but stopped himself. Taking a few deep breaths, Magna was now even more determined to get to that village. He didn't consider himself a hero, knows that he doesn't want to be one. However, this world is now the world he is living in. He's seen what Salem is capable of and what she wants to do with this world. And frankly, Magna was not having any of it. This was his world. He had family here, friends, people he cherished. He was not about to let some spoilt immortal witch destroy the world just because she had a god complex. Hell, if he wanted to, Magna was pretty sure that if he pushed Naruto's cluster to its limits, he would become 14 god. The Sage of Six Paths inheritance just has that much power. Deciding to buy Crow and the others some time, Magna grinned as he embodied a certain drunk. Thus, chaos ensued. Chapter 81. What the hell is happening? I can taste the color purple. A few feet away, Magna was watching the White Fang members lose their minds. It all started a few minutes ago, right after Magna decided to embody Crow. POV, White Fang grunt, Moon. Hello. My name is Moon Moon. My father was a wolf faunus named Dark Moon while my mother was a hyena faunus named Sistine Clementine. It was a well-known fact that if faunus of different species procreate, there's a high chance of their offspring being of an entire different species. Whatever that means. I'm what you would call a grunt. I work for the White Fang, a group of faunus that hate the humans. Honestly, I don't really get why they hate humans. I mean, humans seem pretty neat to me. Anyway, I was currently on a mission to whoa. A giant mushroom. Nom. Nom 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 nom. That mushroom was delicious. Wait a second, what was I talking about? Oh, right. The mission. As I whoa, why is everything so colorful? So many pretty colors. Suddenly, a glowing blob appeared in front of me and I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped down on all fours and bark. Bark bark. Jrrr. Ha. I bet you weren't expecting that. You blobby thingy. Like Dad always said, if you're being attacked, bark at them until they take pity on you and leave. Honestly, his saying never made any sense to me. Dad was an excellent warrior, so I've always wondered why he needed his enemies' pity. However, I grinned as I unleashed my ultimate attack. Super Mega Ultra Special Move. Unleash. Before the blob could attack me, I yanked a handful of rainbow-colored mushroom out of the ground and shoved it into the blob's mouth hole. I could see even more blobs appear, so I continued using my ultimate finishing move. After a few seconds, the blobs started running around, screaming about random things. Huh, now that I think about it, don't these guys sound like the other white Fang grunts? Nah, those guys don't look like blobs. POV, Magna. Magna was surprised and confused on how fluidly everything went. It only took the actions of one person to drag the entire team down. It was funny, watching how the grunt called Moon randomly started eating a mushroom that was growing next to a tree. Then, he seemed to become insane as he went around stuffing random mushrooms and vegetation into the other grunts' mouths. All in all, everything went exactly how Magna hoped. Now that the grunts were distracted, Magna would have more time to get to the village. Switching back to Amber's abilities, Magna slipped into the shadows and shot towards the village. 5 clicks. That's how far the village was from the crash site. In a vehicle, that wouldn't even take an hour, but on foot? Sure, he had his semblance, but even then, it took him nearly 4 hours to get there. Occasionally, he needed to take a break and rest, but 4 hours was 4 hours. Magna was a little tired from constantly moving and wanted to go to sleep. A long sigh escaped his mouth as he pulled the communicator out from his pocket and said, "Hey guys. I arrived at the village." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened up next to him. He was about to greet them when his mother shot through the portal and picked him up off the ground. She hugged him tightly as she said in a worried tone, "Magna. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, did you?" Magna softly groaned as he said, "No, Mom. I'm fine, just a little tired." Even though she was relieved, Emily refused to let Magna go. No matter how much he struggled, Emily kept a tight grip on him as he had no choice but to give up. Luckily, Crow knew where they could crash. He explained that he and Amber, the protection target, went way back. While the group followed Crow to Amber's house, Magna noticed something odd. The atmosphere of the village seemed heavy. Every person they came across seemed to be smiling, but Magna could see that they were forcing themselves. If he wasn't feeling so tired from traveling, Magna would have investigated. Luckily, he had people who he could rely on. He whispered to Crow about his discovery and asked him to look into it, to which he gladly accepted. It wasn't every day that Magna asked someone for something. Sure, there have been instances where he would ask for a helping hand, but he usually tries to do everything himself before involving people. After a few silent minutes, the group finally arrived at a rather out-of-place luxury apartment building. Magna was dumbfounded as he stared at the building, wondering why an apartment complex was built in a village. Crow saw the confused look on his face and sheepishly grinned as he explained, "This village is actually built in a very special part of Remnant." Pointing in the direction they came from, Crow said, "Do you see those trees? Tell me, what color are the leaves?" Green," replied Magna, his confusion growing. He wasn't the only one though, as everyone found themselves clueless. Raven and Emily were still fine, considering that they didn't really care. June, however, was so confused that her eyes started to spin as steam came out of her ears. Crow resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he pointed in the other direction and said, "And what about those trees?" "What do you mean?" "Obviously, they're Magna paused when he finally got a good look at the trees. He never noticed it until now, but the leaves of the tree on the other side were surprisingly a frosty white. Ice crystals clung to the trees, giving the forest the illusion of being a winter wonderland. Suddenly, Magna turned left and right as his eyes widened. To his left was the edge of the forever fall forest, while to his right stood a massive groove of greenery. Seeing the amazement in Magna's eyes, Crow felt a small amount of pride in his chest as he happily said, "It's not every day we get something that surprises you, Magna. Welcome to the Forest of Four Seasons." A sense of awe passed through Magna as he took in the sights of one of Remnant's naturally formed works of wonder. The Forest of Four Seasons. Said to be the only place in all of Remnant where you can experience any season at any time of the year. The reason being that different areas were perpetually stuck in a certain season, just like the forever fall forest. Considering who his teacher was, it wasn't all that surprising that Magna knew about the forest. Amber made sure that when he wasn't training, Magna was cramming as much knowledge into his head as humanly possible. Now that he knew where he was, Magna felt a bubbling excitement build inside him as he started to feel energized. He wanted to explore the place. But before he could leave, Magna found himself still constrained in his mother's arms. Mom? Can you let me go? I want to look around for a bit," asked Magna. Emily seemed to think over his words for a couple seconds before breaking into a wide smile as she said, "Nope." Magna quietly muttered, but, as Emily entered the house. Crow had already talked with her about them staying the night, so Emily ended up taking Magna upstairs, where she forced him to sleep. No matter how much Magna wanted to explore, his mother stared at him with a mother's death stare as she waited for him to fall asleep. With no other option, Magna sighed and closed his eyes. Hours passed by as Magna slept in his bed like a baby. Pushing himself actually tired him out more than he thought. Suddenly, a soft click came from the window sill. Years of sleeping outdoors made Magna a light sleeper, so he woke up the instant he heard the window open. However, he didn't move from his position and continued to act like he was asleep. He wanted to see what the intruder was here for. The floor softly creaked as the source of the sound inched closer and closer. After a few minutes, the intruder finally ended up in front of the bed. A low, depressed sigh came from the intruder as a feminine voice silently muttered, "He looks like he's my age." The sound of a sword being drawn softly rang out in the quiet room. Since the room was dark, Magna opened one of his eyes slightly and saw his would-be killer. A white mask adorned her face while a black bow lay atop her head. Magna could see the hesitation in her eyes behind the mask. Sadly, Magna forgot one simple fact. Faunas have a natural form of night vision. The moment he opened his eyes, the would-be killer had already realized he was awake. After she got over her initial panic, the assailant quickly steeled her nerves as she violently thrust her sword downwards. Magna wasn't just going to let her kill him as thrust his palm forward to meet the blade. The assailant's eyes widened as the sword easily pierced through his hand. However, what really shocked her was how Magna's only reaction to being stabbed was a low grunt. Taking advantage of her shock, Magna raised his other hand and punched her in the face. Simple. But very effective. The assailant was sent reeling back as a pained yelp escaped her lips. Wasting no time, Magna took a deep breath as he yanked the sword from his hand, healing himself as he quickly pinned her to the ground. Suddenly, Magna felt the weight underneath him disappear as the girl hastily crawled to the window in what Magna could only describe as desperation. She made plenty of noise as she rapidly clawed her way to the window, not even realizing that her mask had fallen off. Blake, thought Magna. Even though he remembered meeting her at the gala, he was pretty sure she didn't, considering how she reacted when she tried to kill him. Seeing that she was almost at the window, Magna leapt to his feet as he said, "Oh no you don't." He tried to grab her legs but all he managed to grab was air. Now he was starting to get a bit irritated. Each and every time he went to grab her, it always ended up being a clone. In frustration, Magna switched Star Cluster as he roared, "Hermit Purple." Purple, thorny vines exploded out from his hands, encasing the entire room in vines. No matter how Blake struggled, she was inevitably captured by the vines. To Blake, it felt as if she was suddenly unable to move. She couldn't see the vines that entangled her but she could feel them, especially the thorns. They dug into her skin and bound her up tight, increasing the pressure the more she tried to struggle. Magna didn't want to kill her, knows she was important to this world. But, that didn't mean he was going to hold back on someone who attempted to kill him. Just as Blake finally seemed to give up, the door was sent flying as his mother, Emily, burst into the room with a deadly gleam in her eyes and roared, "Who has the guts to attack my son?" With a swift flick of his wrist, Magna quickly helped Blake put her mask back on as he calmly said, "It's all right, Mom. I already caught the intruder. It's only a white Fang grunt." Blake seemed appalled that Magna called her a grunt and was about to voice her dissatisfaction when the vines suddenly tightened, reminding her of her place. The deadly look in Emily's eyes exploded when she saw the white Fang grunt but she managed to rein herself in as she silently fumed. After a few seconds, Emily was calm enough to talk as she spoke in a hoarse tone, "Okay, you seem to have this under control. Just remember, if she tries anything at all, I'll, dash." Crow suddenly appeared from the doorway as he said, "We get it. Emily, just go back to bed. Don't worry about Magna, this isn't his first rodeo." The world turned silent as Crow felt as if he had just signed his death warrant. Emily trembled as a low growl escaped her lips, "Oh. So you're telling me that my son has been attacked before? In the middle of the night? And you're only telling me this now?" Crow found himself scared beyond anything he's ever felt. His knees actually buckled under his own weight as he turned extremely pale. Wait. That's not dash. To Crow's surprise, Emily took a very long and deep breath. After a minute or so, Emily seemed to have calmed down, though the deadly look in her eyes showed she wasn't. Glaring one last time at Crow and Blake, Emily scoffed at the pair before stomping out of the room. A wry smile appeared on Magna's face as he turned to Crow and said, "Real smooth, Crow." Shakily standing up, Crow couldn't even muster a reply as he slowly walked into the room. Magna could only watch as Crow walked over to one of the drawers and pulled out a full bottle of whiskey. Then, Crow proceeded to chug half the contents of the bottle before jumping out the window. Blake's eyes swirled and confused about everything that just happened while Magna just watched his mentor's actions with a deadpan expression. A long sigh escaped his mouth as Magna turned to Blake and said, "Just ignore him. He does stuff like that all the time." Blake nodded, the confusion on her face slowly transitioning into caution. Now that all the chaos passed, Blake remembered just what kind of situation she was in. Magna could see the fear building in her eyes, but he couldn't do anything to make her believe he wasn't going to hurt her. "Well, first things first, my name is Magna. What about you?" said Magna. Blake's eyes furrowed at him as she refused to answer. Another sigh came from Magna as he continued, "Okay then, I'm just gonna call you Kitty." "So Kitty, why did you try and kill me?" There was a certain level of sass in Magna's tone that just dug under Blake's skin. He could see how she was holding herself back from exploding, as she might say something she wasn't supposed to. After an hour of annoying questions, Blake finally couldn't handle being called Kitty and exploded. "My name isn't Kitty, you asshole. It's Blake," screeched Blake. Magna had to hold his ears as he hissed in pain. Even though Blake's voice was on the lower side, she could somehow scream like Banshee. If Magna didn't know better, he would have thought that that was Blake's semblance. Letting his aura heal his ears, Magna grinned, "Good to know, Blake. Good to know." Knowing she fell for his ploy, Blake's faunus ears flattened against her head as she glared at him. Magna could hear her muttering all sorts of curses, but he ignored them as he said, "So why did you try to kill me?" Blake rolled her eyes under the mask and plainly said, "Because you're annoying." Magna's eyes twitched slightly, making Blake smirk as he sarcastically said, "Oh hardy har har. It seems the kitty can bite back." This time it was Blake's turn as her eyes twitched. "I said my name is Blake. Stop calling me Kitty. It's derogatory." "Oh, and asshole isn't. Need I remind you that you just tried to kill me?" barked Magna. Silence descended on the pair. For a few minutes, neither said anything to each other until Blake decided to break the silence. Blake sighed and said, I guess you're right. I'm sorry for calling you an asshole. You're probably just angry about me trying to kill you." Magna didn't know how to take Blake's apology as he awkwardly started scratching his head. "Oh, I'm sorry too. For riling you up and calling you Kitty. While the pair were waiting in the silence, Magna lightly chuckled and said, "You know, this isn't the first time we've met." Blake's eyes widened as she dumbly muttered, "What?" With a hearty grin, Magna told her about the gala. She froze for a couple seconds, trying to remember the gala when she screamed, "That little boy was you." Yup. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Why did you try to kill me, Blake? I know we don't know each other that well, but I find it hard to believe that the little girl who stopped me that day would end up killing people for a living. Magna said. Conflict appeared in her alluring amber eyes. Magna could see how his words sent her mind into turmoil. Pain. Fear. Anger. Self-loathing. Her eyes spoke 1,000 words as she continued to fight herself. Half an hour later, as the sun started to rise, Blake looked far more worn out than Magna. She tiredly raised her head to stare at Magna and blankly said, "The White Fang knew that a group of huntsmen were coming to defend the target. I don't know why our leader wants to kill this lady so badly. He's been distant lately. He doesn't tell me anything anymore and only wants me around when it suits him." By this point, Blake had tears pouring from her eyes as she slowly removed her mask. Seeing her face twisted in sorrow and betrayal, Magna could only sigh as he gently released her. Even when the last vine released her, Blake did seem to notice or care as she sat there, her eyes still empty and full of tears. Magna honestly didn't know what to do. She was way too important to the world. She needed to attend Beacon. Her level-headed attitude and skills helped make up for what the rest of Team RWBY lacked. Deciding to bite the bullet, Magna sat down so that they were staring into each other's eyes and gently said, "Why not leave?" Blake snapped from her trance and shot to her feet. "And do what? Where would I go? If you haven't noticed, humans don't treat us faunus like people." Magna waved his hands in a defensive manner and said, "Hey, it was only a suggestion. If the current White Fang only causes you pain, I think it's best you get out while you can. Maybe try something new. Like being a huntsman. I heard Beacon accepts anyone as long as they have the skills and drive," said Magna lightly. Finally, a small amount of light returned to Blake's eyes. Seeing her actually think over his words, Magna couldn't help but show a faint smile. Chapter 82. As soon as Blake made up her mind, she looked toward Magna and stared, her eyes carrying an unknown emotion to the both of them as she quietly muttered, "Thank you," before leaving through the window. Magna had no clue how much of his little pep talk actually stuck with her, but he wanted to be optimistic. He stuck his head out the window and waved to her as he yelled, "I'll see you at Beacon, Blake." Blake paused in her retreat. If Magna could see that far, he would have saw how the edges of Blake's lips lifted upwards before she stealthily disappeared. A sigh escaped his lips as Magna knew he could only wait. Time would tell, after all. Pulling himself back into his room, Magna looked around and smiled. Now that he got a good look at the place, he could see that the room was rather luxurious. Because they were very tired when they arrived, Crow had only requested a place to sleep, meaning that he never got to meet Amber last night. Technically, no one but Crow got to see her. Magna couldn't help but feel curious as the desire to meet her sprouted. June, the current spring maiden, was rather new to her powers, so Magna wanted to meet someone with a little more experience. Sure, his training has been helping June improve by leaps and bounds, but what about the future? The magic from his clusters use a drastically different system from Remnant, and Magna didn't want her accidentally hurting herself just because she followed the instructions of another system. If possible, he wanted to train June alongside Amber. He could help her from time to time while Amber would be the main person who was training her. Just as Magna stepped out of the room, a hand landed on his shoulder as he heard Crow's voice say, "We need to talk." Before Magna could ask him about what he wanted to talk about, Crow dragged him back into his room and jumped out the window while still holding him. As soon as they landed on the ground, Magna slapped Crow across the head as he yelled, "What the hell, Crow?" Even though Magna just hit him, Crow showed next to no reaction as he clicked his tongue and shot through the village. When Magna saw that they arrived at a bar, his eyes twitched as he pulled himself away. He was about to go off at him when Crow turned towards him and said, "Shut up and follow me." Without waiting for a reply, Crow opened the door and walked inside. Magna could see that he meant business, so he opted to stay silent and follow him. After trudging through a horde of drunks, Crow led them to a rather quiet room on the third floor. It was basically empty minus the single table and 4 chairs that sat smack dab in the middle. Crow sat at the table and pointed to the chair across from him. After shooting Crow a weird look, Magna sat at the table as he questioned, "Okay, Crow. What's going on? Did you find something out?" "Yeah, I did. But not everyone is here yet and I don't feel like repeating myself," replied Crow. Magna was about to ask him who they were waiting for when a red portal opened up next to him. While Magna quickly jumped into a stance and glared at her, Raven calmly walked out from the portal with a smirk. She looked over at Magna and scoffed, "I'm honored that you feel the need to get defensive around me. Didn't Crow tell you I was coming?" Seeing Magna shake his head, Raven rolled her eyes as she muttered, "Of course he didn't." Sheathing her sword, Raven sat next to Magna and smirked as she looked towards Crow and said, "So, what do you want, baby brother?" For the first time ever, Magna saw a vein instantly puff up on Crow's forehead as he growled, "I am not your baby brother, Raven. We were born at the same time." Raven's smirk grew as she taunted, "But I came out a few seconds ahead of you. Isn't that right, baby brother?" More and more veins puffed up on Crow's face as he looked like he was really about to snap. A small part of Magna found this very amusing, but he had better things to do, like explore the Four Seasons forest. Sending Crow a mischievous look, Magna turned to Raven and grinned as he muttered, "Hermit purple." While enjoying the afterglow of pissing off her brother, Raven didn't even notice that her movement became restricted. It wasn't until she tried to sit down did she realize as she frowned, "What's the meaning of this, Crow? Did you lie to me just so you could capture me?" Crow burst into laughter, tears running down his face as he just laughed. Seeing the anger on Raven's face as she struggled to try and get out of Magna's grasp was priceless. After a few minutes of laughter, Crow finally stopped as he wiped away the tears from his eyes and said, "All right Magna, you can let her go now." However, Magna didn't want to. Once Crow said it was Magna that was holding her in place, Raven's head snapped in his direction as she stared at him with an unholy amount of wrath. Hell, Magna felt that if he let her go, she wouldn't hesitate to draw her sword and strike him down. Obviously, even if she did, Crow would definitely defend him, but Magna was still a little worried. What made the situation even worse was the fact that Magna could see more than just wrath in her eyes, and that's what scared him the most. Magna softly sighed as he slowly withdrew his stand. The moment Raven was free enough to move her limbs, she sprung up from her chair and slammed Magna against the wall. Aura helped soften the blow, but Magna didn't have time to register the pain as Raven got uncomfortably close to Magna's face and grinned. Crow was about to attack her when he fell face first to the ground, shock clear in his eyes at what he just witnessed. Instead of attacking him, Raven lowered her head slightly and dragged her tongue across Magna's neck. Then, without warning, she planted her lips on his neck and sucked, hard. After a minute, Raven let him go as she licked her lips with a fierce smirk, "Be careful of who you tie up, little boy. Wouldn't want them getting the wrong idea, now would we?" Magna stammered because, as much as he hated to admit it, he was very turned on by what she did. The way she worked her tongue around his neck sent shivers down his spine. Their moment was ruined by the sound of Crow's voice as he roared in abrupt horror, "He's just a little kid, Raven." "What the fuck?" Raven scoffed at Crow and said, "Do you think I care? I was just teaching the boy to be careful. Teaching him my ass." You gave him a hick dash. Suddenly, Crow's eyes widened before turning into an almost freakish grin. A deep frown appeared on Raven's face while she watched her brother's grin grow. She opened her mouth to speak but Crow rudely cut her off as he happily said, I wonder how Emily will react when she sees that hickey you just gave Magna. In an instant, all the color drained from Raven's face. It took her a few seconds to regain herself as she put on a confident front and scowled. She would have gotten away with it too if not for fact that her legs were shaking. Wow, these two are really afraid of my mum. I wonder what she did to scare them this badly, mused Magna. It certainly was entertaining to say the least, watching two badasses be utterly afraid of a single woman. Then again, Magna knew what his mother was capable of, so he wasn't that surprised. Seeing the look Magna and Crow were giving her, Raven instantly stood strong as she glared at them and said, Can we just get on with whatever you needed? Crow smirked at his sister and started explaining why he called them here. For Raven, Crow wanted to confirm with her that June was a maiden. For Magna, he wanted to know how much he knew. Over the years they've known each other, Crow kept his word and never reported to Ashbin about Magna. However, he also hasn't told Magna about the war going on in the background. Sure, he's slipped up every now and then, especially when he's drunk, but he's never told him the full story. Magna knew about the ruler of the Grim, Salem, but he couldn't remember anything else. He could still remember certain events, like Penny and Pyrrha's death, or the fall of Beacon. But specific things like what happened during volumes 4 and 5 were lost to him. Anyway, Raven easily confirmed Crow's suspicion about June. However, she also told him a lie about how she filled Magna in on everything. Watching Crow have both a nervous breakdown and an aneurysm seemed to cheer Raven right up. The icing on the cake was when Crow finished ranting about the secret organization he belonged to. In his rage, he spilled just about every secret, leaving no detail unexplained. Then, once he had calmed down, Raven told him that she lied about informing Magna of the war between Ashbin and Salem. He actually fainted in fury, his eyes rolled back into his skull as veins burst across his forehead. Feeling a little sorry for his mentor, Magna quickly switched to Usato and healed all the popped blood vessels in Crow's body before gently waking him up. However, the moment he opened his eyes, Magna could only watch in concern as his mentor repeatedly bashed his face into the table. Why the hell would you do that, Ray? You know how serious this shit is. I can't believe you tricked me into spilling Remnant's darkest secret. Yelled Crow, glaring at Raven as he slowly clenched fist. Raven rolled her eyes at him and scoffed, what I can't believe is how easy it was to trick you. I mean, come on Birdbrain, it was obvious he knew nothing but you still took my word for it. A low growl, laced with anger escaped Crow's lips as he muttered, guess I learned my lesson. Suddenly, Crow quickly stood up and stomped his way to the door. Just as his hand was about to land on the doorknob, it froze as he turned to Magna and said, be on the lookout for members of the White Fang. I've been asking around and it seems like something big is going down in this village. I just hope that whatever it is, it doesn't involve Amber. Without looking back, Crow slammed the door on his way out, leaving Magna alone with Raven. An awkward silence prevailed for a few seconds before Raven sighed and vanished into a red portal. Magna, with nothing left to do, quietly left the room. He weaved through the other patrons and was about to leave the bar when he caught sight of a familiar shade of mint green hair from the corner of his eye. He stealthily disappeared into the shadows and latched onto the hooded figure with mint green hair. From the silhouette of the figure, Magna could tell it was a girl as hope slowly budded in his chest. Once the girl managed to slip through the drunkards littering the bar, she came across two other hooded figures, a male and a female. The male softly elbowed the green-haired figure as he sarcastically said in a voice that sounded strangely familiar and nostalgic, "It's good to see you again, Emerald. Did you gain weight?" The female looked at the male and scoffed as she spoke in a tantalizing yet sinister tone, "Mercury, do you have to antagonize the mute? Honestly, come along you two, we have things to discuss." The female figure turned and walked away, heading towards the staircase that led to the second floor. The trio walked to the end of the hallway in silence before entering the last door on the right. However, what Magna saw inside that room made his breath hitch in his lungs. Adam Taurus, no, Tyrion H. Hable. Arg, you know what? Salem's Pawns. Short, simple, easy to remember. And lastly, some scientist. I honestly Don Dash. Dr. Merlot. A pleasure to make you acquaintance. My name is Cinderfall. I'm sure you've already met Tyrion and Hazel, while the two standing beside me are my assistants, Mercury Black and Emerald Sustri. Magna eyes widened into saucers as Dr. Merlot chuckled, yes. The pleasure is all mine, Miss Fall. The Queen has already informed me of who you and your associates are. I'm just glad that my research is finally being appreciated. Red flags were frantically waving in Magna's head. He finally remembered who the scientist was now. He was introduced in the RWBY game, Grim Eclipse. Dr. Merlot spent his life creating a serum that had the ability to mutate Grim. However, if his memory served him correctly, Dr. Merlot's serum shouldn't be ready for specimen testing until, at the very least, Volume 2. Suddenly, Dr. Merlot moved in front of Emerald, intrigue clear in his eyes as he muttered, "I'm assuming this is the one you requested the serum and modifications for. The one from a few years ago?" Cinder smiled in a sadistic way as she said, "Your intelligence precedes you, Doctor." She was unwilling to aid our cause, so we needed to take some rather drastic measures. Merlot scoffed, "Drastic? Try inhumane. A memory inhibitor, intelligence dampener, a neural interface, and to top it all off, an experimental serum that modifies a person's semblance. I mean, I hadn't even tested that serum on animals." "Oh. Do you have a problem with our methods, Doctor?" asked Cinder as she frowned. She silently motioned for Mercury to get ready to eliminate him if need be. However, it would appear that she was overthinking things as Dr. Merlot burst into a bout of maniacal laughter. "A problem? The only problem I have is that you only asked for something so simple. Even though the tools I had at the time weren't the best, I can guarantee that I would have made her more than just a puppet. I could have spliced her DNA with a Grim, or maybe a Faunus. Oh, the possibilities are endless," screamed the doctor in a fervent tone, insanity swirling in his eyes as he scanned Emerald. While all this was going on, Magna was shaking within the shadow world. Not in fear but anger. From what he gathered from their conversation, Emerald was put through a series of different experiments, all so she would lose her free will. He tried holding back his anger when he finally realized something important. "Wait. I can just say I found Emerald and the bastards that kidnapped her. Plus, there are plans on the table called, Take the Maiden's Power." A fierce smirk adorned his face as Magna switched Star Cluster. When everyone in the room turned their back, Magna dashed into Cinder's shadow and leapt out of the shadow world. "What's up, bitches?" As Cinder and her crew jumped in shock, Magna forced his body to flip forwards. After spinning for a few times, Magna's leg shot upwards and burst into flames as he roared, "Concasse." Just when everyone finally turned to look at who was attacking them, Cinder didn't even get the chance to speak when a flaming foot slammed against her face. Turning towards Mercury, Magna dashed towards him and whipped his leg out as he roared, "Call your strike." Mercury could only stare in shock and awe as Magna's leg lashed out at his neck, sending him flying out the window as his body ignited. Once Magna landed on the ground, Tyrion and Hazel shot towards him while Adam scowled as he moved in front of Merlot. "Oh. So the doctor has a bodyguard? I guess Adam must really hate that," mused Magna as an idea hatched in his head. Magna was forcefully pulled from his thoughts as a scorpion tail and fist soared past his head. With a small hop, Magna's body completely flipped as his hands hit the floor. Party table, kick course. Both Tyrion and Hazel could only welcome Magna's foot as it sunk into their stomach, forcing them out the broken window he just sent Mercury out of. Flipping back into a standing position, Magna ignored the glare coming from Adam as he grabbed Emerald and slipped back into the shadows. While zooming towards Amber's house, Magna couldn't help but frown as he softly inspected Emerald's body. "Oh my what have they done to you, Em?" muttered Magna as he dragged his fingers across the metal plate that covered the top half of her head. Even though her eyes were open, Magna couldn't see any sign of life in them as she continued to stare at Magna with empty, blank eyes. Switching to Usato's abilities, Magna just hoped that he could do something to help her. Hugging her close to his chest, Magna started glowing in a gentle green light that slowly enveloped them. The light green glow started to darken as it slowly unfurled off Magna and surrounded Emerald. After a few minutes, the dark green light only clung to Emerald as Magna continued to hug her. Still feeling little to no reaction, Magna softly shook as he quietly murmured, "Come on, come on. Come on, Em." Suddenly, the metal plate on her skull made a quiet creak before popping off her head. Once it landed on the floor, the plate broke into hundreds of different pieces. Looking towards her head, Magna's lips dropped as he hissed. Under the metal plate was a very large cut that revealed a small hole in her skull. Hell, Magna even caught a glimpse of Emerald's brain. What really shocked him though was the black tissue that took up a large majority of her brain. He could see that his healing magic was slowly fixing the tissue, but Magna was still very concerned. Once the hole was closed up, Emerald suddenly bucked in his grasp, smashing her newly healed head backwards and into Magna's nose. Both teens fell to the shadowy floor as they each nursed their wounds. As she gained her bearings, Emerald scowled as she sat up and said, "Hey. What's the big idea? Why were you dash?" Before she could finish her sentence, she froze as she stared at Magna. He could see the realization on her face as she slowly began to tear up. She shakily lifted her hands and gently cupped Magna's chin as she spoke in a tone laced with fear and hope. Magna. Is that really you? You're not some illusion, are you? Magna pushed back the urge to cry as he smirked and said, really Em. I know it's been a few years but I shouldn't have changed that much. Instead of replying, Emerald burst into tears as she embraced him. The tears he was holding back finally managed to slip through as he gently returned her embrace and muttered, it's good to see you again, Emerald. Chapter 83. Slipping back into the real world, Magna hastily ran up to Amber's apartment door and repeatedly started bashing against the door. After a few seconds, Magna could hear a feminine voice groan behind the door as it flew open. What? Screamed the woman that just opened the door. Magna scanned her as his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Amber, right? My name is Magna, I'm Crow's student. The woman, Amber, nodded as she said, well, it's nice to meet you. What do you want? Magna quickly explained what just happened. He even introduced Emerald, telling her how she was kidnapped roughly 6 years ago by the same people that wanted to attack her. Amber seemed to be hesitant on something, so Magna quickly dragged the two girls inside. As he turned to Amber, whispered into her ear, look, I know about the maidens in Salem. Crow may have told me thanks to the assistance of a certain raven. Just say what you need to say. To say she was taken back would be an understatement. This was Remnant's most heavily guarded secret, yet a young man somehow came to know of it. She sighed heavily as she plainly said, is she a maiden? Before Magna could reply, Emerald, who had absolutely no clue about Remnant's darkest secret, blushed as she growled, what does me being a virgin have to do with anything? Amber straight up burst into laughter while Magna awkwardly looked away. His cheeks were dusted a light pink as he coughed and said, Emerald, that's not what she meant. Look, we'll meet up with Crow first, then I'll try and get him to fill you in. Do you remember who Crow is? He was slightly skeptical about her remembering certain things and people since it's been a few years, but his skepticism proved wrong as Emerald scoffed and said, of course I remember that drunk old bird. You don't just forget someone like that. Especially if he shows up to your friend's birthday while drunk and wearing a skirt. Magna couldn't help but chuckle while remembering his and the twins' birthday party. Due to constant moving around, Magna and the twins never got to properly celebrate their birthdays. So, to make up for it, Magna's parent decided to hold a big birthday bash for the three of them. Obviously, Crow, Taeyong and his family were invited over to celebrate with them. Taeyong, Young and RWBY showed up pretty early and explained that Crow would be a while. However, he didn't show up until it was 3 in the afternoon. He was drunk, singing about a drunken sailor, and worst of all, he was wearing a white skirt covered in alcohol. Needless to say, he was given the beating of a lifetime from both of Magna's parents. While Magna was reminiscing, he felt someone tap his shoulder as a voice that desperately tried to hold back its laughter muttered, W8. Is she being serious? Please tell me she's being serious. Do you have any pics? Can I see them? Magna quickly snapped to her as he said, now is not the time. I'll show you the pics later, so can we please get everyone together? Emerald was a little surprised that Magna raised his voice while Amber frowned. This was an important turning point in Remnant's future and Magna did not want to screw this up. He decided that, since he's already messed up the original plot, he might as well keep going. Sure, he had hoped that the future wouldn't change too much, but he held that hope with a grain of salt. Calming himself down by taking a couple deep breaths, Magna wryly smiled as he sighed, sorry, just please get everyone together. We need to prepare for what's coming and we don't that much time left. The pair watched Magna groggily walk into the other room. Once they were sure he was gone, Amber leaned next to Emerald and whispered into her ear, is he okay? Emerald sighed, I don't know. In the lounge, everyone sat down in shock as Magna, with the begrudging consent of Crow, explained what happened. He told them how he followed Emerald and somehow stumbled onto a devious plot in the making. His mother was both appalled and ecstatic. She was appalled that Magna followed a group of shady people just because of a hunch, and ecstatic that his hunch was actually right. She treated Emerald like one of her own and her kidnapping actually affected her a lot. Anyway, once everyone got over the shock of Magna's big reveal, Emily shot from her seat and brought Emerald into gentle yet strong embrace. With tears in her eyes, Emily couldn't even form words as she was just too happy. Even though it's been years since she last saw her, Emerald couldn't help but cry as she embraced her. While they were crying out years of frustration and longing, Crow slowly made his way over to Magna. Looking up at his mentor, Magna noticed the hidden joy on his face as Crow heavily patted his shoulder and said, thanks Magna. Magna was slightly confused by this until he noticed the glimmer in Crow's eyes when he stared at Amber. He could barely stop himself from smiling when he saw how Amber looked at Crow with the same look in her eyes. He wanted to poke fun at him but stopped himself. This was the only time he's ever seen Crow like this and he didn't want to ruin it. Deciding to ignore the pair that were acting like middle schoolers, Magna opted to sit next to June. Emerald shortly joined the pair as the adults went to work. The plan wasn't anything major. They just needed to buckle down and fight until reinforcements could arrive. Somehow, Cinder and her group had scrambled the scroll communication system, showing just how prepared they were. Sadly, their evil plan was doomed to fail from the moment Magna arrived, as he still had the communicator. One call was all it took for Ojban to send in reinforcements. He was also slightly annoyed at Crow for spilling the beans on Remnant's darkest secret but forgave him due to the circumstances. Plus, Amber kinda went ballistic when Ojban started berating him, so he had no choice but to forgive him. Anyway, there was one downside to their plan. They had to hold out for 30 minutes. Even though Ojban pulled some strings and called in a couple favors, the airships won't be ready for at least another 30 minutes. Suddenly, Magna felt a chill travel down his spine as he grabbed the girls next to him and ran at the group. Accidentally tackling Raven, Magna didn't have the time to be bothered by her glare as he roared, "Hold on." Magna knew that Sanji had basically zero defensive abilities, so he quickly switched to another, someone who only had defensive abilities. Thrusting his arms out wide, Magna groaned as he rapidly enveloped the group in a huge pink ball. Just as he finished the ball, a fiery explosion tore the building apart and sent the ball, with them inside, flying. Magna struggled to keep the form of the ball as every time it took a hit, it chipped away at his aura. After a few seconds, silence returned to the room as Magna sighed. Just as he thought the attack was over, a barrage of bullets and rockets ignited the room and smashed against the ball. Once again, the rockets seemed to die down, yet this time, the hail of bullets never stopped. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ball as Magna started to tremble. He's never felt so drained before. Each time a crack appeared, Magna would usually patch it up. However, with the sheer amount of attacks hitting the ball, Magna's aura couldn't keep up with the expenditure. Not only that, but he's slightly exhausted from the changes done to his body. While Emerald was stunned and dazed by everything going on, she caught a glimpse of a gemstone underneath Magna's shirt. She was about to ask him about it when Emily grabbed her shoulder and shook her head. She knew that Emerald had so many questions she wanted to ask, but now was not a good time to ask them. Minutes passed by as Magna held on by a thread. With sweat pouring down his face, Magna panted as he muttered, Is it over? I don't dash." He cut himself off as he collapsed to his knees, the protective orb around them shattering to pieces. Switching back to Sanji's abilities, Magna forced himself to stand as he covered Emerald and June, who were behind him. If he could, Magna didn't want either of them to fight just yet. Emerald was still recovering while June was still not ready for combat. Taking a deep breath, Magna fought Sanji's urge to smoke as he slowly walked over to Crow and the others. Everyone was surprised that he was standing up to fight and wanted him to rest when he angrily growled, "Diable jam." His legs ignited as he shot to the air. Even though he had practically no aura left, that didn't mean he couldn't fight. You see, Sanji's star cluster was very similar to Rintaro. Sanji's abilities were martial arts based, meaning it consumed a whopping 0 aura to use his skills. The only ability he had that used aura was Haki, and the consumption rate wasn't even that large. In fact, the rate at which Haki consumed aura was just under the recovery rate, so technically, Magna could use Haki forever. While Magna was high in the air, he spotted Cinder's group as well as the White Fang. The grunts all held an assortment of guns ranging from pistols to rocket launchers. However, Magna ignored all of them as he zeroed in on one person in particular. One of the 3 biggest threats, Hazel. He couldn't remember what his semblance was, but he did remember that he totally overpowered RWBY and her friends in the anime. Cinder and her group all looked to the sky only to see Magna kick off the air and disappeared. Almost instantly, he reappeared in front of Hazel with a head of wavy blonde locks and glowing red eyes. As Hazel's eyes widened in shock, Magna's blonde hair ignited due to Yang's semblance while his leg burst into a torrent of uncontrollable flames. It was so wild that Magna could feel it burning his leg. Collier. With a single whip kick, Magna slammed his burning foot on the back of Hazel's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Magna wasted no time as he quickly kicked out at Hazel's shoulder as he roared, "Paul." The force behind Magna's kick forced Hazel off the ground as he tried to launch another kick. Hazel, after being thrown around, quickly refocused himself as he casually deflected Magna's kick. Seeing his kick get deflected, Magna clicked his tongue in annoyance as he disappeared. Hazel didn't panic at the disappearance of his enemy as he said, "This is a worthless fight. No matter what you do, you will never dash." Reappearing above him, Magna glared at Hazel as he stomped on his face, "Shut up." Hazel stumbled back a few feet, but his face still remained the same. His passive and slightly bored look irritated Magna as he continued, as I was saying, you will never defeat me. Due to my semblance, I no longer feel pain. You, however. Right as Magna went to kick him in the chest, Hazel easily caught his foot even though a sickening crunch came from his hand. Hazel's brows furrowed slightly as he switched to his other hand and slammed Magna against the ground. A small groan escaped Magna's lips as he coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Hazel looked down on him and sighed, I tried to tell you. Your moves may make you powerful but your body is still human. Suddenly, Magna smiled as he softly muttered, idiot. Yang's semblance was kicked into high gear as he burst into a pillar of flames. Magna coated his free leg in hockey and brutally smashed it down on Hazel's hand, breaking it as Magna leapt to his feet. Just as he was about to kick Hazel in the chest, an explosive round shot past his head as a cocky voice spoke, well, I can't let you have all the fun, Hazel. I still owe this punk for the kick. Magna turned and saw Mercury. The prideful smirk and arrogant walk made Magna want to kick him in the face. Once Mercury and Hazel stood side by side, Mercury looked at his partner and hissed. Wow, Hazel. This guy really put you through the ringer. Maybe you should wait for your wounds to heal before you get back into the fight, maybe even use the you-know-what. I'll keep him busy. Hazel silently nodded at Mercury's advice as he pulled out a vial filled with a black liquid. Magna felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up and was about to attack Hazel when a bullet zipped past Magna's neck and destroyed the vial. Both parties turned back and saw Crow as he slowly made his way over. His walk wasn't arrogant nor was it overbearing. Yet Cinder and her group could feel a sense extreme danger coming from him. Their instincts, no matter how hazy they were, screamed at them to retreat. Cinder calmed her mind by remembering how many people she had at her command and sneered, give up and let me kill the maiden. We have you outnumbered. No matter how much Magna hated to admit it, she was right. They had them beat. He wanted to change to Naruto's cluster and even the odds but he couldn't because he didn't have enough aura to summon enough clones to match them. Suddenly, a shadow passed over Magna and landed in front of him. With the calming scent of tea and lavender lingering in the breeze, Raven slowly unsheathed her blade and smirked, you may have us outnumbered but we clearly have you outmatched. Cinder obviously didn't take well to that as she grinded her teeth and roared, kill them. Kill them and bring me the maiden. Magna slowly raised his leg and was about to take to the skies when Crow turned back and smiled, oh, no need for you to get ready, Magna. Ray and I got this. Raven slowly lowered her stance as she focused forward and grinned, I hope you haven't gotten rusty, baby brother. You can't blame me if you get shot, you know. Crow rolled his eyes, and I hope you still know how to fight as a team. Years of relying only on yourself might make you mess up. The pair snorted at each other. Magna almost thought that they were gonna end up fighting each other when Crow shot forward like an arrow. Obviously, the White Fang members were locked and loaded as they aimed at Crow and fired. However, Crow just grinned as he leapt backwards. The moment he moved backwards, a red portal opened in front of him and swallowed everything. Bullets, dust rounds, rockets. Everything ended up being swallowed by Raven's portal. When the clicking of empty guns rang out, the portal closed as Crow shot forward at an even faster speed. Crow quickly closed the distance between him and a grunt and easily took him down. Just as he was about to attack another, Tyrion snuck up behind him. A bout of psychotic laughter bellowed from Tyrion as he slashed towards Crow's back. However, Crow didn't even turn back as he quickly slashed another White Fang grunt. And there was a reason he didn't turn back. Just before Tyrion's claws could tear apart Crow's back, a red portal opened in front of him as a hail of bullets forced him to defend himself. Once the rain of bullets stopped, Tyrion charged towards Crow once again only to be forced to the ground as Raven's sheath brutally smashed against his head. From there, the White Fang grunts were like lambs to the slaughter. The Branwen twins move in near-perfect sync, easily destroying the enemy in front of them. Whenever anyone with actually skill tried to join the battle, Raven would send a hail of bullets from her portals while Crow would curse them with bad luck. In only 20 minutes, hundreds of White Fang grunts had fallen to the birds of prey. Cinder and her group were obviously shocked by the twins' performance but she also took note of how exhausted they were. Cinder opened her mouth to order Mercury to attack when a shroud of smoke covered the field. Seeing the smoke, Cinder tried to signal everyone to group up when a soft voice echoed from within the smoke. Wind style. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech screamed out as the wind instantly picked up. The smoke was blown away by the raging winds and revealed the voice within the smoke to be Magna. However, he was glaring at them with intense hatred as a violently rotating windmill made from aura rested gently above his palm. Cinder and her group stared at him with fear and shock in their eyes as he launched the attack at them and roared, Raisin Shuriken. Mercury. On it. Though she panicked, Cinder quickly ordered Mercury to try and block the incoming attack. Everyone, even Crow and Raven, could feel the threat that Magna's attack possessed, so they needed to act quickly. With one swift motion, Mercury kneeled down and loaded a huge amount of dust into a little slot on each of his boots. Violent winds suddenly burst out from his shoes as he smirked and disappeared in a flurry of dust and wind. While Mercury charged at the incoming whirlwind of death, Cinder pulled out a large crystal of raw fire dust and crushed it. Normally, the dust crystal should have exploded, but instead, the pieces flew around her as they shot everywhere. Every time the dust shards landed on something, they exploded. However, that was exactly what she wanted, as pieces of superheated debris flew towards the Raisin Shuriken. Just as Mercury and the debris arrived in the path of Magna's attack, Mercury smirked as he deeply inhaled before letting loose a fierce roar. He knew that he couldn't contest with Magna's attack because that would just be suicide. So, he didn't try to block it, but rather, he tried to redirect it. Mercury grunted as his foot connected with the bottom of the Raisin Shuriken. In that moment, he knew that he wouldn't be able to move the attack with force alone. Needless to say, the debris Cinder was controlling also tried to help Mercury, but every piece ended up being swallowed by the violent whirlwind. Mercury knew he had to do something, so he roared once more as he pumped every ounce of aura he had into his legs. The dust crystals in his boots went into overdrive as a miniature typhoon burst out from his boots, forcing the Raisin Shuriken to move slightly upwards. Cinder and her crew thought that they won the battle when the Raisin Shuriken harmlessly passed over their heads and turned to see the look of despair on Magna's face. However, what greeted them was a huge smirk laced with contempt. And in the next few seconds, they learned the hard way why Magna dared to look at them that way. Even though the Raisin Shuriken missed its intended target, the attack collided with a nearby tree. Then, it expanded. And expanded. And expanded. It grew so large that it made Mercury's typhoon look like a gentle breeze. Since Magna had warned everyone beforehand about the power behind his attack, everyone was already prepared for the aftershock, yet they still struggled to keep themselves from being sent flying. Let's not even mention Cinder and her group. They made zero preparation due to celebrating too early and were sent flying into different regions of the Four Seasons forest. After a few minutes, Magna's Raisin Shuriken finally died down. Looking over the destruction he caused, Magna whistled as he silently admired the power of his attack. He smiled as he turned towards Crow and the others, yet he instantly froze when he saw that no one was there. As a tumbleweed slowly bounced by, sweat dripped down Magna's forehead as he silently muttered, "Shit."